Disappointment in the game of life.
To be perfectly honest, it feels really unfair to rank Surf's Up 2 Wave Mania as a part of this list for one simple fact. It is not a movie. It is a feature-length commercial. And no, I'm not exaggerating. This isn't like other movies that are filled with excessive product placement, yet at their core can still be considered feature films, like Space Jam 2, Ralph Breaks the Internet, or even the Emoji Movie, which I'm sure you all expected to be at the bottom of this list. And now as we speak, you're probably editing your smug comments that read, "I will bet my entire life savings that the Emoji Movie's at the bottom of this list. There has never been a more obvious bottom spot in any ranking video ever." And you're editing those comments to just say, "Oh, shit." You see, none of you understand the soul-sucking awfulness that is this commercial. And yes, I fully consider Surf's Up 2 to be nothing more than a commercial for WWE. This product was conceived as a commercial when WWE approached Sony regarding making a product that would help expand their brand and reach a new generation of audiences. So yeah, it is a textbook advertisement that they slapped the Surf's Up IP onto because they fundamentally misunderstood everything about the original movie. Every single element of this commercial is wrong. Spoilers for later in the list, but the original Surf's Up is pretty kino, as the kids say. It has an extremely unique mockumentary format. Like, the entire movie is presented as if it's a documentary, with shaky cam, characters acknowledging the camera crew, and just an overall vibe of authenticity. It's one of the most unique animated films I've ever seen, solely based on how it's presented. Do you think this commercial kept that framing device up, or evolved the concept in some way? Who the do you think you're kidding? Of course not. That would take effort. And why put effort into a literal WWE commercial? They just film it like any normal quote-unquote movie would be filmed. They could only be bothered to make like 12 character models for this commercial. The WWE stand-in animals are incredibly flat, boring characters because we can't do anything that paints any of them in a negative light because that would go against the purpose of this advertisement. But you know who we're perfectly fine with painting in a negative light? The fucking main character. Cody in this is insufferable, mainly because he straight up just is not the same character. He's an annoying prick who's overly obsessed with winning and being famous, even though the entire point of the first movie was that he learns that winning and being famous isn't important. He learned all that from his idol in a really compelling way. Oh, I'm sorry, what idol? Big Z? Never heard of him. Apparently this whole time, contrary to everything the first film tells you, Cody was never inspired to be an amazing surfer like Big Z. He was inspired by Penguin John Cena and his legion of super friends. In this commercial, Big Z might as well have never existed, and Cody's entire backstory and motivation as a character is thrown in the garbage. I have never seen a more perfect example of character assassination in my life. The writers of Game of Thrones could probably watch this commercial and say to themselves, well, at least we didn't fuck up that badly. I could tell 5 minutes into this ad that it was one of the worst things I've ever seen. But the thing that really solidified it was later in the movie, when they're sailing over lava and Cody goes out of his way to try and sabotage Tank. Which, in case you've seen the first movie, which these writers clearly did not, is the thing that Tank does to other surfers because he is the villain. But let's have our protagonist do the same thing in a much more dangerous scenario in the second installment after he's already learned a lesson in the first installment. And that valuable lesson he learned in the first movie was not, don't attempt to murder people in order to win a competition. Because that's something he already fucking knows! As a result of this chicanery, he nearly gets his best friend Chicken Joe killed in molten lava, and doesn't seem to be concerned about Joe's life. He's just concerned about justifying his shitty actions to the WWE. So they rightfully tell him to fuck off, and he does, and you might as well just end this here. Who even cares anymore? Surf's Up 2 makes Cars 2 look like The Empire Strikes Back, and it makes Earwig and the Witch look like Citizen Kane. Dear Evan Hansen? More like, dear God, it's so much better than this piece of fucking ass. I have not hated a product this much since Artemis Fowl, which, if you remember, is my actual least favorite movie of all time. This train wreck literally only exists so Sony could suck off these WWE stars while destroying everything the original Surf's Up had going for it. It has absolutely nothing to offer and should not be watched by anyone, regardless of if they like the original film or not. Vince McMahon fantasizes about drinking milk directly from a fish's udder. Yep!
Disappointment in the game of life.
Shrek the Third was a more worthwhile addition to the Shrek franchise than Open Season 3 was to the Open Season franchise. Given the choice between the two of them, I would take Shrek the Third in a heartbeat. I could stop there, but fuck it. The bear goes to a circus and his animal buddies have to bust him out, but there's no urgency because he doesn't want to leave because he's horny for Lady Bear. So there's no tension and no stakes and no reason to watch the movie. They bring back the pets from the second movie for absolutely no reason because they add nothing. We are 3 movies in and I still don't know why this deer has any friends, let alone a wife and kids. Why does anyone put up with Open Season? Talking about it is futile. It is unending misery and torment. After this experience, I don't know if I'll ever be whole again. A part of me is forever sullied. If I got anything out of watching this franchise, it's a huge appreciation for the Madagascar series, because at least its characters are funny and likable, even if the movies are kind of average. Spending time with these shitty, tepid, boring, basic-ass animals has rotted my brain so thoroughly. The funniest aspect of this movie is the fact that the 4th movie completely ignores its existence, just like that one good franchise. Every new character introduced in this 3rd movie is just completely gone in the 4th one, including the bear's new girlfriend and the deer's kids. Even Shrek Forever After kept the kids. Sony really just shat this out and then abandoned it in the woods, and you should do that too. Go take your copy of Open Season 3 and chuck it into the woods somewhere. I'm kidding, obviously. That's littering and you shouldn't do that. What you should do is purchase a steamroller and run over your copy of Open
Disappointment in the game of life.
Oh man, so many terrible movies. It must have been incredibly hard to pick the bottom spot on this list, right? No, it wasn't. It's not even close. The Hunchback of Notre Dame 2 is one of the biggest atrocities ever committed by mankind. Not once in my life have I ever asked myself, hey, I wonder what happens to Quasimodo next after the end of the first movie. Because it doesn't matter. He got what he wanted. He's accepted by everyone. The story is over. More than any other Disney sequel, watching this, you can just feel the creative team squirming around in the background, getting the sense that they absolutely did not want to make this whatsoever. Because really, there's nothing to work with a Hunchback sequel, and it shows. Quasimodo is the only character from the original who's given anything to do. Esmeralda might as well not even exist. The gargoyles are somehow less funny and less relevant, with far worse comedic timing, and a new song that might not be worse than A Guy Like You, but is at least on par with it in terms of badness. The George Costanza one still wants to fuck the goat. That's funny, I guess. Isn't that so funny? Aren't you laughing so fucking hard right now? Anyway, what's Quasimodo's big plotline in this epic sequel? He gets a girlfriend. He even sings the song about how nice it would be to have one. Which, you know, is the same thing he did in the first movie. And then, he didn't get the girl. But that was okay because what he truly wanted was acceptance by the community, and getting the girl didn't matter. So the entire point of his storyline in the first movie is kind of undone. Isn't that so cool? The girl is very boring. She works for a circus guy played by Chuck McGill, and he's the only source of mild entertainment in this movie because sometimes it's a little funny how much he wants to have sexual intercourse with himself.
I could kiss me, but I'd fall in love.
But oh no, just like Gaston, his main motivation is to have Belle. He really wants this bell that has gems inside, because the writers don't know how bells work. So he steals the bell, and Quasimodo's like, oh no, you were using me, lady. And she's like, no, this is a misunderstanding. And God, I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate literally everything about this movie. Nothing about it is good. It is one of the most insultingly terrible experiences I've ever had in my life. Did I mention that Haley Joel Osment plays Phoebus and Esmeralda's kid?
That's nuts.
Who is a completely pointless character that only exists to get kidnapped in the third act. I mean, at least he has a role in the story, unlike Esmeralda. I'm done talking about this one. Nothing in it is necessarily infuriating, but it is such a huge wad of worthlessness that its mere existence makes me angry. They really should have known better than to try and create a sequel to Hunchback. Not only because the original didn't even do that well financially to justify it, but mainly because they couldn't even muster up an ounce of the artistry and majesty that went into the original. Imagine taking one of the richest and most thematically mature kids movies of all time and making a sequel that stands for and is about nothing. A completely empty and vile experience that should not be seen by anyone.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Earwig and the Witch is worse than Cars 2. What? Every wrong decision that could possibly have been made during the production of this movie was made. Let's start with the elephant in the room. The animation. After so many stunning hand-drawn features, Ghibli finally made the jump into the realm of 3D animation, and yeah, it looks hideous. It looks worse than Toy Story, the first computer-animated film ever made in 1995. There's like one or two cool moments with the visuals, and the expressions are occasionally good at least, but for the most part, this is pure garbage. The character models, the environments, the textures, it all just looks like shit. But that's just the tip of the iceberg here. As an added bonus, the two main characters in this movie are horrendously unlikable, and they remain that way for the entire duration of the film. Earwig starts the film off as a spoiled brat who manipulates people in order to get what she wants all the time, and she ends the film off as a spoiled brat who manipulates people in order to get what she wants all the time. She learns absolutely nothing. She's the same unlikable and irritating twat throughout the entire film's runtime. She butts heads with this witch lady who treats her like garbage all the time and never shows an ounce of kindness until the very end, which, oh boy, we will get to. 95% of the movie, we just see her rudely ordering her new adopted daughter around. And yet, you're not rooting for Earwig to get back at her because Earwig is so insufferable. But you're not rooting for the witch lady either because she's a huge bitch. This movie is actual hell. I guess the Mandrake is okay and potentially interesting, but the movie doesn't ever feel like focusing on him that much, so f*** me, I guess. Another really cool, just super awesome thing about this movie is that it's the only Ghibli film I would describe as derivative. And that's too kind of a word to use. This shit is like if they took a greatest hits medley of previous Ghibli films and then ran it over with their car. Enjoy. There's a talking cat companion and witches because remember Kiki's delivery service? There's a young girl forced to work extremely hard for a mean old boss lady cause don't you love Spirited Away? Oh look, they gotta make breakfast and have breakfast together and bond as a family and the demons help with their breakfast. Because yes, I also watched Howl's Moving Castle. While disguised as a writer, I guess we needed to dash a Whisper of the Heart too. Sure, why not? Throughout this entire Ghibli ranking, I never once felt like any of their films were copying their previous ones until we got to this dumpster fire. At least Cars 2 didn't blatantly copy what came before it. At least it had good looking animation. At least it actually finished its story. This movie abruptly ends out of nowhere, with none of the character conflicts actually resolved. Earwig successfully kerpranks the witch lady and gets both her and the Mandrake absolutely furious at her with only 20 minutes left in the movie. She then goes into the Mandrake's private quarters without permission, finds out they were in a band with her mom, and now the Mandrake suddenly likes her. And so does the witch, who literally has not said a kind thing to her once throughout this entire movie. Suddenly, in the last 10 minutes of the film, it's a happily ever after now. 6 months pass and they all suddenly love each other for some reason, and everyone in the house is a slave to the spoiled brat Earwig, and her mom suddenly comes back with no explanation as to where she was or why she came back at all. Isn't that great? Fuck this movie. Its few likable elements have been done before in much better Ghibli movies. Its characters are horrendously unlikable. Its animation is insanely unpleasant. Its story is objectively unfinished. This is my least favorite animated movie of all time. If I were Goro Miyazaki, I would flee the country at this point. I would literally never be able to look my father in the eyes again. Let's all just pretend this never happened and move on with our lives.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Well, here we are, folks. The final curtain call. The absolute bottom of the barrel, worst of the worst Illumination movie by a massive landslide is Hop. As soon as I saw that the opening credits were using the default iMovie font, I knew I was in for some truly transcendent awfulness, the likes of which all the other Illumination movies could only dream of aspiring towards. And yet, Even with this harbinger of cringe in place, I don't think it fully hits you at first just how bad the hellspawn you're about to consume is. When you first start watching this movie, you think to yourself, oh hey, this isn't the worst thing I've ever seen, it's just kind of a regular bad movie. But then, you start to notice some things. You notice that the main character Bunny is the most unlikable character in the film. You notice how the plot is going absolutely nowhere until the last 20 minutes or so. You notice the questionable racial implications at play with the villain, as well as the fact that he's genuinely more sympathetic and deserving to win than the quote-unquote good guys. Eventually, your brain starts to collapse in on itself into a fucking black hole of embarrassment that you feel for everyone involved with the production of this movie.
You need to stop this.
When the bunny sat down to ask David Hasselhoff for advice with his internal conflict, I had to ask myself out loud, is this real? Is this a real movie that I'm actually watching right now? Or is this a kerprank? Any minute now, Justin Kerprank is gonna pop up from behind my computer and say, psych! There's no way actual human beings created a film this abysmal, but they did it. This was Illumination's second movie, and their first and only live-action animation hybrid. I guess it's nice that they learned from this horrific mistake and never tried to do anything like it again. But it's not so nice for me, because I still had to sit through it. Hop is a movie about E.B., who is a bunny whose dad is the Easter Bunny, and he wants him to take over the Easter Bunny role. But E.B. does not want to be the successor because he wants to be a drummer. So right off the bat, you can see that this movie clearly influenced Whiplash and Succession. Two pieces of art that pale in comparison to the sheer cinematic masterpiece that they shamelessly ripped off. Anyway, E.B. escapes to LA and meets James Marsden and generally ruins his life by being selfish and annoying. He trashes the mansion that belongs to James Marsden's sister's boss, who is a character we never see, so I don't even know why this is a plot point. He acts like a shitbag to this little girl who can't sing and then pretends it was James Marsden saying that in a ventriloquist act. Then they uproot the entire pageant and sing I Want Candy, which I think is perhaps the most annoying song ever written.
You need to stop this.
Uh-oh, James Marsden needs to make sure nobody knows the bunny can talk, and he's constantly gotta hide him. But then they just go to a diner and the bunny talks to the waiter and she doesn't care that he's a talking bunny. So does it matter if people know the bunny can talk or not? Because it doesn't seem to matter at all. That's the cool thing about this movie. Not only do none of the scenes flow together into a coherent narrative, but the scenes also just happen without any consequence whatsoever. Like I said, the boss who owns the mansion isn't in the movie, so it doesn't matter that they wrecked his house. The girl gets mad at James Marsden for embarrassing her in front of everyone at the pageant, but then that's forgotten about entirely and seems resolved by the end. And then I guess no one gives a shit that a bunny can talk, so who cares about hiding the bunny? E.B. goes to audition for David Hasselhoff's talent competition. And yes, this is a major plot point and the bunny's entire plan for getting famous. And he asks David Hasselhoff,
"You're not surprised that I'm a talking rabbit?"
and he says,
My best friend's a talking car.
get it? It's a reference to a TV show that aired from 1982 to 1986. One that children in the year 2011 when this movie came out would have intimate knowledge of. Did nobody on the set of Knight Rider tell David Hasselhoff that this show wasn't real? David, that wasn't a real talking car, buddy. I think his brains might have gotten fried when he got hit with that blast in the SpongeBob movie. But oh no! All is not well in the world of Hop 2011. Because the 3 beret ninja rabbits that were sent by E.B.'s dad to track him down are tracking him down. For some reason, even though E.B. and his dad are talking bunnies, these girls don't talk, cause I guess that required effort to write dialogue for them. Eventually, E.B. tricks them by faking his own death and pretending he got boiled alive, even though that's clearly just a turkey. He then realizes, oh no, I just remembered that they're probably gonna assume James Marsden killed me and then kidnap him. Oh well, I'm sure he'll be fine. And then he abandons James Marsden and the exact scenario I just described plays out. What a cool and likable character. Remember when the sister thought he was a stuffed animal and hugged him and he used that opportunity to sniff her hair? What a cool character. Anyway, believe it or not, we haven't gotten to my least favorite thing about the movie yet. So the Easter Bunny employs all these chicks to make the eggs at his factory. But Carlos, the literal second in command at the factory, feels like after all these years of hard work, he deserves to take over the business, especially since EB doesn't even want to do it. Yet for some bizarre reason, EB's dad only wants bunnies to be in charge of Easter, and won't even consider a chick taking over. By the way, the bunnies have British accents, and Carlos has a Hispanic accent. So yeah, like I said, for some bizarre, unexplained reason, EB's dad really does not want a chick to be in charge of the factory. So Carlos decides that he wants to take over by force and seize the means of production for his fellow workers. But uh-oh, that's evil. So it's a good thing the good bunnies can fight back against those evil chicks and maintain control in the end, and force the chicks to do their bidding. What a happy ending. Okay, so putting aside any readings you might want to take away from the text on your own time, if you just look at what happens in the movie on the baseline surface level, Carlos literally does nothing wrong until the last 20 minutes. I'm serious. For 2/3 of this movie, he merely tries to imply to EB's dad that he should consider letting a chick take over the business. So if the movie wants him to be the antagonist, it doesn't work because he does nothing antagonistic. There's no reason why he shouldn't be put in charge of the factory, and he's trying to make that fact clear peacefully. When that doesn't work, he takes over by force, and it feels warranted because he deserves it more than this stuffy old moron and his piece of shit son. I was actively cheering when he was trying to kill EB because I don't know how you could watch this movie and not want EB to die a slow, painful death. Literally, the only bad things Carlos does is trying to kill James Marsden. Like, yeah, okay, he didn't really do anything bad, so that's kind of fucked. And replacing Easter candy with bird food, which is just such a dumb thing the movie pulls out of its ass in the final act. Like, they never established that Carlos had a problem with children eating candy. It reeks of something they just threw in there so the children in the audience could finally have a reason to root against Carlos, because it's blatantly obvious that he was right the whole time. But do you want to know the real kicker? The most insane fucking thing about all of this? It's the fact that at the end, with absolutely zero hesitation after EB requests it, EB's dad appoints James Marsden as the new co-Easter Bunny. Wait a minute, Mr. EB's dad. I thought only bunnies could be the Easter Bunny. What exactly is the problem with the Hispanic chicken who's been your loyal second in command for years being in charge of Easter? What's so different about this mediocre guy with zero qualifications that allows him to take over? What's the difference, huh? What's the difference, motherfucker? But yeah, James Marsden gets to be co-Easter Bunny just cause he really wanted it and he really loves the Easter Bunny. I mean, there was also a whole montage where he did some training for it. Intercut with Carlos also doing similar training for it. They both equally wanted it, except one was actually qualified for it. So yeah, what was the difference here, Mr. EB's dad, huh? Okay, that's enough complaining about this movie. I think it's time I talk about the stuff that I actually liked about it. Here goes. And that's everything I liked about it. Wow, that was a pretty short list. Essentially, this movie is on the exact same level of quality as the live-action Smurf movies, except without Gargamel in them. And Gargamel was the only good part of those movies, so yeah. There is nothing of value in this movie whatsoever, and it is legitimately one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. You really have to get on my bad side to be a 1 out of 10 movie. But this one absolutely earned it. I fucking despised everything about it, and I sincerely hope people don't actually watch it every time Easter rolls around.
If he doesn't treat you right by now, you're gone. I'm gone. Now go chop his dick.
Belle's Magical World. Wow, what a great movie. I love seeing my favorite characters moving at 10 frames a second and looking absolutely hideous. You know that derp face Belle makes in this movie that everyone loves to point out? Yeah, that wasn't even like a smear frame someone took a screenshot of. They hold on that shot. They intentionally left this in the movie because they did not give a shit. Obviously, you're supposed to go into these direct-to-DVD sequels expecting the animation to be bad because of budgetary restrictions. But I'm sorry, this one goes beyond that. It's unbelievably horrendous. It's not even on the same level of quality you should expect from a TV show, which this so clearly was a backdoor pilot towards. Hell, I was gonna say that this looks like a fan-made animation, but that would be an insult to everybody who worked on Be Our Guest Reanimated, who did an infinitely better job than the animators on this officially licensed Disney movie. And it's probably not their fault either. I'm sure they did as good of a job as they could with the $5 Disney gave them to make this. Wow, the animation's bad. What an original criticism. Okay, what else is there to talk about? Maybe the fact that this is definitive proof that Beauty and the Beast could never work as a TV show. The pacing of the original film is perfect, but all of that gets thrown out the window when you try and stretch the amount of time Belle spent in the Beast's castle in order to tell all these inconsequential, shitty-ass escapades that went on during the midpoint of the original movie. You can't do anything that takes place after the movie, because then none of the characters will be in their marketable furniture forms. So you gotta keep making these terrible midquels that actively make the Beast horribly unlikable. Like, within the context of just the first movie, Belle isn't really a prisoner and she can leave anytime, but she stays because of the Beast's hidden compassion. But if we want to consider this canon, then Belle should have gotten the hell out of there as soon as possible, because this guy is a fucking lunatic. He has a meltdown because she's taking care of this bird who can't fly, and he hates birds for some reason. Except then he realizes that birds can sing, and he's like, "This bird is my prisoner forever." Get it? It's like a metaphor! Obviously, he learns afterwards that the bird should be set free, but that doesn't really change how legitimately sociopathic he acted earlier. And that's not even getting into the other short, where he acts like a maniac and doesn't apologize, and then Belle thinks to herself, well, maybe I should apologize for calling him rude. This is a terrible message, and it basically ruins the entire first movie. Thank you for that. There's this other dumbass little short where it's Lumiere's anniversary with the feather duster. And apparently her name is Fifi now, even though I could have sworn it was Babette. Am I just going insane? I'm watching this movie, so clearly the answer is yes. But whatever. Fifi is jealous because Lumiere seems to be doing all this romantic stuff with Belle. Because apparently Fifi forgot that the whole point of Belle being here is to fall in love with Mr. Beast, because she's really dumb. But it's just a misunderstanding, because Lumiere is preparing for his date with Fifi tonight. But she is super jealous. Then he invites her to the date, and she forgets all about the stuff she thought she saw between him and Belle. Like, from her perspective, Lumiere is still cheating on her with Belle when she's not looking, since he never explained what was going on. So, shouldn't she still be mad at him? Ah, f*** it! I hate this movie, and I'm ending the segment here because the movie itself doesn't even have an ending. It just kinda stops. So I'm taking inspiration from it. Yay! I never want to see any of these characters again.
Disappointment in the game of life.
And the single worst Disney movie of all time is... Say it. Dinosaur. I'm sorry, but this is one of those movies where I just legitimately cannot understand how anyone likes it outside of nostalgia. Every single time I see someone talking about how much they love this movie, they always say something like, I adored it growing up, or I've always loved this movie and always will. Like, would anyone think that way if they didn't grow up with this? I'm not saying it's devoid of quality elements. I mean, James Newton Howard's score is excellent, the opening 7-minute sequence with no dialogue is really strong, and some of the photorealistic backgrounds look very nice. But like, do you seriously consider Alador to be one of the best Disney protagonists? Do you consider Kron, whose name I had to Google, to be one of the best Disney villains? Do you think this story is one of the most compelling tales ever told by Walt Disney Animation Studios? They're just walking! It's just dinosaurs walking to a place for 80 minutes, all as the most cliche characters ever go through the most cliche dialogue and arcs ever. And I hate to say this because I know this animation was state of the art when it came out, but God, nowadays this is the single ugliest looking Disney film. All the character models and a lot of the environments just look like complete shit. It's so boring. There's nothing interesting to look at, there's no interesting characters, there's no interesting story. How do you make a film about dinosaurs, one of the objectively coolest things to ever exist, this dull and monotonous? I can't even really say that I hate this movie, because that implies that I have any passionate feelings about it at all. And I just don't. It means nothing to me. And I can at least say that I have feelings about any other Disney movie. So I guess that means I gotta rank them higher than something that makes me feel completely empty throughout the majority of its runtime.
Just Jane.
Oh goody, it's another 3 episodes of a TV show wearing a trench coat and trying to pass themselves off as a movie. Tarzan and Jane isn't quite as bad as Belle's Magical World, but I don't know, neither is the Emoji Movie, I guess, so that really isn't much of a compliment. For some reason, they decide to structure this backdoor pilot like a Family Guy episode, with the characters standing around and saying, "Hey Lois, remember that time Tarzan danced?" Only for it to cut to an aerial dogfight, with the ensuing story being about a spy who's trying to betray the British Empire, and Tarzan needs to stop him. Also, there's like 2 minutes of dancing in the story, so that justifies the Family Guy cutaway setup. All of these stories are extremely not good. Jane is visited by her 3 dumbass friends from Britain, so that story's annoying. Then Elaine's boss from Seinfeld wants to mine for diamonds, so he invites Tarzan to his Minecraft server. But uh-oh, it turns out he was evil the whole time. I can't believe it. It's not like it was extremely obvious.
That was him.
Finally, we get the spy story, and it also sucks. Everything sucks. I couldn't believe how long this stupid-ass movie felt. I think it's hilarious how all of these stories are just incapable of using the characters they have. So instead, they keep inventing new dumbass humans who stumble their way into the jungle. And there's so much variety between them too. We got Jane's childhood friends, an evil guy with nefarious goals, and Jane's childhood friend who turns out to be an evil guy with nefarious goals. Incredible. Obviously, it's to be expected that the animation quality isn't really up to snuff with that of a real Disney movie, but considering how one of the best aspects of Tarzan was its incredible animation, that just kind of makes this garbage stick out all the more. This looks and feels like an officially licensed cartoon for the Rainforest Cafe, not something that falls under the Disney umbrella. Also, how exactly did Tarzan and Jane get married way sooner than Aladdin and Jasmine did? Who officiated their wedding? Is there a gorilla priest? I have so many questions. However, I don't really want the answers because I don't want to think about this stupid ass movie anymore. Let's move on.
Disappointment in the game of life.
We now return to the Smurfs.
I cannot even begin to describe just how bad the Smurfs duology is.
Shut the Smurf up.
I think the second one is just a little better because it's more creative through the use of Gargamel's magic, and it actually has a plot, unlike the first one. But the first one does have Neil Patrick Harris's character acknowledging how stupid the Smurfs are in general. And Hank Azaria is good as Gargamel in both movies. There you go. That is the summation of every good thing in the Smurfs duology. These movies are cynical, commercialized dumpster fires that barely even qualify as feature films. The Smurf characters are all annoying, and the first movie is literally the exact same film as Enchanted if you sucked it free of all of its charm.
Suck.
It's just the Smurfs dicking around with Neil Patrick Harris in various NYC locations, while Gargamel does a bunch of random bullshit, like becoming an anti-aging cream fashion designer for like 5 minutes, and then getting sent to prison, but he escapes with magic flies. And then the Smurfs are sad, but Barney cheers them up by showing them the wonder of Guitar Hero, and Google, and M&M's. Products are cool, kids. Purchase them now. There genuinely is so little redeeming about this movie that it's ridiculous. I was this close to giving it a 1 out of 10, but then I thought about it, and I realized, no, it wasn't quite a soul-sucking, awful, worthless experience with incomprehensible filmmaking that destroyed something I have any emotional attachment to. So I figured, okay, maybe the second one will break through and be the 1 out of 10 experience. But no, this one was actually a little less terrible. Color me actually disappointed. But honestly, for all intents and purposes, these are the same film. Just soulless, horrific, lazy experiences that are sometimes saved a little bit by Hank Azaria as Gargamel, but for the most part make me want to kill my Smurf.
Right in the Smurfin' parking lot?
The only time I felt true joy watching either of these movies was in the first film when they're going through Times Square for the first time, and you can see a billboard for Community. As someone who wasn't there to watch Community when it first came out, I have so much trouble picturing it as a mainstream TV show that would get this kind of advertising. It is so damn weird, and I can't believe NBC just marketed it like it was a regular-ass sitcom. That's just really funny to think about. So yes, thank you Community Billboard and the Smurfs movie for giving me sweet serotonin. The rest of these movies can go Smurf themselves.
Whoa, didn't see that coming.
Atlantis Milo's Return is one of those movies that's so dull and boring that it makes you question if you even liked the first film or not. I rewatched parts of the first film afterwards just to make sure, and yep, that's still a banger. This one sucks though. I previously lamented the fact that Atlantis would have been great for a TV show, but now that I've gotten a glimpse of what that would have been like, since this movie is just 3 episodes of the canceled TV show haphazardly stitched together, now I'm kinda glad we didn't get a TV show. This is boring ass stupid shit. The characters are okay in this one, just noticeably written worse and less funny. Except for Mole, he's pretty much consistent with how he was in the original movie. I also never really liked him. The 3 unrelated misadventures they go on are all cool concepts in a vacuum, but none of them are fleshed out and given the time necessary to make these stories compelling. Any one of these plots would have been a cool story for a standalone sequel, but of course we can't have that because this was never meant to be a sequel. I don't know, maybe this is a Clone Wars situation where if the TV show had been made, it would have started out with this rocky, pretty bad movie as its opening, before eventually becoming something really great that adds a ton to the Atlantis universe. I guess we'll never know. Speaking of Clone Wars, James Arnold Taylor is here to voice Milo. You know, the voice of Obi-Wan in the Clone Wars. And also, Johnny Test. Honestly, hearing Johnny Test's voice come out of Milo was the best part of this movie for me. At least it woke me up from the coma everything else put me in. Also, for some reason, the movie ends with Atlantis rising to the surface for the first time in 8,000 years. I don't know why. Nothing in this movie built up to that. Atlantis itself isn't even a factor in any of these three plot lines. The thing that came directly before this ending was fighting a crazy guy who thought he was Odin. For some reason, that experience convinced Kida that Atlantis needed to join the rest of the world. What? This movie sucks. Don't watch it. One time when I was 10, I had to go see a special doctor for something, all the way out in Baltimore, Maryland. It was a scary experience being so far from home, waiting in a doctor's office at a pretty young age. And the worst part of all of it, the most negative aspect of this whole experience that I still vividly remember, is the fact that they were playing Open Season 2 in the waiting room. It was horrific. At least I saw the doctor and everything was fine health-wise after that, but the Open Season 2 related scars I received that day will never heal. Rewatching it all those years later, I remember just how terrible every aspect of this movie was. The entire plot hinges on rescuing the wiener dog who had 2 lines in the first movie and was really only there as a joke. Now the movie is focused on the joke side character, and the bear main character is now a side character, and the deer main character is still a main character, and you wish he was a side character, because he's somehow even less likable than he was in the first film where he wasn't even likable. What does his girlfriend see in him? Honestly, she's better off with a Patrick Warburton impersonator deer. Why is the Patrick Warburton impersonator asshole deer the one officiating this wedding? Why doesn't Bear do it? You can't seriously tell me this deer has a license to officiate a wedding. These are animals. They clearly don't need licenses to do this. Anyone could do it. Why is it the asshole deer that both the bride and groom hate? Oh well, who cares? The deer is a gigantic asshole and I really want them to just kick his ass off a cliff. He deserves it. Also, the weenie dog they're trying to rescue gets saved by the porcupine halfway through the movie. So now the stakes are, we need to warn the team that's trying to rescue the weenie dog that he doesn't need rescuing anymore and it's a waste of time. Kinda like this movie. I guess there's some kind of fun shenanigans at the water park and I thought Crispin Glover actually did a really good job as the villain. Also, they couldn't get Ashton Kutcher back to voice the deer. They couldn't really get anyone back to voice any of the other characters either. So the replacement they got was Joel McHale? And honestly, this is the hardest I've ever seen him act before. Except for that one episode of Community where he had to play the dean for that commercial. Every other time I've seen him, he's just being himself, so it's weird to see him be a character for once. But yeah, 10-year-old me was exactly right. This movie sucks so hard. From the characters being shittier than they usually are, to that god-awful pop song at the end that I've never even heard of before. It just reeks of cheapness so much that a 10-year-old picked up on how cheap that song was. What's your excuse, society? Together we can fight back against the Open Season menace. Take that steamroller you purchased and run over every copy of Open Season 2 on DVD. Don't stop until they're all crushed. Just like my sanity.
That thing's green. Green!
Mother of mercy, I hated the Grinch so much. I could not stand this disgusting piece of sanitized corporate slop with no ounce of personality or wit or charm whatsoever. The animation is literally the only thing worthy of praise in this empty fucking void of quote-unquote entertainment. It made me long for the days of the Jim Carrey Grinch, a movie I really didn't like, but at least I felt something watching that. At least it was funny bad and had a distinct personality to it. Illumination's Grinch is empty and lifeless, completely devoid of anything worth talking about or remembering. The only cultural impact this movie had was when it arbitrarily became the poster boy for an infamous fake Smash Bros. Leak. Without that, there is no reason anyone would talk about this pathetic excuse for a feature film. I feel like most people watching all the Illumination films wouldn't rank this as low as I have, since compared to some of the obnoxious shit present in the studio's other work, this one is pretty tame and inoffensive. But that's just it. I say this time and time again, but I prefer movies that make me feel intense negative emotions over ones where I feel absolutely nothing at all. Except Cars 2, that's kind of a weird exception to the rule, but I digress. I truly felt nothing watching The Grinch. Nothing was entertaining, and everything was subpar outside of the visuals. Banana Mania Cucumber Snatch does this incredibly weird voice as the titular character, and it really doesn't work.
I know just what to do.
What is this shit?
I kept picturing someone like Patton Oswalt in this role, and I think it would have turned out a lot better. The voice we got comes across as more weird than nasty and mischievous. Which, by the way, that's the whole character. He's not really villainous at all, he's just a mildly grumpy weirdo who never does anything that lives up to the character's reputation. The original Grinch looked and felt deeply sinister. The Jim Carrey Grinch was a fucking menace to society. This one, he eats a pickle without paying for it, and he knocks a jar off the shelf. Whoa, watch out, we got a bad boy over here. They chalk all of his incredibly mild meanness up to his backstory of never having a family during Christmas time. It's so generic and trite and played out. And even though his backstory in the Jim Carrey version was kinda dumb, I definitely wouldn't call it generic. On top of that, his backstory sometimes causes him to do kind things before he's supposed to have his big redemption at the end. Like in this version, he catches a reindeer, but then lets it go because its family shows up. And he never had a family, so he doesn't want to separate them. Oh no! The other Grinches would have been like tough shit and forced the reindeer to help, only trying to get him back with his family after he has the change of heart at the end. By having him do something completely selfless and kind in the middle of the movie, you basically destroyed the impact of the ending where he's supposed to do his first truly kind act. Which, may I remind you, is the entire point of the story. It's like they were afraid to make him too mean or unlikable because they didn't think kids had long enough attention spans to make it to the end of their bloated, filler-coated bastardization of a classic story in order to see that he ends up good at the end. I have no idea how this studio made an entire film franchise about supervillains, and yet they can't even make the Grinch nasty or threatening. It's really fucking embarrassing. What else is there to say? Pharrell Williams can't narrate to save his life.
It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right.
His voice is so generic and it doesn't fit this story at all. There's a subplot about Cindy Lou Who wanting to trap Santa that doesn't add anything to the story and mainly just exists to pad out the runtime. There's a bunch of bullshit filler scenes of the Grinch preparing to do his heist that aren't fun and don't add anything to the story and mainly just exist to pad out the runtime. The actual story of the Grinch stealing Christmas doesn't start until 57 minutes into this 78-minute movie, once you take out the credits. The credits look like they were made in Microsoft PowerPoint. Like seriously, what is this font and these backgrounds? I can't anymore. This is legitimately worthless. The 60s short is an infinitely better way to experience the story of the book, and the Jim Carrey Grinch is an infinitely better way to experience a hilarious, unforgettable bastardization of the book. This version has no purpose and added nothing to the story of the Grinch or the world as a whole. The emptiness of its existence would be hysterical if it wasn't so truly, truly sad. Brother Bear 2. Oh man, I'm so invested in the epic saga of Joker Bear and Stupid Little Kid Bear. What wacky misadventures will they get into next? Well, first of all, Walking Phoenix obviously didn't return for the sequel, which is expected. However, the guy they recasted him with sounds so off that it honestly kind of made me uncomfortable, more so than any other recast in any of these sequels.
I don't need some stupid bear's help, I just need the stick.
So have fun burning the silly little trinket on your own.
So yeah, that's unsettlingly different, but apart from that, the movie is still bad in so many other ways. The plot is just Shrek again. Like, oh, we gotta go on this journey that'll allow this girl to get married to her true love. Except, oh no, maybe she's gonna fall in love with the bear along the way. Will they fall in love? Of course they will. It's so fucking predictable and stupid. At various points in the journey, Brother Bear is like, yeah, I know we need to burn the amulet so you can get on with your life and marry the guy who has no dialogue for the first 2/3 of the movie. But first, I gotta set my moose friends up with some hot lady mooses. And then unfunny shenanigans ensue that pad out the runtime. Oh look, the raccoon stole their stuff. Oh look, he got stuck in the beaver dam. Oh look, it's more unfunny scenes with the moose twins trying to to get some moose pussy. The tagline for this movie is, "The moose are on the loose." Don't you just love the mooses? Aren't you glad we gave them so much more screen time? That's cool, right? Sometimes comic relief taking up too much screen time is a bad thing. Who would have guessed? Anyway, yeah, do I really need to say anything else? There's no stakes in this journey whatsoever because you know exactly what's gonna happen. She's not gonna marry this boring dude who has less personality than the original love interest from Pocahontas. She's gonna fall in love with the bear, and then they do. Wow, I can't believe it. I'm also sorry I dissed the Phil Collins songs in the original because at least they're infinitely more memorable than the bullshit we got in this one. I can't believe they made something even worse than the first film somehow. I also can't believe they made this at all. Who was asking for this? Make it stop. Oh God, please make it stop.
Gone is my lady in white.
I guess in one respect, Lady and the Tramp 2 is a pretty faithful sequel. Out of all the films on this list, I also couldn't remember what happened in this movie right after I watched it. Fortunately, unlike the first film, I don't think this one even has fans who would be upset if I don't go into detail on why I don't like it. I'll just go off of what I remember. Did you want to see more of Lady and the Tramp in this Lady and the Tramp sequel? If you answered yes, go fuck yourself. Lady is in this movie for like 4 minutes and Tramp doesn't fare much better. Instead, we're just following their son Scamp on his stupid adventure, where he meets a bunch of junkyard dogs and then a nefarious leader dog. I guess I'll give the movie this over the first film. It does introduce its main villain earlier than the last 10 minutes. Other than that, it's worse than the original in every regard. And I already didn't hold the original in very high esteem, so yeah, this is not a good sign. At one point in the middle, the leader dog who has history with Tramp realizes, hey, this stupid kid might be Tramp's son. Apparently, he didn't notice within 2 minutes of meeting this kid that he looks exactly like Tramp, but smaller. That somehow didn't set off any alarm bells in his brain. I think the lovely Italian stereotypes from the first movie showed up at one point, so that was nice. I don't know, I'm really struggling here, guys. I remember literally nothing else, and is it really worth it for me to rewatch clips from this movie in order to accurately tell you why it sucks? Is this video or your life genuinely going to be improved by a more accurate synopsis of Lady and the Tramp 2 Scamp's Adventure? Let's not kid ourselves here. The answer is no. Next movie.
Up next.
Chicken Little.
I'm gonna keep this brief because I really do want to make a full-on cinematic disaster review of this movie. And I know I say that I'm gonna do a full review on a lot of movies only to end up procrastinating and never getting to them, but there are very few movies I feel as passionately about as Chicken Little. This movie is just so awful that it's kind of remarkable. Like, this would have been the second or third worst movie in my Illumination ranking. It's that hilariously pathetic. Nothing about it works. Sometimes there's a rare funny joke or the occasional epic as shit character like Morcupine Porcupine, who's probably the greatest character in Walt Disney Animation Studios history. But the film is just so morally and creatively bankrupt on every level. Every character is a horrible, unlikable prick, except for the main characters who are just fodder for cheap, quote-unquote jokes. Ha ha, the pig is fat. Let's all laugh at him for being fat. Ha ha, the duckling is ugly. It's funny how ugly she is. Isn't it funny? Laugh! My favorite part is when stupid-ass Buck Cuck basically says, gee son, I never realized that emotionally distancing myself from you when you needed me the most was a bad thing. Sorry, ooh-woo.
That's bad parenting, and I should know.
Shut the fuck up!
How are you this dense and awful? Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that siding with the people who are publicly humiliating your son is a bad thing. Also, I hope you like pop songs, cause there sure are a lot of those in this movie. Most of them with no rhyme or reason, even though the movie thinks they're a good substitute for jokes. When Chicken Little tells the pig, we will survive, he then starts singing, I will survive. That's funny. That's such a funny joke. I hate this stupid ass movie. Every time I watch it, I'm just baffled at how badly it turned out. That's part of the reason why I want to do a full review on it, because the story of its troubled production is just so sad. Almost as sad as the movie, but not quite. Stupid ass movie that feels like it came from the studio that made Norm of the North. Not this one that made actual masterpieces in the past.
The animals are animals!
The Secret Life of Pets the Second. Are you excited for this one? I'm excited because I hate myself. This one is so bad. Like, so agonizingly slow and boring. It's only 86 minutes, but it feels like it goes on for 5 hours. And its horrible pacing can probably be attributed to the fact that it consists of 3 separate storylines that don't connect until the very end in a rather clumsy and awkward way. It feels like nothing is happening for the majority of the film because it's unclear which of these storylines is the A-plot. They all have equal screen time and all hold the same amount of dramatic weight, which is to say, none at all. They feel like pointless direct-to-DVD misadventures lazily cobbled together into a feature film. The Kevin Hart rabbit is just boring this time since he doesn't want to murder people anymore. Now he just wants to be a superhero, saving this tiger who can't talk, even though all the other animals can talk. Weird. But yeah, the subplot is just boring and whatever, and the rabbit isn't really funny anymore, so yeah. Then there's a subplot where the Jenny Slate dog has to get a bee toy back from some cats, and so she pretends to be a cat and then becomes their queen, and this has basically no bearing on the rest of the film. The only impact it has is the impact of the car that the cat lady drives when she accidentally runs over the villain from the Kevin Hart rabbit plotline at the end. This was so worth taking up a third of the movie. Meanwhile, the 2 main character dogs from the last movie are back. The brown dog has literally nothing to do at all, and the tiny dog is no longer voiced by a sex offender, so now he's voiced by Ratatouille. And they meet the Harrison Ford dog who teaches Tiny Dog how to be brave and stuff. Harrison Ford's vocal delivery in this movie is about as enthusiastic as mine is right now. I guess it's kinda nice to see Tiny Dog try and be a good dad to this baby and he learns to be more adventurous or whatever, but it's still really not interesting. Everything about this movie is a waste of time and I couldn't wait for it to be over and I don't even know what else to say about it. Somebody stop Illumination before they kill again.
I'm not like other girls.
Mulan 2 is great! If you like boring movies with no plot where the comic relief from the first movie is the villain. Yes, by far the biggest warning I received about this movie beforehand is that Mushu is just straight up the main antagonist now. And like, yeah, he's obsessed with keeping his status as a guardian spirit. So much so that he actively sabotages Mulan and Shang's relationship, just so he doesn't lose his position where he can boss all these other ghosts around and have them cater to his every whim. He's so likable, guys, what a great character. And like, it's not like making him a horrible, selfish, unlikable prick was an accident. The movie is fully aware that he's inciting the conflict. The cricket tries to stop him at every turn, almost like he's his conscience or something. Whoa, crazy. The best scene in the movie is where he finally confesses after the guilt gets to him, and Mulan just tears into him, saying how shitty this was of him to do. Very justified and great to hear, but it doesn't really excuse how miserable it is watching this self-righteous prick ruin a relationship for completely self-centered reasons. And on top of all that, instead of Eddie Murphy, Mushu's voiced by a white guy. Huh? Anyway, this is a Mulan sequel, so I'm sure there's gonna be some cool action, right? Ha! No, idiot! Instead, they just got to escort these 3 princesses to be arranged married in this completely made-up place called Qigong. It doesn't exist in real life, so I have no idea where the writers got the idea for this name from. Anyway, the 3 princesses fall in love with the 3 comic relief guys from the original. And while it's predictable, I don't know, it was kinda sweet seeing them all connect. I was more invested in those 3 relationships than Mulan and Shang's, to be honest. Like, obviously I was mad Mushu was actively trying to ruin Mulan's happiness, but aside from that, I kinda didn't care if Mulan and Shang remained together in the end. The romance in the first movie is not the focus of the story, not by a long shot. And so, once you remove Shang's raging bisexuality from the equation, it's pretty clear that this is one of the more boring Disney couples. Anyway, this whole movie is relationship drama, mixed in with some fine but forgettable slice-of-life escapades with the side characters and their new GFs. Aren't you glad this is the sequel to a movie where a woman saves all of China? Isn't this exactly what you wanted Mulan to be doing after that? I don't know, it's not the worst. The animation's okay, the songs are not that bad. The side characters are still funny, even Mushu gets some laughs in spite of his character assassination. But yeah, this is pretty obviously one of the worst stories they've ever told in these direct-to-DVD sequels. For so many reasons. They don't even resolve the overarching war conflict at the end because nobody gets married. Therefore, there's no alliance and the Mongols are free to kill everyone. Honestly, after seeing this movie, I kinda don't mind that everyone in it probably dies. Overall, a supremely awful film that still manages to be 10 times better than the live action remake. Incredible.
The talking dog at the Shell Shack is singing!
Okay, so I kinda have this tinfoil hat theory with the Disney sequels. You'll notice that they made a lot of follow-ups to the old-ass dog movies, those being Lady and the Tramp, Fox and the Hound, and 101 Dalmatians. You'll also notice that none of these direct-to-dog VD sequels are actually focused on the original protagonists. They always either focus on their kids, or introduce a bunch of new dog protagonists for either the kids or the original protagonist to interact with. This is true of all three of these movies, which leads me to believe that perhaps Disney just had a bunch of dog movie scripts lying around the office, only for them to repurpose them and shove these existing dog IPs of theirs into them. Bada boom, you've got a new movie on the shelf based on an existing property, even though when you watch it, it has basically nothing to do with said existing property. And don't get me wrong, while Lady and the Tramp 2 is definitely the worst of these, I think I'm personally more insulted by the Fox and the Hound 2, for a couple reasons. The first of which being, unlike Lady and the Tramp, I actually liked the original Fox and the Hound. I thought it was a really bittersweet and engaging story about a friendship being tragically torn apart. But I guess now we have this midquel, which is completely tonally incongruent with the original film. Now the main characters are these singing stray dogs, and Copper wants to be a part of their band. But uh-oh, he spent one day away from Todd, so now Todd thinks their friendship is over. Oh no, that's so sad. What do you think is going to happen? Why do they keep making these god-awful, tensionless midquels? Who asked for a midquel to Fox and the Hounds that isn't about the main characters, but is instead about these stupid-ass singing dogs and their stupid-ass infighting? I don't care about any of them. I can't even enjoy the fact that this movie is 69 minutes, because there was nothing enjoyable about that 69 minutes. Pretty animation, the occasional funny joke or charming, fleeting moment that captures the spirit of the original. That's about it. I kind of feel insulted that I have to review it as one of the Disney sequels, because again, this reeks of a repurposed script that had nothing to do with the Fox and the Hound, before Disney got their grimy, money-hungry fingers all over it. Very stupid, and I'm never gonna remember anything about it, most likely.
If it's not fun, why bother?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, in the 40s, because of World War II, Disney didn't have enough money to make full-fledged animated movies with one continuous story. So they made a bunch of package films that essentially consisted of a collection of shorts that have nothing to do with each other, getting slapped together and shoved in theaters. It was a valid practice that helped them stay afloat during this time period and raise enough money for the narrative features that they actually wanted to make. These package films, though, are pretty infamous for being not good. I watched them and yep! The worst one of these is Fun and Fancy Free, which is just so bad in so many ways that it's kind of ridiculous. First of all, there's only 2 stories being told, and the first one is absolutely awful. Half the movie dedicated to the boring as shit tale of Bongo the Bear. It's like Bambi if it were shitty, and it made me wish I was watching fucking Brother Bear instead. We're just following this stupid ass circus bear as he escapes and starts living in the woods, and then there's a lady bear, and aw, they're in love. But oh no, now there's a big bear you have to fight. And there's also a song about how you should slap your significant other in order to express how much you love them. I wish I was making this up. I fucking hate this short so much. Oh, sorry. Did I say short? How silly of me. This banal and agonizing fucking tale takes up 40 minutes. I could live with this shit if it was condensed into 10 minutes. But really? You thought this story was worthy of taking up half a feature film? I hope Bongo dies a slow and agonizing death. I never want to see him again. The next story of Mickey and the Beanstalk is kind of okay. Not particularly interesting, but not the worst. However, it simply wouldn't be good enough for Jiminy Cricket, the character who led us into the first story, to do the same with the second. No siree! Instead, we have to go to this pathetic birthday party with 2 annoying as shit ventriloquist dummies who make dumbass, unfunny remarks throughout the entirety of the Mickey story. It just put me in a bad fucking mood, and I couldn't enjoy anything that was happening. Not even the funny meme scene where Mickey cuts the super thin bread. This was truly agonizing, and you should never watch it ever. It's so bad. Next! Pocahontas is so bad. Like, it genuinely got so much worse on rewatch for me. I cannot believe how boring and dull this movie is. Legitimately, the only things going for it are the animation and the music. And even then, there's an asterisk on both of those points. The colors and environments are pretty, but the character design is just so awful. It's insanely stiff and lifeless. No one is allowed to have any expression except for like this one dog. It's so weird. The orchestral score and Colors of the Wind are both gorgeous, but pretty much every other song is bland and forgettable. I at least get a little bit of ironic enjoyment out of Mine, 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 even though it sucks. And meanwhile, I think I changed my mind about Savages. It's kinda bad, actually. Fantastic visuals, and I like Pocahontas' part at the end, but the lyrics are still laughably awful, and the whole premise is broken. I don't think I need to get into the historical issues with this film, and how offensive and obnoxious it is to imply that both sides were equally terrible, only to then show us, hey wait, all the white guys who were so gung-ho about killing Native Americans throughout the entire movie are actually pretty chill and don't want to kill them anymore. The problem was just this one bad apple white dude. Get rid of him and it's a happy ending. I mean, sure, I guess you can believe that if you never picked up a history book. Actually, history books don't even accurately tell what happened. Bottom line is, this movie was an awful idea that should have never been made. Not only is it offensive, but it's agonizingly dull. Pocahontas and John Smith are so boring, and you never get invested in their romance. There's a death scene that's supposed to be dramatic, but it involves a character who only has like 3 lines of dialogue in the whole film. It's the guy Pocahontas' father wants her to marry, but she doesn't want to marry him because he's too serious. That's it. That's the only reason given. In fact, he's so serious that he doesn't even talk for most of the movie. Wow, how riveting. I'm so invested in him. Oh no, he died. Oh well. The villain sucks so bad. He's such a joke. Oh my god. His only motivation is gold.
Gold.
Gold, gold, gold.
Find me that gold.
Wow, how riveting. I'm so invested. He barely has a relationship with John Smith, and he never even meets Pocahontas. Why the fuck should I care about him when he has practically no connection to the main characters? Everything sucks. The stuff that isn't offensive has been done already in other Disney movies before or since. Legitimately, all you need to do to see everything of value in this movie is just watch Colors of the Wind. That's it. Before I wrap up, I just really want to express to you all why this movie was like this. Why was it so self-serious and devoid of humor, or good expressive character design, or talking animals? Why was Pocahontas aged up from her real-life counterpart and set up in this melodramatic romance with John Smith? I'll tell you why. Because after Beauty and the Beast was unexpectedly nominated for Best Picture, Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted to repeat that success with another epic romance story that he also get nominated for Best Picture. Yes, you heard me right. Pocahontas is so dull and boring and melodramatic because it is the first, and as far as I know, only Disney animated film that was explicitly designed to be Oscar bait. Surprise, surprise, It didn't work. The movie won a couple Oscars for its music, but whoop-de-fucking-do. Alan Menken makes great music, what a shock. But ultimately, this insipid pipe dream from the most egotistical executive in Disney history to get a Best Picture nomination for a ridiculous, offensive, inaccurate, boring, predictable, tasteless, borderline unwatchable snooze fest of a feature film ended in catastrophic failure. But at least it had pretty fucking colors, I guess.
Why won't you sing?
Because singing killed my wife tails.
The Little Mermaid Ariel's Beginning has one of the dumbest concepts for any of these Disney sequels. Oh no, a prequel about how King Triton hates music. Why? Because his wife got hit by a boat since she was trying to retrieve a music box. I'm sorry, that was her mistake. She was just being stupid. But of course, Triton assumes the problem was music and bans all music from the kingdom. Because his wife was trying to grab a music box when she died. Are you fucking serious? At least in Coco, music getting banned sorta makes sense. Like, I can see why that would be a sore spot for the family. But here, Triton's just a dumbass. And so is his wife. They deserve each other. Well, at least the music box itself is probably this beautiful thing. Oh, that's bad CG. That's bad CG in The Little Mermaid Ariel's Beginning. So yeah, Ariel needs to convince her sisters and her dad that music is good again. But uh-oh, there's this evil villain who works at the palace. Oh, I bet she hates music, right? No, not at all. In fact, she gets 2 songs. That's right, she was singing twice. Lock her up, Chief. Nah, but she really barely has any personal beef with Ariel. Her arch enemy is, of all characters, Sebastian. She is constantly obsessed with getting rid of this little crab dude and taking his job. That's her motivation. She's really just beefing with this silly little guy. You're really gonna get mad at him? A silly little crab? But yeah, she gets Sebastian and friends arrested because she follows him to this music speakeasy, and now she's got his job. There's also this actually funny gag where she replicates Ariel's iconic shot in The Rock from the first Little Mermaid, but she falls over. That's actually pretty good. But uh-oh, turns out this lady whose only evil actions so far have been wanting a promotion and getting a crab thrown in jail has secretly been keeping these murder eels in the palace. So she sends the murder eels to kill Ariel and Sebastian before they can come back with the music box that Sebastian wanted Ariel to show to Triton because he knew exactly where the music box landed, and now they need to give it to him so he can remember how much he loves music, because he won't just do the exact same thing as last time where he threw it away, because this time oh no, Ariel's dead! Holy fucking shit, Ariel died in this prequel film. You know what that means. Time to bust out the Ariel Grimwalker theory. Oh wait, she's alive. Yay! At least this film that's centered so much around music probably has good music, right? I mean, it has better music than Little Mermaid 2, but not by much. The songs are serviceable but forgettable, and in 2 instances, instead of writing original songs, they just sing that one Shake Senora song from Beetlejuice. We ain't gonna put original music in a Disney film. Don't be ridiculous. Finally, the movie establishes that nobody outside of Ariel actually likes Flounder, so I appreciate it for doing that. I always had a feeling, you know. Bad movie with a dumb premise and also no reason to exist. I don't even like actual Footloose, but it's better than Fin Loose, or whatever you want to call this shit.
Disappointment in the game of life.
I mean, what the f do you want me to say? This is one of the worst sequels of all time and one of the worst animated movies I've ever had the displeasure of sitting through. It's awful by Illumination standards. There's enough to talk about here to fill up 3 whole cinematic disaster reviews, but honestly, what is the point? You know exactly what's wrong with this film. If you accept the insane premise that destroys every good aspect the original film had going for it, you're stuck with the most frustratingly stupid story Pixar has ever concocted. It is astounding how bad at their jobs these spy cars are. Imagine A Bug's Life, but Flick doesn't realize he hired circus bugs even after they tell him they're from the circus multiple times, and you basically have Cars 2. Everyone in this movie is a complete idiot, to the point where it's not an exaggeration to call Mater the smartest character. As you can imagine, this makes for a completely intolerable viewing experience. Like, by intolerable, I mean this movie is worse than Turbo and Shrek the Third. Yes, Pixar has made something worse than the worst DreamWorks movies. It's like they were actively trying to make a bad movie with this one. Like, there's 2 other Pixar cinematic disasters that I'll talk about very shortly, but with those movies, they had incredibly troubled production histories that caused them to turn out so shitty. They were failed but earnest attempts to make a good movie. But this? No. I refuse to believe that there was ever any intention of making this movie good. It's impossible. I would legitimately rather rewatch Minions than this pile of shit. That's a movie that clearly had less effort put into it, yet it manages to be more mature, more entertaining, and less infuriating than this Pixar movie. I am not jesting. Cars 2 is a movie for infants and absolutely no one else. Do I not sound angry enough? Well, that's because I straight up don't care. I don't give a shit about Cars, and while this movie permanently dented Pixar's morale and sent them on a decade-long losing streak, it's not like it ruined a franchise I was emotionally invested in. This is a terrible idea for a bad franchise, and this movie is the exact legacy that John Lasseter deserves. F you.
Not gonna find a star like that in the wild. Helicopter.
Beauty and the Beast: The Enchanted Christmas is the less awful of the 2 Beauty and the Beast sequels. It has Tim Curry as this weird CGI organ who has this bizarre infatuation with the Beast, and who constantly gets jealous of him spending time with Belle. I'd also like to point out that this guy was an adult when the Beast was 11 years old, so that's kinda sus. Anyway, this movie kinda has the same problem as Belle's Magical World, where it makes the Beast too unlikable to justify the original movie's romance, though not nearly to the same extent as that movie. What else is there? There's this completely pointless new character named Angelique who adds nothing to the story or universe. There's this ridiculously misplaced buddy duet between Lumiere and Cogsworth that comes right after Belle has been imprisoned by the Beast. What was that doing there? They show a flashback of when the Enchantress put a curse on the Beast and the castle. It contradicts the narration in the first movie, like the Enchantress doesn't warn him not to be deceived by appearances and he doesn't reject her a second time. But, you know, that's fine. Why would you ever expect a sequel to have basic continuity? Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, there's not a ton else to say. Tim Curry has some fun moments, but for the most part, this is a poorly paced, boring as hell slog that actively cheapens the romance in the first movie through its very existence. I would really love it if some sick, twisted fuck out there combines the three Beauty and the Beast movies together into one overly long Frankenstein's together film that randomly cuts between different levels of animation quality and loses any forward momentum of the plot for hours while we're at the castle.
Hi, it's me. I'm the sick twisted fuck. I actually tried to attempt this. We're looking at a 4-hour runtime at this. Also, thanks for stealing my Letterboxd review, you motherfucker.
The most joy I got out of this movie came from a meme that originated from my friend and editor Citizen Hal's Discord server, where one of the members there started making memes where a helicopter randomly shows up and the characters stop what they're doing to say, "Holy shit, that's a helicopter." We started applying these helicopter memes to every Disney sequel we watched, and it made the experience so much more tolerable. It's nice to be able to reclaim helicopter memes from the transphobes, and it greatly improves the experience of watching any bad movie, so go ahead and make your own. You're welcome. Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas. It was bad, but the scene where the helicopter crashed into Mr. Beast's castle was really funny. The end.
And these whoppers pop out.
Whopper, 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 whopper.
The Little Mermaid 2, Return to the Sea, is the first Disney sequel brave enough to address the question, if Ursula is so good, why isn't there an Ursula 2? Boom, there she is. Are you happy now? Because I'm not. This movie blows. It's wild how it sets itself up as a role reversal of the first film, with Ariel's daughter wanting to go from dry lands to the sea. But then it takes that premise and just makes it lead to the exact same climax as the original, with basically the exact same villain. Say hello to Ursula's crazy sister.
Ursula's crazy sister.
Yep, that's how she's introduced. Nobody ever mentioned her before, but apparently Sebastian and everyone else knew who she was. But I guess they just never think she's gonna cause any problems for them until she shows up and causes problems for everyone. Whoa, I can't believe it. And yeah, she's basically just Ursula again, even having the same voice actress. Oh well, at least she doesn't have the same name as my least favorite Persona character. Oh god damn it! Have I mentioned yet that every character in this movie is a complete idiot? Ariel's daughter is the dumbest child alive for trusting this evil looking witch lady, but Ariel and Eric are probably even dumber for not explaining to her that she used to be a mermaid and that she can't go back to the sea, because if she does, then Ursula's crazy sister Morgana is gonna get her. Kids are stupid. They'll believe any dumb monster story you tell them, except in this case, the story's actually true, so why don't you just tell her? This is on you guys for being incomprehensibly stupid. The funniest thing about this movie, other than the scene where Sebastian refers to his claws as these whoppers, is the fact that it takes place 12 years after the original, and yet literally every character looks the exact same except for Flounder. He's the only one who is allowed to age at all. Ariel looks and sounds the exact same at age 28 than she did at age 16. Huh? They also introduced this dumbass new comic relief duo that adds nothing. There's a shark minion who works for Ursula's crazy sister, and he's voiced by Mr. Krabs. The only characters I liked in this are Sebastian, who miraculously still manages to be his charming, funny self from the original, and Chef Louis, who's in like one scene. My friends and I had this headcanon that he was doing so well in terms of not attacking crabs, but then seeing Sebastian at the party caused him to relapse for the first time in 12 years. How tragic. We were all rooting for you, Louis. Also, how did Sebastian destroy that entire cake? He's a tiny ass crab. There's no way he would have made that much of an impact. I guess what I'm trying to say is this movie is very bad.
It's a tie.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Schafrillas ranking history, we have a two-way tie. What? Brave and The Good Dinosaur are pretty much equally awful, and I cannot for the life of me determine which one is less awful. They both have advantages and disadvantages that even each other out. For example, Brave has a story. You know, that's something you can't really say about Good Dinosaur. But on the other hand, Good Dinosaur doesn't have a completely unlikable, obnoxious twat for a main protagonist.
But that's not saying much.
Seriously, I cannot stress enough how equally I dislike these two movies. I guess the most efficient way to break the tie is to ask whether I would rather be absolutely infuriated or bored out of my mind to no ends. Which, let's talk about these movies first. Both of them were the products of troubled productions, but Brave had far more insidious behind-the-scenes issues than Good Dinosaur. There's this excellent video by Licorice, I think, that I promoted a while back. It details everything that's wrong with this movie in excruciating detail, as well as its troubled development history. They fired the original director, Brenda Chapman, who, by the way, directed this one movie, you may have heard of it, it's called The Prince of Egypt. Yeah, they fired her, their first and currently only female director, because she wasn't falling in line with known degenerate John Lasseter. So they fired her and replaced her with this other guy who had no idea what the point of the story was.
Gender has nothing to do with this movie.
What the fuck are you talking about? There are plenty of stories where the main character's gender doesn't matter, but a story about a princess who's worried about getting married and losing her independence in a medieval kingdom is absolutely a gendered story, you dipshit. Whatever, this movie blows. Everything I said in my best animated feature ranking video still holds up. Merida is still the worst Disney princess and Pixar protagonist. The bear twist is still the dumbest shit imaginable. There's no intrigue, there's no good humor, there's no compelling storytelling. It's as bad as I remember. The whole time I rewatched this movie, I just wished I was watching How to Train Your Dragon instead. In fact, yeah, I'll probably just do that the next time I do a Pixar marathon. And I should also replace Cars 2 with something better as well. A movie that's better than Cars 2. Well, Rise of Skywalker it is! And now for The Good Dinosaur, the final installment of the Pixar movies that are worse than Ralph Breaks the Internet trilogy. Like I said, it's not inherently infuriating. Arlo is a bland, dopey, but not awful protagonist. His dog boy Spot is a less interesting version of Boo, but he's not awful either. They are perfectly serviceable protagonists that just happen to be stuck in a tech demo instead of a movie. Because that's all this movie is, a tech demo for amazing landscapes. There's no plot. What little plot there is has been directly copy-pasted from other, better animated movies. Arlo's dad dies because Lion King, but it's not like he died because of a malicious plot. No, it's because he went out hunting with his son in the middle of a fucking biblical storm, and he gets swept up by a water slide. Oops! Something that doesn't even kill Arlo later on in the movie. So really, this is the dumbest thing ever. I laughed out loud when he died. It adds nothing to the movie since Arlo is separated from the rest of his family 3 minutes later. The story would not change if you took out this supposedly big emotional moment, which is emblematic of this movie's god-awful writing and pacing. This moment only exists to give Arlo a reason to hate the dog boy, but then they get high together and all seems to be forgiven.
I have special eyes.
The rest of the movie is a boring series of vignettes with unmemorable characters and no structure whatsoever. I could watch a movie with a notoriously troubled production like Solo, a Star Wars story, and not really tell that production was troubled since the movie at least feels cohesive. But Good Dinosaur just screams troubled production in your face over and over again. Over and over and over and over. Like, it's clearly intended for little kids because of how childish and terrible the dinosaur designs are. But then the sexy Sam Elliott T-Rex tells this horrifyingly violent story about how he got maimed by a crocodile.
I bit one croc in half, tail whipped the other, and the last one, well, I drowned that croc in my own blood.
What is up with that? There's so much gratuitous violence in this baby movie, and you just have to ask, who were they making this for? And obviously, the worst thing about this movie is how thoroughly it wastes its premise on such a nothing story. Humans and dinosaurs coexisting, and this is what you do? You make the human a dog and you give us no reasons for this story to be about dinosaurs? Gee, thanks! So yeah, it's a complete and utter mess with very little to enjoy, and I think after badmouthing it in so many videos now, I should probably give it its own cinematic disaster review. I have a lot more to say. But the question for now is, which is worse? Not So Brave or The Bad Dinosaur? I mean, I guess I could judge them by which one had the better scene. I liked the first 10 minutes of Brave enough, and the cult leader pterodactyl eating a squirrel alive was funny. But both of these movies have one great scene each in them. In Brave, we have that amazing moment where Merida defies her mother and shoots an arrow straight through another arrow. Badass. And in The Good Dinosaur, there's actually this really touching scene where Arlo and Dogboy tell each other what happened to their families without any words, just these little stick people. These two scenes managed to capture the magic of Pixar for but a fleeting moment, which is more than that fucking abomination Cars 2 could ever dream of doing. And if I had to pick the better moments, probably the scene in Good Dinosaur. There you go, that's my official ranking. Good Dinosaur is a smidge higher. I might change my mind next week, but that's where I'm at right now. Okay, bye!
Alright, you cluckers!
Disappointment in the game of life.
And the award for the worst DreamWorks movie of all time goes to... Probably not what you were expecting, huh? Turbo is one of the worst animated movies I've ever seen in my entire life. It is agonizingly bad. I can't remember the last time a movie gave me nothing to enjoy quite like this one. It's basically the DreamWorks equivalent of The Good Dinosaur, but at least The Good Dinosaur had amazing landscapes and like 2 good scenes. Turbo has nothing. It is worthless. Every single character, relationship, and plot point in this movie feels hollow and artificial. Nothing is genuine. Nothing is earned. The plot is just Ratatouille again, but done without a single iota of that movie's brilliance. Oh, watch this animal succeed at something he really wants to do, but everyone tells him he can't do. Isn't that inspiring? No. Because that's all this movie is. It doesn't have any great themes or additional layers of brilliance on top of its basic premise. It is literally just a snail who goes fast and gets a chance to race. That's it. It's not dramatic, it's not enticing, it's not funny. Good God, is it not funny? I didn't laugh, chuckle, smile, or even think, wow, that was a good attempt at a joke once. There is nothing here. The plot is hysterically predictable at every turn. There are no surprises whatsoever, which is ironic since this movie has a motherfucking twist villain. Well, okay, maybe it's a good twist villain. No, it's honestly the worst twist villain I've ever seen in a feature film. Forget Mr. That Was His Mistake or Assistant Mayor Sheepdweeb. This movie's twist villain is on the same level as the Paul Blart Mall Cop twist villain. Oh, what a surprise. It's the racer that the snail idolized for so many years. Except he's really a bad guy who never once acts like a bad guy until the big reveal scene. He tells the snail, I'm gonna win the big race and you're a loser, you stupid snail. You suck. And now that the racer has revealed that he's a big meanie head to the snail and literally nobody else, he suddenly acts like a huge jerk in front of the entire viewing world. Something he never did in any of his previous races. What the fuck? That's not how you write a twist villain. That's not how you write a fucking movie. The big race at the end is embarrassing. All the cars have crashed and this snail is super close to the finish line, but oh no, he's lost his super speed. What does he do? He just gives up. Bro, you are this close and you have no competition right now. Are you fucking kidding me? He needs a pep talk from his brother to finish the race because this is a movie for babies. Literal fucking infants. Well, gee, it's a good thing this baby movie is chock full of awful racial stereotypes as if it's actively trying to be the next Shark Tale. Well, newsflash, it will never be as memorable as Shark Tale. It's an absolute travesty that doesn't deserve to be talked about in the same breath as Shark Tale, let alone films like Megamind, Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon, and The Prince of Egypt. I went into this marathon knowing that DreamWorks had its fair share of sucky films, and even I was insulted and appalled by the level of sheer worthlessness present in Turbo. DreamWorks, do better. Whew. I hope the next movie on the list doesn't get me as angry.
This movie blows.
Are you kidding me, DreamWorks? Are you out of your mind? Look, I consider just leaving this movie off the list entirely, pretending it doesn't exist, as I've done for the past year or so. But no, this movie doesn't get the luxury of getting off scot-free. It's awful. It is insultingly terrible given how excellent its predecessors are. It can't commit to a consistent fucking tone to save its life. Oh, you want me to feel sad that King Harold is dead? Well, I'm so glad you front-loaded his death scene with a pile of lame jokes and then played a random Bond song during his funeral. I'm so glad most of your jokes, some of which work on paper, suffer from god-awful comedic timing that completely butchers them. I'm so happy you gave us a dipshit villain we already got in the last movie, leading a bunch of bigger dipshits who change allegiances and motivations every time anyone gives a mediocre 2-minute inspirational speech. But I guess it's okay when 90% of the heroes are just window dressing who don't add anything to the story whatsoever. Every single new character this movie introduces is irritating in their own special way. Every single scene feels like a waste of time. This entire movie feels like a waste of time. It is worthless. There is so little value here, and I am so happy that now that this video's done, I have no reason to ever revisit it for the rest of my life. Oh, what's that? You have a single well-written scene? One good scene within this pile of shit? Well, congrats! I guess I'll have to give this movie a 2 out of 10 instead of a 1 out of 10. What a fucking tremendous accomplishment. So thank you, DreamWorks. Thank you for shitting on one of the best sequels ever made by following it up with this embarrassment. Thank you for turning an emotional series with actual intelligent writing for adults into a fucking toddler's paradise. Thank you for making people think that the Shrek series as a whole was always garbage and we were just remembering things wrong. No, we weren't. The problem was always this fucking travesty of a film.
Disappointment in the game of life.
Ice Age 5. Do you hear me? 5. They made 5 of these. DreamWorks didn't even make 5 of any of their franchises. Not even Shrek. How does a studio only make 13 movies and 5 of them are Ice Age? What a sick joke! You'd be hard-pressed to find any animated franchise that's nearly as creatively bankrupt as this one. Despicable Me may be approaching 5 movies, and most of them may be terrible, but at least 2 of those are just filling in backstory and not desperately trying to prolong a story that has absolutely no business continuing whatsoever. The most offensively bad thing about Ice Age 5 is not any of its content, but just simply the fact that it exists at all. Because, like, there's nothing to talk about here. It doesn't make me angry like your Earwigs or your Cars 2s. It's just so boring. All of these movies are about the characters taking a journey somewhere, making their way through dangerous set pieces, and eventually getting where they need to go and saving the day. Yay! In this one, Scrat finds a fucking UFO, which was technically set up as a background gag in the first Ice Age movie, which means they clearly planned this whole series out ahead of time. Oh my god, great work, Blue Sky. Thanks for tying the entire Ice Age saga together by doing this. Buck returns, which is kind of nice because he's pretty epic, but he also kind of drives the entire plot, leading the group and coming up with a plan. There's also these good dinosaur-ass villains who are chasing him and trying to prevent him from preventing the apocalypse because they're stupid. So the villains only have beef with him, and he's basically in charge of everything. So what does that mean the other characters get to do? Oh, nothing. Thanks for asking. Diego and his girlfriend, whose name I don't know, are upset that kids are scared of them. There is one scene at the beginning to establish this, and then it's never brought up again until the end of the movie, where the kids are suddenly not scared of them because they help save the world. Wow, what a great and well-developed plot line. Honestly, I completely forgot the Lady Tiger was even in this movie until I saw her again at the end and was like, oh yeah, she exists. Cool. Sid does nothing until they get to this magic place with a bunch of animals who are old, but use magic power crystals to be young. And the lady sloth likes him, but then he accidentally ruins the crystals and turns them all old. And the voice actors don't even try to sound old, they just have the exact same voices. Cool, good job. Manny is obnoxious and out of character because he doesn't like his daughter's fiance, which is fun because that means we got even more cliches, my favorite. It truly is amazing how they do every cliche imaginable with the daughter character in these movies. Like, I think she deserves a medal for most cliche character of of all time. Even the Scratch shit is just tired and boring at this point. Ice Age can go f*** off. They took a relatively grounded and laid-back first film and turned it into this obnoxious farce of a franchise. I am so burnt out from watching these movies that I never want to see any of them again. Fortunately, this is a franchise that has had practically zero cultural impact, despite having 5 movies that raked in billions of dollars at the box office. Nobody talks about Ice Age except when they say how much they want to kill the baby for some reason. No one gives a shit about these movies, and I couldn't be happier about that. Just put these animals out of their misery already. They deserve to go extinct. Thank you, bye. Also, don't even come at me in the comments saying I missed the Buck Wild movie. That wasn't Blue Sky. They're dead now. That was some other shitty studio. I don't have to watch it. Fuck you.
The internet is not nearly as impressive as how Sonic described it.
I bet you weren't expecting this one to be so high. For all of its insane and fascinating faults, the one thing that Ralph Breaks the Internet is not is boring. When I watch this movie, I'm always in awe of just how awful they managed to make it on so many levels. Like, it would be one thing if this was just a cringeworthy dystopian corporate jerk-off fest with a ton of real-life brands all over the place that implies to children that making a ton of money on the internet copying shitty viral videos is easy, and you should do it too. But then, the movie decides that's not enough, and that it should assassinate both Ralph and Vanellope's characters, making them both horribly unlikable and having them perform actions that directly contradict the first film without a second thought. It's rare to get something that both fails as a movie and fails as a sequel in completely different ways, but by golly, Disney sure managed to do it. Believe it or not, I could go on about this piece of shit, in spite of the fact that I already made a full analysis video about it, and talked about it some more in the Disney 2010s ranking, for good measure. But since we still have like 50 more Disney movies to go, I'll wrap this part up and just direct you to those other videos if you want my extended thoughts. Bottom line is, this is a movie so fundamentally flawed at its core that I'm shocked it was even made. And yet, it still somehow manages to be the best Pocahontas movie the studio has put out. Because while both of them are terrible, at least this one isn't boring. Plus, I think it has Spampton in it or something, I forget.
Back to formula.
Alright, let's get this over with. Tales from Earthsea is bad. Like, astonishingly bad. I didn't expect it to be as bad as it was. It's a completely lifeless and dull affair that utterly and hilariously failed to get me invested in anything. The world building in this movie is awful. We never get a good sense of how this fantasy world works and what sets it apart from any other fantasy world. We're told some stuff about dragons at the beginning that potentially seems interesting, and then the movie doesn't use dragons at all or even mention them until the very end, to the point where I forgot they were in the movie. We're told the world is suffering, but we hardly ever get to see it. The characters in this movie are generic fantasy archetypes with no distinguishing characteristics of their own. For most of the movie, we're expected to be invested in the main character's internal struggle, and yet I don't even know what it is. They don't even explain it until the final act, where it's done so poorly. The villain's motivation and plan is incomprehensible. Everyone's motivation is incomprehensible. There's no real plight or quest. Our hero just wanders around aimlessly and does whatever this wizard guy tells him. There's no scenes that endear us to the characters. There's no scenes where I care about any of them. Princess Mononoke had more levity than this piece of trash. Hell, you know what? Grave of the Fireflies had more levity than this. That's not good. This is a fantasy adventure movie, not a depressing war epic. The direction is hilariously lifeless and flat. The story and characters are shit. It's all just a colossal train wreck. To be fair, the ending is kinda cool visually, and Willem Dafoe does a really good job as the villain.
Misery, 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 that's what you've chosen. I offered you friendship, and you spat in my face.
I honestly feel really bad for Goro Miyazaki because he clearly wasn't experienced enough to direct this project, and I more so blame the studio for entrusting it to him. For his first feature film, it could have been worse. At least it wasn't Earwig and the Witch levels of bad.
It's disgusting!
I reviewed Kronk's New Groove alongside 24 Frames of Nick on the YouTube channel 24 Frames of Nick a couple years back. And yeah, I don't know, it's not good. What do you want me to say? It's painfully obvious that Kronk is a character that only really works in small doses. I wouldn't say he's annoying in this movie, but he's not really interesting either. He's a simple man with very little going on in terms of compelling drama. I don't give a shit if Poppy gives him the thumbs up or not. Who cares? It's literally just 3 uninteresting stories stitched together, with decent songs and a couple good jokes, but not nearly enough to hold anyone's interest. I don't know, just watch the video me and Nick Nick made if you want more details. I don't care. I just want this to be over.
Shawty's like a melody.
Time.
Melody time! I'm gonna be honest, I forgot everything that happened in this package film as soon as it was over. At least nothing overstayed its welcome, like the bongo short, but at least I remember how much I despise that thing. Everything in this short is just straight up boring. There were a few cute moments in the cowboy short, and I kinda liked the bee short, but nothing else really stuck with me.
Why are you blue?
The tugboat short was really lame. There's a weird out-of-nowhere Three Caballeros callback with a live-action woman, because apparently there wasn't enough of those in Three Caballeros. And also, Johnny Appleseed is a punk-ass bitch. I could probably beat him up if I wanted to. I don't know why that's relevant, I just have nothing else to say about the shorts collection. Just an incredibly unmemorable and tedious time had by all. I'm pooped.
Now you will see the sand croomies that prevent your approach to Ganon.
The Black Cauldron is one of the Disney movies of all time. Its critical and box office failure almost tanks the entire studio back when it first came out. And it's been looked at as a black sheep by many Disney fans ever since. One of the funniest things about this movie is that it came out in theaters in 1985, but it was such a commercial failure that Disney didn't even release it on VHS until 1997. That's embarrassing. But it's also received a bit of a cult following over the years. A ton of people really like it. I'm not one of those people. I'm sorry, but I really couldn't stand this one. It is so boring and lifeless in nearly every regard, except the animation. I really like the gothic aesthetic they went for here, and there's a few fun elements, like these three witches were kinda neat. The bard guy wasn't too bad. I don't know, that's all I got. The main character in this is insufferable. He's always going on and on about how he's gonna be this great hero, despite the fact that he never really accomplishes much over the course of the film. The princess, who's just kinda boring, there's not really a ton to say or enjoy about her, even calls him out for this at one point, saying how his magic sword really did most of the work for them. And he's like, well, actually, it takes a brilliant hero to wield this sword, and you're a girl, so you don't even know anything about swords. He's so likable, guys. Isn't he such an awesome protagonist? Seriously, he never does anything to earn the status of being a hero. He doesn't even really defeat the villain, which, oh my god, don't even get me started on. You guys actually like the Horned King? I thought it was a joke, because that's what the Horned King is. Aesthetically, he's awesome, but then he starts talking and he's the most boring, generic jackass you could possibly throw into a fantasy movie. Ooh, I can't wait till my army of the dead is raised by the Black Cauldron. Oh no, I stood too close to the cauldron while it's sucking stuff in, and that's the way I get defeated. The main character kicked me once, and that's what caused me to stand too close to the cauldron. You've killed me.
Good.
Have I mentioned yet that this movie is basically a feature-length version of the Zelda CDI cutscenes, except played completely straight and not funny? Have I mentioned yet that the MacGuffin in this movie is a pig that can see the future? That's a fun idea that the movie does nothing with. The Horned King wants to use the pig in order to see where the Black Cauldron is, and 20 minutes into the movie, he has the pig and the main character captured. But then the main character splashes some hot water in his face and manages to run out of the room that has 1,000,000 of the Horny King's troops in it. How did he manage to get away so easily? And now that I know he can get away easily from the Horned King in the first 20 minutes of the movie, how am I supposed to be intimidated by this villain for the rest of the movie? Friendly writing tip, guys, maybe build up a confrontation between the main character and the villain more. Maybe don't have it be the first conflict he has to face, and don't make it extremely easy for him to get out of it, cause then your movie has no tension for the rest of the runtime, now that we know that the Horned King is a fucking moron. He doesn't even kill the main characters at the end. He just leaves them in a room with the Black Cauldron unattended, and then they easily fuck up his plan. Oh yeah, and that pig that was so important in the first half of the movie? Yeah, they forget that was a thing too. The Horned King doesn't need it. He just follows the main party, and then they find the cauldron, and then he gets it from them. So all the buildup about the pig was completely pointless. Okay. Who the fuck wrote this movie? I haven't even gotten to the comic relief, who is neither comic nor a relief to see. This annoying little shit only exists to be annoying and a little shit. He has the most irritating voice, and he accomplishes nothing throughout the movie until the end where he's supposed to have this dramatic sacrifice. And I'll give the movie this, it was the only time I felt any joy watching it. I cheered when that little cum stain fell into the cauldron and died. And I audibly groaned when the movie brought him back at the end, because of course it did. Nothing matters. This movie fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I guess it was slightly better than Tales from Earthsea, probably because it was about half an hour shorter. But is that really the bar we want to be striving for? Is not the most boring animated fantasy movie I've seen that much of an accomplishment? At least it probably scared the shit out of little kids. Movies should do that more often.
Endless trash!
Well, I sure did watch the Emoji Movie. It's definitely awful, but I also didn't hate it, nor did I find it ironically enjoyable. Instead of completely infuriating me, I was just apathetic and numb throughout the entire experience. I guess you could say my reaction to it was... meh. I tried to figure out why everyone else reacted to this movie so vitriolically while I came out of it mostly just bored, and I think it's because of when it came out. The Emoji Movie was the first major Hollywood film that felt entirely like an advertisement. In 2017, it was an anomaly, a cautionary tale about where the film industry was heading if we didn't stop studios from doing this sort of thing again. But in a post-Ralph Breaks the Internet and Space Jam 2 world, it's just kind of more of that. I am completely numb to advertisement films, and this movie made me feel nothing as a result. I'm kind of sad, honestly. I wish a movie this potentially infuriating on paper could make me feel something. Anything. But I experienced nothing but emptiness throughout this entire film. This movie stars T.J. Miller and James Corden, two actors I can't stand in anything they're in, and I was barely enraged by either of their presence. James Corden's character is extremely annoying, and he didn't do anything to help the other main characters. In fact, he probably actively harms their progress more than anything. That sounds infuriating, right? I don't know, whatever, man, who cares? Who cares that the kid who owns this phone is a completely blank slate that never gets any focus or development? Who cares about the insane level of product placement on the same level as Ralph Breaks the Internet and Space Jam 2? Who cares how idiotic and nonsensical the premise of this movie is? Who even gives a shit? Sometimes there is a cute visual gag or a humorous visualization of an internet concept, and at the end of the day, it could have been a lot worse. I did not hate every single solitary frame of this film, as many of you probably expected me to. You misunderstand me. For a movie to be a 1 out of 10, it must be a completely worthless experience that I gained absolutely nothing from. Lion King 2019 is a 2 out of 10 because sometimes Timon and Pumbaa are funny in ways they weren't in the original. Earwig and the Witch is a 2 out of 10 because sometimes I enjoy the Mandrake. Cars motherfucking 2 is a 2 out of 10 because I don't know, I think I liked the Italian car, he was kind of funny. And the Emoji Movie sometimes is creative. It is not an utterly worthless experience, nor is it even anything worth getting angry over in this day and age. Trust me, I too am disappointed that I'm not angry about this film. Apathy is a tragedy and boredom is a crime and all that, but this is where we're at. This is the state of movies. At least Space Jam 2 and Ralph Breaks the Internet are funny bad. This movie has nothing. It is nothing. I am forgetting everything about it as we speak, and if we're being honest, so have you. Come, my minions! Minions is a movie with the minions, and they do the minion things, and I like to eat a banana, and they like bananas, and then they have to be the minions in order to they gotta serve the lady who doesn't like she doesn't like the minions because they do the thing that she wanted them to do, but then she didn't want the one minion becomes king, and then he gives her the crown, but then she doesn't like them anymore, and then she tries to hang them, and that was my favorite part of the movie. You know, I went into this thinking this would be the absolute bottom of the barrel worst Illumination movie, but wow, they sure did prove me wrong. It gets worse than this. Yeah, truth be told, there were actually a couple things in this movie I surprisingly liked. The opening where they accidentally kill all their masters throughout history was pretty funny, actually. And this is also where the movie peaks, in the first 5 minutes. You can shut it off after this scene. You're not missing anything. Okay, but also, I thought this jovial family of villains that they hitch a ride with to VillainCon was pretty funny, and I kinda wish the movie was about them instead of boring-ass Scarlet overkill. There's also this cool stop-motion sequence in the middle that was kinda neat. I like when they're watching the dating game, and then Stuart's like, yeah, Stuart, cause Stuart's the cool minion, and he was my favorite, cause he's cool. I genuinely don't know what else I can say about this movie. It relentlessly tormented me and I want to die. It's blatantly obvious that you can't just make a movie starring tiny, blithering, incomprehensible tater tots. It doesn't work. There's no emotional investment or anything. It's just a collection of tired, annoying gags where shit just happens randomly with no rhyme or reason and barely any plot structure. Maybe it could mildly work if the slapstick was fun or creative, but it really isn't. It's such a dull, irritating affair with so many scenes that feel like a complete waste of time, and I don't even really have that much to say about it. Except for this! It's still better than Cars 2, because at least it knows it's a stupid piece of shit film for babies, and it's just a prequel spinoff that isn't entirely derailing an entire prestigious studio's reputation for all time. I have so little to say about Minions that I'm just gonna cede the rest of my time and use it to rant about Cars 2 some more. Holy balls! How do you make a movie centered around an idiot protagonist where everyone around him is an even bigger idiot? Yeah, you know what? That's why Minions is better, because at least the Minions are the stupidest characters in the movie, as God intended. Scarlet and her husband aren't the brightest bulbs, but they have more brain cells than Finn McMissile, who'd probably mistake a fire hydrant for being a secret agent. And don't even get me started on Lightning. Yeah, Mater, you are the bomb. Fuck all the way off. It truly astounds me that if you added Minions to the Pixar catalog, it would still only be the second worst Pixar movie, thanks to the existence of this travesty. But you know what, if you like this movie because it's simple, dumb fun with funny spy cars, I can respect that. Also, if you like the silly, funny, haha Minions movie, I can respect that too. They're just movie opinions, don't take them too seriously. You can like any movie that I don't like and it's completely valid to do so, you silly head. But yeah, in my humble opinion that you can totally disagree with, Minions and Cars 2 both deserve to rot in hell, but even though they're both down there, Minions has the high ground.
You underestimate my bomb.
What?
Look out, world! Here comes the last dragon.
Raya and the last stupid ass annoying as fuck piece of shit dragon. I ranted about this movie at length earlier this year, mainly focusing on how legitimately awful its message about blind trust is, so I won't reiterate any of that here. I'll mainly focus on the other things that make it bad, like Sisu. Bro thinks she genie, LMAO. Sisu just gets more and more annoying the more times I rewatch this movie. It's impressive that they managed to pair such an annoying performer with such annoying writing, resulting in a truly agonizing side character that drags the movie down so heavily. And then there's the constant anachronistic quips Raya and Namari exchange that feel like they're out of a C-tier Marvel movie. Like, holy shit, it's legitimately unbearable.
Hey there, Princess Undercut. I knew you couldn't handle rolling solo. You're nothing without your band. What can I say? Bling is my thing.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
The plot is also stretched so thin, and it's incredibly clear that this story really should have been a miniseries rather than a 2-hour film. It never feels like we spend enough time in any of the new locations, or getting to know any of the new characters that join the journey. And I like the side characters. The shrimp boy and the big tough guy are really fun, and even the con baby's okay. I wish we got to develop them more, but instead they just feel like part of a checklist for the plot. Like, okay, we have acquired a character from each of these regions in order to bring them all together in the climax. Huzzah! It hardly ever feels earned when these characters join the quest, because we need to zoom on to the next location already so the plot can keep moving. These structural issues, on top of the legitimately harmful message about trust this movie portrays, which again, you can hear more about in my other video, make it so this movie legitimately has some of the worst writing out of any Disney film. I don't even know what happened here. Like, did no one notice how much this script fundamentally did not work on so many levels? I don't know, man. Ultimately, though, it is at least a very well-directed movie. The action is pretty strong, and the animation is gorgeous. Plus, I do mostly really like the side characters, like I said. And James Newton Howard once again proves why he's one of the best composers to ever work with Disney. It has some good elements, and as botched as its message was, it obviously had good intentions. It's not a horrendous movie, but it is a pretty bad one. Anyway, let's all go back to forgetting this movie exists now. That's the fate it truly deserves.
This is the most obnoxious thing I've ever experienced in my life.
One day, without any prompting, William randomly showed up to my house, gave me the Blu-ray for Epic, then left. I had never seen Epic, nor did I want to, so I had practically no use for this thing. Though we did put it in the background of the Tamatoa video as a joke. Well, the good news is, thanks to this ranking, I finally have a use for this thing. Let's pop it in and give it a watch.
2 hours later.
What the hell was that? You know, I've heard a ton of people say that Epic gives them Studio Ghibli vibes. And you know what? After watching it, they're totally right. This was just like Tales from Earthsea. I cannot express enough how thoroughly generic and forgettable this movie was. There's just so little to talk about with it. The main character has no character traits and she's kind of a huge dumbass, and all the other characters are really boring. There's a slug and a snail who serve as cringeworthy, terrible comic relief. They were never funny. I don't even remember their names. I don't remember anyone's names. The stakes feel extremely low, mainly because of how vague and poorly elaborated on the world building is. They also need to protect this pod, except at one point they leave it with the incompetent comic relief slug and snail without any supervision whatsoever in the middle of this crowded party where it could easily be stolen. And then it is. What could be more important to this one serious dude than personally guarding the pod that was the last remnant of his dead lover Beyonce? What was he thinking? Who gives a shit? Why is this movie even called epic when nothing epic happens in it? I guess it's nice that Blue Sky tried something wildly different from their usual output. Like, this is a lot more serious and has some pretty unique character designs and a new art style that's actually not too bad. But none of these things can save the fact that this is the most generic trite they could have possibly put out. Once again, not infuriating, but an experience I got nothing out of whatsoever. Fuck you, William. I'm gonna leave a Blu-ray copy of The Good Dinosaur in your mailbox when I get a chance.
But then they find out that the farm is being closed down.
I would like to formally apologize for implying that Home on the Range was not as bad as I expected in my previous Disney ranking. I think my brain was pulling a prank on me that day, because this movie fucking sucks. It has some good elements, like the animation is fine. I still think the horse is kind of funny and I like his arc. Plus the villain is genuinely kind of good and I enjoy his villain song. I wish he was in a better movie. This movie sucks so much ass. Roseanne Cow and her 2 other cow friends walk around for a while they're searching for this bandit dude, and it's astounding how genuinely and thoroughly unfunny it is. There were so many moments where I legitimately had to ask, was that an attempt at a joke? I really couldn't tell. I guess it was kinda funny how bad the movie was, but it's not a hilariously bad time like Chicken Little. It's just something that you want to be over throughout the vast majority of its runtime. I don't even know what else to say about it. I guess I'm sorry to all the Bolt and Brother Bear fans that I previously declared that this movie was better than those two. Woo! I'm so glad that now that I said that, there's no way fans of Bolt or Brother Bear will get mad at me for anything I say later in the video. Anyway, yeah, back to Home on the Range. It sucks. It's fake. The end.
Ocean Man, take me by the—
Good lord, Ocean Waves is abysmal. Going in, I heard this was a smaller production by Ghibli's B team, but they somehow managed to turn in a D tier product that just frustrates me more and more the longer I think about it. First of all, it's boring. A huge chunk of this film is tepid melodrama surrounding relationships and crushes, and very little of it is engaging. There's a bit of gay subtext between the 2 male leads, but it's something the movie never capitalizes on and pretends doesn't exist by the conclusion. And they're both kind of boring characters anyway, so it's not like their relationship will be particularly interesting, even if it was romantic. The female lead in this is absurdly unlikable. She's constantly manipulative, ridiculously petty, super whiny, the whole shebang. She shows up at the main character's hotel room to cry about something, and I'm like, oh my god, did her dad do or say something really bad? But no, it's just these basic ass minor issues, like how her room has different colored wallpaper now.
Hey, other people have problems too, you know.
I'm glad the main character at least calls her out for being a bad person, but I guess I can flush that gladness down the drain because the movie concludes with him realizing that he was in love with her the whole time.
I like your Kudgy.
Not his best friend, who he's constantly extremely happy to see. There is no homo here whatsoever. Just this hysterical montage where the main character reminisces on all the great times he had with his female crush, and all the scenes he remembers are her acting like a bitch and manipulating and gaslighting him. They did not have a single positive interaction that could be used in this reminiscence montage. But that's okay because he's in love and it's a hetero love. What a relief. Honestly, I would have given this movie a 5 or 4 out of 10, but this ending dragged it down to a 3. This movie could go f*** off. It's 72 minutes, but it feels like an eternity. If the runtime was longer, maybe it could have allowed the film to develop the 3 main characters whose names I absolutely refuse to learn, and then maybe I'd get wrapped up in their story arcs. But as is, this barely even qualifies as a movie. It's just pure shit. Even if the ending didn't suck, it would still be boring. Just skip it.
Please welcome Cinderella.
I don't really like Cinderella stories that much. Out of all the commonly adapted fairy tales, I just find this one to be the most played out and boring. The only time I liked a Cinderella adaptation was that one Fruits Basket episode. Everything else can go home, I don't give a shit. I mean, there's probably other good Cinderella movies out there. I haven't seen them all, so I can't really say. All I know is this one kinda sucks. You might say, oh, well it was one of the first ones, cut it some slack. No, but here's the thing. I don't just dislike it because it's played out by modern standards. It's also actually a pretty bad retelling of the Cinderella story. They speed through everything involving her backstory and how she ended up subservient to her stepmother and stepsisters, shoving that all into the opening narration in the first 3 minutes. The prince isn't even a fucking character in this. He shows up for the first time like 50 minutes in, and the two of them don't even have a conversation until it's midnight and she's ready to leave.
I don't even know your name. How will I find you?
You what?
Most of this movie is just mice dicking around, and they're not funny or charming at all. Their scenes are just really tedious. Sometimes there's fun slapstick with Lucifer the cat, who's really well animated and menacing, more so than the actual human villains who are just kind of boring. I guess the king has some funny moments here and there as well, but overall, this is a movie that just feels completely unfocused. We shouldn't be spending most of the movie on wacky Tom and Jerry hijinks and the king having a pillow fight with his manservant. We should be focused on giving Cinderella more character and giving the prince a character. I haven't seen Cinderella 3 yet, but that one clip everyone keeps posting of the prince jumping out the window has more life and personality to it than everything in this first movie. The animation's pretty and some of the songs are nice, but honestly, this was a slog to get through. I don't hate all the old Disney princess movies, as you'll see later on in this list, but this one, yeah, I can't say I'm a fan. However, I did want to point out that the dog in this movie is named Bruno. How come we don't talk about that? Also, Lucifer fucking dies, LMAO.
But doctor, I am Sad Dog.
After seeing how many fans of Bolt there were in the comment section of the Disney 2000s ranking, I started to wonder if perhaps I treated this film too harshly. So I put it back on, and it's even lamer than I remember. I was absolutely bored out of my mind. Good God, what do you people see in this movie? Like, it's fine to like it and feel nostalgic for it, but even as a kid, this movie left no impact on me. It's easily one of the most generic and forgettable films in the entire Disney catalog. I don't even have anything new to say about it that I didn't mention last time. It's just a tedious, lukewarm rehash of Buzz Lightyear's exact arc, except far less funny and far less emotional. John Travolta's voice is so boring and pales in comparison to how funny the character would be if you got someone like Adam West. The hamster is annoying. The cat is annoying. This movie hates cats so much, and that's annoying. There's a couple cute or funny moments, and the opening action scene is cool, but that's about all I liked here. It's just so bland and played out. Not awful or anything, but just so disposable and lame.
The Bakerman Paint.
Well, as someone who didn't like the first Cinderella very much at all, I absolutely did not have high hopes for Cinderella 2, Dreams Come True. But, to my utter shock, I genuinely kind of liked it better than the first film. That's right, somehow Cinderella 1 is my least favorite of the trilogy. I have no idea how they managed that. But yeah, this one's not good necessarily, but also relatively passable. Much like Tarzan and Jane, it's structured like a Family Guy episode, where there's 3 stories and we get into them by having one of the mice say, "Hey Lois, remember that time I turned into a human and the cat at the palace still tried to eat me for some reason?" Like, why the hell was he doing that? Anyway, yeah, 3 stories. The first one is about Cinderella trying to adjust to palace life, and it's okay. Just pretty predictable and standard. The second one is about this dumbass mouse becoming a human, and then everyone thinks he's this other guy through some wacky misunderstanding, and it's stupid. Not awful, but considering how the mice were already my least favorite part of the Cinderella cinematic universe, this just kind of feels like a waste of time. Then there's the third story, which is clearly what the entire movie should have been about, where one of the evil stepsister's Anastasia gets redeemed, and Cinderella helps her when she gets a crush on this baker guy. It's really cute and wholesome. And I also like this subplot where the mice help Lucifer get with this lady cat at the palace, before the two cats betray the mice that got them together and try to eat them. That's really cute too. Man, I wish this last segment could have just been the whole movie. And I feel like that's the sentiment most people have, because whenever I see people talk about this movie, they only ever seem to talk about Anastasia and the baker. And I see why. It's a sweet little story and a pretty justified redemption for one of the original film's secondary antagonists. I also think in general, one strength this movie has over the original is Cinderella herself. I don't know, I just find her a much more engaging character now, and I'm kind of rooting for her to just stick it to this snooty palace lady. And her unwavering compassion when she helps Anastasia in spite of everything Anastasia put her through. That's really sweet. I can't believe it was the sequels that got me more invested in Cinderella's character than the original. But again, I wouldn't say this is great or even good. It's a collection of 3 shorts that vary wildly in quality. Plus, every song in this is some weird Disney Channel original movie-ass bullshit being sung in the background, rather than by the characters. Not great, but honestly not the worst. Even though I am disappointed that Lucifer didn't canonically die at the end of the first movie.
You're supposed to be dead!
In my best animated feature ranking video, I described Spirited Away as an ethereal, immersive, unforgettable experience that leaves you a changed person by the end. All of that applies to The Boss Baby as well, but in the opposite way. This movie is the anti-Spirited Away. The first 10 minutes was the most anxiety-inducing, horrifying experience I've ever had watching a movie. I actually screamed at multiple intervals. This movie legitimately made me question my sanity over and over, and I saw Cats on opening night in theaters. I didn't think anything could break me, but this movie did. I had trouble processing not only what was real and what was imagination in the movie, but also whether or not the movie itself was a twisted, feverish figment of my imagination.
Are you the baby Jesus?
Yes, I'm the baby Jesus.
Eventually things calmed down and I was able to just watch the simultaneously nonsensical and conventional story unfold. The funniest parts of the entire movie were the attempts at emotional moments, like when the Boss Baby and the boy have a falling out and the Boss Baby storms away. I just burst out laughing because what the f did the movie expect me to do? Get emotional over the character of Boss Baby? It's Boss Baby. Then there's the ending where Hans Zimmer goes so inexplicably hard on the score that it's hysterical. Bro, this is Boss Baby you're scoring. Why are you trying so hard? You're just making the scene more ridiculous. I don't know, man. Boss Baby is insane. It's horrifying and cutesy, boring and captivating, unfunny and hilarious. A true enigma of an experience. It's everything I could have hoped for going into it and more. You Turbo. This is the new Shark Tale and I couldn't be happier. Only difference is I'm never watching this again because the Boss Baby is my sleep paralysis demon.
The making of Arthur.
The Sword in the Stone. Yeah, this one kinda sucked, sorry. Essentially, this is the story of King Arthur. Except not actually, because the King Arthur stuff only happens in the opening narration and the last 10 minutes of the movie. For most of it, King Arthur is this bumbling, uninteresting kid who meets Merlin, and Merlin's all like, "Wow, kid, we really need to get you an education." So the rest of the movie is Merlin turning him into various animals, so I guess he can learn animal stuff. This movie is disjointed and not very well thought out or good. The lessons Merlin teaches Arthur are super generic and don't really tie into their animal misadventures that well at all. Sad animal misadventures really aren't that interesting and they go on for a while. The songs are hilariously unmemorable. Merlin has this talking owl companion who's just a huge asshole and not funny or likable in the slightest. I guess Merlin himself is okay, and there's a pretty cool wizard duel at the end with Madame Mim, but that's about it. The ending is unintentionally hilarious because it's here that they finally remember, oh shit, this is supposed to be a King Arthur story. And they shove him pulling the sword and becoming king into the last 10 minutes of this movie. Did this kid really do anything to earn the ability to pull the sword? Are the vague, barely developed lessons he learned as a squirrel and a fish really enough to justify his divine status as the ruler of this entire land? During this movie's climactic battle with Madame Mim, the character we just met 10 minutes before said climactic battle, Arthur doesn't even do anything. He just sits back back and watches as Merlin does the entire fight. So really, why is Arthur the king now? Answer me that, Wolfgang Reitherman, director of this movie. Then in like the last 3 minutes of the movie, Arthur's like, man, I don't want to be king. I don't know how to do it. I wish Merlin were here. And then Merlin shows up and he's like, don't worry, broski, you got this. You're gonna be a great king. Don't ask me how you're gonna do it, but you're gonna be good at being king. It's fine, dude. And that's the note that the movie ends on. The fuck? Weird ass confused as all hell movie. I'm never gonna watch it again, but I guess I'm glad it exists so Merlin can be in Kingdom Hearts and give me access to the Winnie the Pooh world. That's always a nice world.
It's not you, you jabbering ape.
Tarzan 2, even though it's not a sequel, so they should have just called it Tarzan 1.5 or something. This midquel was kinda mid, but it did actually have a character I really enjoyed and got surprisingly invested in. And that's this old ape guy named Zugor. He's kind of a strange old hermit who pranks people by pretending he's a monster in order to scare them. But he ends up bonding with Tarzan because they're both outcasts, and like, yeah, it's cliche and predictable, but I don't know, it was kinda sweet, damn it. I was actually really invested in his character and whether or not he would die since he doesn't show up in the first movie. Plus he's voiced by George Carlin, who does a really good job, and like, yeah, rare sequel W. I actually like this guy better than most of the characters from the first movie. Hell, probably all of them, honestly. I wouldn't necessarily say the characters are the first movie's strength. It's more so the story and the animation and the action and some of the Phil Collins songs. I guess my favorite character from the first film was Kala, and Tarzan and Jane are both pretty decent. But like, I don't know. For some reason I'm most attached to Zugor out of all characters in the Tarzan cinematic universe. Does that mean this movie is good? Yeah, no, not really. It's got a decent premise and setup and whatnot, but it's also a film where very little happens, and it can kinda feel meandering and overly drawn out whenever it's not focused on Zugor and Tarzan. Like, the villains are these 3 apes, and for the life of me, I could not figure out their motives or why I should be threatened by them. They don't have any nefarious goals, they just want to stop living in this ravine out of fear of the Zugor monster getting them. But then they find out it's just this old guy pulling pranks on them, and it's like, oh no, are they gonna kill him? Nah, they just kinda trash his home and then they let him go. So yeah, they're okay characters, but they kinda suck as villains that are meant to drive the film's conflict. I'm also not gonna reveal how they're dealt with, but I will say it is extremely out of nowhere and kinda forced, but also really, really funny when you think about it. Let's just say Zugor pulls a real pro gamer move on these 2 gorilla brothers. Anyway, yeah, that's Tarzan 2. A movie with extremely low stakes where, due to its nature as a midquel, I didn't really care about the fates of pre-existing characters. Plus, it was a little boring and overly drawn out, but it did have Zugor, who is weirdly based. So that's pretty cool, I guess. Not the best, not the worst, it's whatever.
You're going to Brazil!
The Three Caballeros sure is a longer and more annoying version of Saludos Amigos. Yeah, I don't know, this one didn't really work for me. It starts out with the framing device being Donald just watching random movies, like this random penguin short that isn't really that fun or charming. Then there's a flying donkey story that also isn't very good.
Hey, I can fly!
Then the main story kicks in and it's just Donald vibing with Jose and then getting sent to Brazil, where they meet Panchito and go to Mexico and learn about it, and also Donald is extremely horny the entire time and will flirt with any live action woman that he sees. Then there's a bunch of colorful noise on the screen and then it's over. Some of the animation is neat and I like Jose and Panchito. Plus that one bit where Panchito keeps singing and Donald and Jose try to cut him off genuinely got a really good laugh out of me. But Donald's a bit annoying in this one with his insane horniness. And overall it just feels like the film is constant chaos with absolutely no structure and no off switch. The few moments where the film actually does slow down are genuinely jarring. Like after a shit ton of wacky nonsense, Panchito's suddenly like, oh by the way, let's all take a moment to celebrate the journey of Mary and Joseph and the customs we performed to commemorate them. And it's like, where did that serious quiet moment come from in a movie that's been nothing but chaos for the past 45 minutes? I also can't really tell if this movie's culturally accurate or if it's offensive and exploitative. With some Disney movies, it's extremely easy to tell. But with this one, I'm not so sure, and I'd love to hear from Brazilian and Mexican people regarding how they feel about it. All I know is, I didn't really enjoy it all that much, and I thought Saludos Amigos was better, even though that movie had its own shortcomings, which we'll get to later. One more thing I'll say about this though. It's one of many older Disney movies that uses the word gay as a synonym for happy. Obviously this is hilarious and a big fuck you to modern homophobic Disney, but its use in this movie is particularly funny because even though Donald keeps flirting with women, the main characters keep singing about how they're 3 gay caballeros. Donald Duck, the bi icon we needed.
Please, sir, I want some more.
Alright, you guys want to know why Oliver is my least favorite musical of all time? It's because it's an entirely hollow show that constantly prioritizes plot over character. Every character in the story exists to move the plot along, but you never believe any of their relationships or aspirations are genuine. Oliver is not a character. He's a plot device for the characters around him to use, never actually doing anything to affect the story himself. The Artful Dodger meets Oliver, sings a catchy song about how they're friends now, and then ceases to be relevant for the remainder of the story. The main villain doesn't even show up till Act 2 and never develops any personal beef with Oliver, the quote-unquote main protagonist. The only sympathetic character in the whole show, Nancy, gets the most unfair and cruel fate, while other morally dubious characters like Fagin get away completely scot-free. I fucking loathe this musical with every fiber of my being. It's such a detestable storytelling failure on nearly every level. Oh, wait a minute, this was supposed to be a segment on Oliver and Company, the Disney adaptation of Oliver Twist. It's better than the musical. Still not very good, though. A lot of the same problems reared their ugly heads. Oliver never does anything in this movie that directly affects the plot. He's still just used by the people around him. The movie constantly insists that short, relatively uneventful scenes are the basis for deep character relationships, which is just absurdly flimsy. Like, Oliver winds up at this place where these dogs hang out, and then some evil dogs that belong to Mr. Sykes come. So he scratches one of them, and now the dogs are all like, "Wow, kid, you're really one of us." Yay, he did it. He belongs in the gang now, I guess. Whatever, it's nice that they're starting to warm up to him. Except no, somebody cranked that oven up to the max temperature because starting to warm up is the understatement of the century. The very next day, they pull a heist and he gets separated from them. And they're all like, "Well, we gotta save him, he's one of the gang."
One of the boys.
Yeah, call me crazy, but I don't think these guys are really the sentimental type. Especially not for a cat they met less than 24 hours ago. But whatever, they go save him from this rich girl's house, and he's like, "Hey, I want to go back there." So they're all like, "Wow, how could you reject us like this? I thought we had something special." But like, no, you absolutely did not. I barely believe he even has something special with the girl. All they spent was one montage together while she sang a hilariously generic song. She reminds me of that girl from the Tom and Jerry movie. I'd rather watch the Tom and Jerry movie than this. With that said, there are some elements that are done better than the Oliver musical. Mr. Sykes is still boring and isn't nearly as cool as he is in Shark Tale, but at least he shows up earlier than halfway through the movie, and he has a pretty sick death scene. Occasionally, the dogs are funny. Most of the songs are pretty lame, but that one song, "Why Should I Worry?" that shit slaps for real.
For real?
I used to listen to that all the time growing up without actually having seen the full movie, which is the best way to experience it. But there's still changed elements that don't really amount to anything. Like, why is it set in New York City now? Because I don't really feel like they used New York City to its fullest potential. It just kind of feels like window dressing and you could have told this story anywhere. Also, there's this Bette Midler dog who is just kind of annoying. And then the Cheech Martin Chihuahua starts hitting on her. And immediately you can tell that they're gonna get together in the end, despite all logic and reason being thrown out the window in order for it to happen. What does she see in him all of a sudden? I really don't get it. I don't know, it's not the worst, but its story and characters kind of blow, and in my opinion, that's partially because of the story it's adapting. I haven't seen every Oliver Twist adaptation out there, but there's gotta be a good one, right? They can't all be terrible, right?
Somehow Jafar returned.
The Return of Jafar. Wow, isn't that cool? He's back! This is the very first direct-to-DVD sequel, so now you know exactly who's to blame for this miserable trend. If anyone wants to go back in time to 1994 to get these direct-to-DVD sequels off the menu, that would be awesome. Please do it for my sake. Honestly though, I kinda thought this was one of the more tolerable ones. Maybe I'm just too lenient towards bad Aladdin movies, considering I didn't hate its live-action remake as much as the other ones. Or maybe I just have Stockholm Syndrome. Wow, I guess it is real after all! Okay, so what happens in this one? I think maybe Jafar returns, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, the main character is Iago now for some reason. The central character arc is about him becoming a good guy. And he also gets 2 songs, which a lot of people have complained about. But honestly, I don't mind hearing Gilbert Gottfried sing too much. It's about on the same level as hearing Doofenshmirtz sing, and nobody complains about that. So whatever, I kinda like his song, Sue Me. There's some really dumb shit here. Like after Iago goes to Aladdin to try and convince him he's a good guy, Aladdin decides to keep this a secret from Jasmine and the Sultan. Why? Why not just tell them, hey, Iago's back. I don't know if I can trust him, but he did save me from some thieves, so that's cool, I guess. But instead, he keeps that a secret from them for no reason. And when they find out, this is used as a source of conflict. Jasmine's all like, wow, Aladdin, I can't believe I still can't trust you. Like, give me a fucking break. This movie's so stupid. But there's some other decent stuff. Like, George Costanza's in this, and he's actually kinda funny. Which is so weird. Like, how is he funny in this, but not in a real Disney movie? I don't know how they managed that. Robin Williams doesn't voice the genie in this one, and instead he's voiced by Homer Simpson, who isn't the worst replacement, but it's pretty clear that it's just not the same. The character still had some funny moments, but nowhere near the same energy or charm. And they at least still do creative things with Jafar's genie powers and the musical numbers. Nowhere near the same level as the first film, but at least they're trying. Not a very good film, but it at least held my attention and I didn't desperately want it to be over the entire time I was watching it. You guys have to understand that the bar for these movies is so low that I will take anything that doesn't assault my eyes and ears with awful animation and even more awful writing. So congrats to this movie for only having bad animation and bad writing. What an accomplishment. Troll World Tour is a movie with trolls. They make music and they do troll stuff. Okay. Look, this movie sounds like it has a good plot on paper. It tackles revisionist history and racism and stuff. No, it doesn't. It briefly pays lip service to these topics before bombarding you with Gangnam Style. It is about as deep as a glitter-filled puddle. I don't understand this movie. Like, why doesn't the sexy Sam Rockwell troll capture Poppy immediately? How did Poppy's gumdrop earplugs block out the power of a magic guitar? It's a magic guitar. It should work on you even if you don't hear the music. It's a magic guitar. Why doesn't Poppy just call their friends the Blurgons from the last movie? Have them step on the rock troll. Mission accomplished. Why, out of all the friends that could have come with Poppy and Justin Timberlake on this journey, why did it have to be the James Corden troll? I hate James Corden. So these are like K-pop trolls? Is there a Troll Korea? What's going on? The plot of this movie is just Infinity War, where there's 6 thingies a villain needs to put on a thing. But also Poppy tries to befriend a villain against her father's wishes, like How to Train Your Dragon 2. But then bounty hunters trap people using music, like in Shrek Forever After. It's not plagiarism if you steal from yourself, kids. I guess the rock troll was okay. The music was okay sometimes. I don't know. Hey, wait a minute. I don't need to talk about this movie. This is a ranking of the theatrical DreamWorks releases. And Trolls World Tour isn't a theatrical release. Is it? Haha! Nobody's smart but me! Catch 'em, gotta catch 'em all. Going into Stitch the movie, I thought to myself, there's no way there could ever be a bad Lilo and Stitch movie. Oh, I don't know, maybe that's a little harsh. Of all the Disney properties shoved into the sequel machine, Lilo and Stitch has generally come out the most unscathed. In this one, the characters are still likable, the alien world is still inventive, there's still some funny moments, it's still mildly enjoyable. But man, does it take forever for this movie to go anywhere. Which is crazy, it's only 63 minutes, but it just feels like nothing is happening for the majority of the runtime. Jumba gets kidnapped by Gantu, who in this movie proves to be horrendously incompetent. At one point, he's holding Jumba hostage unless Lilo and Stitch give him this alien, and when Lilo and Stitch don't do that and try to attack him, he starts firing at Stitch instead of just shooting Jumba. My dude, do you understand basic hostage situations? This is where you execute the hostage because your demands were not met. What are you doing? Anyway, he and this evil hamster man won all 625 of the Pokemon Jumbo made. So Lilo and Stitch need to try and save him. They free a Pikachu and it escapes and they try and track it down, and that's most of the movie. It takes forever to go anywhere. Plus, they really downplay Lilo's eccentric personality and just have her be super capable in this for some reason. Weird. Anyway, I won't criticize the stiff animation because this is just a pilot for the TV series. And thankfully, it isn't just 3 episodes slapped together. It is one continuous story that sets up the premise of needing to catch all the experiments. But like I said, it really does take forever for them to get to the point. The hamster is okay, but kinda just a ripoff of the French dudes from Monty Python. There's a new experiment who likes sandwiches, and that's his whole character. And yep, that's pretty much it. It's kinda cute, but mostly forgettable. I'm sure the show was probably pretty good. But much like Clone Wars, the movie that kicked it off wasn't necessarily the best.
Since we're here, let's ask the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for help. Would you please help us, Jesus Christ?
Let's do a quick thought experiment, guys. Pretend for a minute that you had never heard of the Prince of Egypt. Pretend this movie doesn't exist. Okay? Now, when I tell you that DreamWorks Animation made an adaptation of the biblical story of Moses, what kind of movie do you picture? Probably something terrible, right? Something with awful 3D animation, something that doesn't take the story seriously at all, loaded with extremely lame comic relief delivered by a plethora of overpaid celebrities. Well, unfortunately, DreamWorks didn't do that. They had to go ahead and make some big epic masterpiece instead. Now, Sony, on the other hand, they went ahead and made the exact movie you just imagined. The Star has got to be the weirdest concept for a Sony animation movie I've ever heard. When this movie was first announced, I didn't think it was real. I thought this was a prank. The guys that brought you Open Season and Hotel Transylvania are now tackling the nativity story. Except it's not centered around Jesus, it's about a donkey. That sounds like a complete joke. And it is. This movie is very bad. It's basically every generic kids animal movie you've ever seen. The general consensus with this one seems to be that the animal stuff sucks, but they handle the Mary and Joseph stuff very well and maturely and respectfully. And yeah, that's true, I guess. Wow, amazing. There's like 10 minutes of a good movie in here. Good work, guys. I genuinely want to know why the people who made this movie thought a donkey and his annoying bird friend were more interesting protagonists than the parents of Jesus Christ. Like Jesus Christ, that's Jesus Christ. I don't understand this movie at all. And then at the end, we get to see Jesus, and he looks like the boss baby.
Yes, I'm the baby Jesus.
What? Almost everything in this movie is bad and boring and unfunny, and they should have just made it about Joseph and Mary because they were the only good parts. Joel Osteen is in this movie. Just kill me now. Is it Osteen or Osteen? Who cares? He sucks. I hate movies. Don't make me watch anymore. I'm done after this one. I'm just gonna watch nothing but VeggieTales for the rest of my life because VeggieTales is a certified banger.
I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
I just finished Lady and the Tramp, and I don't remember a single thing that happened in it outside of the spaghetti scene. Okay, hold on, let me watch it again.
1 hour later.
Yeah, nope, still nothing. Okay, I'll watch it for a third time, and this time I'll write down my points as I'm watching. Okay, got it. The entire first 30 minutes of this movie is so unnecessarily drawn out, and it takes forever for anything interesting to get going. I don't mind when a movie vibes for a while as long as the characters are enjoyable, but these ones are just really boring. Aunt Sarah is a pitiful quote-unquote antagonist. Her racist cats only appear for one scene to torment Lady and then disappear from the movie entirely, which is probably a good thing. The romance is practically non-existent. If you take out the admittedly really good spaghetti scene with the lovely Italian stereotypes, then barely anything about Lady and Tramp's interactions feel romantic. There's not even really that strong of a contrast between Lady's fancy upbringing and Tramp's rugged lifestyle. You'd think Lady would have trouble adjusting to life outside her house and Tramp could help her along. Or they could argue about who has the more fulfilling life. You know, interesting things you can do with this premise. But they don't do those. The plot also shifts into maximum overdrive in the last 10 minutes when a random rat we've never seen before breaks into the baby's room, so Tramp has to save the baby. But uh-oh, Aunt Sarah thinks he was attacking the baby, so he's sent to the dog pound. But don't worry, Lady shows that, oh shit, it was a rat, which means the other two dogs now go rescue Tramp, and Lady and her owners follow behind, and then one of the dogs seems to die, but then it turns out he's fine, he just broke his leg, and now the rich couple adopted Tramp, and he and Lady have a ton of kids, and they all come together for Christmas, and yeah, that was all crammed into the last 10 minutes. This movie meanders for so long in the first half, and then it tries to make up for that meandering at the very end with this breakneck, madcap climax. It's not good. I will never remember anything about it except for the lovely Italian stereotype scene.
It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV.
Ice Age 4. This is the first one of these movies that absolutely should not have been made. You could argue the second and third ones shouldn't have been made as well, but at least they come together with the first one to form a perfectly mediocre trilogy. There is no reason to continue past the end of the third one, and it shows.
What's up, my man?
In this wacky and completely necessary new adventure, Scrat becomes God himself and begins terraforming the entire planet. Also, Manny is Jesus, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what this line implies.
When exactly will I be allowed to hang out with boys?
When I'm dead. Plus 3 days. Just to make sure I'm dead.
His daughter is a teenager now, which is cool because that means they can do literally every single teenage cliche ever in one movie. They deadass have an exchange that's just 10 different cliche lines one after the other. How nice. There's an inexplicable Josh Gad mole that comes out of nowhere and is considered important by the end for some reason. He does not return for the 5th movie, so what does that tell you? There's a bunch of pirates, and I guess the Peter Dinklage monkey is like the first passable villain in the franchise. Like, he's mildly entertaining and has a surprisingly decent villain song and kind of a cool fight towards the end. I don't know, I was kind of dozing off at that point, so. I like when Scrag gets seduced by the nuts, because that was funny. I like how they introduce a female tiger for Diego to be in love with, because they ran out of things to do with him, so they just figured, oh, we gotta throw him in a passionless, chemistry-less, boring-ass hetero romance. Why not?
Do it, hetero.
Sid's grandma shows up, because I guess they just wanted Wanda Sykes in the movie, so they just invented a character for her to play. Drake and Nicki Minaj are in this movie. Yeah, seriously. I didn't bother looking up who they played, and I couldn't really tell, because who gives a shit? How come Nick Frost is in this one when Simon Pegg isn't? I feel like that's illegal. I also feel like Manny was way too much of a jovial dumbass in this one. He's so far away from his original personality at this point that it would be funny if I had any sort of investment in him as a character, but I don't anymore. This movie is genuinely intolerable and extremely boring at the same time. I'm not even sure what else I can possibly talk about at this point. It's just such a nothing installment in an increasingly nothing franchise made by a somewhat nothing studio. There aren't even nearly as many penis jokes in this one as there are in the third one, so what's the point? Oh wait, I'm getting ahead of myself, sorry. I'm sorry, I really can't stand The Rescuers Down Under. It got so much worse on rewatch for me. I've always wondered if maybe I was a bit harsh on it in the Disney Renaissance rankings simply because it wasn't a vibrant musical like all the other films on that list. But now that I've actually seen all the pre-Renaissance Disney films and come to respect a lot of them, it's pretty clear that no, I absolutely was not being too harsh to this movie. It's dull and boring. Nothing happens for the majority of it, and the titular mice have no role in the story until the very end. The villain is kind of fun, and there's a few sequences with cool animation, but the rest of this is just mediocre kitty garbage. It's not even worth talking about any longer, since between the Renaissance ranking and this video, I've devoted way more attention to this movie than it deserves. Walt Disney Animation Studios, make a good sequel challenge. Impossible.
I must get my hands on those healthy purple berries.
I'm scrolling, finding this shit. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I'm actually mad. I actually hate these movies this much. This is, like, I'm not even scripted right now. I hate the, okay, here it is. Smurfs the Lost Village is, holy shit, please end my suffering. I don't want to watch these god-awful Smurf movies. This is torture. Okay, this one isn't quite as aggressively awful as the other two, but it is way more boring and generic. It's one of the most boring and generic children's movies I have ever witnessed. And at least the live-action Smurf movies, as horrendous as they were, couldn't be described as boring. This movie is just a worse version of Trolls, which is already a generic numbing fantasy adventure with nothing to talk about. I guess the animation here looks good, and they made the character designs a lot better than the live action version, but there's a lot less character here. The Smurfs aren't annoying, but they are flat and uninteresting, and Dwight Schrute is not a good replacement as Gargamel. He's just kind of whatever. There's one part where Gargamel is drowning, and two of the Smurfs really want to save him, even though he's the mortal enemy of all Smurf kind, but they save him anyway, and then he betrays them. Wow, I can't believe it. The whole point of this mission was to warn this other village of Smurfs that Gargamel was coming. Why not just let him drown? Then later they find out Gargamel went the wrong way and he's trapped in the evil swamp where he'll probably die, and then they send scouts to go look for him, and he follows the scouts to the village of Smurfs, and it really just feels like you guys are causing all the problems here. Just leave Gargamel to his own devices and you'll all be perfectly safe. this movie's about Smurfette feeling alone and isolated from the rest of the Smurfs, but there's a secret lost village of other Smurfs, and she saw a Smurf hiding their face. I wonder if that means there's a bunch of girl Smurfs in this village. Oh look, there's a bunch of girl Smurfs in this village. Oh no, Smurfette sacrificed herself to kill Gargamel. Now she's dead. I wonder if they'll bring her back to life. Okay, yeah, she's back to life now. Okay, now there's a whole village of boy Smurfs and girl Smurfs. I wonder if they're gonna discuss the implications of these two villages coming together here at the end. Oh wait, no, they're just gonna do a dance party. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Good job, movie. The only thing I didn't predict about your plot was the fact that it ends with a relic from the Shark Tale era of animated films. Amazing. I don't know, there's nothing offensively bad about this movie, but I think my tolerance for incredibly generic trite like this has really reached a new low. And at least the Trolls movies have music I like on occasion and really cool visuals, and they somewhat develop their main characters, which is something I can't say about this movie at all. I really need to know if singing killed Clumsy's grandma, okay?
I turned myself into a bear!
As I alluded to earlier, Brother Bear isn't nearly as painful after you sit through the true agony of the shitty-ass Bongo the Bear story. It's also way better than Pocahontas and Brave, for what that's worth. But yeah, I still can't help but be saddened by how much missed potential this film has. Its first 20 minutes are legitimately really good, and it feels like such a profound and mature story on loss and grief, and it seems like it's gonna be a much more grown-up Disney movie than most. But then the fucking animals start talking, and now it's a baby movie. It's so annoying. Like, it feels like a completely different writing team did the first 20 minutes, and then handed the rest of the movie off to literal 5-year-olds to finish. To be fair, it has some good, strong dramatic moments that peek their head in during the third act. And I actually did find the moose to be kind of funny, but man. When the emotional climax of the film is completely inaudible because you felt the need to play a bullshit, corny Phil Collins song over it, that's how you know this needed more time in the writer's room. And before you get on me for not liking the Phil Collins songs in this one, I actually do love Great Spirits. It's a legit jam that I still listen to this day. Yeah, not the worst. It did have legit promise, and it's a great story on paper, but the execution left a lot to be desired. Also, Coda's motivation throughout this movie is to get to the salmon run.
Don't you have someplace to go?
Yeah, the salmon run.
Trust me, kid, you do not want to go there. It is brutal. Oh my god, I have seen some shit.
I'd like to thank everyone in Cartown for helping me get all the things I needed.
Cars sure is a movie. I don't like it. I'm sure you've heard all this before, but Cars is such a bizarre blip in quality for this studio that it defies all logic. I mean, this movie came out between The Incredibles and Ratatouille, so it's not a favorable comparison in either direction. On my latest rewatch, I clicked with a couple of scenes, like when Sally talks about how the town used to be and that sad song plays, or the stuff with Doc Hudson's backstory. These are the moments where everything starts to come together, and you remember that this is, in fact, a Pixar movie. I genuinely forgot for the first hour or so because this movie is not funny or charming or intelligent or engaging for like 75% of its runtime. The race scenes are cool, Lightning's character arc is moderately okay, and the ending is pretty wholesome, but for the most part, we're just toiling away in hillbilly hell with some frankly annoying characters. I don't like Mater. He has a good line once every 15 attempts, and that's about it. The rest of this town doesn't fare much better. There's a ton of filler and annoying moments. The villain is literally just Randall again, but without the wit or threatening presence. I'm sorry, I take that back. I love you, Chick Hicks. You're the best. Overall, it was kind of a chore to get through this movie that I've disliked since childhood and didn't ever want to see again. But honestly, I'm glad I did, because there's enough good stuff here to make it semi-worthwhile. Even though now I'm never watching it again. I swear.
I am the Lorax and I speak for the trees.
Oh, the Lorax. I'm gonna be honest, even though this is the 5th worst movie on the list, I actually love it a lot more than all of the other Illumination movies. It definitely has a lot of that Shark Tale appeal, where it's just such a delightfully baffling shit show that I find myself with an ironic adoration for it. Another thing that makes it stand out from the pack is the fact that while most Illumination movies are simple, childish fluff with practically nothing to analyze in terms of why they're bad, The Lorax isn't like that at all. There are so many layers to its awfulness, and so much that could be said about it. But I kind of feel like the internet has pretty much said it all already. Yes, it hysterically misses the point of the book being a cautionary tale by removing the idea that the Onceler could be anyone, and mainly pinning the blame for his actions on his manipulative family egging him on. Yes, it adds an incredibly obnoxious and cliche framing device of a kid being motivated to do something to impress a girl, while also adding a lame one-dimensional villain who's not funny or threatening, or a good representation of how a regular person can get led astray by capitalism and do irreparable damage to the environment. Yes, the fact that this movie has an unambiguously happy and optimistic ending robs children of the urgency the original story instilled in them to take care of the planet. Yes, the songs are not bad, all things considered, yet they pale in comparison to the incredible rock opera ballad Biggering, which was cut from the movie for being too anti-corporate. And it fucking slaps, and you should listen to it right now. Yes, the fact that the marketing for the movie insisted that products that were bad for the environment were Lorax approved, which is a sentiment that within the movie itself is portrayed as a bad and dishonest thing, and overall it's a genuinely dystopian concept brought to life by our good friends at Illumination. Every bad thing anyone has ever said about this movie on the internet is absolutely true. And at this point, is there really anything I can add that hasn't already been said? Well, yeah. I just think it's funny. Not the actual movie itself, no. Nothing in this movie made me laugh unironically. Not even the great zinger of a line, "That's a woman?" Wow, wasn't that such a great joke? Remember when it was in every fucking trailer and commercial for this movie back in 2012? Oh, they were just so proud of that joke because it was just so good and not shitty. Let me tell you what a real joke is. The lyrics of Let It Grow. How is this real? Our son Wesley kind of glows, and that's not good, so we suppose we should let it grow. Oh, really? Oh, you're just now realizing that it's not good that your son has been swimming in radioactive waste and that he glows bright green. You didn't think that was a problem until you saw that all the trees were chopped down? It's almost like it makes absolutely no sense that all the townspeople immediately go from loving their fake plastic wasteland to realizing, oh wait, we should probably bring the trees back. Also, it's not good that Wesley is glowing? That's it? I'd be pretty terrified if my son was blowing? I'd be pretty terrified if my son was glowing bright green for a prolonged period of time, but you two summarize this whole situation as being not good? Who made this stupid ass piece of movie? Oh yeah, right, of course. I don't even know what else to say at this point. I guess the animation is nice and colorful, and it holds up pretty well for being 10 years old. And Danny DeVito as the Lorax is just perfect casting, which kinda got wasted since his writing wasn't funny. Ed Helms also does a pretty good job as this hipster version of the Onceler. Speaking of which, I should probably answer the big question that's on everyone's minds. Do I think the Onceler is sexy? I mean, yeah, look at him. Honestly, I get it. I totally understand the appeal. I think that's the bottom line with the Lorax. I'm glad it exists because what other movie could spawn an entire Tumblr sexy man craze, hysterically miss the point of the book it's adapting in so many different ways, create one of the most epic songs in any animated film that it goes on to not use in the final product, offer other far less good songs that became a staple of meme culture for a few months each, and also have Danny DeVito. Truly an ironic masterpiece for all time that every man, woman, and child should see. It's pretty awful, but also the most epic film ever made. So, you know, you might as well take that for what it's worth. Wait, didn't I already say that Minions: The Rise of Gru is the most epic film ever made? It's a tie. Sure, why not? There's still 4 movies I need to talk about that are worse than this. Oh my god.
Then what the fuck is stopping us from just throwing ourselves off a bridge and giving up and saying, yeah, the planet is dying. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. The aliens aren't contacting us. We might be alone. It just might be you and me. But that's okay. Because do you really need anyone else?
So you've discovered your pet is a secret agent. I don't want your pamphlet.
If there was any Illumination franchise that seems specifically designed to turn people's brains to mush, it would be The Secret Life of Pets. What an agonizingly banal premise for a film series, brought to life in the most flat, corporate-friendly, inartistic way possible. The rabbit poops at one point, and then the cat plays with his poop. I don't like these movies, but Fortunately, there were at least a few elements of quality in the first film. Weirdly enough, the score was excellent. Like, I'm watching unfunny pet shenanigans on screen and thinking, damn, I would unironically put this score on in the background while writing videos. I didn't actually, though. I ended up having too much self-respect to look up The Secret Life of Pets OST on YouTube in order to listen to it. But yeah, you know what? Good music. Then I found out Alexandre Desplat did the score, and I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. He's a great film composer. Why did he waste his talents on this movie? The other things I liked were some of the characters. I thought the Jenny Slate dog was kinda fun, and the Albert Brooks hawk was also kinda fun. And weirdly enough, the Kevin Hart rabbit was really enjoyable. I liked how murderous he was, and he was also occasionally a bit funny. Plus, I enjoyed the whole concept of this underground cult of abandoned pets in the sewers. I like this little montage at the end where all the owners come home to their pets, because it's nice to see pets care for and bond with their owners. That's not even like a compliment to the movie's storytelling. That's just the movie lazily activating the part of my brain that goes, haha, pets and owners loving each other, go burr. But congratulations, movie. I guess it was still nice, whatever. I like the scene where the two main characters get high on sausages and have a sausage party. It made me really hungry for sausages, even though it was like 2 a.m. and I didn't have any sausages. So I would have to like drive to a grocery store in order to purchase them. And by the time I got back, it would be like 3 a.m. And is that really a good time to eat sausages? Anyway, this movie fucking sucks. Everyone criticizes it for just being Toy Story again, where there's a secret world of beings who love getting affection from humans. And then there's a new kid on the block taking affection from this one owner, so the old favorite person is jealous, and then they get lost together, and then they bond, and then they like each other. So it's Toy Story, but with a far less interesting secret world and no emotional through line. The movie doesn't attempt anything emotional until the 1 hour mark in this 1 hour, 26-minute movie, where the new dog mentions that he had an owner that he misses. So they go to his house and then find out that he's dead. Oh no, that's sad, right? No, not actually. At least not according to this movie, because they don't even give the dog any time to process this. He just gets angry, and then the dog catchers get him, and we gotta have an action climax to save him. Any emotional impact is completely brushed over, because that would be stupid if we wanted to be emotional. This is a kid's movie, so we gotta be dumb and stupid and haha, funny joke with pets and stupid 24/7 with no breaks. There's also this worthless subplot where these other pets try and find the two missing dogs. You know, like in Toy Story 2, like in a good movie. But ultimately, they don't affect anything that happens in the main plot. Plus, they keep picking up characters that don't add anything. So Jenny Slate meets this hawk that's gonna help her find the dog. So the hawk finds a evil cat who says that the dog is in the sewers. So now Jenny Slate and the hawk can go find the dog, right? No, actually. First, they have to enlist 5 other pets to help for absolutely no reason. And then they have to find this old dog to track the other dog down. Then what the fuck was the point of the hawk? Wasn't he supposed to track the dog down? Isn't that what hawks do? They track shit down? So now there's 8 characters going on this pointless non-adventure when you only needed 2. If the 6 extra characters were at least funny and memorable, like the toys in Toy Story 2, then fine. But they're not. They're just window dressing, meant to make you say, aw, what a cute dogs. What a cute tiny green bird that never speaks or does anything funny or anything at all. What a great movie! Also, the main 2 dogs are stupid and not really likable or interesting. And yeah, can I just be done talking about this one? It's not good. Let's just move on.
Strange.
Strange World is Disney's most recent and possibly most mid film to date. No, seriously, I barely have anything to say about this film. I'm really glad I decided not to review it last month because I'm really stretching to think of stuff to say in this short ranking blurb, let alone an entire video. It pretty much meets the baseline requirements for a passable family film and not much else. Nothing in it was potentially bad for kids, like some of the messages in Raya or Ralph Breaks the Reputation of Disney Animation Studios, but nothing particularly grabbed me to elevate it above stuff like Big Hero 6 or Frozen 2, which I also found mid, but at least they had Baymax and a couple good songs, respectively. The character design here is not great. It reminded me a lot of Sony Animation character designs, and not in a good way. I actually kind of liked the part at the beginning, before they went on the journey to the strange world, better than the actual journey itself. It was just some nice slice of life stuff that I found decently charming. But then they go to the strange world, and the movie is so boring and generic and played out. The creatures they encounter are fine, and the characters themselves are also fine. I didn't dislike any of them, but none of them really grabbed me either. The conflicts between the dad and his son are fine. The conflicts between the dad and his father are fine. Everything in this movie is fucking fine. What else do you want from me? This video could have had a nice even 60 movies in it, but no, you just had to fuck it up. You and your generic adventure and your half-baked concepts. You just had to be another indication of Disney Animation's continual collapse into comfortable mediocrity. I think there was something else I liked in this movie, but it's so forgettable, it's hard to remember what. Oh yeah, there's a twist in the third act that was kinda cool. It's the only part of the movie that piqued my interest, but it's kinda too little too late, you know? They really should have built on that concept throughout the entire movie, instead of keeping it a secret until the very end. The movie feels like it barely has any tangible stakes until this reveal, and it really could have benefited from a villain who wants to exploit and destroy aspects of this world for their own selfish gain. And they need to be stopped. I don't know, for a movie with a clear environmental metaphor at its heart, it really could have used a greedy, selfish, hateable villain who wants to exploit this world, rather than just a normal person who misunderstands what's going on. But that won't happen, because modern Disney hates villains for some inexplicable reason. They have a joke in this movie where they're playing a game without a villain, and the grandpa says, "There's no villain, that's just bad storytelling." Well, gee, Disney, sorry I want my movie based on the concept of adventure serials to have stakes and a clear, threatening, villainous presence, rather than the conflict just being a lukewarm rehash of the familial strife that was done infinitely better in Encanto. The fucking ego modern Disney movies have to criticize aspects of their previous films that most people liked truly astounds me. I don't know, I guess I should just be happy there wasn't a twist villain, so whatever. Lastly, the kid in this is gay, and they actually talk about his crush in 3 or 4 scenes rather than just 1. That's nice, and probably the first instance of good, solid, casual representation in a Disney animated movie, but it still feels pitiful compared to the representation Owl House has been putting out, so whatever. It's nice, but not particularly noteworthy in the grand scheme of the movie's story, which is fine. Casual representation is still welcome, but it's hard to see it as too big of a deal when Disney television animation has far exceeded it. If this is the reason Disney barely marketed this movie, then fuck 'em. Boring, generic animated movies with a gay character deserve to be seen by kids as much as boring, generic animated movies with all straight characters. Huh, I guess I had a lot more to say about this movie than I thought. It's lame, and you're not missing much by skipping it, but I almost want to recommend checking it out, just despite corporate Disney for hating gay people so much. Plus, maybe you'll like the movie more than I will. Maybe you'll want a plushie of the stupid blue mucus thing. Who knows? I want to go to bed. Make mine music. So, this one is the only film in the Disney animated canon to not be available on Disney Plus for some reason. I have no idea why. I mean, the ones with actual racist content in them are on there, but this one doesn't seem to have any. Plus, the other package films are available there, so I genuinely don't get it. Did they just forget? They probably forgore.
I keep having this nagging feeling that I've forgotten something.
Hey, if you forgot it, it probably wasn't all that important.
It's a shame too, because this is leagues better than Fun and Fancy Free and Melody Time. I mean, it's still not really that good, but it's better than those two. There's a few segments I legitimately enjoyed here. Like the one with all the teens dancing to swing music was really energetic and fun. Probably my favorite part of the whole film. The baseball segment was fun too, with its cartoony slapstick and whatnot. There's a romance story about a fedora that simps for a blue bonnet hat. I am not making that up. It is a musical segment about a down bad fedora. I can't even tell if it's like actually good, but I certainly derived a lot of enjoyment from it, so take that for what it's worth. And then there's a story about a whale who wants to be an opera singer. That's a very funny concept and it's executed pretty well, honestly. So yeah, plenty of enjoyable shorts, but the connective tissue between them is non-existent. There's no framing device and a lot of slow, boring, not particularly well animated segments that balance out all the inspired or fun ones. Couple that with the Peter and the Wolf and Martins and the Koi segments just kind of being okay, and you have a very mixed bag of a film. Some good stuff that I'd recommend checking out if you can find them somewhere, but it's not really worth it to watch this whole thing. The fact that Disney refuses to put this on streaming, but they have Mulan 2020 and Artemis Fowl there is embarrassing.
British.
Guys, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Pocahontas 2, Journey to a New World, is the actual best Pocahontas movie. It's not great. Hell, it's not even good. But it's actually far more engaging and entertaining than the boring-ass, racist-ass original. It actually tells an interesting story about Pocahontas journeying into England and trying to convince the British that committing mass genocide on the Native Americans isn't good. And it actually works? Yeah, I forgot to mention this is still obviously a work of fiction. It's inaccurate, it's still a Disneyfication of a really messed up real-world story. But when judging these movies solely as fiction, the first one is really boring and cliche and predictable. Whereas with this one, the story actually tries a little bit more. It shows us Pocahontas out of her element and reacting to this new world, and having this conflict regarding her heritage and whether to give parts of it up in order to fit in with these snooty British fucks. The film is also more cartoony and unafraid to have side characters with actual personality and a ton more funny moments. Radcliffe is back and he's still not a very good villain, but at least here he actually meets Pocahontas, and there's some scenes with him that are way more sinister than anything he ever did in the original. I don't know, it's a bit of an improvement, I guess. Still a bad movie, of course. The way the king so easily flips from being pro-genocide to then being like, actually, genocide is bad, once Pocahontas talks to him for like 3 minutes, is really dumb. And then there's the awkward way the movie fake kills off John Smith from the original. See, Pocahontas IRL married John Rolfe, so of course we gotta bring him in for the sequel. Where's John Smith at this time? Oh, Radcliffe killed him off in the first 5 minutes of the movie, and Pocahontas is really sad. After all,
much time has passed since the news of John Smith's death.
Who talks like that? There's like a dozen less awkward and stilted ways you could have phrased that. Oh well, obviously we can't just kill off John Smith, cause that'd be really dumb. But don't worry, there's a way less dumb solution. He faked his own death and went into hiding. Obviously. You might even say that his death was greatly exaggerated.
I thought you were dead.
Greatly exaggerated.
Hey yo, what the fuck? Did Megamind rip off Pocahontas 2, or am I just losing my mind? Anyway, now we're presented with this horrendously awkward love triangle. Does she choose the boring British dude named John, or the boring British dude named John? I'm so invested in this, wow. Ultimately, she picks John Rolfe and tells Smith, yeah, sorry buddy, it's just not gonna work out. We're on different life paths and shit. And also Wikipedia told me that the real life historical figure I'm incredibly loosely based on marries John Rolfe. So, you know, gotta stick to the canon. And John Smith is like, okay, and he just pieces out. I'm glad the romance that was so crucial to the first movie meant very little to both of these characters. I also can't believe the movie missed the obvious solution of just having the three of them in a polyamorous relationship. I mean, the two Johns have better chemistry with each other than either of them do with Pocahontas, so that's another option right there. They should have just kissed, and then Pocahontas goes back home to her people, and then the British never come to the Americas again. Yay, good ending. I don't know, it's still kind of a mess, much like the first movie, but I nonetheless enjoyed way more of it than I did the first movie. I actually had fun with a Pocahontas sequel. Inconceivable. Anyway, that's about it. Dumb movie that isn't good, but I kinda liked it. Moving on.
Horton hears domestic violence in the next apartment and doesn't call 911.
You know what's weird? I don't remember Horton Hears a Who being this bad. Everyone always calls this the best Dr. Seuss film adaptation. And the sad thing is, that's probably true. It's also like a 4 out of 10 movie. Dude, this was kind of painful. Like, Jim Carrey and Steve Carell both were shockingly unfunny and whatever in this. They straight up invented a pointless new character for Seth Rogen to play that could have been removed from the film entirely with nothing changing. This vulture villain is tasked with stealing Horton's clover, and he says he's gonna eat it. But then he doesn't eat it when he has it. He just dropped it in the big clover field. Why did he not just eat it like he said he would? Why is there so much boring slapstick filler in both the jungle and Whoville? Why set up this council in Whoville who doesn't believe the mayor that Horton exists if you don't have a scene where they realize they're wrong? Why is the mayor's son emo in this? And why is he voiced by Jesse McCartney? He has like 5 lines in the whole movie. What was the point? He doesn't even sing! On the Dr. Seuss wiki, I found out that for some reason, it says that JoJo's singing line was delivered by Fletcher Sheridan, who also played Cy, the O'Hare delivery guy in The Lorax. Which is a good metaphor for how much I wish this movie was more like The Lorax. Just unabashedly terrible in every way instead of just being boring. Plus, the Lorax at least had Danny DeVito and funny Tumblr Sexy Man and actual decent songs. Why did they break out into a random pop song at the end of this movie? Why are there so many pop culture references? Why is there a cringeworthy anime sequence in the middle of this movie? Actually, I shouldn't complain. That was my favorite part of the whole thing. That's what I wanted more of in this movie. Cringe. It was the only way to salvage it because clearly Dr. Seuss movies are not meant to be stretched into 90-minute films. They always gotta have terrible bullshit filler and pointless celebrities and ultimately be extremely boring and tedious. Then again, maybe I should be grateful this movie isn't too cringy, because if this movie was released nowadays, they absolutely would have named the sour kangaroo Karen, and I don't think I could inject that much pure, unadulterated cringe into my veins. Sorry. There's only one piece of value I derived from this movie, and that is our Lord and Savior, Yummo Wickersham. Praise be to him. Yeah, I don't know why, but a few months ago, my friend group started obsessing over Yummo Wickersham as a meme. I don't get it, but like, who am I to question memes? So yes, thank you, Yummo Wickersham, for blessing us by sticking a bajillion bananas in your mouth hole. Thank you for having approximately the same amount of lines as Jesse McCartney, yet graciously foregoing top billing in this movie because you did this for the art, not the recognition. Thank you, Dan Fogler, for bringing this simian saint to life. I would walk the length of the world to get Yummo back in my life. Please, Disney, let Blue Sky come back to deliver us one final swan song. The Yummo Wickersham origin story. We need to know the full history of this glorious, magnificent creature. Okay, guys, I hope that was good. Now time to forget about Yummo and go back to making Gargamel memes instead.
Oscar! Raise the reef, buddy!
Shark Tale is such an atrocious movie, and I don't understand how people like it. With that said, I love this movie. I am obsessed with it. It is such an abject failure of a motion picture in every conceivable way that it is truly captivating. Literally, the only thing about this movie that works is the voice acting.
Hot!
Oh, that's hot.
The writing is complete garbage, but the way these actors deliver their lines lead to some genuine, unironically funny moments.
I tell you, shut up. What? Hello?
Yeah, hey Mario. Let me get a large double olive.
Luca!
Oh, hi boss. You're working at Pizza Castle now?
Or maybe they're ironically funny, I can't tell. Otherwise, the animation is laughably unfinished. Every single character other than Puff Daddy and the octopus is either annoying or unlikable. Oscar is literally a villain that the movie refuses to call out. Lenny needs to come out and say, "No, Dad, I am not comfortable with eating a sentient living being alive." The movie prides itself on its edgy jokes and attempts to be a mafia movie geared toward adults. Then it magically resolves its conflict like it's an episode of Barney the fucking Dinosaur. Or Steven Universe. What? Who said that? Literally every single thing people hate about DreamWorks is in this movie. It is the perfect storm of awfulness that only comes once in a blue moon. It's probably the true worst DreamWorks movie, but I can't realistically rank it last because it is a joy to watch and think about and meme and be absolutely baffled by. I am never bored watching Shark Tale. I am always fully alert and attentive. I adore this movie and my obsession with it has only grown with time. And that's because it is, without a doubt, a cinematic disaster. Oh, and don't even get me started on the billboard.
You're right, that was my mistake.
I'm not talking about Big Hero 6 again. This is up there as one of the Disney movies I've talked about the most over the years, but unlike something like Frozen or Zootopia, where there's actually a lot to say about them, there actually is so little to say about Big Hero 6 that it's kind of comical how much I talked about it in the past. It's whatever, it's generic and lame. Baymax good, that was his mistake guy bad, everyone else boring. I don't hate this movie, but I also don't like it. It is the quintessential example of a perfectly average modern kids movie. Let's move on with the list and our lives now.
Was a mistake.
We're lost in the woods, somewhere in New Jersey.
So I asked my girlfriend if she wanted to rewatch any of the Disney movies between Little Mermaid and The Present with me. And out of all the Disney musicals released in that time, the only ones she didn't want to watch were Frozen and Frozen 2. I just found that funny. Anyway, Frozen 2. Reviewed it once, watched the documentary on it, realized they had no plan or time when making it, and then talked about it some more for good measure in the Disney 2010s video. I can certainly appreciate the film's ambition and a couple of good songs and nice moments, but yeah, it's kind of a shit show. It's rare to find a Disney movie where it's this obvious how tortured the writing process was. The number of characters they introduce and then drop, the characters from the original that are given nothing to do this time, the insane leaps in logic the protagonists have to take in order to figure out what they need to do, since the script didn't have time for them to naturally come to these conclusions. It's frustrating because there is a good outline for a story here. It just came out really half-baked. Oh well, it's not really a phenomenon on nearly the same level as the first film, so the good news is, I don't have to think about it that much. Let's just move on.
Your mom is dead. Do an order of pizza for dinner.
Sorry guys, I didn't really like Bambi. I definitely understand why a ton of people love this one. It's very beautiful in its depiction of nature, thanks in large part to the animation and the music. And I was definitely really sucked into it during the first 15 minutes. But then the novelty kinda wore off for me, and I started to notice just how practically non-existent the story was, and how entirely uninteresting the characters were. Apparently everybody cries when Bambi's mom dies, but I was completely unmoved by it because I couldn't think of a single character trait Bambi or his mom had. Plus, it's supposed to be this big sad moment, but then immediately after we have this aggressively cheerful song about how lovely springtime is. And Bambi's all grown up now and appears to be completely unaffected by the death of his mom. Like, he entirely forgot about it. Now it's time for him to fall in love with a girl deer that he met once during his childhood. Wow. He's been Twitter-pated. Haha, funny Twitter reference. There's also a lot of scenes, especially in the first half, that are just trying aggressively hard to be cutesy, but didn't really work for me at all. Also, Thumper's kind of annoying. The ending where they have to escape the fire is cool, but yeah, for the most part, this one wasn't for me. I probably would have loved it if it was just a short film, but alas, 'twasn't meant to be. Also, obviously it's valid to like or love this film, but if you seriously try to say with a straight face that Man is one of the best Disney villains of all time, I will break into your house and make you feel unsafe.
This is a giant misunderstanding. Skylar is a deer.
I'm pretty mixed on Bambi 2 as a whole. Need I remind you that we are in the top fucking 10 now, and we haven't even reached the movies I like yet. Why did I think this was a good idea? Anyway, as someone who wasn't too fond of the first Bambi, I have to say, I think this one actually has a few strengths over the original. It just also has a few weaknesses compared to the original that balance the films out and make them about equal in my eyes. For instance, this is a midquel focusing on the period between Bambi's mom dying and him growing up, meaning that unlike the original film, we actually get to see Bambi coping with the loss of his mother. And yeah, it's pretty emotionally effective, I'd say. I really felt for Bambi in some scenes, in ways that I never did watching the original. He just felt like more of a character here, and this tragic event is given the weight it deserves. I also like how they made Bambi's dad into an actual character, and how he ends up sort of taking care of Bambi, even though that's supposed to be the woman's job. It's nice to see him learn to break traditional deer gender roles out of sheer empathy and concern for his son. And they somehow got Patrick Stewart to voice the dad. Like, wow, okay, that's cool. I really like this one character friend Owl, who spends the whole movie finding hot single does in Bambi's dad's area. The animation is also really pretty, with a lot of great shots and vibrant colors. And overall, I think it fits really nicely into the story of Bambi. But with that said, I can't say all of this worked for me. There's a lot of scenes with the side characters that are trying really hard to be cutesy, even more so than the original film. Plus, some of the humor just doesn't gel with the original tonally, and I feel like the addition of this rival asshole deer was pretty lame and uninteresting. I'd say that overall, I liked everything with Bambi and his dad, as well as both of them coping with the loss of his mom. But that's only around half the movie, and the other half didn't grab me very much at all. I guess if I had to choose between which of these movies I'd sooner watch again, I honestly might go with this one, even though the first film is definitely more iconic, and probably a stronger movie overall. This one is just a bit more entertaining to me. Is that okay? Am I allowed to say that? Or is there some underground Bambi 2 hating death cult who will revolt and never leave me alone if I say that I prefer the second movie over the first, even though I don't have strong feelings on either and I admitted the first one was technically better? Sorry if that makes you upset for an entire year because you don't have lives, I guess.
It's Kids Bop 40 with some of today's biggest hits.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
If Turbo was a terrible movie intended for babies, Trolls is a really good movie intended for babies. The animation is stellar and makes the whole thing look like a really neat art project. And honestly, I kinda liked it for about 30 minutes before it turned into, oh, let's sing 27 terrible pop song covers as we try to help this lady goblin hook up with McLovin Goblin. That's fun. Look, once again, this is a great baby movie, but it has such a boring story and it's such a bad musical that that my interest in the film took a complete nosedive. And why do you need to auto-tune Justin Timberlake? He's Justin Timberlake, just let him sing normally. Whatever, it's a big old whatever movie that I have hilariously little to say about. Moving on.
Why won't you sing?
Because singing killed my grandma, okay?
Take a look, it's in a jungle book.
I mean the bare necessities, oh something something Chesapeake, blah 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 blah. I don't really like the Jungle Book that much, but man, those songs are swell. My face lit up during Bare Necessities and I Want to Be Like You. I was singing along, having a great time, feeling so good overall. And then the rest of the movie was kinda boring. Don't get me wrong, I see why a lot of people love this one. It's nice and laid back and the characters are very charming. Baloo and Bagheera both trying to influence Mowgli and butting heads is a fun dynamic. Shere Khan is a simple but effective antagonist, even if he's just kind of a beta Scar in hindsight. The voice acting is good all around, the environments look nice, but like, man, there's just no story to this movie. Mowgli is told he needs to go to the man village, and then he doesn't, and he just walks around talking to a bunch of random animals. That's the entire fucking premise, and it gets really old. I don't know, this might be blasphemous to say, but I honestly think the live-action remake, as average as that was, might be a little bit better than the original here. Despite its failings, it at least had more of a story, plus it had some cool visual effects. With this one, it's just an extremely one-note and kinda tedious trek through this jungle, with characters that range from extremely charming like Baloo and King Louie, to incredibly forgettable like these elephants and vultures. I just watched the movie and I don't remember anything they said or did. The ending is so funny to me because Mowgli is so adamant about never wanting to leave the jungle and live in the man village, but then the moment he sees some random girl, he's instantly smitten and abandons the jungle and Baloo completely just to get in her DMs. I'm not gonna criticize a movie from 1967 for ending this way. I just think it's hilarious that a movie that never even brought up the idea of romance prior to this point still somehow found a way to end with a hetero love interest for Mowgli. Like, Disney sure was committed to these romances back in the old day, huh? Yeah, sorry, I don't care for this one too much. I feel bad because it is pretty inoffensive and harmless. I just couldn't get invested in this incredibly minimal story. But I have had Bare Necessities stuck in my head for the past week. I fully get the hype with this song. It's so fun. I mean the bare necessities, those motherfucking recipes.
So we back in the jungle!
The Jungle Book 2. 2 book, 2 jungle. As someone who didn't really like the first movie that much, I've gotta say, this one is basically the exact same thing. And you guys are probably gonna hate me for saying this, but I also think that means it's on pretty much the same level of quality as the first film. Just disregard me already. But for real, there are actual strengths this one has over the original. Like, for instance, the voice actors. Not that the original ones are bad. In fact, the original Mowgli is probably a lot better than fucking Haley Joel Osment. Man, Disney really snatched him up for everything in the early 2000s, didn't they?
That's nuts!
But I personally really like it when actors I know and enjoy get a chance to play roles that they're suited for perfectly. Such is the case with John Goodman as Baloo. What an inspired casting choice. I love the energy he brings to this part. And Shere Khan, guess who they got to play him? Tony J, the voice of Frollo. Again, legitimately perfect, no notes. I also have to give this movie credit for actually giving us an emotional goodbye between Mowgli and Baloo. Something the first movie forgot to do because Mowgli was too worried about getting in this girl's DMs. So it's nice to actually get that scene here at the end because, yep, this is the exact same movie as the first. Mowgli is torn between the jungle and the man village, so he and Baloo wander through the jungle and meet kooky characters, and Shere Khan also wants to kill him. Pretty much the same, except now the girl from the village is looking for him, because she thought she could find him by herself in the dark jungle instead of alerting the adults. I thought this character was supposed to be not stupid. Anyway, yeah, they all find each other, there's emotional misunderstandings and conflicts, then there's an action climax with Shere Khan where for a second it looks like he fucking dies. But nah, man, don't be silly. We can't just kill off the vicious tiger. He survives this statue falling on him somehow, and his fate is just having this one vulture crack jokes at his expense. Oh yeah, and this vulture was voiced by Phil Collins. What was going on with the budget they had for voice actors? And that also applies to the animation. It looks great. Even better than the first film, honestly. There's some cute, decent new songs, and they sing Bare Necessities again. The credits feature a rock cover of I Wanna Be Like You for some reason. Okay. And yeah, that's about it. It's pretty clear that these Jungle Book films just aren't for me. They're incredibly small in their scope compared to most Disney films, which would be fine if I was endeared more by the characters. But aside from Baloo and King Louie, who wasn't even in the second one despite the aforementioned punk rock cover of his song, I just kinda think the characters are okay. Couple that with aimless stories, and yeah, you've got movies that aren't quite my thing, but I see why others like them. Also, I see why others dislike this one, but like the first, considering how this is literally just a rehash with the same conflict, same villain, same story beats, etc. It's not great, but I think it had some decent stuff that makes it one of the better Disney sequels I watched.
And his name is John Cena!
So I heard Ferdinand was one of the better Blue Sky movies, which I think was a reasonable assumption since the poster looked pretty and potentially emotional. Plus, not that this really means much, but it somehow garnered an Oscar nomination for Best Animated Feature, one of only 2 Blue Sky movies to do so alongside Ice Age 1. It also garnered this nomination the same year The Boss Baby did, so yeah, no, this practically means nothing. Ferdinand is ass! It's such a generic, boring children's movie filled with a ton of cliches, and it never once emotionally moved me, nor did it ever make me laugh. Ferdinand is a clumsy big guy who screws things up because he's clumsy and he accidentally destroys an entire town, so now he's sent back to the Bull Ranch place that he grew up on and escaped from. And then he just kind of vibes there for an hour with these other generic annoying bulls. It takes him forever to try and escape and get home, which clearly should have been the focus of the movie. But nah, first we gotta have an epic out of nowhere dance off with these German horses. And guess what? They dab! Hey yo, best movie ever! Oscar nomination ahoy, baby! People were paid to animate this. Real live people. They brought this image into this world and there's nothing as a society that we can do about it.
Look at what you've done! Now the animators are gonna have to draw all this fire!
Yeah, I thought this movie really stunk for most of its runtime, but honestly, there's this chase scene in the third act that was kind of fun and kind of got me invested. Plus, I liked the scene where he actually does bullfight. It was pretty well done, all things considered. The China shop scene was cute too, and I also think John Cena was pretty good as the titular Ferdinand von Iger. I am of the opinion that he's a surprisingly good actor, actually, and his vocal performance fit the character well. Everyone else was forgettable. I'm never gonna think about this movie again, but it's comforting to know that the poor animators who brought this abomination into the world received ample compensation for the dark, dark deeds they were required to perform. I'll keep my discussion of Dumbo pretty brief, since, well, the movie's pretty brief. It's a very weird mismatch of exceptionally great stuff, exceptionally terrible stuff, and a couple average elements thrown in as well. The pink elephant scene, as entirely pointless as it is some awesome shit. It's impressive 2D animation by modern standards, and this movie came out in 1941. There's absolutely no reason they needed to go this hard on the scene. I mean, there's also no reason it had to be in the movie at all, but I'm glad it is, cause it's the best part. The mouse in this is also honestly just a better Jiminy Cricket. Like, he's a lot more supportive and entertaining. Why can't he be the one keeping track of Sora's adventures, SMH? The crows are undeniably terrible racist caricatures, but with that said, they're at least positive characters who help and support Dumbo, and they get the best song in the movie. So they're bad, but I guess not as bad as they could have been? The way more racist shit was those faceless carnival workers. Warning, don't listen to their song. It's ultra racist cringe. Dumbo is cute. The grown-ass elephant ladies all having beef with a literal infant is kinda funny. Anyway, after Dumbo and the mouse get drunk and hallucinate pink elephants, they wake up in a tree and the crows inform them that Dumbo can fly. So then he flies and everyone loves him and he's famous and the conflict is immediately over. He just had to notice he could fly. Yeah, there's not a lot of plot structure in this one, and there's no third act at all. It's just an hour and 3 minutes of Dumbo getting born, getting ridiculed, getting drunk, and then he learns he can fly at the end. It's pretty mid, and I'll probably only ever watch the pink elephant scene again, but yeah, not too bad when it's not being the absolute worst.
Onward, sail Shuma!
Onward still kinda blows, not gonna lie. I reviewed it back when it came out, and not much has changed upon rewatch. The most aggravating thing about this movie is that it would have been significantly better if the Barley character was voiced by anyone. Literally anyone other than Chris Pratt. Well, I guess that's not true. It could have been worse. He could have been voiced by James Corden.
Let's roll, my Felicia.
Well, whatever. It's still pretty bad how it is now. There's just this smugness to his voice, this obnoxiousness that makes him so unpleasant to watch and listen to. I like Tom Holland's performance and character enough, but they pair him with this smug-ass Star-Lord Dino Wrangler asshole, and I just can't get emotionally invested. I just can't. I tried picturing this character with Jack Black's voice, and it was a million times better.
Hey, how's it going?
Obviously, the way Barley is is written would also need to be tweaked, and maybe the idea that he's Ian's true father figure should have been built up more if the movie wanted that to be its focus. But overall, yeah, it's mainly the voice acting that kind of sinks this character for me. It doesn't feel genuine. I don't feel any emotions for these brothers or this stupid ass van or even the dad legs. It's just too weird of a concept to get invested in. Speaking of concepts, the idea of a fantasy world that gradually forgot about magic and needs to rediscover it is cool, but they don't do anything interesting with it. Every character they come across that stopped adventuring or stopped using their wings or whatever just regains their magical attitudes or abilities accidentally after like 5 minutes of interaction with the main characters. It's repetitive and lame. The movie has a handful of scenes that work, like the crossing the bridge scene, and the final battle and emotional resolution especially are really strong. I feel like it almost made up for the rest of the movie's mediocrity, and it's really the only reason that I have it ranked above Cars. Lastly, while I'm glad a ton of people like this movie, I hated getting comments like, "You obviously never had a brother. If you did, you would actually like the movie." Shut up. I went to see this with my brother and we both didn't like it. Like, I relate to Ian enough. I'm introverted and had trouble inviting people to stuff. I had the biggest fear of merging onto the highway for the longest time. That's something I've never seen replicated in a movie before until this one, so that's cool. It does not mean I have to like the movie. Relating to a movie and seeing myself in it does not automatically make it good. Lady Bird is not one of my favorite movies just because it's immensely relatable to my life, but because it's got incredible writing, acting, pacing, and editing on top of that. If you love Onward because it's immensely relatable to your own life, that is awesome. I'm so happy it exists for that reason alone. But I don't rate a movie's quality solely on relatability. And this is not the last time I will heavily relate to a Pixar movie despite not really liking it that much. With that said, let's keep going, shall we?
Why, hello there, old sport. Go to the funk.
Okay, so get this. Out of the four open season movies, they literally had to replace the voice actors for the two main characters in every single one. Not just, oh, we couldn't get the big celebrities from the first movie back for the direct-to-DVD sequels, so we'll just find new actors that'll play them in all these sequels. No, they literally got new actors to play them just for open season 2, then they couldn't get those guys back, so they got new actors for open season 3, who then didn't come back for open season Scared Silly. No one wants to voice these terrible characters for more than one movie, which is truly emblematic of what a haphazard, utter mess of a franchise open season is. And do you want to know the craziest part? This one is honestly the best direct-to-DVD sequel out of all of them. And despite the subtitle Scared Silly implying this is just some one-off terrible Halloween special, this one is actually the most like a direct sequel to the original. It brings back the original villain, who's genuinely really entertaining in both this and the first movie, adds in a ton of references to the first film that were lacking in 2 and 3, and generally feels like it's going in a more natural direction for this franchise than either of the previous sequels. It's not as bad as either of them. With that said, it's still bad. It's boring, it's frustrating, the main characters still suck, but weirdly, there are some things I like about it compared to 2 and 3. The animation is strangely better than all the other ones, which I definitely did not expect for the third direct-to-DVD sequel. I figured they'd try even less at this point, but it actually looks pretty decent. The villain from the first movie is still great, like I said. This one isn't afraid to get really weird, like the weenie dog thinks he's a werewolf and he has an entire opera number about it. There's a random minecart chase over lava. The villain recruits these 2 random Canadians who look like Aardman designed them, and they have live-action photos of Alex Trebek and William Shatner hanging on their restaurant walls. Yeah, this movie's occasionally fun, and if you really want to see how the story of the first open season continues, this is the only follow-up installment you should watch. It's still like a 3 out of 10 movie, and you shouldn't watch it if you like good movies, and you shouldn't watch anything from the open season franchise. It's all terrible, but this one was less terrible than it could have been. I guess that's where we're at now. Congratulations, Sony.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Ice Age 3, Dawn of Who Gives a Shit. There are a lot of penis references in this one. Like, a lot. It's the only joke the writers want to tell for some reason, and it gets extremely tiring. Surprise, surprise. There's no better example of sheer agony than watching the beginning of this movie and realizing, holy shit, I'm currently not even halfway done with this franchise. I can't believe we as a species let Ice Age happen. This one in particular has really bad pacing. Like, it takes 30 minutes to get down to the dinosaur world because because first Sid's gotta meander around with his dinosaur kids and act like a supreme dumbass. When the dinosaur mom comes to get her kids back, Sid refuses to hand them over. I, for one, love it when a main character is completely stupid and in the wrong. Like not even partially correct, just 100% wrong and absolutely deserving of getting kidnapped by this dinosaur. At one point, Diego sees the dinosaur carry off Sid, and his reaction is so hilariously nonchalant. Like, yeah, it's no big deal. He sees dinosaurs all the time, apparently. Oh yeah, Diego's sad in this movie because he wants to leave the herd because Manny and Ellie are having a baby, and he doesn't feel like he should be around anymore because he's a lone wolf tiger guy. But wow, he learns to appreciate the group and stay with them more. It's so tedious. I hate it. Oh my god, I don't give a shit. I forgot they were even having a baby throughout the middle chunk of this movie, honestly. It's such a non-factor in the plot, which is at least something Shrek the Third attempted to explore. Very, very badly, but at least there was an attempt. Okay, this movie's not nearly as bad as Shrek the Third, though. I like the Simon Pegg weasel they introduced in this movie. His writing isn't that great, but I think the voice acting really sells it, and it makes me kind of enjoy this character. The climax is kind of cool and well executed, at least the first one. Yeah, this movie has 2 climaxes for some reason, and I don't know why. They could have just combined the 2, but whatever. Scrat fights Lady Scrat, and I don't know, it's kind of funny to see him eventually fall in love with her, only to have an affair with his precious nut. Yeah, I think that's all I liked. This movie is boring, it makes dinosaurs boring somehow, and they should have just ended Ice Age here. But of course they didn't, because we were all put on this earth to suffer.
Monsters versus aliens.
Holy shit, that hamburger at the beginning looks real! Anyway, Monsters vs. Aliens is not very good. It's not quite as bad as I remember it being as a kid. I mean, this movie made me laugh at least 6 or 7 times, so that's worth something, I guess. None of the characters are hateable, though none of them are particularly likable. The action has such astoundingly low energy to it that it bored me to tears. And I feel like the idea of a monster movie parody could have been fleshed out better than not at all. Like, this isn't a parody of monster movies, it's just a monster movie for children that isn't particularly funny or enjoyable. Why not do what Megamind did and tell a really unique story that plays with the conventions of the superhero genre? Hell, I feel like even Shark Tale handled the parody angle better, since a shark mafia is at least an idea that parodies a typical mafia movie, even if they don't do anything with it. Bottom line is, you could do a lot worse than Monsters vs. Aliens, but you could do a lot better. And I will never forgive this movie for existing and being so visually close to Megamind, thus subconsciously tainting the latter film's reputation by making it look like a lame knockoff. Thanks for that, dick.
To the wild! The wild? Whoa!
Open Season is a movie where it's a season and they open it up. I don't really know what to say about this movie. It's the most generic possible thing you could put out as your studio's first feature film. It's taking the big grumpy guy and annoying sidekick shtick that started with Shrek and putting it in the woods. Wow, amazing, how innovative. Now that I think about it, there's actually a scene early on in the movie where some humans mistake the deer for being a donkey, so yeah. They knew exactly what they were doing. I thought this movie was actually perfectly fine for the first, 30 minutes. I enjoyed watching this bear bond with his human mama, and the deer wasn't really that annoying yet, and the villain was actually pretty funny and entertaining. In fact, he remains that way for the entirety of the movie. I'll give it that. But then we get to the woods, and Shrek and Donkey have to find their way home, and now it's just a series of terrible poop humor and forgettable characters, showing up with no rhyme or reason or story structure, and it really blows. Patrick Warburton showed up for 2 minutes, and that was nice. And again, the villain was actually pretty solid. But for the most part, I really checked out with this movie during its second half. It's nothing special at all. The donkey character is literally responsible for all of the movie's problems, and he contributes nothing. During the big emotional blowout where the main characters part ways, because of course that's in this movie, I was actually pretty satisfied. Like, yeah, Manny had every right to abandon Sid here. Good for him. But then he comes back for no reason, and he helps all the fairy tale creatures, even though they're all really unlikable and annoying, and then the movie's over. It was extremely mediocre, and a breath of fresh air compared to most of the other movies I watched before it. That's where we're at now, I guess.
You're that bear that got his butt by a squirrel.
And they had nuts. You had a twin brother all along? That's the big twist we were waiting for?
Despicable Me3. This movie is entirely disposable and forgettable and pointless, and I forgot everything that happened in it. So, I guess Gru has a twin brother, and the twin brother is just Gru, but annoying. It's nice that Steve Carell dared to ask, what if I took my Gru voice and tweaked it just enough so it becomes the most obnoxious thing in a movie that features the Minions? Oh by gosh, by golly, he pulled it off. The villain in this one is a child star from the 80s, and that's his entire character. He makes 80s references, and he likes referencing the show he was on as a child. At one point, he even says it's on like Donkey Kong, which is probably foreshadowing something. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure out what it is later. Hey, speaking of foreshadowing, did you know that Margot is wearing a Grinch shirt at one point in this movie? Cause they were making the Grinch movie. And then in the first Despicable Me movie, she had a Lorax shirt on at one point. Cause they were making the Lorax movie. That's pretty epic. Anyway, the villain has no presence throughout the entire middle chunk of this movie, and his supposed rivalry with Gru is so poorly established that it's impossible to care about him. He just doesn't do anything outside of the first scene of the movie and the climax. Instead, for most of the movie, we're just dicking around at Dru's house so the Goyles can go on wacky misadventures that are better suited for a Despicable Me TV show. And Gru and Dru can do bullshit shenanigans together until they need to steal a diamond from the 80s boy, and then Dru can show that he's ridiculously stupid and incompetent and a waste of a character. They set up this idea that Dru really wants his brother to teach him villainy, and it's like, okay, that could be interesting. Maybe Gru has an internal conflict about missing villainy in his old life, and he's torn between Dru nudging him back towards the dark side and Lucy keeping him towards the light. But no, that's too interesting. Gru can't long to be a bad guy again. We can't have the main character of a franchise entitled Despicable Me be interested in villainy anymore. So instead, Gru has no arc outside of reconciling with his brother, I guess, because they have a liar revealed fight, and then 3 minutes later they have to reconcile since 80s boy took the kids. So that's instantly resolved. This is such a good movie, guys. Wow, I have the time of my life watching these movies. Rather hilariously, the Minions add nothing to this film whatsoever. They have a subplot where they leave the no longer villainous Gru, which they probably should have done during the second movie based on the lore the Minions movie gives us, but also who gives a shit. So they go to prison and they realize they liked Gru and they go back to him and they contribute nothing in the climax, and so they were pointless to the overall story, the end. I'm so glad we had like 6 scenes focusing on them. That's nice. Also, they froze Dr. Nefario in carbonate because they didn't know what to do with him in this movie. That's incredible. I guess it was kind of sweet to see Lucy try and bond with the Goyles. The opening scene was pretty cool and the climax wasn't bad, and I liked Trey Parker's performance as 80s boy. And that's about it. Overall, this wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it was very much not good, and I feel like it added nothing substantial to Despicable Me as a whole. Like, we got Gru with hair, who is also very annoying. Thanks for that.
Everyone's gonna hate me.
I do not hate this movie. With that said, I don't really know the best way to break this news to y'all, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I don't get Howl's Moving Castle. Not a single aspect of this movie makes sense to me. It's a bizarre clusterfuck of all sorts of disparate tones and plot points that don't come together at all by the end. That wouldn't be so strange in and of itself, but the bizarre thing is that I seem to be the only person who feels this way towards this movie. Everyone loves it, and I genuinely do not understand why.
Yeah, and I'm one of those people, James. I didn't care about Better Call Saul, but this is going too fucking far. And hey, let me go. Let me go right now.
I mean, I'm happy for people who love it. Obviously, I wish I did too. I just don't get it. The opening 45 minutes or so are very charming, with this young woman being turned into an old lady, and so she seeks out the mysterious magic boy Howl and his magic castle, and she starts sweeping there, and there's a little boy and a Mike Wazowski fire. All this stuff is perfectly charming and a good first act. It got me invested in the whimsy and intrigue of this world and this mysterious castle. And then, once all this is set up, the plot entirely collapses into a series of barely connected and poorly built up events that don't convey any sort of intrigue or emotion because of how confusing they all are. I don't understand Howl at all. He acts so cheerful and friendly all the time, then suddenly has an out of nowhere emo temper tantrum because his hair turns the wrong color. I can't tell if he's supposed to be dark and brooding or happy and whimsical. This movie does such a poor job of establishing who exactly he is. The villain in this movie is also so poorly established. She lets so many innocents die in this war and then calls the entire thing off at the end because Howl fell in love, I guess? Plus, why was she even causing this war to continue in the first place? Why does Sophie keep dipping in and out of her curse over the course of the movie? How exactly did her actions break the curse? Why did she need to be the one to reunite Hal's heart with his body? How did no one at any point notice Calcifer had Hal's heart inside of him? How did he not notice? Why did Hal give Calcifer his heart in the first place? Most Ghibli movies don't explain every single aspect of their world and plot, and that's perfectly fine, because I really like leaving this sort of stuff up to interpretation. I never had any questions about how or why the characters or the world operated the way they did in any of the previous Ghibli movies, but this one just piles on so much and leaves most of it incredibly murky. There's a lot more going on in movies like Nausicaa or Princess Mononoke, but I followed everything in those just fine, probably because the rules of their universes made sense and they kept their tones consistent throughout. This movie can't decide if it wants to be a beautiful romance film, a charming slice of life escapade, a brutal anti-war film, a mystical magical journey. Just none of it meshes. It's supposed to be this profound commentary on the Iraq War. That is real. That is not a joke. Look it up. And yet this idea never comes across well because the movie doesn't focus on it and develop the idea. Same goes for the romance. It just throws these elements in on top of everything else with no real threads to tie anything together. And it's not like I need to fully understand what's happening in the movie to enjoy it. Movies like I'm Thinking of Ending Things and Perfect Blue are 10 out of 10 films that I don't fully understand at all. An intentionally confusing and disorienting experience is perfectly fine as long as it elicits some sort of emotional response, which this movie just didn't. I felt nothing watching it, particularly in the second half. It's easily Miyazaki's weakest work and the biggest disappointment in this entire ranking. But again, this just seems to be a me problem since everyone loves this one.
And me and my army of teenage fangirls will—
And that is cool. Like I said, I am super glad this movie works so well for so many people. But the more I think about it and read about it and analyze it, the less I like it. And we really need to move on so I can start complimenting the movies I actually do like. I was not looking forward to The Croods, let me tell you. Even though I also never saw Rise of the Guardians as a kid, The Croods was the first DreamWorks movie that I specifically said, yeah, I'm too old for this too. Never checking it out in theaters or on DVD. Turns out I really didn't miss much. It's not as bad as I was expecting. I mean, I kind of liked it at first. It was nice and simple and charming. But its charm wears thin pretty quickly and I was really bored with it during the second half. It's just an hour and a half of generic family conflicts and haha, here's cavemen inventing a modern thing, which is just super repetitive. I was really disappointed when the iconic cinematic icon Grug, played by Nicolas Cage, threw his family off a cliff towards the end. It was disappointing because I thought that meant they were dead and the movie could officially end, but sadly no. Look, it's a perfectly serviceable kids movie and it has a couple good laughs, like when the sloth pulls out a knife and gets ready to shank a bitch, but it really can't make up for a dull experience. I'll end on a positive note though. The animation is real pretty. They did an amazing job with the vibrant, creative environments and creature designs. So good work. Anyway, can't wait to watch The Croods 2 when it comes to not theaters. I'm so excited to see how the epic story of Grug continues. Are you excited? I'm excited. Kill me.
We are the pirates who don't do anything.
Sinbad? More like Sin bad. Ha! After 3 great 2D animated feature films in a row, Sinbad feels like a massive step down in every way, except the animation. This is a gorgeous looking movie. For the most part. You can tell they were a little too ambitious with some of the creature designs, which haven't aged terribly well. The story is about as basic and uninteresting as it gets. It's a MacGuffin quest for a magic book that has completely unexplained mystical powers. The only thing this book is used for is to power a lighthouse. Really, it's just a flimsy excuse for a high-sailing adventure. I feel like this would make for a pretty decent video game story, but simply watching it unfold is a little tedious. I mean, if I wanted to watch a movie about a quest to cross the ocean and retrieve an important item to save someone from being executed, I'd just watch the SpongeBob movie. The characters were okay, but Sinbad himself really got on my nerves throughout most of the movie. Eris is animated really well, but she couldn't be more basic from a character standpoint if she tried. Looks like I don't need to amend my DreamWorks villains list to add her on. Congratulations, Verminator, you're safe from elimination. Look, this movie is fine, but compared to the DreamWorks movies that came out around the same time, it just feels like it's doing the bare minimum. I don't really feel like ever watching it again, sorry.
Tanuki! Big balls!
Pompoko isn't nearly as weird as most people were telling me going in. Just because these raccoons magically inflate their ball sacks and use them to beat people to death doesn't mean this is a weird movie. If anything, it's kind of a standard and a little bit boring movie. I just wasn't all that invested in this one. The premise of transforming raccoons who use their powers to fight back against humans stealing their land is a fun one. And there's a lot of neat sequences in this film, like the Nightmare Festival they put on. But overall, I just felt a certain disconnect from the story here. There wasn't really a central main character to latch onto for the majority of the film, and the kinda sorta mockumentary style they were going for with the narrator didn't really work for me. I felt like more of an observer, and I wasn't really getting invested in their struggle that much. Plus, this movie is way too long. There's a ton of subplots that just don't go anywhere and could easily be cut without anything really changing. After the first hour, I felt like I got the gist of the story already, but it just kept going. In all honesty, the most interesting part of the film was the last 10 minutes, showcasing how the raccoons finally give up and decide to start living as humans. Some of them can't make it in the human world, while some of them adapt a little too well and start encouraging the destruction of the forest for profit. If this is what the story was about, then I feel like it would have been a much stronger and more engaging film. There could be conflicts between the non-transforming raccoons and the transforming ones, since the non-transformers could think they've betrayed their roots. You could do a lot of commentary on how oppressive human society is by comparing it to raccoon society, where they all just live in the moment. They took so many interesting ideas and crammed them all into an epilogue voiceover, and I will never understand why. This stuff is so much more compelling than the movie we actually got, which is just kind of okay. It was pretty boring for a good chunk of the film, but there are some fun ideas here and there. Plus, in the English dub, you can hear Clancy Brown slipping into his Mr. Krabs voice pretty often, and it's kind of funny.
Kick out the humans!
Not a bad movie, but it's not as good as Over the Hedge, don't at me.
Nothing will stop me. Not even.
Rio 1. Set in the marvelous city. Land of sun and heat. This one's for all you Brazilian viewers out there, which my channel has a ton of for whatever reason. Love you guys! This movie makes your country look really cool and vibrant and alive, and basically the exact opposite of what you guys say it's really like whenever you talk to us on the streams on Chris's channel. Yeah, this movie is kinda one big love letter to Brazil, and I think that's neat. There's a clear passion behind the animation and the direction here, and that kinda makes up for the lack of interesting story or characters. But not fully. I don't know, this definitely isn't the worst animated movie out there, but it is really standard for the most part. I think Jesse Eisenberg was a really weird choice to play this McCall. Like, his voice acting isn't funny or charming, it's just kinda bleh. I don't know, he's never really been able to sell me on any of his performances post-Social Network, and it's no different here. Plus, he absolutely has no chemistry with Anne Hathaway Bird, which is due in equal parts to the voice acting and the writing. Spoiler for later in the list, I guess, but I saw no reason why Manny and Ellie should have hooked up in Ice Age 2 outside of the need to preserve their species. And the problem is kind of exacerbated here because they mentioned the whole need to preserve their species thing even less. And they make even less sense as a romantic pairing. I have no idea what Mark Zuckerberg did to get Anne Hathaway to fall for him. She just kind of does at some point because this is an animated movie. We gotta have a hetero love. Gotta check off every box in the checklist. Thank you very much. Hell, we actually have 2 hetero loves because I forgot about these humans falling in love, which I guess makes more sense because they're both extreme bird lovers, but that's not actually why they fall in love. They fall in love because they see each other in sexy bird outfits during the last 20 minutes of the movie. That's cool. Very well written, very well developed romance. Thank you for that. And okay, let's get this one out of the way. Everyone always tells me, ooh, you gotta talk about the main villain in Rio. He's voiced by Jermaine Clement, the Tomato Tomba guy. I'ma be real with you, Chief. I don't think he's doing that good a job in this movie. He's serviceable most of the time, but he honestly sounds kinda bored during some line deliveries. Like, you can feel the comedic passion when he's voicing Tamatoa, but in this movie, he doesn't really stand out, and it just kinda feels like he's going through the motions. And his villain song sucks hard. Like, I'm sorry, I cringed so much listening to this. The singing is fine, but the melody is unspecial, and the lyrics are...
I'm a feathery freak with a beak, a bird murderer. You think you're better than me? I never heard of you.
Ugh. Also, just in general, I don't remember a single other thing this villain did outside of singing the song, and I just watched the movie. Hell, I don't remember anything about the movie. It was fine, but forgettable, which I guess I'll take over some of the other shit Blue Sky has spewed out.
Screenslaver interrupts this program for an important announcement.
Well, if it isn't my old, painfully average friend, Incredibles 2. Honestly, my original review of this movie is pretty much right on the money, aside from my unfortunate slander of the score. The score slaps, and I'm sorry I said otherwise. But for the most part, this movie pisses me off. It's genuinely one of the most disappointing animated films ever made. That might sound melodramatic, but when you consider Brad Bird's track record in the realm of animation, and you consider how we waited 14 years for a follow-up to the original movie, it's hard not to feel a little ripped off by the final product here. Because that's what Incredibles 2 is. A product. A product that lost an entire year of production because the higher-ups needed to push something out during summer 2018 after Toy Story 4 got pushed back. And it shows. This is such a first draft of a script that it's kinda comical. Almost nothing involving Bob and the kids is actually important to the overall story. It's just a collection of filler plot lines you would find in an Incredibles TV show. Most of it is decently charming and funny, but it feels like such a waste of time nonetheless. Dash's entire character is, I can't do my math homework and also I'm hyperactive and annoying and have nothing else going on. Violet is more entertaining here than in the original, but this plotline where her date gets his memory erased is so lame. Why can't they go on a date and she tries to act normal and hide her superpowers, but then she secretly uses them in some way to make the date go better? I don't know, do something like what the Tale of Zuko did. Do more interesting things with these characters. Bob was honestly really unlikable in this movie. Like, he actively resents his wife's success, and they never give him a moment where he apologizes to her or comes to terms with his disappointment at not doing hero work. They just drop this plotline entirely when we get to the final act, so they basically made him unlikable for no reason. Cool. Jack is funny, especially when they pair him with Edna, but again, none of this ever becomes plot relevant. It's just more filler in a movie absolutely coated with it. The Elastigirl plotline has great action sequences, but they lead up to one of the lamest twist villains to ever come out of either Disney or Pixar. She's so predictable and her ideology isn't well fleshed out at all, leading to such an embarrassing and unmemorable antagonist. Her brother is also kinda lame too. I feel like they didn't go far enough with his eccentric personality. If he was more like Varric, that would have been neat and memorable, but ultimately he's just a forgettable red herring. The other superheroes suck. They have no personality and their designs blow. In fact, that's another thing about this movie. I honestly hate the new character designs. They just don't look good in this animation style. Usually, Brad Bird has great, expressive character designs for his animated movies, but the NPCs in this movie just look awful. Even old characters like Bob just look too wrinkled and super weird. Like, tone the detail back, guys. Good lord. Another aspect of the visual design they really needed to tone down was the 50s aesthetic. Like, it's cool, it looks amazing, but it clashes so hard with the aesthetic of the first film that it feels off. I mean, this movie is supposed to take place immediately after the original, but you could honestly mistake the original for taking place in the modern day. I know I did as a kid. This movie, by contrast, is so aggressively 50s that it doesn't even feel like it takes place in the same universe as the first film anymore. And also, why was Void set up as someone important only to not be important? I thought for sure they were building up to her getting freed by Violet on the boat, and then the two of them team up to free everyone else. That would have made for such a great, natural dynamic, and it would be a good payoff for establishing Void as a character. But no! Just give me my superhero lesbians already, Pixar. What are you waiting for? Look, overall, this is a fine enough time with good humor and great action, but it's got one of the messiest stories out of any Pixar film, and the characters just aren't the same. A ton of people got mad at me for not liking it that much when it first came out, but now, 2 years later, it's abundantly clear just how little of an impression this movie left on people. After 14 years of begging Pixar to release it, it finally came out, and now no one talks about it. And that's kinda sad. Bazinga! Home was surprisingly not terrible. I'm impressed. Granted, there are a lot of terrible moments, like when Purple Bazinga Man drinks pee and eats a urinal cake. And also the plot during the second half of the movie doesn't make much sense, and it kind of makes the first half pointless. And I have no idea what happened to the Chief Shrek guy in the end. The movie kind of forgets about him, and the film keeps playing a new Rihanna song every 5 minutes, so that's annoying. But the movie's not terrible, I swear. The main characters honestly just have a really charming rapport with each other, and I like watching them go on this journey. There's a few jokes and loony scenarios that actually really land for me. Like when they have to disguise Bazinga and it looks like it's going to be a huge makeover montage, but then it turns out all they need to do is put a beauty mark on him and that completely fools all the other aliens. I like that. I like how the plot is basically stop Bazinga's party invitation email from reaching an evil group of aliens until the second half kind of drops that plot line for something more confusing. But yeah, the characters are surprisingly charming enough and these alien inventions are inventive enough to keep this loose plot afloat. Like, you're seriously gonna tell me that Turbo had more thought and effort and creativity put into it than this? Get out of town. Home is a deceptively sweet movie that clearly had some good heart thrown into it, but it's also got a lot holding it back from being actually good. Still, I appreciate the effort. Never gonna watch it again, but congrats to this movie for subverting my expectations of it.
You play as Dracula. Explore over 3 levels.
Hotel Transylvania 3, Summer Vacation. Is that really what you're gonna call this movie? That's not even a pun. Summer Vacation. Where's the funny? Actually, that's a good summation of this movie. It's not funny. I had some laughs in the first two, but this one is just so tired and predictable and rehashy. Oh no, Dracula's in love with the human lady who works for her evil great-grandfather who tried to hunt him down, but now they're in love. So she'll obviously turn good in the end and save him. Okay, there was a singing kraken that reminded me of Tamatoa, so I kinda liked that. And the characters in this franchise aren't horrible, so good for them. This is a much better franchise than Open Season, but like, that's not really a compliment. Dude, what can I even say at this point? I feel so empty. Like I said, this is the hardest video I've ever had to make. Sony has made so many absolutely soul-crushing movies, and I just need a summer vacation of my own. Even though it's currently December, but whatever, who cares? Just let me die.
Father, when can I leave to be on my own?
Even though I was only 2 movies into this marathon, I could already tell that Pinocchio is one of the weirdest things Walt Disney Animation Studios has ever made. It has a lot of the same structural issues as Jungle Book. It's a very and then this happens sort of movie, where all the little misadventures Pinocchio gets into don't really connect or flow together all that well. But I will give Pinocchio this. It's a lot more fun than Jungle Book because of how batshit insane the stuff he gets into is. He gets held prisoner by this delightfully evil Italian stereotype before he gets free and then never sees him again. Then he goes to this island where little boys are turned into donkeys and sold into indentured servitude, which is an absolutely fucking insane plot point. But then he escapes and those donkey boys are never seen again. Then he goes home but his father Geppetto isn't there, only for him to read a letter that tells him that his father was eaten by a fucking whale. What? Where did that come from? What's happening? This movie's insane plot structure would be totally fine if it had a strong theme tying it all together, but that's kind of my biggest issue with it. This is designed to be a morality story where Pinocchio's values are tested so he can potentially become a real boy in the end. But the problem is, he doesn't really get into these precarious situations because of his faulty morals or values. It's more so because he's just naive and doesn't know how the world works. So he trusts this shifty fox man who tricks him into getting into these scenarios. It's less so a failure of Pinocchio's character and more so a failure of Jiminy Crickets for just being an irresponsible, terrible guardian. As well as Geppetto for not just walking him to school and making sure he gets there. Like, if you've never seen the movie, you probably assume Pinocchio's nose that grows whenever he lies plays into the movie a lot. It's a blatant examination of his honesty, and it's what most people typically associate with the character. But yeah, no, he only lies and causes his nose to grow in one scene. He's not like a pathological liar who needs to learn over the course of the movie that lying is wrong. He's just a naive kid who was literally born yesterday, who gets into bad situations because his guardians don't even try to tell him the difference between right and wrong. So the movie is very flawed as a morality story, but it's definitely worth a watch to see all the batshit insane stuff that happens. There's something very special about seeing a Disney icon like Pinocchio smoking a cigar, as well as hearing the word jackass multiple times in a Disney film. There's some weird-ass, questionable clocks that Geppetto made, like this one of a mom spanking her boy's naked buttock with this red paint on it that looks like blood. And then there's this bodacious figure. Why did he make either of these? In one scene, the cat goes up his ass, and also he sleeps with a gun under his pillow, which is delightful. There's a song they sing that proudly proclaims, an actor's life is gay. Haha, fuck you, modern Disney, you homophobes. This is in one of your movies. You can't erase this. There are references to Alice in Wonderland and Little Mermaid at different points. Intentional foreshadowing? No, definitely not. These are just funny coincidences. What is intentional foreshadowing, however, is the fact that this movie has the Red Lobster Inn. This movie came out in 1940, and Red Lobster was founded in 1968. Pinocchio predicted Red Lobster. This is 100% canon and cannot be disputed. Thank you, Pinocchio, for giving us this amazing, completely overpriced, not really all that great seafood. Olive Garden gang for life, baby! Have you tried their never-ending pasta bowl? It never ends!
Are there other bugs in your life?
No.
Ants was the very first DreamWorks movie ever, and a gigantic middle finger to Pixar's A Bug's Life. But is it good?
You know, I was gonna let you become part of my most erotic fantasies.
This movie is basically a non-terrible version of Happy Feet. It's completely all over the place and absolutely bonkers, but I think I enjoyed it. I like how the main character accidentally incites a social uprising and stops the villain from carrying out his goal of ethnic cleansing. I like the poop joke, but this movie is just so scattershot that it's really hard to say if it's good overall. Its adult themes and jokes are almost a little jarring, unlike something like Rango where it feels like they naturally fit the story and setting. The princess and villain are kind of flat and annoying, but I like the other characters enough. The timing on a lot of the jokes is weirdly off, and I don't know if that's a symptom of the stilted early animation or what, but whatever. I don't know, it's fine, but a bit of a lackluster start for this studio if you ask me. Almost like this wasn't intended to be their first movie and it got rushed out in order to compete with a similar movie or something. But what do I know? I don't review and analyze DreamWorks animated movies for a living or anything. Jason and the Pussycats. Even though Puss in Boots is one of the DreamWorks movies I saw as a kid, I could not for the life of me remember what I thought of it. And after rewatching it, One thing I appreciate about this movie is that it's definitely not a Shrek movie. Despite being a spin-off, it's completely tonally distinct from the Shrek trilogy, and it never once feels like I'm watching a Shrek movie. The downside is that this movie is nowhere near as good as the Shrek trilogy. Whereas Shrek subverts the fairy tale genre, Puss in Boots plays it completely straight. It's basically just a Jack and the Beanstalk Humpty Dumpty mashup adaptation, and it really doesn't do anything particularly special. My favorite part of the movie is this extended flashback scene where we see Puss and Humpty's childhood and what caused them to split apart. But it ends up taking up so much time that the actual quest itself feels really short and underwhelming. I would have loved a DreamWorks take on an Indiana Jones or Uncharted-like story, but the quest is over before it really gets interesting. It's also a shockingly unfunny movie. Like, the first three Shrek movies have so many good laughs, but I can't remember anything that humorous from this film. I like the ultimate resolution to Puss and Humpty's relationship, and it makes the climax pretty interesting. But aside from that, it's just an aggressively okay movie. Nothing here is bad, but nothing is done particularly well either. Dare I say it, Puss in Boots is honestly just a movie that exists. Although Puss does refer to himself as the furry lover multiple times, so that's something I suppose. All of the monsters! Monsters University is weird, because I feel like it's simultaneously underrated and not really that great at the same time. Like, for a movie that has no reason to exist, it actually turned out pretty decent, and I don't mind its existence. Kinda like Solo: A Star Wars Story. Wow, that's 2 Solo: A Star Wars Story references in one video. What are the odds? This is the most I've thought about Solo all year. But yeah, it's a nice enough prequel that develops Mike and Sully's relationship pretty well. I like how they don't get along and feel the need to one-up each other. Plus, I like how Randall starts out as Mike's friendly roommate. My relationships with former roommates and or friends have definitely soured in the past, and I have no trouble believing that Randall and Mike hate each other to the extent that they do in Monsters, Inc. I just wish this movie didn't forget Randall was a character, because his turn to the dark side is entirely off screen, so that's bizarre and disappointing. Anyway, now that I've actually been to college, I appreciated the vibe this movie was going for. I think the time was right for Pixar to do a college movie, since the kids who grew up with the first Monsters, Inc. were probably at an age where this new movie was relevant to them. It hits a little harder with me for that reason alone. Another aspect of this film that doesn't get enough credit is the additions to the world building. This movie shows us that there's a science to scaring kids, that there's a bunch of different techniques to utilize in certain situations, and that every monster has some sort of unique attribute that makes them scary in their own way. It's really fascinating stuff. I also love the message this movie portrays. It really cuts deep, and I relate to it immensely. I personally always wanted to perform in musicals, but I just didn't have the singing chops. I was never quite gonna be good enough, and that's okay, because I found purpose through other aspects of theater, such as writing and directing. Mike's journey in this movie is so similar to mine, and I found that really special. He wanted to be scary so badly, and he tried his hardest, but it didn't work out. And that's okay, because he found purpose in scaring through his impeccable coaching, helping Sully achieve maximum scariness and resulting in one hell of a brilliant, emotionally charged final act. I'm so happy this movie exists just for its message alone. It honestly really helped me out at a time in my life when I needed it. But the movie is still not great, I'm sorry to say. For some reason, I relate to Dan Scanlon Pixar movies a lot, and yet still find them mediocre. I don't know why that is. It just is. But yeah, once we get to the whole Scare Games plot, I just completely lose interest, and that's a huge chunk of the film. So much stupid shit happens in this huge chunk. These unmemorable side characters get to be unmemorable. Mike kind of gets annoyingly arrogant for a while. This Dean appears to have no life outside of tormenting Mike and Sully. Like, oh my god, get over yourself. If you're mad they broke your Scream can, you should have put it in a glass case, dipshit. The professor appears to get some sort of weird boner for Sully. And honestly, I just kind of don't buy the whole Mike isn't scary shtick the movie's going for. I'd be pretty scared if this one-eyed gremlin came into my cabin in the middle of the night. And why is he the only member of this team that gets singled out? The purple guy isn't scary. He looks like a goofy-ass Muppet. I would laugh out loud if he attempted to scare me, but you don't see anyone calling him out for dragging the team down. Also, boo! The Abominable Snowman cameo sucks. Boo! Honestly, this is a worse retcon to me than the 4th grade line from the original film. You could have had the snowman in the movie, just have him interact with literally any other characters besides Mike and Sully. Why was that hard? This movie totally could have been great and has some great underrated stuff in it, but a lot of that stuff does get buried in an avalanche of mediocrity. The first act is solid, the third act is great despite some problems. The second act is just a slog to get through. I'll rewatch it every few years or so, but I usually just rewatch the good stuff over and over. It's okay. Moving on.
Mario, you are going to Brazil.
Rio 2 was not as good as the first.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't know why, but even though this was kind of an objectively less competent movie than Rio 1, I weirdly had more fun with it and wasn't really bored. It's like the Spider-Man 3 thing all over again. Sometimes I just like when a movie has 5 different unrelated subplots going on at once and forgets to resolve some of them by the end. And this is nowhere near the 10 out of 10 supreme comedic masterpiece that Spider-Man 3 is, don't get me wrong. I still only barely liked it better than the first film, with some of my reasons for liking it being unironic. Weirdly enough, I enjoyed the Jermaine Clement bird more in this movie. He's just allowed to be more goofy, and he plays well off of this frog, voiced by Kristen Chenoweth for some reason. Haha, my Broadway-loving brain go burr, I really like that. On that subject, I like the musical number scenes a lot better in this one, and I also think it's kind of a neat idea to have Mark Zuckerberg try and raise his children like humans, in contrast to Anne Flyaway wanting to raise them like birds. Yeah, no, Anne Flyaway doesn't really work, I'm sorry. The medium of puns peaked with Mark Zuckerberg, and I should never try and top that, there's no point. There's a soccer game between blue and red birds in the middle of this for some reason, and I don't know, man, that's fun. I like that. Haha, soccer brain go burr. Anyway, now for the batshit ridiculous stuff. There's like 5 different villain groups in this movie. They meet Anne Hathaway's bird dad, and he's a huge asshole to Blue, and this never gets resolved by the end of the movie. But also, we have Jermaine Clement and his goons who want to kill Blue in order to get revenge for the first movie, which is 100% disconnected from everything else going on, even though it's kind of the best part of the movie. But then, we have these Redbirds who seek to control the nuts, so they play this soccer game against the Bluebirds in order to see who can grab those nuts. But then, we have this hunter villain guy who is deforesting the rainforest, and he likes lollipops.
Lollipops.
I don't even know if this guy has a name. He's the main villain, and he's only on screen for like 5 minutes. It's hilarious. The humans from the first movie are back, and they contribute nothing to the plot. They're just vibing in the rainforest. And then eventually, all the birds team up to take down the evil humans and their evil machines. Even the Redbirds help out, despite the fact that the soccer game that gave them control over everyone's nuts happens 10 minutes ago. Yeah, 10 minutes ago they were the antagonists, and now they're helping the good guys, and their conflict with said good guys is never actually resolved. As far as we know by the end of the movie, they still have full control over every single nut in the Amazon. Also, apparently Mark Zuckerberg and his family are now staying in the Amazon with all the other Bluebirds, which means he's leaving his human mom behind. And the emotional scene where they say goodbye to each other after all this time is just so touching and heartfelt, and oh wait, that scene doesn't exist. Nah, we didn't have time to wrap up any of this movie's plot lines or character interactions or have any emotional moments because we had to get to the dance party at the end. How could we not? Oh wait, no. The dance party is thematically appropriate because the side characters from the previous movie were actually here scouting for talent in the Amazon, which is why they get a scene where they hold auditions and this one animal sings Memory from Cats? Haha, musical theater brain go burr. And then there's an ostrich that dances the apple bottom jeans, baby. Woo, yeah, boots with the fur. I think Rio 2 might have broken my brain. Like, morally, I know in my heart that I shouldn't rank it this high. It might just have the worst story out of any Blue Sky movie, and it's not like the characters are doing it any favors either. But man, I don't know. I didn't hate anything about it, like basically everything else we talked about in this list so far. I just found its shortcomings funny. I liked some stuff unironically. And in general, I think it's a pretty mid movie that I will likely forget about after posting this video. So all in all, one of the better Blue Sky movies. Okay, so Goosebumps 2 Haunted Halloween is a standalone sequel with new characters that feels like a traditional Goosebumps book brought to the big screen, rather than being a meta-interpretation of Goosebumps like the first one was. This one has Ken Jeong and he does nothing. Jack Black's only in this one for 5 minutes and he also does nothing. The effects are noticeably worse than the first movies. The writing is noticeably worse. The movie is only funny when Jack Black is on screen. These kids think they can kill Slappy by locking him in a box and then throwing that box in a river, because I guess they forgot that he can teleport, and then he just teleports on top of their car 2 minutes later, because yeah, how did they not expect that? One of them suggests burning Slappy, and then they say, no, let's not do that, let's just throw him in a box, he's definitely dead for good. Oops, he's not dead now. They play Rocket League with Slappy, and he brings some Street Fighter toys to life, and then one of the kids talks about how awesome Bitcoin is.
You know Bitcoins are cryptocurrency, right? It's not real coins, it's virtual coins. It's actually really cool. It starts with a process called mining.
Yeah, that's real. That happens. That is the summary of everything of note in this movie. It's whatever. I don't care about it. Moving on.
Somehow Neverland returned.
Return to Neverland is a movie that sets up a really interesting premise. Taking place during World War II and having a grown-up Wendy's daughter, Jane, wanting to grow up herself and put her childhood behind her in order to take care of her family. It honestly made for a really engaging conflict for like 10 minutes, and then Jane gets abducted by Captain Hook, and it just kind of becomes a rehash of the first movie again. I personally think this movie would have been pretty epic if Captain Hook got to fight Hitler. But oh well, the movie as is alright. It's basically just more Peter Pan, with everyone just being a bit less entertaining than they were before. Captain Hook and Smee are decent, Peter Pan and the Lost Boys are decent. Tinkerbell is once again being a dramatic bitch by literally almost dying solely because Jane says she doesn't believe in fairies. Okay, that's pretty funny. I'm glad they kept Tinkerbell the same consistently extra diva as she was before. It's also pretty funny how Peter Pan and the Lost Boys start looking for Jane because Tinkerbell's dying and they need Jane to believe in fairies. But then when they find Jane, they just completely forget about Tinkerbell and do a treasure hunt instead. Then when Captain Hook shows up and kidnaps all of them, Peter's yelling at Jane and he says, oh, by the way, Tinkerbell is literally dying because you don't believe in fairies. Like, oh yeah, that's a thing that's happening. I honestly forgot, and I guess so did the movie until now. Yeah, I don't know, it's got funny moments, it still has a lot of the same charm as the original, and thankfully the Native Americans are completely gone, so this is a certified, not racist film. At the same time though, it kind of feels like there's not much going on in this one. The Native Americans in the original, regardless of their offensive portrayal, did at least serve as another faction that made the story and the world feel more alive and interesting. So maybe their absence here could have been filled with a new, non-offensive group. Like, I don't know, what's the deal with these mermaids? What's their story? I just feel like by focusing exclusively on the Lost Boys and Captain Hook's crew, it kinda narrows the scope of the original rather than expanding it, which isn't really what you want out of a sequel. Neverland should be filled with endless wonder, and yet this movie makes it seem like we already reached the end of the wonder in the first film, since this one's just more of the same. Again, this is why you introduce Hitler in the sequel, you cowards. Whatever, it's a cute little movie if you want more Peter Pan, and it is pretty tonally consistent with the original. That is, outside of the aggressively early 2000s pop songs they play. I was actually getting emotionally invested in an early scene, and then they played a 2000s pop ballad and I started laughing. So, great work there. Overall, an alright little movie. I just wish it was a bit more original.
Move it out to the city.
If I have to talk about Ice Age for any longer, I'm going to have a meltdown. This one is fine. But even as early as the second installment, you can tell this franchise was running out of steam. In the original, Manny and Diego had somewhat complex and well-developed character arcs. But in this one, their stories boil down to, will Diego get over his fear of water? And will Manny fuck this new lady mammoth he just met who thinks she's a possum? Yeah, she was raised by possums, so she genuinely believes that she is a possum for way longer than any rational mammoth should. I think a more natural direction for the plot to have gone would be if these two annoying possum brothers were actually twist villains who brainwashed Ellie into believing she was their possum sister in order to take advantage of her protecting them. I'm just joking. Or am I? I don't know, but all I know is this aspect of the plot is stupid. It doesn't take up the whole movie, thankfully, but of course, we also gotta have misunderstandings and arguing between them, and Manny accidentally implies that he doesn't want to fuck her for pleasure. He's just doing it for the good of the species to avoid extinction. Yeah, throughout the whole movie, everyone keeps talking about how mammoths are practically extinct and Manny and Ellie might be the last ones. But then out of nowhere, at the very end, a herd of mammoths show up, which means Manny and Ellie no longer have any moral obligation to fuck each other. But Manny still wants to be with her, which is weird. I didn't really feel like they had much chemistry over the course of the movie, and I feel like they'd be better off as friends. But this is a 2000s animated movie, so we gotta have romance. SMH, whatever. I just like how after Manny confesses his love to Ellie, all the other mammoths essentially clap for them by tooting their horns. That's a terrible cliche I never get tired of. At one point, Sid gets kidnapped by a tribe of mini sloths, and at the age of 8, I distinctly remember feeling marketed to by this scene. Like, this was definitely a prototype Minion situation. It has no bearing on the plot, and could be removed without anything changing, and was clearly just here to push these mini sloths as a potential mascot. But, I don't know, the scene went in an unexpected direction that I thought was kind of funny, so whatever. The vultures sing Food, Glorious Food from Oliver for some reason. I don't know, I didn't hate that surprisingly, even though I hate Oliver with a burning passion. Scrat is pretty good in this one actually. The slapstick is solid, and he impacts the plot in a few ways, but not in stupid, over-the-top bullshit ways like in the later movies. But yeah, overall, I'm not really feeling this one. It just kind of feels like a watered-down version of the first movie.
Get it?
Except the animation and the scale of the story and climax. The movie genuinely looks really good for 2006, and the apocalyptic threat is definitely felt, but the new characters are kind of lame and annoying. The old characters don't have nearly as much emotional weight to their storylines. The jokes are less good. The writing in general is less good. Oh well. At least it's not Ice Age 3 Dawn of the Dinosaurs, or Ice Age 4 Continental Drift, or Ice Age 5
From the wind, the wind, the wind.
The Wind Rises reminds me a lot of First Man by Damien Chazelle. It's an extremely well-made and well-directed biopic that covers a subject matter I couldn't care less about and couldn't get emotionally invested in no matter how hard I tried. Seriously, I really tried to get into this movie, but I was mostly bored throughout the whole thing. I really hesitate to call it a boring movie. I think it's just more so not my thing at all. I don't find airplanes interesting, and the main character just felt incredibly emotionally distant and stoic throughout, to the point where I wasn't really interested in seeing what happened to him next. Seriously, I must reiterate, this is exactly the problem I had with First Man. It's kind of eerie. Ultimately, I thought the second half of the film was much better than the first, with the romance especially being really sweet, and the ending actually hit me pretty hard. It was really well done. The whole movie was well done and atmospheric and lived in, and man, I really wish I could rank it higher. I don't know, I think this is just a me problem, because I really don't have anything to critique with this movie compared to something like Howl's Moving Castle. I just personally couldn't connect with it, but oh well, that's life sometimes. You're not gonna like every critically acclaimed movie out there, and that's okay. I must be out of my goddamn mind, because I honestly kind of liked Madagascar 3 on my most recent viewing. And that's insane. I trashed this movie pretty hard in my Madagascar video, but truth be told, it's not that bad on rewatch. The main characters outside of Alex are still pretty pointless, but I kind of like the side characters and their stories. The action during the climax is pretty exciting and on par with the great car chase in the beginning. The humor isn't quite as Illumination-esque as I remember. I think the real problem was the character design on the humans. It's pretty awful and just screams Illumination, but the jokes aren't as terrible as I remember. They're not that good though. This is still the least funny Madagascar, and it's still a tedious liar-revealed story, and the circus plot is really contrived and lame. And why did they abandon Alex's family and never address what happened to them? It doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense. It's still not a very good movie, but honestly, there's a lot to like here to balance out all the stuff I don't like. I regret not seeing that stuff sooner, but whatever. Madagascar 3 is also officially a movie that exists. Congratulations. That doesn't mean I'm gonna force myself to watch it when I marathon all of Noah Baumbach's films. He didn't direct this one, so it doesn't count. God, Noah Baumbach co-writing a Madagascar movie is a fucking insane fact of life. But I guess it's not as insane as Martin Scorsese appearing in Shark Tale, so I don't even know what my point was. Let's move on. Madagascar the First came out right after Shrek 2 and Shark Tale, and it's pretty much the exact midpoint between the former's greatness and the latter's shittiness. It's got a ton of really funny stuff and a ton of not great stuff. Honestly, in hindsight, it's kind of ridiculous that this gigantic franchise spawned from this movie. Like, I never could have imagined it if I didn't live through it, because this movie is really nothing special. I honestly don't have much to say about it that I didn't say in my original vid about the trilogy. It's a perfectly adequate, sometimes extremely funny movie that I'm pretty nostalgic for, but it's not really that great, so whatever. The only thing I have left to say is that comedy peaked when Melman said, "Guys, we're running out of time," with a clock stuck to his head. Look at that. Comedy gold.
You're old.
Cars 3 is easily the best one. Amazing how Pixar managed to get something of quality out of this franchise, and all they had to do was wrench it from John Lasseter's filthy, grimy paws. Now, don't get me wrong, Cars 3 is not that good. It's just decent. But decent is a miracle for a franchise so conceptually broken. Speaking of conceptually broken, yes, everyone referring to Lightning as an old man when he looks and sounds just as young as he did in the first movie is confusing as shit. I don't like it. Some scenes are still really dumb, like this weird-ass training montage. The villain is just Chick Hicks again, but boring. You can't compete with Kachiga! You just can't. But what makes this movie kinda sorta work is the fact that it ditches Radiation Stinks, the worst thing about the first movie, and it ditches literally every single thing that happened in Cars 2. That's hysterical, and it kind of goes to show how this is the real sequel to the original Cars. Cars 2 was basically just a feature-length Mater's Tall Tales spin-off that shouldn't have even bothered with including racing in its plot. But anyway, yeah, this one's all about the racing, and legacy, and not throwing away your shot, and damn it, it's kind of effective. I think this movie's portrayal of imposter syndrome and finding a new purpose in something you love is done even more effectively than it was in Monsters University. I like this new yellow car that Lightning McQueen trains with. I like her sad backstory, and I like how she gets a chance to prove herself after thinking her opportunity had come and gone. I like Lightning coming to terms with his age and finding new purpose in training someone else, just like Doc did with him. I like the emphasis on Doc in general and the legacy he left behind in this universe. And overall, this movie has a bit of that indie quality to it that I appreciate in the best Pixar movies. Not that this is anywhere near one of the best Pixar movies, but it's still not afraid to take its time and focus on the characters and be a surprisingly mature conclusion to this, let's be honest, duology of movies. Some of it is boring and some of it is stupid, sure. I guess that's kind of inescapable when talking about Cars. But for the most part, I had a decent time revisiting this, and I don't think I gave it enough credit initially. I'm kind of glad Pixar made this, and I might even rewatch it from time to time and just completely skip the first two, because I am genuinely not missing anything by doing so.
Amigos! We're all amigos!
Saludos Amigos is the shortest Disney animated film at only 42 minutes. It's not really an animated film, it's more so half documentary short, half collection of animated shorts, all centered around various South American countries. Honestly, that's a pretty cool concept, and I'd love to see a modern interpretation of said concept made by people who actually come from the culture that's being adapted. This movie would be so awesome without the blatant commodification of South American culture by US businessmen. And it's more than a little awkward nowadays to learn about these cultures through the myopic framing of a bunch of white dudes here to condense this rich culture into a profitable animated film for predominantly white audiences. But like, that's how most Disney films are made. This is the only one that just blatantly shows us that process. Ultimately, while some aspects of it are certainly aged, it's a relatively enjoyable watch. Donald and Goofy get into some fun, wacky shenanigans. There's a short about this little anthropomorphic plane that's better than the entire Cars trilogy, and the ending bit has incredibly stunning and creative animation. If nothing else, you should definitely check out the ending of this quote-unquote movie. In terms of the whole package, considering how short it is, it's a pretty decent time that held my interest throughout its entire runtime. Not too bad in spite of how obvious its shortcomings are in hindsight. The Aristocats is like the perfect example of an average Disney film. It's a charming little movie with a cute little story and nice animation, and yeah, I don't know, it was perfectly pleasant. I thought these two dogs were funny, and I liked the slapstick they got into with Edgar, who's also a pretty delightfully petty villain, even if he is a bit simplistic. The dude cat had a pretty sexy voice, and I liked him bonding with the family and all that stuff. The The song Everybody Likes was pretty good, except when it was racist. The movie was never annoying, though maybe some scenes went on a bit too long, and it could have been a tad shorter since there's not really a lot of story content. But at the end of the day, it's cute, it's fun, I had a decent time watching it. There's just not a whole lot to say about it, and I probably won't see it again.
Are there other bugs in your life?
No.
A Bug's Life is my favorite forgettable Pixar movie, of which there are many. I've said a lot of mean things about it in recent videos, but honestly, after rewatching it for the first time in ages, I've come to realize that perhaps I treated it too harshly. Don't get me wrong, the stuff that sucks about this movie really sucks. It's so overindulgent with the whole liar plotline, and it makes no sense whatsoever. This whole misunderstanding where Flick hired them without realizing they were circus bugs is really dumb too, and it's a shame so much of the movie's plot hinges on this dumb shit. Honestly though, aside from that, this movie is just really charming. Like, surprisingly so. The environments are really impressive considering how early on in Pixar's life this movie was. The characters are mostly endearing and funny. The action sequences and climax are surprisingly amazing. Hopper is such a great villain who almost seems a little too great for this movie, honestly. He probably elevates the score a bit because of what a good threat he poses. Randy Newman's score is a huge improvement over his already good Toy Story score, and yeah, overall this was just a really fun movie to revisit. It's not as thematically rich or compelling as later Pixar movies, which is probably why it's grown overshadowed by the rest of their impressive catalog. But it's kind of like the Pixar equivalent of Over the Hedge. Just some nice, funny, endearing, simple comfort food to snack on in between the studio's rich cinematic meals. Over the Hedge is still better though.
Start the new rescue helicopter.
The Rescuers is better than the Rescuers Down Under because the mice actually have a role in the story in this one. And the kid isn't a supreme dumbass. She's actually pretty smart and adorable and just overall pretty enjoyable. Yeah, this is the best film in the Rescuers cinematic universe. It's also just kind of okay. I think the first 30 minutes or so are very charming and fun. I love the idea of this rodent rescue aid society, and I love how in the first scene, Bernard is just straight up dressed like Mario. I know this movie came out before Mario even existed, but come on, Disney clearly looked into the future to see Mario's design, and then they just gave it to this mouse boy. There's some fun sleuthing and fun chasing, but I kinda lost interest when they got to the giant bayou. The villain is just kind of the Walmart-ass version of Cruella de Vil or Madame Mim, and some of the side characters are just boring. Hell, at this point, you start to notice that the titular rescuers are kinda boring too. But there's some fun sequences, like when the alligators are trying to catch the mice who are inside this organ. Plus, the climax is pretty fun as well. It's a perfectly decent little watch that I had a perfectly decent little time with. But whoever decided that this movie deserved a theatrical sequel instead of The Great Mouse Detective should get eaten by an alligator. Okay, maybe that's a bit too harsh. Actually, it wasn't harsh enough.
Gru and his minions have seized the island of Korodai.
Minions, the rise of Gru, baby! Hashtag Minions sweep! Hashtag best movie ever! Hashtag I wanna die! Oh my god, what an amazing experience watching this movie was. My friends and I from across the country gathered to watch this in a
movie theater.
And man, what a great experience that was. It was so fun to
pay for our tickets
and check this movie out on a
big screen.
And the movie was just so
good
and
funny
that we had a
wonderful
time watching it. Every single time they made a reference to the first Despicable Me, whether it be the cheese racing, the Bank of Evil, Gru's future house, the future car, etc., I got out of my seat and clapped. I probably really disturbed the
theater
that I watched this in, but I don't care, man. This is pretty much the Avengers Endgame of the Despicable Me franchise, bringing back so many classic beloved characters like Dr. Nefario, the bank guy, the anti-villain league guy, everyone's favorites. And they even referenced Vector. Holy shit, my entire
theater
erupted when that happened. It was epic. This was simultaneously the most epic movie I've ever seen in my life, and bad. A bunch of people were telling me going into this that it was actually a pretty decent movie, and like, no, but it's actually not the worst thing ever, and it's an improvement over the first Minions movie. That's because there's a lot less Minions in this one, and a lot more of the Rise of Gru. And said Rise of Gru stuff honestly wasn't too bad. It's not really anything special, but I kind of enjoyed the bond Gru formed with Wild Knuckles. I think it was neat to see that he was mentored by this older supervillain, and that they had this strong connection, to the point where Gru inherited Knuckles' house. Yeah, I never thought I'd say this, but this is weirdly enough a pretty solid prequel to Despicable Despicable Me in terms of its story. It does have some of that Solo a Star Wars story bullshit where it explains the origins of a bunch of things you never really needed explained. And also, it makes no sense that Vector was born at this time unless you factor in my Vector Grimwalker theory, in which case it's the most brilliant cameo ever. Bravo, Vince. But aside from some unnecessary bullshit, I think it's actually kinda sorta neat to get this sufficiently satisfying prequel to a movie I really liked as a kid. I can't believe 2010s nostalgia is a thing now, but you know what? I'll fucking take it over 80s and 90s nostalgia. It's not nearly as nauseating. So yeah, the Gru stuff was not bad. Unfortunately, there's like 5 other subplots and they're pretty bad. The Vicious Six had the potential to be super funny, what with their creative concepts and designs, but man, they just have nothing to do in this movie until the ending fight. It's such a waste of these characters and the celebrities who voice them. Also, the minions have to rescue Gru, so they learn Kung Fu for some reason, and this doesn't go anywhere and doesn't really add to the plot, and it's a waste of time. And also, there's this other minion who rides with this biker guy, and it's also a waste of time. Basically, everything Minion related in this Minions movie is bad, as per usual. But the Gru stuff was mildly decent, and the climax wasn't half bad either, so yeah, you know what? I didn't hate this movie. It's not good, but it's the fucking Mona Lisa when compared to the first Minions. The funniest thing about it is that you can just watch it without having seen the first Minions at all, which is hysterical, and obviously what I would recommend. So if you want to watch it, definitely do what I did and check it out in...
I got bored of the joke. Candyland is not a real board game. Play other board games.
You won't regret it. Or maybe you will if you don't appreciate our Lord and Savior, Vector!
Who's this broad?
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
My Neighbors the Yamadas is a quirky, cute little movie that I watched and enjoyed and now have no real opinions on looking back. It's a good, charming, slice-of-life series of vignettes about this family, and the best parts of the film are when it tries out a new animation style or does something super creative with the visuals. But these parts don't really happen that often. Most of the film is this basic, sketchy newspaper comic style, which is very simple but still enjoyable to watch. Takahata really loves this basic sketchy style now that I think about it. One aspect of this film I really appreciated is how funny it is, way more so than the typical Ghibli movie. It really feels like comedy was the main goal for a change, and I think it worked incredibly well. I just kind of feel like maybe this movie wore out its welcome a bit and went on a tad too long for my tastes. Plus, I found it really weird that while most of the family got equal screen time, the daughter barely got anything. She's the focus of this one long vignette towards the beginning where they leave her behind at the store and have to find her, but after that she's relegated to the background while everyone else gets plot lines and vignettes about them. Like, what the hell? She's adorable. Why couldn't she also get into some wacky adventures?
Butting in here again since I know people in the comments will probably say something about it. My Neighbors the Yamadas is an adaptation of a popular manga that was originally of the same name that began serialization in the early 90s. The art style of the film is exactly the same as the manga chapters, and they pulled the look off flawlessly. I do not know if the vignettes here are direct adaptations of the manga or if they're originals to the movie. I didn't see anything about it in my research. And by research, I mean browsing the Wikipedia article for 5 minutes. It's kinda hilarious that Nonoko doesn't get much screen time in the film because she was actually the most popular character in the manga. So much so that a year before the movie came out, the manga was renamed to Nono-chan, now with her as the main focus over the rest of the family. Great timing, guys. Good job, you did it.
Oh well, overall, a pretty good, solid, fun time. Just nothing amazing. The fact that this movie came out in between Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away is just so crazy to me. It's incredible that Ghibli can just switch the tones of their movies on a dime like that and do something quirky, offbeat, and comedic in between their more mature and artistic fare. Actually, I guess Spirited Away is also pretty offbeat and quirky and comedic, but you still get my point.
Romeo and Juliet, Lion movie.
I've heard pretty mixed things about The Lion King 2, Simba's Pride over the years. Tons of people swear by it and say it's an underrated classic and that they want to fuck the emo lion. And other people hate it and think it's a bastardization of the original film. Me personally, I think it's just kind of okay. Like, compared to most direct-to-DVD sequels, it's a masterpiece. It's pretty clear that they put some actual effort into the animation and the characters and the songs, and like, yeah, nothing is on par with the original, obviously, but I absolutely wasn't expecting it to be. Even so, it can be kind of fun to be a pedantic asshole and compare aspects of these films. Like, remember how impactful the opening shot of the original was, as well as the dramatic thud of the title drop right after the music swelled? Well, in this movie, it just kinda opens. Just a casual fade into some random giraffes. Like, yep, this is the sequel to one of the most influential and beloved animated films of all time. No big deal. And instead of an impactful title drop, it just happens after a random Timon and Pumbaa joke. That's more than a little wonky, but again, it would be stupid and disingenuous to try and hold this to the same standard as the original. For what it is, it's solid. The new characters are pretty decent. I think it's a fun idea how the sequel to Lion Hamlet is just Lion Romeo and Juliet. Timon and Pumbaa are honestly just as funny as ever, and they steal any scene they're in. A lot of the new songs are surprisingly pretty solid. I thought Rafiki's Love Ballad was pretty catchy, My Lullaby isn't a half-bad villain song, and Not One of Us goes really hard. Like, I wasn't expecting that, but it's kinda on the same level as like a real Disney song. It was kind of hilarious at some points seeing random background animals start singing. I don't know, maybe it's because none of them really talked in the original, but it's just kind of jarring and unintentionally funny. Speaking of unintentionally funny, there's this nightmare Simba has that's supposed to be dramatic, but yeah, that probably got the biggest laugh out of me out of anything in the entire Lion King franchise. Right up there with,
if this is where the monarchy is headed, count it out!
And in general, the idea that there's this whole tribe of outsider lions that never existed in the first movie is just kind of ridiculous. Like, where were they when everyone was attacking Scar at the end?
Maybe they went to get juice or something.
The movie really should have opened with a flashback scene with Scar that took place during the first movie in order to better establish that these characters existed at all. But whatever. Once you accept that they were apparently here the whole time, the story is mildly investing, if a bit slow and incredibly predictable. Even so, it held my attention the whole way through and I had a pretty decent time with it. Nowhere close to the first movie, but given what I've come to expect with these direct-to-DVD sequels, not really a bad time. In spite of its faults, there's a lot to like here and a lot of clear effort they put in that I gotta respect. Pour one out for Nuki though. He was my favorite crackhead lion. Rest in peace. Frozen, Frozen, Frozen. I've pretty much exhausted all the topics of discussion I wanted to say with this movie over the course of the many videos that have covered it in the past. But I do think this video, that delves into every Disney animated film ever made, is a great place to discuss the bizarre legacy this movie has. It's hard to really say if Frozen is overrated or overhated. I mean, it's kind of both, but also kind of neither. Is it worthy of being the worldwide cultural phenomenon that it is? Oh, absolutely not. It's baffling to me that this movie took off as much as it did when every other Disney musical from the same era were just so much better in nearly every way. But at the same time, while the movie and its characters remain popular with children to this day, I feel like most teens and adults are really dismissive of this movie. And like, I get why. It's annoying seeing it everywhere when it's not actually good enough to justify its omnipresence in our modern culture. But at the same time, that's not really good enough justification to call it a bad movie. Because it really isn't. There are some aspects of this movie that are exceptional and do live up to the hype in some ways. Like, Let It Go really is that good. Anna and Kristoff have great chemistry. Olaf is actually pretty funny in this one, and then never again, kinda like the Minions. And it's honestly a really well-directed movie, with good pacing and a lot of tension during the scenes that are supposed to have tension. All the problems lie with the script, and they are significant problems. I still think the tonal whiplash at the end of Fixer Upper is some of the worst in any Disney movie. The rock trolls themselves still suck. Hans still sucks. Do You Want to Build a Snowman? Still sucks. It's a movie where the good and bad elements are always at war with themselves. And yet, enough people latched onto those good elements to make this a worldwide hit. Because yeah, those elements weren't just good, they were phenomenal. But the film as a whole is nonetheless wildly uneven. And while I kinda like it, I'm absolutely not losing sleep over the amount of people expressing how much they don't like it. I can't even really enjoy the good stuff like Let It Go because of how overplayed it was. It's similar to how I currently feel about Hamilton. Sometimes too much popularity can be a detriment and make you sick of something regardless of its quality. And Frozen is probably Disney's biggest example of that. I think it's a perfectly fine movie with a lot of exceptional elements, but I could probably go another 10 years without ever watching it again. Also, just for funsies on this rewatch, I paused the movie before Let It Go started and put on the Kingdom Hearts 3 version instead. It was hilarious. I really want someone to just make a cut of the movie where it's the exact same, but the Kingdom Hearts 3 version of this song is inserted in. That's the ideal way to watch the movie.
Take him out.
Winnie the Pooh, not to be confused with The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, is still pretty charming and sweet. After watching the original film, I can really appreciate even more just how timeless and tonally consistent this 2011 reboot is. Especially considering this came out the same year as shit like The Smurfs, which completely bastardized its charming source material. So it's nice that Disney didn't try and make Winnie the Pooh more hip and modern or some shit like that. It's nice and cute and all that jazz, but it's still just so weirdly short, and I wish they would have developed it more or added more stories. It doesn't really feel like a feature film, and as the last 2D animated film from Disney Animation, it's not the best way for that style to go out. But for what it is, it's pretty cute. I pretty much said all I had to say about it last time though, so let's move on.
Wait a minute, accidents can happen.
Dad, we're not going to kill this chicken.
There is so much to love about Chicken Run. The animation is stunning. Honestly, this movie is what made me realize that stop motion animation is the most timeless form of animation out there. This film still looks amazing 20 years later. The characters are also really endearing and likable. I enjoy their interactions and designs and jokes and such. The climax is a ton of fun, and is it me or did the Madagascar movie steal a lot from the plain stuff in this movie? It's eerily similar in a lot of areas, but yeah, I guess it really isn't plagiarism if you're doing it to yourself. Even though technically Aardman made this film, but
let's not worry about that!
So yeah, I really love just about everything in this movie. Except the story. I found that incredibly tedious and uninteresting. Oh boy, the rooster needs to teach them how to fly, but he can't fly, so he leaves, and then they formulate this elaborate plan to build a plane and escape, which, hey, wait a minute, why couldn't the movie have just been about building this plane? Why did we have to waste most of the movie on the Mel Gibson rooster giving flying lessons? It ultimately feels really disconnected from the climax. Like, am I missing something here? So yeah, Chicken Run looks amazing and has great characters, but I really don't feel like sitting through most of it a second time. It had everything but an interesting story, which was on the verge of greatness. It was this close. Also, are we just not going to talk about the fact that Mr. Tweety murders his wife at the end?
Where is the treasure?
On rewatch, I haven't really changed my tune on Treasure Planet as much as you or I was probably hoping. The steampunk aesthetic clicked with me a lot more, but that's about it. Overall, this is a movie that I just don't vibe with that much. There are a ton of legitimately strong aspects to it, like the character growth exhibited by Jim Hawkins and John Silver, as well as their relationship. It's really beautiful and interesting, and I love the concept of taking a twist villain and revealing him early so that you can see him develop more of a conscience as the film goes on. That's fantastic stuff, and I just wish these strong characters were in a better movie. The first half on the ship is pretty solid, but once they actually get to Treasure Planet, every scene that doesn't involve Jim and Silver's relationship just kind of falls apart for me. I hate the annoying dickhead robot who literally isn't funny ever. Doppler and Amelia get practically nothing to do, and their romance is hilariously underdeveloped. The whole sequence where Jim returns to the ship to get the map is just kind of filler. It's just... I was really digging the first half too, and I really wish this time I could see what everyone else sees in this movie. But it's just kind of a resounding meh for me. To be fair, the climax is actually pretty cool, and again, Jim and Silver's relationship is excellent, especially their final scene together. I don't mind if other people want to consider this one an underrated masterpiece. I just personally don't feel that way, and that's totally okay. You guys can all have fun enjoying it together, and I'll sit over here in the corner as the only member of the Atlantis fan club.
Our world doesn't deserve you. Yet.
For the most part, every single video I've made on a DreamWorks animated movie thus far is accurate to my current thoughts and feelings. Except for one where I definitely gave a movie too much credit. Yeah, there's a certain DreamWorks sequel that really wasn't as good as I gave it credit for. And that movie, of course, is Madagascar 2. Don't get me wrong, it's still the best main series Madagascar movie. It actually tried to have emotional beats with the main characters. The funny scenes in this are still insanely funny. But after rewatching this one so close to some other much funnier DreamWorks movies, it really started to hit me that this one isn't nearly as funny as I remember. Hell, the first one might actually be funnier overall, even if it does rely a lot on tedious pop culture references. Point is, while I still think this is the best one, I don't think it's easily the best one anymore. I love a lot about it, like all the Moto stuff, the plane stuff, the volcano stuff, the Moto stuff, the dam stuff, the penguin stuff, the Moto stuff, the Nana stuff, the wait, what was I talking about again? But man, the stuff with Alex and his dad and the pathetic villain lion is not nearly as funny as I remember. And it takes up a lot more time than I remember as well. Whatever, it's still a decent movie, but I feel like if I want a stronger comedy, I'll just watch something with hedges or bees in it instead. God, I just can't believe how this video has shifted my Madagascar paradigm entirely. It used to be boom, first movie 6 out of 10, second movie 8 out of 10, third movie 4 out of 10. Now the entire trilogy is just floating around in 6 out of 10 limbo, and my video on the trilogy is basically ruined. I can't tell if these movies are good or bad anymore. This trilogy is an utter enigma that has fried my brain entirely. Somebody put me out of my misery, holy shit.
Okay. What the
We're going back in time to the first
Cinderella
to get
Cinderella
off the menu.
Oh, baby. This is the one, right? This is the one everyone considers to be really good? Well, sorry to bust your bubble, but it's also just kind of okay to me. Like, I totally understand the appeal. The premise is really creative and fun, and there's actual stakes. When the fairy godmother gets turned to stone in the first 10 minutes, I'm like, okay, shit's actually going down in this one. That's pretty cool. There's a ton of actually funny moments here. Not just the scene where the prince jumps out the window. That's gold, obviously, but there's also a ton of other great funny lines.
Our troubles are over!
A stick.
Ooh, let's beat her with it.
Oh yeah, and the prince is actually a character in this one for the first time. That's cool. He's fun and enjoyable to follow as he tries to break free of Lady Tremaine's mind control. It's neat stuff. Overall, a far more compelling film than the previous two Cinderellas. But there's just a few things for me that keep it from being legitimately good. Like, for instance, the fact that Cinderella 2 basically doesn't exist. Remember when Anastasia had a character arc and fell in love with this baker guy? Yeah, that never happened. Now instead, she's the one who Lady Tremaine is pushing to marry the prince. And she has an entirely new character arc where she learns to be unselfish and let Cinderella have her happiness. And it's like, okay. It's not like they forgot about the baker either. He shows up in a photo in the credits, so like, why did they feel the need to do this? Couldn't we have given Drizella a character arc this time instead of having Anastasia learn to be a good person twice? I don't know, maybe Drizella's gay or ace and she doesn't want the prince. Although I kind of feel like I'm putting more thought into this character than the writers of all 3 Cinderella movies put into her. Okay, whatever. I can accept this as its own different continuity from the second film. But even then, I feel like not much happens in the middle chunk of this movie. The beginning and the third act is where all the cool magic shit is, but Lady Tremaine doesn't really use the wand for anything in the middle, even when it would legitimately be helpful, like magically making Anastasia learn how to dance. She just doesn't make use of the limitless potential of this premise for a while there, and I don't know why. Instead, the middle is mostly about Cinderella sneaking around the palace to get the wand, and Anastasia going through a character arc again. Fine stuff, I guess. It's nice to see Cinderella be even more proactive, and I'm definitely invested in her quest. Plus, there's sort of this nice connection between Anastasia and the king. Overall, solid stuff, but I feel like the beginning and the end are the only real fun parts, and everything else in the movie is just kinda standard Cinderella fare. Still, for the most part, I enjoyed this movie. It's not great, but it's leaps and bounds ahead of most of the other Disney sequels, doing something far more interesting than the previous Cinderella installments, and ultimately being my favorite of the trilogy. Not a very high bar to clear, but what are you gonna do?
Attention, little people!
The Secret World of Arrietty is a movie about little people, which is probably why the story feels very little compared to other Ghibli movies. This is a fun, good time, but it's pretty slow, and it definitely doesn't have the best Ghibli mods between a boy and a girl, or a human and a mythical creature. It kind of feels like we're treading the studio's usual ground, without really doing that much to stand out. It's nowhere close to the blatant copy in President Earwig and the Witch, but it's probably a distant second most derivative Ghibli film out there. Still, I had a fun time watching it until the last half hour or so. I feel like the villain in this movie was really lame, poorly set up, and just kind of unnecessary. It just didn't feel very Ghibli to suddenly throw this conflict in during the last act. Almost as if they tailored this film's story more towards Western audiences when writing it, since this was right about the time Ghibli movies were starting to get distributed in America as they came out. Speaking of Westernization, yeah, they changed some characters' names in the American dub, and I hate it. It just felt phony and unnecessary, but that's not the original movie movie's fault. I should have just watched the British dub that apparently exists that features Olivia Colman, Tom Holland, and Saoirse Ronan. God damn, I really missed out. Oh well, the American dub has Will Arnett, so that's pretty good.
What's up, bitches?
So yeah, this movie's good, just kind of one of the lesser good ones.
Abominable! Can you believe that?
Abominable was amazing. For like 25 minutes, then it turned into a worse version of Up. Movies like these really frustrate me because they could so easily go down as classics with a little story retooling, but instead this film has already been forgotten about. My favorite aspects of the film were during the beginning, like I said, where we see the main character living life, saving up money, and befriending this Yeti creature. It was wholesome as heck, and pretty magical, not gonna lie. But again, these characters soon hop on this boat and go on an adventure through the wilderness to get this Yeti home, and it's not really that good. The Yeti has vague, convenient, magical powers that do whatever the plot needs them to in order to get the characters out of any situation, which is really lame. Onward may be a worse movie, but at least in that movie they use different unique spells for each situation. This movie just has magic Yeti powers that can do anything basically, and it really deflates the tension. You start to ask, why can't the Yeti just fly them straight to his home if he can basically do anything? Also, there's a twist villain in this movie that, despite being something I legit didn't see coming, doesn't really add to the story at all. If you took the twist villain out of the story and just played it straight, the story would not really change. So that's odd. Also, this researcher lady looks exactly like a mix between Merida and Kari from The Incredibles. So that's a thing as well. I don't know, man. This movie tried, but not hard enough as far as I'm concerned. Props for setting the story in a place that isn't America, though. It's always cool to see different cultures portrayed in animated movies.
That slippery little frog has ruined everything.
The Princess and the Frog is so frustrating because it's so close to being good. Tiana is honestly one of the best Disney princesses, Naveen's a ton of fun, and Dr. Facilier is such a cool villain. You know, if I had a nickel for every time Keith David voiced the villain in a Disney product about frogs, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? Anyway, every time I watch this movie, it's so good for the first 30 minutes or so, and I'm so invested, and then Tiana's a frog. Okay, I guess this is just a lame talking animal slapstick comedy movie for a while now. There are still nice moments, like when the two of them dance together during the Evangeline song, and I like characters like Louis and Mama Odie. And okay, I didn't dislike Ray as much on my most recent viewing, but I still don't like him. But yeah, overall the quality really takes a nosedive once it becomes clear that the entire middle chunk of this movie is just a cringe-ass swamp journey. And the third act isn't awful, but it's just kinda got too many moving parts all at once to really flow that well. Couple that with an incredibly mixed bag of songs. Some of them are great, while others I completely forget the existence of every time I'm not watching the movie. And you got something that doesn't quite hit the highs of the Disney Renaissance that it so desperately wants to stand alongside. It had all the right ingredients, it just made something a little too froggy for my tastes. Not the worst, I mean, the great characters do save a lot of the film, but I'd rather be watching these characters in a movie with a completely different story. Hotel Transylvania. I remember this movie being okay when I was younger, and yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. It is kind of generic and predictable with the whole overprotective father and the lying to keep someone safe tropes. And the first 10 minutes of this movie absolutely do not leave a good impression. They basically front-loaded all the lowest common denominator fart humor into the opening, but it gets better thankfully. There are some emotional moments late in the film that are good in a vacuum, but kinda come out of nowhere and feel a bit forced within the narrative. Like, the characters are doing all sorts of wacky shenanigans, and then Dracula suddenly says, "Haha, Jonathan, you are going to hear about the trauma I endured after my wife was murdered." Like, what? But it's nice that they attempted dramatic moments, and there's also a few jokes I laughed at. I enjoy the characters, and it is kind of sweet to see Mavis and Johnny come together. Adam Sandler Dracula is fine, he's basically just a discount version of Steve Carell as Gru, but he's still totally acceptable. Honestly, compared to the usual Sony schlock, this is a perfectly inoffensive and harmless film. Nothing special, but nothing horrendous, thankfully.
Oh, come on, just give it a try.
Alright, maybe just a little.
If I can prove that I never touched my balls, will you promise not to tell one other soul what you saw?
Fox Hunt.
I really wasn't expecting much from The Fox and the Hound, but I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed it. It's just a very sweet little story of two friends torn apart by circumstances out of their control, and I was actually really invested in whether or not their friendship would be okay in the future. Though, perhaps not as much as I could have been, because the whole portion that showcases their friendship as kids is really rushed. It's like, they meet each other, and then immediately after that, a song starts playing in the background that's all like, "Oh yeah, they're the best of friends." Like, what? They just met. What are you talking about? Ultimately, I was still invested in their friendship and the unfortunate turn it took, and I was really sad to see them torn apart. I was also sad to see that they devoted time to giving the fox a female love interest, who only showed up in the last 20 minutes of the movie and only exists to be the female love interest. That was not a baller move. Another thing that I found kind of weird at first was the fact that nobody dies in this movie. Like, this one hunting dog gets hit by a train, and he comes out of it with just a broken leg. It's kind of bizarre because he doesn't do anything in the narrative after this accident, so they totally could have just killed him off to raise some stakes. I was also sure that the villainous hunter would have died in some sort of accident while chasing the fox at the end. Or maybe the fox would die, or maybe his girlfriend would die. I don't know, there's a fucking bear attack, and everyone survives it somehow. Rather than dying for his hubris in chasing the fox, the hunter survives and decides to let the fox get away when the hound tries to protect him. It felt weird at first, but ultimately, I kind of appreciate the fact that everything worked out and we could just have this nice story where people grow and everyone ends up on good terms at the end. Yeah, you could definitely argue that some of the decisions this movie makes were a bit toothless, but I nonetheless thought they all amounted to a pretty nice movie. Nothing amazing, but still pretty good and investing and underrated.
Dad? Is this where you've been for the past 10 years? Dad, no!
Aladdin and the King of Thieves is neat because it's one of the few Disney sequels that actually dares to expand the universe and introduce new themes and continue the story without just rehashing the original. And, well, I can't really say it leaves a lasting impact on the franchise, since I don't see that many people talking about this movie and nothing really came after it. But you know what? 3 out of 4 ain't bad. Let's give it up for a surprisingly enjoyable and creative threequel. Yeah, I heard pretty decent things about this one going in, and that's kind of the best thing I can say about it. It's pretty decent. Nothing amazing, but for what it is, I had a really good time with it. I think its most notable attribute is the fact that Homer Simpson is out, and Robin Williams is back in as the genie. He provides a lot of funny moments that did make me laugh out loud, which I know I said in my ranking of every Disney film that I don't think the genie is as funny anymore, and I think a big part of that is just getting used to the jokes he makes. They don't make me laugh on repeat viewings, which some jokes in some movies do, but a lot of the pop culture references the genie makes are only really funny the first time. The same applies here. I laughed a lot on my first viewing, but I don't know if the same will hold true on repeat viewings. But that's not the only issue with the genie here. As much as I enjoyed the jokes, and as much as Robin Williams' energy breathed so much life into the film, I just feel like the filmmakers were a little too excited to have Robin Williams back, and maybe gave him too much screen time. He'll just go off on these joke tangents that go on forever and kinda distract from the actual plot. It's crazy how much the genie doesn't really affect this movie's story, even though he could probably solve like 90% of the conflicts in it. I love when stories have an OP character that could solve most of the conflicts and they just decide to not use them. It is very good writing. Plus, one thing they leaned way too heavily into with the genie's comedy in this one is references to other Disney films. A couple here and there are cute, but eventually it gets real old and they made me groan rather than chuckle. So yeah, the character's a bit of a mixed bag in this film, but comparing him to how he was in the second movie, it's night and day, and it's pretty clear that Robin Williams absolutely was the character. Anyway, there are other characters in this movie, can you believe it? Aladdin's dad is the King of Thieves, and he's a cool character. I like the connection he has with his son and how he's kind of this deadbeat dad who can't give up his life of crime no matter what. But then at the end, they get the treasure they're after, and he's like, I don't need this treasure. The real treasure was family. What the f***? Why did you go to all this effort then to get the Hand of Midas? This whole rigmarole with the deadly chamber inside the giant turtle and everything. Why go through all that if you're just gonna throw the hand away? Why not just leave once Aladdin saves you? Maybe he wants to keep the hand away from the villain, but the villain's an idiot who just touches it and turns the gold anyway. You never touch the Hand of Midas, dumbass. That's Hand of Midas 101. Hey Lois, remember the time Family Guy did a bit where Peter had the Hand of Midas touch, but he turned everyone into Robin Williams? And then Disney wouldn't let them do the Aladdin bit? And now Disney owns Family Guy. I don't even know what I'm trying to say here. It's just an interesting little coincidence, I guess. Anyway, back to the villain. One other thing I wanted to mention about him is that he's voiced by Lumiere without the French accent, and it just sounds really cursed.
How do you think the guard got the magic words?
And Jasmine doesn't really do anything in this movie, so that's cool, I guess. Anyway, I guess there were supposed to be good things in this movie or something. Like I said, a lot of the stuff with Aladdin's dad is good. A lot of the new concepts the movie introduces to the Aladdin universe, like the giant turtle that houses the Hand of Midas and this underground group of thieves, that's some neat stuff. I honestly really enjoyed the songs in this one, and caught some of them getting stuck in my head for a few days after watching the movie, so that's a plus. And the animation, while obviously inferior to the first films, still does a pretty solid job of matching Robin Williams' manic energy. It's a pretty solid time, all things considered, and a more than welcome addition to the Aladdin canon. Even if it does try to pretend at the end that the merchant and Aladdin are different characters. You can't fool me. I've seen Twisted, so I know that's some bullshit.
Once again, this whole broadcast has been brought to you by Sam. It's everywhere. Get used to it.
Stop singing or you're fired!
You know, the way people online talk about Sing, you'd think it killed their grandma or something. Yeah, it's bad, but nothing about it really got on my nerves that much. The characters are all pretty cliche archetypes, like the rebellious teenager, the stay-at-home mom, the kid who doesn't want to work as a getaway driver for his crime dad. Wait, what? Anyway, yeah, we've kind of seen all these characters before, but that doesn't stop them from being mildly endearing and sympathetic. I think the vocal performances all work pretty well, and none of the characters are all that annoying. In particular, I think the Matthew McConaughey koala is a charismatic lead who holds a lot of the movie together. The best parts of the movie are the beginning, where it hasn't fully hit you how boring and played out the plot is yet, and the ending, where we get some legitimately pretty good musical performances. My favorite was obviously Taron Egerton performing I'm Still Standing, and look, if this movie had to exist to get him cast as Elton John, then so be it. He does a great job here. Anyway, didn't I say this movie's bad or something? Let's get back to that. Yeah, this movie really drags in the middle, with a ton of boring scenes, and of course the whole liar revealed thing, which isn't as self-indulgent as it could have been, but it's still pretty annoying. And then we gotta have the super sad Hallelujah song, where the characters are alone and about to lose all the good things in their lives. At this point, you're just thinking, get to the musical numbers already so I can turn this off. Speaking of musical numbers, while the ending performances are good, there sure are a lot of excessive pop songs played in quick succession during the audition scene, which is fun! There's also a fart joke that probably takes the title of most pointless fart joke of all time. Like, I genuinely don't know what this fart joke accomplished. It's hard to really describe what makes a fart joke pointless, but if you watch the movie, I think you'll see what I mean. The fact that they're all animals is completely pointless, and they never do any work to flesh out this animal world, because that would require talent that Illumination clearly does not have. Another thing the movie doesn't flesh out is the main characters beyond the basics, and we don't even really get any compelling interactions between them when they're all in this singing competition. Oh yeah, and they just drop the whole singing competition thing by the end anyway, so whatever. It's too hard for the movie to pick a winner, even though narratively it clearly makes sense for the elephant girl to be the winner. But no, that's too hard, ooh-woo. Finally, the Seth MacFarlane mouse really started to get on my nerves after a while, which I guess makes it funnier that he's canonically dead in the sequel. So, yep, it's a movie. It's pretty bad, but there were nonetheless parts of it I liked, particularly when it served as a teaser for Rocket Man. You guys teasing me. Toy Story 1 is the weakest Toy Story, but it's also the funniest one. It's a riot. I am jealous of this movie's comedic timing. But honestly, aside from the humor and the general imagination of this toy world they've created, this movie just isn't really one of my favorites. Dare I say, it's one of the most overrated Pixar movies in my opinion.
Did he just say, aye, he did?
Like, it's a solid enough foundation for this studio, and it's a much better first movie than Ants, but it's got a few things holding it back for me from being actually great. It's probably not fair to say the animation, because it's insanely impressive for the time, what with this being the first fully CG movie ever and all, so we'll move past that. What I don't really like about this movie is Woody. I get that he's supposed to have this character arc where he goes from being really mean to more understanding, but honestly, he's just such a dick for so long that it makes a lot of this movie kinda unpleasant to rewatch. He had plenty of jerkish moments in the sequels, but in those movies you could see where he was coming from and kinda understand his perspective. because those movies had much more nuanced conflicts than this one. In this one, he's just fueled by his jealousy and resentment, and while it's somewhat compelling to see him move past that, it's just not very fun. Speaking of not very fun, we spend so much time in Sid's dingy nightmare house, and I kinda hate it here. Not only is it an unpleasant location with a really unpleasant, annoying antagonist, but it kinda drives the pacing to a halt. Aside from Buzz's identity crisis, there's not much going on here until Woody and Buzz have their emotional reconciliation. My last big problem with Toy Story 1 is that it just feels like it's saying the least out of all the Toy Story movies. It's really good at setting up Woody and Buzz as characters and developing their friendship, but it doesn't really do much outside of that. The sequels all have way more interesting themes, compelling side characters, and frankly better stories than this movie. It's a good enough introduction to this world that becomes the basis for some of the best sequels ever made, and it has its fair share of incredible moments, like the entire climax. But overall, it's not my go-to Toy Story movie, unless I'm in the mood for some phenomenal meme moments.
Downward spiral, downward spiral, downward spiral, downward spiral.
Despicable Me Too. Did you know that this movie's tagline on Letterboxd is "Back to Work"? That's probably the most generic tagline you could possibly put for a sequel of all time. Is that official, or did Letterboxd do that? Like, huh? Also, fun fact, this is currently the one and only Illumination movie to be nominated for Best Animated Feature at the Oscars. This one. Okay. I mean, it is one of the better ones, I guess. It's also not very good. Some of the charm from the first film is still intact, and there's a couple of decent jokes here and there. I still really like Gru and his relationship with the Goyles, and even though it's a really generic sequel trope to just give him a female love interest, I don't know, she's kind of fun, I guess. The relationship isn't really that fleshed out or anything, but it's fine. I like how they gave Dr. Nefario a fitting storyline about wanting to leave and keep doing evil things. Plus, of course, I gotta talk about the epicness that is El Macho. He's not really a great villain or anything, because he doesn't have that much time to be villainous, but come on, he's El Macho. That's epic. His ludicrously excessive fake death is probably the funniest part of the movie. Oh, and also I like that nacho hat. It's a very cool hat. I want one.
I want that!
This movie is watchable enough and has some fun elements, but unfortunately a lot of it is just generic meandering kids movie crap. Unlike the first movie, which had a pretty tight focus on its story, this one's got a bunch of subplots that it divides its time between, and it messes with the pacing, making it feel like very little is happening to advance the story. There's barely a second act, so by the time we get to the third act climax, I'm like, oh, we're here already? That doesn't feel right. There's also a ton of filler that serves no purpose other than to make the babies in the audience laugh. And that includes the far larger number of minion scenes. I don't hate the minions in this one, but I do feel nothing towards them. They're just there, being their delightfully no longer entertaining selves. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. Could have been better, but could have been worse. I guess I'd willingly sit through it again if I was babysitting a child who really wanted to watch it. Though if they asked me to put on Minions, I would grab the DVD, then pretend to trip and accidentally drop the DVD out a nearby open window where it would fall into a wood chipper I conveniently set up beforehand. Oops, sorry kid, what a sad accident. Guess we gotta watch something good instead.
And from that day forward, anytime a bunch of animals are together in one place, it's called a zoo.
Honestly, I kinda keep flip-flopping on how I feel about Zootopia. I was expecting my opinion of it to go down, because I feel like the race metaphor they were going for is just gonna age worse and worse as time goes on. And it takes up a lot of the movie, considering how almost every conversation any character has ties back to what species they are in some way, which often feels forced and unnatural. Also, I still hate the nudist colony scene. Why is this a thing? But on the other hand, Nick and Judy have really good chemistry, and I enjoy watching them untangle this mystery together. There's a ton of funny moments, and the Godfather and Breaking Bad references are cute. And yeah, overall it's a solid time. I just kind of think this movie bites off more than it can chew by trying to say something really important and ultimately making an ass out of itself when you think about the questionable allegories it's going for. But hey, the main characters are still incredibly likable, and I love following them around. Plus, it's really nice that they don't get into a romance. I don't know, I feel like that would only end badly.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys!
Plus, there are plenty of powerful moments that legitimately do speak to the evils of prejudice and stereotyping. A rather uneven film, I suppose, but I still like it and think it's pretty fun in spite of its faults. Not a masterpiece, but still solid.
Oh, merry man!
I remember my first exposure to Disney's Robin Hood. It was in the year of our Lord 2022. It was this year. When I watched Hour of Poop's YTP masterpiece, Friars Rubbing Wood, Fall of Nottingham. It's legitimately one of the funniest and most well-edited YouTube poops I've ever seen. And I kind of assumed that when I got to the actual Robin Hood movie, it would be a disappointment in comparison. And yeah, obviously that's true. But I was actually surprised at how good of a movie it really was. It's got an incredibly endearing cast of characters, from the heroes to the villains. And I surprisingly really liked how laid back and chill it was. I assumed Robin Hood would have some sort of epic adventure to go on, but it's more about him scamming Prince John and trying to get back with his lady friend, and it's pretty fun stuff, not gonna lie. I think it would have been cooler if these characters were used for some sort of heist movie, in the vein of mail.
You got mail.
Whoa. In the vein of something like, say, Lupin the Third. And we do get kind of a heist at the end, but it's not really anything substantial or elaborate. Speaking of the ending, that shit is dumb. Everyone is suffering because of Prince John being a terrible, greedy king. So Robin Hood's clearly gonna unseat him somehow, right? No, actually, the real king comes back from the war off screen in the last 3 minutes of the movie, and then he takes over again. Don't worry about it, everything's fine now. Disney would never want its protagonists to overthrow a monarchy, don't be silly. Anyway, I also think the romance and Maid Marian's character in general is kinda weak. Plus, yeah, the notorious recycled animation in this movie does really stick out, even though I do understand that it was necessary for budgetary restrictions. It's weird because it almost blends in pretty well, but your brain notices it more because they got the exact same voice actor as Baloo to voice Little John, who already looks exactly like Baloo. So since you're already thinking about how this bear is literally just Baloo again, you're more prone to notice that he dances in the exact same manner as Baloo in this one scene. Why did they have to use the same actor? And why did they give the snake hypnosis eyes in the first scene? He doesn't even use them later in the movie. It's just an awkwardly placed Jungle Book callback that reeks of recycled animation that they didn't need to recycle. So okay, yeah, there are problems and weird little things, but honestly, this movie's just really fun overall. Fun characters, good slapstick, immaculate vibes. I really do like it. Even if the YouTube poop was better. I mean, it has Jango Fett. That automatically makes it better. Come on.
A cat is not a dog.
The Cat Returns is extremely similar to My Neighbors the Yamadas. It's very simple and slight, a clear breather in between Studio Ghibli's more ambitious films, and its best attribute is its comedy. This one's got a ton of really funny moments, and I highly recommend the English dub just for Tim Curry alone.
That's me, babe.
Yes, Tim Curry plays this insane Cat King, and it's truly incredible.
Whoever's next better not stink, got it?
I'll admit, I wasn't completely sold on this film during the first half because of that pesky short runtime. It takes about 30 minutes for these characters to get to this crazy mystical cat kingdom, which wouldn't be a problem in a 2-hour movie, but when the movie's only 75 minutes, that just feels like a really weird pacing decision. It feels like they should have either gotten to the cat kingdom sooner or made the film longer. But honestly, the last 20 minutes kind of make up for this because they were batshit crazy. So much fun shit happens during this film's third act that it more than makes up for the fact that this film didn't really have much of a second act. I'd definitely rank the film higher if it was longer and had more time for even more fun, wacky shenanigans. But for what we got, this is still a good fun time. Plus, I just love the idea of making a spin-off of Whisper of the Heart based on the character in Shizuku's story. This is the kind of story I can picture Shizuku writing about the Baron, which is probably why the tone is so light and comedic. So yeah, good time. Probably should have been longer.
Prepare for my civil rights beam.
Well boys, we did it. My character arc is complete, and I now finally see the Penguins of Madagascar for the masterpiece that it is. And by masterpiece, I mean it's slightly better than all 3 Madagascar movies. What it lacks in humor compared to the first 2 Madagascars, it makes up for in zaniness and surprisingly good action. The plot is actually decent, and the villain is enjoyable, plus there are plenty of funny moments here and there. The movie kinda loses me with these other secret agents who aren't really that interesting, plus any attempts at an emotional moment really fall flat. Bro, this is the Penguins of Madagascar movie. Just fully immerse yourself in the zaniness and don't bother with the drama. Whatever, it's still a really fun time, but once again, I don't have that much to say about it. Just like the trilogy, it is also a 6 out of 10 film, and the show was still better.
Let's roll! Bye, Felicia.
I am shocked and pleased to report that I actually had a lot of fun with Peter Rabbit. I think Domhnall Gleeson did a tremendously good job as the protagonist of this movie, and I really enjoyed watching his attempts to take down the villain. villain, this borderline terrorist rabbit played by James Corden. I'm not even exaggerating, by the way. This movie is literally structured as if Domhnall Gleeson is a Kuzco-like protagonist who starts out hilarious yet unlikable, and learns to become a better person as the movie unfolds. Meanwhile, Peter Rabbit is a goddamn sociopath, and thus, I think casting James Corden in this role was an excellent idea. Would the movie be better if it had a real actor in this role? Well, yeah, obviously, but this part seems to be written with Corden in mind, so it all works out. Other than that, yeah, I don't know, this is surprisingly just a really fun movie. The writing's pretty decent, and I liked quite a few of the jokes. You can tell the director does have a knack for visual comedy and integrating the pretty good-looking CG creatures into this world. It's basically night and day when you compare it to the goddamn Smurfs movies. Donut Hole Gleeson is killing it, like I said. He's really good at physical and verbal comedy, and I think this was still a less humiliating role for him than Hux was in The Last Jedi. It's a perfectly decent family film. Could have been really good if not for James Corden and some of the typical Sony gross out humor bullshit. Just watch Paddington if you want to see this movie but actually good. Still, not a bad time overall. I just wish Peter Rabbit could have gotten the death sentence he so obviously deserves. Leroy and Stitch is a pretty solid send-off to a TV show I never actually watched. I feel like I'd obviously get a lot more out of this movie if I had seen the show, but it works pretty well as a standalone regardless. The pacing is a lot snappier than Stitch the movie, there's some solid emotion with the aliens wanting to move on with their lives and say goodbye, Gantu has a solid redemption arc, and that climax with all the experiments fighting all the Leroys? Yeah, endgame wishes. I think it's a pretty solid last hurrah for the Lilo and Stitch franchise. Nothing mind-blowing, but definitely an engaging watch. I wish I had more to say about it compared to the other movies on this list, but yeah, it's pretty clear that this is a TV show finale that just gets lumped in with all the other direct-to-DVD sequels for some reason. Not sure why, but by direct-to-DVD sequel standards, it's definitely one of the best ones.
Give it up for Snow White!
I was not expecting to enjoy Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Respect it, sure. I mean, how can you not respect the first feature-length animated film ever made? But on top of that, I actually liked it? I can't believe it. It's just such a simple, charming film with stunning animation. Like, this shit came out in 1937, and it still looks this vibrant and alive almost a century later. I'm blown away by what they were able to accomplish back then. Just the way these characters move, the way their little noses pop up on the bed in that iconic shot. A lot of this movie's charm relies on the physical comedy with the dwarves working. And holy moly, it doesn't just work, it soars. The dwarves are definitely the best part of this. Not only are they well animated, but it's just so fun to watch their interactions and their mischief unfold. I enjoy the delightful, unabashed evilness of the queen as well. And like, yeah, Snow White is kind of a boring and very dated protag, but she's still a lovely and sweet person. Not one of the best Disney princesses, but not really a terrible one. Everyone loves to rag on this film's ending with the prince, and yeah, it's complete nonsense. It could have worked if they established an actual romance between them earlier in the film before Snow White had to flee from the queen. But no. Actually, the entire ending is kind of weird because the conflict really only gets started in the last 10 minutes. Like, everything from the evil queen visiting Snow White and poisoning her, to the happily ever after with the prince who kissed her while she was in a coma, is just crammed into those 10 minutes. That's kind of bizarre, especially considering how some of the sequences earlier in the movie, like Snow White cleaning the dwarves' house or the dwarves dancing with her, do go on a bit too long. Like, the runtime for this film feels like it perfectly suits the amount of story content on paper, but they didn't quite even out the amount of time each part of the story should get. But in spite of some parts feeling too slow, or too rushed, or too hilariously dated, it's still such a nice film. The songs are incredibly pleasant and evoke early musical theater really well. The animation is delightful and somewhat evocative of the Fleischer cartoons of that era. It's just overall still a good movie, and a must-watch for animation and Disney fans. Just to see how this whole Disney animation thing got rolling. Though I must say, I do have to question the queen's logic of making a potion that turns people ugly, and then using it on herself instead of Snow White, just so she has a disguise to feed Snow White a poison apple with. Why not just force her to drink the ugly potion and skip the poison apple step entirely? SMH, work smarter, not harder, queen.
I caught the ugly!
Wake him up like Sleeping Beauty!
Sleeping Beauty is the best of the three classic Disney princess movies because it has Maleficent, and Maleficent is cool as shit. Now that I've seen this movie, I finally get the hype around her. Yeah, she's not complex or layered or anything. She's pretty one-dimensional and her motivation is just, she didn't get invited to the party, oh no. But I don't know, that's what's so cool about her. She's just this petty bad bitch who's evil and she loves it. And she delivers the rawest line in any Disney movie.
Now shall you deal with me, O Prince, and all the powers of hell!
Like, hell yeah. Fuck him up. You're doing great, sweetie. The entire last 15 minutes of this movie are such an incredible and surprisingly tense spectacle, with such potent gothic imagery and amazing colors. So yeah, great villain, and also the rest of it's not bad either. You can tell Disney learned from the mistakes of Snow White and Cinderella, and they're starting to make progress with the central romance. Like, the prince and princess here spend a bit of time together. Plus, the prince has some personality and a couple funny lines. He acts a little bit creepy in the woods, but it's not too bad. Ultimately, he's a step up from the last two boring-ass princes. Aurora's kinda boring, but honestly, she's not really the main character. It's more about the three fairies raising her, who are pretty charming and occasionally funny as well. And so are the kings of the two kingdoms where the prince and princess are from. Honestly, I'm just surprised at how charming nearly all of the characters were. And not only that, but the backgrounds and shot compositions in this movie are just so richly cinematic. This movie has one of the best visual styles of any classic Disney film, and I really wanted to highlight how good it looks, especially for its time. I also appreciate the logic present in the plot. Going into this movie, I thought the whole Aurora pricking her finger on a spinning wheel thing was gonna be really dumb, because that's how it sounds. LMAO, why don't they just get rid of all the spinning wheels so that's not an option? Oh, that's actually what they did in the movie. And not only that, but they hide her away and change her name so Maleficent can't find her. Huh. It's nice to have a movie with smart characters for a change, even if the fairies kinda grab onto the idiot ball towards the end and leave her unattended. Like, I know she's sad, but you should probably stay with her to make sure she doesn't die, since Maleficent said she was gonna die on her 16th birthday, but okay. Not only that, but the pacing does kinda drag this one down a bit, since even though most of the characters are charming, their charm starts to wear thin when you realize there hasn't really been much forward momentum in the plot for the first 40 minutes or so. But ultimately, it's a very good movie. I liked it and stuff.
We'll have a little nausea for a few hours, then it'll be fine.
The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh is cute and charming and sweet, and I like it. Honestly, I don't really know what else to say about it. It's good, and I enjoyed it. It's not my favorite slice-of-life chill vibe movie out there. It's just kind of a nice little anthology film with a bunch of shorts about Winnie the Pooh and friends pasted together. Well, pasted together sounds a bit harsh, but I don't really know how else to describe it. Lovingly pasted together? I don't know, I guess that works. It's a perfectly pleasant and enjoyable time, and even though I prefer the Disney movies with a little more substance to them, I can definitely appreciate what this one goes for. Some of my favorite scenes include the Heffalumps and Woozles song, the part where Pooh gets his fat ass stuck in Rabbit's house and Rabbit tries to decorate it for some reason, all the parts with Tigger because Tigger's pretty epic, and I like the ending where the narrator says Christopher Robin has to go to school to learn about Brazil. That's real. That actually happens. Very good movie. Better than the 2011 one because it actually felt like a complete package and not like they took some of the stories out. Plus the old voice actors generally sound better. So yeah, I like it.
Stop singing!
Damn, I can't believe it, guys, but they really did it. Illumination went ahead and made a C-tier DreamWorks film. I always knew they had it in them. Sing 2 is surprisingly kind of okay. Like, you can tell they put more effort in right from the start. The opening musical segment is better and more visually interesting than the entirety of Sing 1. The elephant even dabs at the end, so that's how you know it's really good. Anyway, most of the cliche character traits that were focused on with the main cast in the first movie don't really play as much of a role in this one. All of the character conflicts our main peeps have now are slightly more interesting to watch. Not amazing or anything, but they're not the most predictable things in the world either. And none of the characters in this are annoying, unlike basically every other Illumination movie where there's at least a couple little shits you can't stand. I don't know, the main cast of the Sing movies, while pretty cliche, are kinda likable and you want to see them succeed and become stars. All of them except for the Seth MacFarlane mouse, who thankfully isn't in this one at all, and they don't even address what happened to him after the last movie. He was last seen driving off with a bear hanging onto his car, so everyone assumes he's canonically dead. And that is just the funniest thing in the world to me. There's also some showbiz related plot lines that I kind of enjoyed. Like how this asshole producer guy forces Mr. Koala to put his daughter in the show even though she can't act. Or the plot about Lion Bono grieving his dead wife and refusing to perform or even listen to his songs for 15 years. I don't know, this shit ain't half bad. But that doesn't necessarily make it all that good. There's a bunch of stuff that gets glossed over real hard, like the daughter gets over not being the lead anymore super easily, and is even willing to do the show behind her father's back. Which, like, wait, when did they show her having problems with her father? That didn't happen, did it? And the porcupine sings a U2 song to Lion Bono to remind him how much he loves making music. That's a nice scene, but then the next time we see him, he's completely convinced to do the show. Wait a minute, shouldn't there have been like a conversation after the song about the ramifications of him coming back? It seemed like he was extremely adamant about not wanting to do it, but then him listening to someone singing one of his songs completely changed his mind? That doesn't make sense. So yeah, there's a bunch of shortcuts the script takes here and there. Plus, much like the first movie, the first act here is also loaded with completely unnecessary pop songs playing one after the other. And the middle kind of drags, and you really just want to see them get to the ending performance already. But overall, despite its problems, I kind of enjoyed myself. The characters are likable, the setting is cool, the villain is decent, the musical segments are really good. It genuinely didn't feel like I was watching an Illumination movie, like I said at the beginning. It gave me a rare spark of hope that the studio was becoming interested in making movies that can be watched and enjoyed by someone over the age of 5. And it was a more than welcome surprise. So yeah, more movies like Sing 2 please, Illumination. I can't believe a slightly above average film warrants a massive W for this studio, but that's where we're at. I like how with the non-Toy Story Pixar sequels, there's no real consensus regarding which one is best. Some people like Cars 3 or Incredibles 2 best, some are loyal to Monsters University, and you know there's at least one sick, depraved individual out there who genuinely thinks Cars 2 is the best Pixar sequel. Please, keep it to yourself. But for me, Finding Dory is by far the best out of this fairly mediocre group. Like, you still have to make a ton of concessions with it, just like with any Pixar sequel, but I think the movie's strengths far exceed its weaknesses. About those weaknesses though, yes, it's real dumb that Dory gets these convenient memory flashbacks one after the other in order to move the plot along, and it makes the screenplay feel kinda repetitive at times. Marlin getting angry at Dory towards the beginning is kinda jarring and a bit of a regression for his character, even if it's just this one scene. Marlin and Nemo also don't add much to the story, and the new characters, while fun, aren't nearly as memorable as the original movie's characters. Aside from all that though, this is just a legitimately fun romp through this aquarium. I really like Hank, and I think he has a great dynamic with Dory. Yep. Speaking of that, Dory is just more entertaining to me in this film than she was in the original. Every aspect of her backstory you could possibly ask for is explained in logical and clever ways. Like, she speaks whale because her childhood friend was a whale shark, and she can read because she grew up in this aquarium with all these words constantly surrounding her. That's neat. I also just love how encouraging this movie is for people with disabilities, and I think it's really clever how the movie introduces new characters who all have some sort of disability, but doesn't explicitly draw attention to any of them. Hank is missing an arm, Destiny has trouble seeing, Bailey lost his echolocation briefly, but none of these elements define who these characters are. Just like how Dory's disability doesn't define who she is or limit what she can accomplish. It's really powerful to see her parents worry over her and whether she'll be alright, only to lose her for so many years. That first person perspective shot where Dory thinks her parents are dead is really great and anxiety inducing, but the pinnacle of this movie is this incredible shot, where we see all the shells Dory's parents laid out in the hopes that she'd follow them home. It's such a tremendously powerful image, and I love how it isn't immediately explained. The audience is allowed to connect these dots for themselves and get hit in the feels. I don't know, man, this is just kinda everything I could ask for in a sequel to Finding Nemo. It's funny, it's emotional, it's just a really good time in spite of its flaws. It's one of the most overhated Pixar movies for sure. Like, come on guys, it's really fun. Also, the truck scene is complete and utter nonsense, but I kinda love it for that reason. Okay, moving on.
Look, your friend is going to be in quarantine. That's where they take the sick fish.
Bruh. We're going back in time. That's right. We're going back in time.
Meet the Robinsons is a flawed but fun little time travel movie that I already dedicated an entire video to praising. So if you'd like to hear my thoughts on the film, you can check that out since this video is extremely long and I've pretty much said all I want to say on the movie there. It may not be as epic as Freebirds, but to be fair, nothing is. Except Bowler Hat Guy. He's the only true challenger to Freebird's throne.
Oh shit! A rat!
Okay, look at the animation on the humans in Flushed Away. You know what they remind me of?
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today
Aside from that, Flushed Away is pretty good. I enjoyed this movie's sense of humor, I like the villain and especially his henchmen a lot. I like the action, I like how the rat world is built from various human artifacts, and the villain's plan is honestly really creative and clever, gotta give some props there. Some stuff isn't too great, like these prototype minion slugs in a movie that came out 4 years before the minions existed. Even as a kid, I felt marketed to through the existence of these slugs. Yeesh. Also, the movie does that whole, oh, the main characters don't like each other, and there's wacky misunderstandings over and over, whoopsie shtick, and that's annoying. Also, this movie does that whole, the main character is sad that he's alone thing, and it really doesn't do that terribly well either. Like, I think the Sonic movie did that thing better, honestly. But hey, this is still a pretty fun movie with the most alarmingly terrible human animation in DreamWorks history, but they're in it for less than a minute, so that's okay, I guess. Good movie, that's all. Moving on.
What about dinner?
Fuck you.
Ponyo, fishy in the sea. Ponyo is so adorable. Oh my god, it's Ponyo. Yay! Yeah, I don't really have much to say about this one. It's just very cute. The characters are incredibly endearing, and I love the adorable relationship between Sosuke and Ponyo. The underwater scenes in this movie are absolutely mesmerizing. The score is insanely gorgeous, which, I mean, you can say that about almost every Ghibli movie, but this one really sticks out. I really liked what an irresponsible driver Sosuke's mom is. Like, holy shit, you're lucky you and your son both survived. If I had any problems with this film, I'd say there are aspects of the story that aren't explained particularly well, like why exactly Ponyo is bringing about an insane climate disaster by becoming human, and the pacing is a bit off as well, with the first act going on a little too long and the third act being kinda rushed. I honestly don't even think this movie really needed a plot. It could have just been a slice of life film. But oh well, it's really cute and charming and pretty much impossible to hate. After Tales from Earthsea, this was a godsend. Whatever you do, don't watch Tales from Earthsea. Worst mistake of my life.
Don't worry, don't lose your head.
I made a few bad decisions and ended up totaling my Scion TC at 100 miles an hour.
The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, a movie consisting of 2 short films that couldn't be more different in terms of tone, plot, and presentation. Sandwiching these 2 together into one film was certainly an odd choice, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy one of these significantly more than the other. The Mr. Toad story is fine, it's whatever. I just don't really care about the characters in this one. Mr. Toad is kind of annoyingly energetic, and his friends are just kind of typical wet blankets there to reel him in. I kind of like how this took a turn into a courtroom comedy, but ultimately, I don't think this short really found its footing until the ending. The final madcap battle here is filled with such delightful comedic slapstick that it definitely made the ho-hum build-up worth it in the end. It's a decent little short. Now the Headless Horseman story, that's the real meat and potatoes of this compilation. First of all, it's narrated by Bing Crosby, who also performs the songs, and that's epic. I love me a good Bing Crosby song, that's some good shit. But also, I find the animation in this one a lot more expressive. It's some of my favorite in all of classic Disney. The shenanigans that Ichabod Crane and Beta Gaston get into trying to woo this lady are really funny. And of course, the crown jewel of this short is the actual Headless Horseman stuff. The song is catchy as hell, and it's honestly one of the few older Disney songs that hold up really well compared to their modern music. And the actual confrontation with the horseman is so deliciously dark. I love it. Maybe a few parts of the beginning and the middle are paced a bit too slow, but for the most part, this short is great. It definitely makes up for the rather uneven Mr. Toad short, and makes this a pretty good package overall. I'd say it's worth checking out, especially compared to Fun and Fancy Free, which deserves to rot in a ditch somewhere. Okay, so you kind of need to have a degree in Lilo and Stitchology in order to understand the timeline here, so let me just explain. You got the first movie, Lilo and Stitch. Easy, right? Then after that, Stitch the movie came out. Now this wasn't technically a direct sequel to the original film, despite taking place after the original film's events. This was more so a pilot for the Lilo and Stitch TV show, which came out shortly after. Okay, seems pretty simple so far. But then, after that, we got the third Lilo and Stitch movie entitled Lilo and Stitch 2, Stitch Has a Glitch. So basically, Stitch the movie was the Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories of the series. Except not actually, because Chain of Memories actually does take place between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. But Lilo and Stitch 2, despite coming out after Stitch the movie, takes place before it. It's the true direct sequel to the original film. You just need to ignore the fact that it came out as the TV series was airing. And then Leroy and Stitch came out last. It was the finale to the TV show, and chronologically, it's the last point in the Lilo and Stitch timeline. This, of course, does not include the Stitch anime series, the Chinese Lilo and Stitch spinoff, or the manga series Stitch and the Samurai, where Stitch lands in Sengoku-era Japan and befriends a samurai. This is real. This actually exists. What is this franchise? I don't even remember what movie I was supposed to be talking about here. Lilo and Stitch 2, I think? Yeah, that one's good. Like, out of all the Disney direct-to-DVD sequels, I feel like this one could most easily pass as an organic theatrical sequel to the original. It's not quite as good as the original, but it maintains the same animation quality, the same tone, the same humor, and the same heart. I was just really impressed by it, and I'm shocked that they turned out such a good product here. There are a couple flaws. Basically, the film is about Stitch having a glitch that dates back to when Jumba first created him. So Jumba needs to work on a solution that'll stop Stitch from violently losing control and wreaking havoc. And he keeps this information a secret from everyone else, which is pretty much where the entire conflict comes from. It's honestly really frustrating. Like, I get that Jumba's pride is probably what's preventing him from admitting the problem with Stitch, but come on, don't just let the little blue dude run around and wreak havoc and make everyone think it's his fault when in actuality he can't control himself. I just feel like this was a really stupid decision on Jumba's part. And I also find it ridiculous that Pleakley doesn't reveal that this is what's going on. Either on purpose because he feels bad, or on accident because he's a kooky blabbermouth. I don't know, I guess I'm just not a big fan of easily resolvable conflicts that don't get resolved because movie has to happen. And there's also this subplot with Pleakley trying to help David impress Nani, and it doesn't really go anywhere. It was occasionally funny, I guess, but yeah, I don't really know what it was doing in the movie. Anyway, aside from that, everything else in this movie is actually pretty good. The film uses this Hawaiian legend as a basis for a hula dance Lilo wants to perform with Stitch, but it also serves as a metaphor for the situation they go through in this movie. And I think that's really clever and a great way to maintain the respect for Hawaiian culture that the first film had. And while the conflict between Lilo and Stitch could have been cleared up by the other characters, I don't know, I just find the scenes where she gets mad at him for the destructive behavior he can't help to be really sad and moving. And the scenes where they're fighting feel super realistic to how siblings bicker. Again, this still feels like a real family, just like it did in the first movie. I love how they continue to make Myrtle more of a little shit. Like, her hula performance is just a tacky advertisement for her family's business. Incredible. And yeah, there are some scenes towards the end that are pretty emotionally effective. Despite its problems, I can honestly say that this was a really solid and enjoyable sequel to Lilo and Stitch. One that actually feels worthwhile and like it's a part of the canon. I'd honestly say check it out if you like the original and haven't seen it. It kinda shocked me with how solid it was, and I could see myself watching it again at some point. A sentiment I do not have about the vast majority of movies on this list. So yeah, grab the Ohana and check this one out. It's neat and stuff.
Aladdin!
How the fuck you know it was me?
Because it is you! You're just wearing different clothes!
For some reason, everyone really wanted me to review Wish Dragon. Oh, it's so good! Don't listen to everyone saying it's an Aladdin ripoff. It's definitely not an Aladdin ripoff. It's an Aladdin ripoff. It hits every one of the same plot beats for the most part, and it just got extremely tedious because I knew I could just be watching Aladdin instead, which is paced better and has better animation and a bunch of songs that really slap. In a vacuum, this is a perfectly good film without any major issues, but the fact that it's as derivative as it is really sours the experience a bit. Now yes, I'm perfectly aware that Disney did not invent the Aladdin story, and I believe the general story structure of a poor boy who gets 3 wishes from a magic being did actually originate from China. It's not like you can't do a story that's been done before in a movie, but it has to be at least visually and tonally distinct. The Little Mermaid and Ponyo basically have the same premise of a fish girl wanting to leave the ocean behind, live on dry land, and be with a land boy. But these are still wildly different movies, not only because they go in completely different directions plot-wise by their second halves, but also because of how little they resemble each other visually and tonally. But like, look at this, man. Like I said, it's not just story structure, it's the visual language of the film. The dragon zips around and talks fast, just like the genie did. There's so many shots in this movie that just feel like direct Aladdin parallels. Doing a similar story structure is fine, but tonally, this just feels way too identical for me. But you know what? If you can get past that, it's perfectly charming and fine. I like how the dragon genie is kind of a huge asshole. That was pretty fun, and I enjoyed his character arc. Plus the fact that this version of the story is set in the modern day was fun, because it allowed the dragon who's used to ancient times to adapt to all this modern technology. That was cute. I thought some of the action was creative and fun. I really liked the connection the two main characters had, and I kind of liked how even after it's revealed to the girl that the guy isn't rich, that's not a spoiler, you've all seen Aladdin, the conflict doesn't stem from her being mad that he lied, but rather her being afraid that she can't be around him because of her father and society's expectations. I didn't expect them to go that route, and I think a lot of the stuff in the third act that changed the original Aladdin's narrative really made up for the blatant copying in the first two acts. There's some good drama here that's unique to this movie. I felt some things. But overall, I just felt like not enough was really changed from Aladdin to really justify this movie existing as its own thing. Yet again, I don't mind when films are derivative of others story-wise. I'm one of the 10 people who really likes The Force Awakens. But this film just followed Aladdin so closely and didn't really do anything superior to the film it was copying until the unique drama in the third act. So, yeah, a decent film, could be better if it had strived to do more original things than the first two acts. But it's way better than most films Sony made in the old days, so it's definitely another step in the right direction for them, regardless of its problems.
Monkey.
Okay, I think I've kinda sorta come around on Tarzan a little bit. It's a good movie, and I could look past a lot of my problems with it this time to really recognize all the good stuff. Like, the animation in this one is insane. The action and swinging scenes are so well choreographed and well realized that it puts a lot of other Disney films to shame. Tarzan and Jane are very likable, and while Clayton isn't all that interesting, he still serves as an effective and threatening antagonist, with a death scene that I still can't believe they went for and got away with. Holy shit. And I'm gonna be honest, I kinda sorta like the Phil Collins songs a lot more now. They're all bangers when you remove them from the context of the film and listen to them on their own. And even within the film, I think the Two Worlds, One Family and Son of Man sequences are great. The songs are an excellent fit for those scenes, and I love their role in the film as is. It's not unprecedented for an omniscient narrator to be singing a Disney song. Just look at something like Circle of Life or parts of Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Those songs work in the context of the musical film that is The Lion King. But I think the reason they work is because they stand alongside other musical numbers sung by the actual characters, which Tarzan, of course, does not have. Kala starts singing You'll Be in My Heart, and it seems like it's gonna be a beautiful, emotional musical number. But then after one verse, it just cuts to Phil Collins singing. Why? How is that more emotionally effective than the actual fucking character singing the song? Same goes for Strangers Like Me. It would have been so much more effective if Tarzan was the one singing it. That's what's so frustrating. The songs are great as written and still fit the story perfectly, but they just didn't let the characters sing. And because of that, they feel awkward and samey because you're just hearing the same dude belt them out. They were so close to something amazing here, but they just blew it. There's also the scene where Tarzan gets dressed up in his drip and he says goodbye to Kala, and you hear an instrumental version of You'll Be in My Heart. Hell, it would have been so much more effective if Tarzan was the one singing it. That's what's so frustrating. The songs are great as written and still fit the story perfectly, but they just didn't let the characters sing, and because of that, they feel awkward and samey because you're just hearing the same dude belt them out. They were so close to something amazing here, but they just blew it. There's also the scene where Tarzan gets dressed up in his drip and he says goodbye to Kala, and you hear an instrumental version of You'll Be in My Heart. Hell, Kala tells Tarzan he'll always be in her heart. Why the fuck was this not a reprise of You'll Be in My Heart? It would have been like one of the most emotionally effective scenes in any Disney movie, but instead I forgot about it until this rewatch. God, this movie was so fucking close to being excellent. I just can't take it. Okay, I have other problems too. Like, Rosie O'Donnell as Turk is still so annoying. Bro thinks she Timon, LMAO. And I still really can't stand Kerchak suddenly turning around and saying Tarzan was his son the whole time on his deathbed. Based on everything we've seen in the film, he should be angrier and less accepting of Tarzan than ever, after Clayton literally killed him and almost captured the others. Kerchak was a horrible quote-unquote father, and rather than shoehorn in an emotional reconciliation, Tarzan should have come to terms with the fact that the approval of his father isn't worth shit. To anyone who claims the emotional reconciliation between Mirabel and Alma was rushed and unrealistic, I seriously dare you to defend it in this movie. It's so bad that it's not even comparable. Hell, the fucking Buck Cluck reconciliation was better than this shit. So yeah, a good movie, I can see the appeal of it, but I still think it falls short of the greatness of the rest of the Disney Renaissance. It's not Phil Collins' fault, but it is the fault of whoever decided his disembodied voice would convey the characters' emotions better than the voices of the characters themselves.
I only wish to have a coat
boat's made out of puppy.
101 Dalmatians is a pretty good movie. Out of all the classic Disney films focusing on common household pets like dogs or cats, I think this one is pretty handily the best one, for a couple of reasons. First, the art style's incredible. God, I would love to live in this gorgeous, sketchy world. Plus, while the opening of this movie is a delightful, lighthearted meet-cute that's really fun to vibe to, the actual plot about the Dalmatians getting kidnapped and having to be rescued is super entertaining as well. Honestly, I would love it if someone made a stealth video game similar to that game Stray everyone was talking about a few months ago, where you play as one of these Dalmatians and you have to escape the watchful eye of Cruella. And yeah, honestly, I was kinda seeing how long I could go in this segment without talking about Cruella, which it turns out is not very long. And for good reason. She's easily the most entertaining part of the movie, and I love her delicious malice. If anything though, I kinda wish she was in the movie a lot more. She's shockingly underused given how entertaining she is and how iconic she came to be. If only there was an entire movie dedicated to her or something. Too bad no such movie exists. Anyway, while the beginning and ending in this movie are both pretty great, the middle's a bit eh. The focus shifts away from the main characters for a little too long, as we instead focus on random other animals we've never met. And they're fine, but I just think their scenes go on a bit too long and take focus away from the main characters. Speaking of which, while the Dalmatians get to be plot relevant in the final act as they save their children, the human protagonists are sidelined really hard and don't get to do anything, which is kinda lame. Lastly, there's this shot towards the very end with all the new puppies, and they say, there must be 100 of them. But fuck that shit, man. I actually counted and there's way more than 100 puppies in this shot. I mean, I don't know exactly how many because I kind of stopped counting when I hit 100, but trust me, there's more. 101 Dalmatians my ass. I'm on to you, animators from the 1960s who put too many puppies in this shot. Don't fuck with me. I always win the counting minigame in Mario Party, so I know what I'm talking about when I say that this is some bullshit. But yeah, other than that, really good movie.
I am the Spot.
Okay, so you know how I had that theory about Disney just having a bunch of dog scripts lying around and they attach their pre-existing IPs onto them in order to sell them as a totally real and organic sequel to a random decades-old movie? Yeah, well in that regard, 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch's London Adventure, is pretty similar to Fox and the Hound 2 and Lady and the Tramp 2. There is absolutely no way they initially conceived this story as an organic follow-up to 101 Dalmatians. Those elements just kind of fell into place as they were making it. But, and here's the crucial difference, unlike those other dog sequels, this one is actually genuinely good. Like, no joke. This is a movie that somehow manages to be funny, entertaining, and honestly pretty on par with the original. It's wildly different from the original from a story and tonal perspective, but I honestly derive a similar level of enjoyment from both of these movies. So I think this one kinda goes down as an unequivocal success. Much like Lilo and Stitch 2, it's the kind of movie I could honestly see coming out of the main Disney animation studio. I mean, it is better than all the sequels that studio did make. So what is this movie about anyway? Legit, it's just Bolt, but good. Sorry, Bolt fans, I'm just goofing. I can totally respect how much you guys love that movie, especially since your reaction to me not liking it has been pretty calm and reasonable. You guys are like the opposite of Rio fans. Anyway, in my opinion, this movie does the whole dog thinking he's a superhero concept a lot better, mainly because it plays up the natural comedy you can get out of that premise. Oh yeah, I guess I should explain that. This movie is about one of the 101 Dalmatians who feels pretty out of place in his family, since I guess all 100 of his siblings don't like him. Okay, sure, seems totally believable. But after accidentally getting left home alone, he comes across this dog who plays a superhero on a TV show he likes. And Super Dog is worried because his sidekick, George Costanza Dog, told him they're gonna replace him. So he tries to perform an act of heroism in real life. All as the Dalmatian, Patch, helps him since he's an expert on the show. And yeah, all the shenanigans they get into are really funny, there's a ton of great jokes from other characters, and the bond they start to form is pretty charming and sweet. It's a simple, but really effective story. And you don't really miss the protagonists from the first movie that much because Patch and Thunderbolt are just so fun to follow. And that's not even getting into Cruella de Vil in this movie. Oh my god. Basically, she falls in love with this eccentric artist Lars, who's easily one of the best characters to come out of any of these direct-to-DVD sequels. And at first, they just kind of make art together, and it's weirdly funny and charming. Until she tells him that she wants to use the puppy's coats as a canvas, and he's just like, why would you do that? So she just kidnaps him and reverts back to her old ways, leading to a batshit fun climax. I feel like most of this segment has just been me explaining the plot, but like, I don't know how else to convey the fact that this movie is genuinely really enjoyable. It probably could have functioned as a standalone story, but I don't know. I think having a villain as iconic and deliciously despicable as Cruella is a massive boon, and it surprisingly fits in really well with the washed up superhero actor plotline. Both of these stories just have such a manic energy to them, and they intersect in really fun and believable ways. This all makes for a movie that utterly shocked me with how good it is. It's fun, funny, heartfelt, and an absolute delight of a time. Nothing mind-blowing or anything, but it is better than more than half of the official Disney animated canon, which is an insane feat for a direct-to-DVD sequel. An easy recommendation whether you've seen the original film or not.
From the wind to the wind.
Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind is the first Ghibli film ever made, kinda. It seems like they didn't release it initially since the studio didn't officially exist yet, but they later re-released it and stuff, so it counts. It's clear that even relatively early in his career, Miyazaki was an incredibly ambitious storyteller and filmmaker. The scope of this story is wonderfully grand, and the tone is as serious and heavy as it needs to be. With that said, it kinda took me a while to get into this one. The first 45 minutes or so weren't bad, but weren't particularly engaging either. They certainly had their moments, but for the most part, I wasn't really getting hooked by the main character or the setting as much as I wanted to be. Once they leave the valley, however, things really started to get more interesting. I found this sense of surreal beauty in the toxic forest. Plus, I enjoyed the character interactions and conflicts between the three main factions even more once they were better established in the story. As the climax approached, the stakes felt significantly high, and the main character's burden felt even higher. Like, damn, give this poor lady a break. Eventually, when I saw the big meatball man shoot lasers at the spaghetti-tongued bugs, I couldn't help but marvel at the epic scope of this post-apocalyptic world and its story. It was well worth watching to get to the second and third acts. I just wish the first act was more engaging. Overall, not an amazing film, but a really good one. Well worth watching.
Balloony started floating away. I tried to reach out and grab him, but
I still don't get the hype around Up, my friends. It's a movie that peaks in the first 15 minutes and only ever comes close to those same heights in scattered short moments here and there. Like the scene where Russell talks about how he used to spend time with his dad and how the stuff they did may have been boring, but he remembers the boring stuff the most. And then that comes back when Carl flips through Ellie's adventure book and realizes that she felt the exact same way. That's so smart and touching. I really wish the rest of the movie was like this. But it's mostly just shenanigans with this kid and dog and bird, and nothing about it really feels all that cohesive or super engaging. It's just a fun adventure with decent characters and not much else. Doug is really fun, but I still don't care for Russell or Kevin all that much. The villain is pretty good, but not pretty great. And again, that's just kind of this movie. It's pretty good. I have a good time whenever I watch it. But if you're gonna open a movie with this, you better have a damn phenomenal rest of the movie in store. And this is just not that. I like it, it's charming, it's cute, it's fun, but it's not Best Picture nominee material, that's for sure.
Just scram, okay? We're close for Ebola.
Dude, I loved the Captain Underpants books as a kid. They were hilarious and awesome and everything I could have hoped for. And it's so refreshing to see a movie adaptation that perfectly captures what made the original book special, right down to the flip-o-rama. The Captain Underpants movie is just so good. This is the one DreamWorks movie that makes fart and poop humor work, because it's integral to the spirit of the books, and to childhood in general. The art style of this movie is incredible, capturing the charm of the original book series designs expertly. George and Harold have amazing chemistry, and the icon Professor Poopy Pants is a great villain as well. Plus, Captain Underpants himself is epic, bro. This movie kind of falters in the pacing department, like way too much time is dedicated to hiding Captain Underpants and keeping him from turning back into Mr. Krupp, and not enough time is dedicated to the villain and the super fun battle stuff. It's great when it comes in, but at that point the movie is almost over, which kinda sucks. But overall, a really good time that'll delight fans of the original book so much. I mean, they put the everything but fabric softener store in the movie. That's how you know they gave a shit about these books.
Now what?
Finding Nemo is a good movie. That's really about it. I feel like out of all the Pixar movies, this is the one where my opinion on it has changed the least over time. I thought it was good as a kid, it remained good as a teen, and it's still good as an adult. It's got really strong emotional beats and a lot of fantastic jokes, but like, overall it kind of feels like it's saying the least out of all the 2000s Pixar movies, Cars excluded. It's charming in its simplicity, and it does have great messages for both parents and kids. But the story feels very episodic, and not all of these episodes really go towards furthering the movie's themes. Some are just cute, fun filler, but not much else. Dory's an okay character here, but she doesn't speak to me as much as she does to others, and I really don't care for the tank gang that much, but yeah, overall it's good. It has really high stakes and an immense sense of scale and wonder, which is ultimately what puts it above Finding Dory ever so slightly. I'm happy to revisit it every now and again, and I totally understand why a ton of people rank this one as one of Pixar's all-time bests. It's just not quite up there for me.
Watching Mulan with my pudding.
Mulan is kinda like the Disney equivalent of Finding Nemo for me, in the sense that I've always considered it to be good from a very young age until now, and my opinion on it has never really changed. Don't get me wrong, I do have a newfound appreciation for this movie after the live-action remake, which is so awful and shitty and worthless that it makes this film look like the greatest artistic achievement known to man by comparison. It's probably Disney's most effective feminist film to date, with all of Mulan's accomplishments and victories over the men around her feeling authentic and earned, rather than coming across as Disney cynically checking off demographic boxes and shoving down your throat what an epic, flawless girl boss she's supposed to be. I love how this movie takes a compelling character who is flawed and clumsy at first, and builds her up as the hero who saves all of China after a ton of hard work and determination to get her there. I don't know, that just seems like a much better message to leave little girls with than just be born already perfect and 100% capable of doing literally anything. Seriously, I cannot stress enough how Mulan 2020 is one of the worst films I've ever seen in my entire life. Anyway, yeah, the real Mulan movie is cool, but not everything about it works as well for me as the main character's journey does. The side characters aren't my favorites, the villain's a bit weak, and Mushu can be kinda hit or miss with his jokes.
Do the Mushu!
I still find it weird that the movie just stops having songs halfway through. Like, I get why they want to establish a more serious tone after the village is burned down, but it's not like they maintain that more serious tone throughout the entire second half of the movie. So they could have easily had another song somewhere during the third act, or at least at the very end where everything's peaceful again. The fact that the movie ends so abruptly with some random pop song playing over the credits has always struck me as really odd, especially when almost every other Renaissance film ended with a reprise of an earlier song, which made way more sense. But ultimately, this film's still really cool and definitely worth watching. Not an all-time favorite of mine, but still a really good one. Now that I've seen the original Fantasia, I can safely say that Fantasia 2000s isn't really too far off from it quality-wise. Yeah, most of the celebrities really blow. In fact, it kind of feels like you're watching the Oscars at some points, which is a really bad sign. And not every short here is a winner, but for the most part, this really keeps the spirit of the original Fantasia alive. And I really wish they would make more of these. Hell, next year is the 100th anniversary of Walt Disney Animation Studios, right? That would be a perfect time for a new Fantasia, but oh well. The two we got are really strong, with the highlights in this one definitely being Rhapsody in Blue and the ending sequence. I talked about all the shorts in the Disney 2000s ranking if you want to hear more about them all. But yeah, overall, a very nice film. I wish it could have been a bit longer, like at least 90 minutes rather than just 75. But I guess it's nice that nothing overstays its welcome here. Really, really good and stuff.
See a need, fill a need.
Weirdly enough, I prefer Hotel Transylvania 2 over the original, and I think it's the best in the series overall. I still think it's just okay, but it has a lot more good jokes than the first one, and I kinda like its plot as well. I think it's neat to see Dracula try and cope with the fact that his grandson might not be a vampire or be into monster things. It's nice to see Mavis try and fit in with human society, as well as her unbridled enthusiasm towards all their things. And the addition of Mel Brooks as Dracula's human-hating father was a delightful touch.
Hey, who's the dame with the sweet keister?
I wish he was in the movie more, and I guess I wish he didn't so easily change his mind about hating humans. But honestly, I don't really care. The plot in this movie doesn't really matter, and it's more of an excuse to vibe with these characters. And again, I kind of enjoy them. They're not amazing, but they're kind of fun, and they're especially funny in this one compared to the other movies. And like, that's about it, I guess. It's Hotel Transylvania 2. I mean, what else is there to say? Moving on.
Bunger! Bunger!
Kinda bug and kinda snack. Try to catch them in your trap. Bugsnax the movie, ladies and gentlemen. Before doing this video, I had never seen the second Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs because I heard from a lot of people that it was extremely not good, especially in comparison to the original. Well, I'm here to tell you Balderdash. This is still a really fun, good movie. Just nowhere near as good as the original, but that's okay. I do have problems with it. For instance, the side characters from the first film are kind of completely useless in this one. They don't really add anything to the story, and they're just there. And it's pretty absurd how Flint turns on them to the degree that he does. It's semi-believable because he's being manipulated by someone he idolized his whole life, but it still felt a little out of character. And yeah, the movie is not nearly as funny as the first one, and it also lacks the emotional core that the first film had. You can definitely feel the loss of Lord and Miller in the screenplay department. But I still think the direction is solid, and the overall animation is really strong. This movie presents such a visually stimulating, food-filled wonderland, and it seems like it has an endless supply of creativity at its disposal. I was never bored. I always wanted to see what crazy foods would show up, or what wacky shenanigans would occur next. The villain has a predictable story arc where he betrays the heroes, but it works because the movie lets us know he's evil at the start, and the characters in this movie pick up on it pretty quickly. Except for Flint, but that makes sense because he's blinded by his hero worship. And honestly, the villain is just super fun, better than the mayor in the original. I was initially skeptical about this Norm of the North ass animation of his super noodly limbs, but it ended up winning me over. He's just a blast to watch. I like the scene where Flint's dad teaches the pickles how to fish. That was very wholesome. And yeah, I don't know. Overall, I had a good time with this movie. If you love the first one and haven't checked it out yet, I'd recommend it, as long as you don't expect something that'll live up to the first one. It's pretty good, and I immediately started playing Bugsnax again after it was over. Bugsnax is a fucking banger. You guys have no idea.
There is a castle in the sky.
Castle in the Sky is a simple, yet inherently likable movie. It's basically everything I expected one of the first Ghibli movies to be. Charming, sweet, and adventurous in spite of some darkness lingering under the surface. However, there are some aspects of this movie that I just found myself a little disappointed by. For instance, the villain. His backstory opens up some incredibly interesting potential, but I feel like I don't really know anything about him throughout most of the story. That, coupled with his frankly cliche dialogue, makes him a huge pile of missed potential, even though Mark Hamill does a great job voicing him. I love these pirate side characters, but I feel like they just don't have enough to do in the story, especially during the third act. And the main characters, while decent, really aren't too terribly interesting. Also, I'm not gonna hold this against the movie since it's a problem with the English dub, but man, I can't stand their voices. They're not awful, but Pazu's voice just doesn't sound like it fits a child character at all, and it's really distracting. And Sheeta switches accents like every other line. Like, is she British? Is she Australian? Is she American? I can't concentrate if you- Yeah, pick one. Pick one. Like I said at the beginning of this video, I also watched the subbed version just to make sure these voices weren't making me subconsciously like the movie less. And they weren't, thankfully. Ultimately, I do love the pacing, the atmosphere, and these really cool robots with some awesome visual and sound design. It's also neat to see how this movie inspired Disney and Pixar movies I love, like Atlantis, The Lost Empire, and WALL-E. It's a good, fun adventure, just not the best. Also, it's a little weird how these pirate boys are confessing their love for Sheeta when they seem to be adults and she's like a kid. You want to explain to me what you're doing? Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. I don't really know where to start with Peter Pan. Do I discuss the big, glaring, horribly racist elephant in the room first? Or do I express the fact that with the huge exception of said horribly racist elephant, this is probably one of the most charming and timeless Disney films to this day. Like legit, this was so close to being the best of the classic Disney films in my opinion. But man, its portrayal of Native Americans is just... Well, I don't need to get into it. You know how Disney was back then. You know it's terrible. And it really sucks, because that, coupled with a bit of sexism they added in for good measure, are really the only issues I have with this movie. Everything else is so charming and whimsical and filled with life, evoking such powerful feelings of childlike wonder that suit the nature of the story incredibly well. It's fun to follow Peter Pan and see all the wacky shenanigans he gets into, and Wendy is very likable and enjoyable as well. I also honestly love the fact that Tinkerbell is legitimately evil in this movie, constantly trying to murder Wendy out of jealousy. This is the character that Disney has turned into one of their premier mascots, and she's also a sociopath with a long history of violence. That's amazing. Alright, but enough about these chumps. Y'all know which characters make this movie. Captain Hook and Shmi are so delightful. Every scene with them is comedic gold, from the writing to the voice acting to the animation. I really can't get enough of them, and I fully get the hype behind Captain Hook as a villain. Such an extra little bitch. Oh, don't worry, I promise not to lay a hand nor hook on Peter Pan, and I would never break that promise. So instead I just sent him a pipe bomb. Yay! Truly incredible. And the crocodile with a ticking alarm clock, like dude, that's fun as shit. There's epic sword fights and a ton of jokes that still hold up really well to this day. And overall there's just very little about this film that's boring. It's just boatloads of fun. It's just so unfortunate that parts of it have to be so awful and dated. But that's just how Disney was back then, I suppose. It'd be cool if they did a non-problematic remake of this. Oh god, no, that's not what I meant. I meant an animated remake. Oh god, what the fuck? No! Alright, so the road to El Dorado is a bit of a weird one for me. On the one hand, no. Are you kidding me? No. Bad Rotten Tomatoes. Bad critics. But on the other hand, I'm not as head over heels in love with this movie as a lot of other people are. Comedically, it's fantastic. I absolutely love this movie's sense of humor. Tulio and Miguel are so damn fun and entertaining and gay, I love it. I also really like most of the songs. Sure, they're doing that Tarzan thing where a disembodied voice is singing instead of the characters, but the good news is I love Elton John, as opposed to Phil Collins, who I have no strong feelings about one way or the other. So the songs really work for me, even though I would have preferred having the characters sing them, considering how fantastic It's Tough to Be a God turned out. I also think the animation is outstanding. It's clean, it's crisp, the melding of 2D characters and 3D backgrounds makes the movie feel richly cinematic, and I think the more adult humor fits the tone of this movie way more than it did Ants. But the actual story is my biggest problem with the film. It starts strong, but it's kinda limp and weak by the second, and especially the third acts. I think the way they stumble into this ball game is really contrived. I don't care for the melodramatic two friends hating each other shtick, and I feel like they played their hand too early with the jaguar monster, since the last 10 minutes of the film have significantly less tension. But this movie thrives on its great characters, and there's too many memorable moments with them that count. Plus, props to the story for not doing a tedious liar revealed storyline. I love the scene where the high priest just casually insinuates to Miguel that he knows he isn't a god. It's nice that it doesn't matter to him that Miguel isn't a god. He's just happy Miguel left a positive impact on his community. Overall, I really like this movie, and I rewatch it again and again, since even though it doesn't keep my attention all the way through to the end, it's still a delightfully fun time. Mr. Pig! Porco Rosso is a pretty good movie with a pretty unique vibe compared to other Ghibli films. It doesn't have any mystical or supernatural elements outside of the fact that this man is a pig now, which doesn't really impact the story at all. And it's not calm and slice-of-lifey either. It's more so a realistic adventure about an ace fighter pilot post-World War I making his way as a bounty hunter. I dig it. The main character's enjoyable, and I love his interactions with Theo, who's just such a fun and plucky character. The implied potential romance thing between them is kinda sus and definitely not needed, but their interactions are really fun otherwise. I also love the ending dogfight between Porco and his rival, especially when they run out of ammo, so it just devolves into them getting out of their planes and beating each other to death. Also, how many innocent bystanders do you think died in this dogfight? Like, holy shit. Oh well, it's still fun. This is a very enjoyable movie overall, though I couldn't help but ask for a little more with some aspects of it. I wish we got to see more of Gina's perspective, and maybe more of the past between her and Porco. And the stuff in the ending epilogue's narration is really rushed, despite it being potentially very interesting, kinda like Pompoko. But overall, I liked it a lot. You fly that plane, pig boy. Fuck them fascists.
You know it was me.
Because it is you. You're just wearing different clothes.
I'm gonna be honest, Aladdin really loses a lot of its luster after you've seen Twisted 20 times. Like, by comparison, the only things the original movie has going for it are the music and animation, while Twisted is just straight up way funnier and more emotionally moving, and just generally has a lot more to say. I also completely subscribe to the idea that Twisted is 100% canon and the original Aladdin is a sleazy, dishonest retelling, which makes me hate Aladdin even more for slandering Jafar this badly in his false account of the story's events. Anyway, I'll stop comparing this movie to the clearly superior version and just look at it as is. It's pretty great, and I don't really have a whole lot else to add that I didn't already say 3 years ago. Well, actually, I do have something new, and this might be insanely sacrilegious or something, but oh well, here goes. I didn't really find the genie that funny this time around.
Let's go Squidward.
Now, Robin Williams' performance, that's top notch. So energized and enjoyable and an absolute blast to experience. But while the performance is fun, a lot of the jokes and pop culture references didn't really do it for me. I was laughing a lot less at him than I was with other comic relief characters like Timon or Kronk. In fact, within this movie, I think the funniest character is actually Iago. Not just Gilbert Gottfried's excellent performance, but the writing of this Machiavellian little fuck of a parrot just took me out. It was so funny. Aside from that, yeah, I mean, you know what's good about Aladdin. Likeable characters, a fun villain, an excellent climax, amazing songs. I have an entire analysis video on why A Whole New World is the best song in the entire Disney canon, so you can check that out if you want to. Whenever Abu makes little noises that vaguely sound like human words, that's the most adorable thing in the whole world. And Ahmed was the best character. I'm so glad he was in the movie so much. So yeah, really great movie, but not quite funny enough to justify its super goofy tone. Especially in comparison to the next chronological Mustard and Clements joint, which we'll get to later. Not an all-time favorite for me like it is for other people, but I still dig it.
I'm Briggs Hatton. I wrote the Community Season 6 Incest episode.
Man, can you believe Goro Miyazaki's career once looked promising? Yeah, it turns out his second film, From Up on Poppy Hill, is actually great. I mean, Hayao Miyazaki was one of the film's writers, so that probably has something to do with it. But even ignoring the story and just looking at the direction, it's a huge step up over Tales from Earthsea. The characters are more expressive, the framing of shots is better, the editing and the way the film flows is just on point. I feel like the way he frames Tokyo wasn't that engaging and should have been a sharper contrast to the setting where the rest of the film is. But that's a nitpick. The direction here is solid overall, and I find the story really engaging. It's a nice, simple slice-of-life tale about trying to save this super cool, multi-purpose clubhouse, while there's also a romance blooming. Should I go into details about the romance and what actually happens within the plotline? No, I don't think I will.
This is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
Oh my god, shut up, Elroy, no! Let's just say that it all works out in the end, and I was very happy, and you should be too.
It just works.
It's a very sweet and charming romance story with characters who have good chemistry and a group of teenagers you want to see succeed in the end. I had a really great time with it. That's all. We don't have to go into any more of the story. Look, there's characters in this movie named Sora and Riku. Go talk about that. Good job, Goro. You earned our respect with this movie for approximately 9 years before f***ing it all up. Yeah! Robots! Woo! Bigwell! Hell yeah! Get up off of that thing! And maybe you'll feel better! Robots is such a strange fucking movie to talk about because it feels like it should simultaneously be better and worse than it actually is. I'm not even really sure what I think about it because it has so many unbelievably amazing elements mixed in with typical generic kids movie stuff. Like, this movie has this tremendously profound commentary on how the rich will do anything in their power to make basic human rights like healthcare unobtainable to the lower class and will allow the poor to die out in the street. And then it also has an armpit fart contest. I think with some fine-tuning and further development of the story's anti-capitalist messages, this could have been like the magnum opus of Blue Sky Studios. They're one truly great movie. But like, as is, the messages are there, they're compelling, but the story doesn't really do anything with them. Rodney becomes this icon helping the poor and dismantling the oppressive establishment they all live in. But then the movie drops that, because he's gotta go find Bigwell, then they gotta do wacky hijinks at this party, and then there's a chase scene, and like, it's fine, but a little all over the place. They also definitely should have had Cappy meet Rodney way sooner, because as is, it feels like you could tweak the story a bit and remove her entirely. Robin Williams as Fender surprisingly isn't that great or memorable. He has some funny lines and moments, but overall this is probably one of his weaker roles. Okay, that's enough complaining about robots. There's other good stuff, like motherfucking Big Weld! You know how I was kind of like meme praising Yummo Wickersham earlier? Well that, but unironically, that's how I feel about Big Weld. It's Big Weld. He's so thick. He's voiced by Mel Brooks. Now, watching this as a 7-year-old, I didn't know who that was, but I could tell he was a big deal, and I could also tell the voice acting was really good. This is maybe the funniest joke in all of Blue Sky history.
I'm going in with you. You are? Hey, who's the dame with the sweet keister?
But why?
I don't know. I'm a big guy and I Black women with large...
No. Like, dude, that's so good. The misunderstanding elements, the voice acting from both of them, the fact that Big Weld is so upfront about his preference for big booty bitches, that's comedy, baby. How fucking cool is that domino scene, for real? In fact, how fucking cool is this world in general? Like, look at it. It's so imaginative and creative and whimsical, and it looks nothing like our own world. It looks like a place robots would live in. And they actually put some thought into how robots age, with them needing new parts and new voice boxes, and it's so cool. Let's be fucking honest with ourselves for a second here. Robots put way more thought into its world building and how the world affected the story than Cars did. And it's just a better movie in general. Like, with Cars, you just have so many questions about how these car people work, and the world literally just looks like our world, but sometimes car themed. You could do the story of the first Cars movie with humans and it wouldn't make much of a difference. Meanwhile, with robots, you actually understand how they work, and the story actually ties into them being robots, and wouldn't make sense if they weren't robots. Just, can we finally acknowledge that Pixar really shat the bed with Cars, and it's only this popular and semi-respected because it has the Pixar name attached to it? Blue Sky deadass outdid Pixar in this respect. Plain and simple. Oh yeah, and the climax is so cool when all the outmodes show up, Avengers Endgame style, to fight Madame Gasket. Ooh, and Madame Gasket, ooh man, what a dastardly villain. And Ratchet's so funny too. The part where Fender kills them all to the Britney Spears song, man, it's so funny. Ooh, and the camera pan, so great. And then the ending, man, to get up off of that thing. Ooh, it's like a fusion of jazz and funk. It's called Junk Comedy Gold. This is so epic. Okay, I changed my mind. You know how I said I don't feel passionately about any Blue Sky movies? Well, this is the one. This is the only one that I feel passionately about. It has its structural problems and many immature jokes, and it drops some of its most compelling story elements halfway through. But man, it's just got so much good shit in it that I love. It genuinely stuck with me over the years. This is a movie with some real love and care behind it, and you can feel that. I can't realistically rank it higher because of its problems. I think the top 3 are just fundamentally stronger movies. But come on, it's robots. It's kind of like how Tick Tick Boom was only number 8 on my best of 2021 list, but it's probably the movie I feel the most passionate about from last year. Imagine not feeling passionate about the movie that gave us Big Weld. Are you even alive if you don't like Big Weld? Come on. If necessary, I will fight Karsten Rundquist for the title of #1 Robots Enjoyer. Our battle will be legendary. Actually, nah, he can have it. I'll stick with #1 Yemo Wickersham Enjoyer.
I can do anything. I'm the devil. Did you forget that? I'm the devil, like from Bible.
Fantasia is really good. I didn't quite see it as the flawless masterpiece a lot of people were telling me it was, and that's because I didn't quite get as into some of the segments towards the middle. But the parts of this that hit, really fucking hit. I could do a ranking of all the segments like I did for Fantasia 2000 in my Disney 2000 video, but I honestly can't decide between some of these absolutely magnificent, breathtaking pieces of animation. So I'll just go in order real quick and give my thoughts on each segment. The opening was a great way to ease the audience into this concept, transitioning beautifully from striking silhouettes of the orchestra members to creative visualizations of the musical instruments to the gorgeous abstract imagery we all know and love Fantasia for. It's magnificent. As is the next segment, featuring fish that reminded me of Lola Shark Tale, as well as a gorgeous depiction of the changing seasons. It truly transfixed me. The Sorcerer's Apprentice is The Sorcerer's Apprentice. Very creative and charming and fun. A certified hood classic. And then the dinosaur one. This one admittedly started to lose me a bit. While it had great visuals, I don't think the song they used was quite as gripping, and it didn't enhance the story that much. Plus, this one just went on way too long for my tastes. Still, it tells the story of Dinosaur better than Dinosaur did. The Centaur story has a bit of the same problem. It's not the most compelling marriage of music and visuals, and it also goes on a bit too long. But it was still fairly charming, and I liked the character designs and colors. Some of it felt a little too traditional Disney-ish and a bit out of place within a film of this magnitude, but it wasn't too bad. The one with the hippo started off slow, but I really came to enjoy it by the time the Kremlins showed up. It was pretty delightful and made good use of the music. And do I even need to talk about Night on Bald Mountain and Ave Maria? Such striking imagery, such powerful animation, such a strong realization of the music's potential. Truly an amazing ending to an amazing visual concert. I also really loved the narrator and how refined and elegant he was. I don't know, there was something about his voice and the way he described the segments that just elevated the entire experience even further.
How do you do? My name is Deems Taylor.
How do you do? My name is Deems Taylor.
Overall, yeah, I love this film, but I'll admit that I was only truly mesmerized by the beginning segments and the ending one. The two middle segments were just decent in my opinion, which sucks because they take up about 50 minutes of the 2-hour runtime. If it were cut down, I think I'd enjoy this a lot more, but I can still safely say that parts of this were an incredible experience. This might just be one of the most timeless films I've ever seen. Based on the quality of the animation and the way everything is presented, it is unfathomable to think that this movie came out in 1940. It's genuinely impossible to tell. The only part where I ever thought, oh, this is an ancient-ass movie, is when the narrator said the dinosaurs likely died out due to a dust bowl. Like, this movie predates the theory about the meteor wiping the dinosaurs out. Oh yeah, it's 82 years old. I forgore because it's so gorgeous and expressive and timeless, and oh my god, you need to watch it. And Disney, could you make more of these pretty please? You don't have to worry about the box office failure of the first two because you have Disney Plus now. Come on, do it. It'll be really, really good, hopefully. Also, I went to college in Philadelphia and I've been to the Academy of Music where they recorded the audio for this movie. So that's pretty cool.
Bunger! Bunger!
Kinda bug and kinda snack. Tried to catch them in your trap. Bugsnax the movie, ladies and gentlemen. Before doing this video, I had never seen the second Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs because I heard from a lot of people that it was extremely not good, especially in comparison to the original. Well, I'm here to tell you, Balderdash. This is still a really fun, good movie. Just nowhere near as good as the original, but that's okay. I do have problems with it. For instance, the side characters from the first film are kind of completely useless in this one. They don't really add anything to the story, and they're just there. And it's pretty absurd how Flint turns on them to the degree that he does. It's semi-believable because he's being manipulated by someone he idolized his whole life, but it still felt a little out of character. And yeah, the movie is not nearly as funny as the first one, and it also lacks the emotional core that the first film had. You can definitely feel the loss of Lord and Miller in the screenplay department. But I still think the direction is solid, and the overall animation is really strong. This movie presents such a visually stimulating, food-filled wonderland, and it seems like it has an endless supply of creativity at its disposal. I was never bored. I always wanted to see what crazy foods would show up, or what wacky shenanigans would occur next. The villain has a predictable story arc where he betrays the heroes, but it works because the movie lets us know he's evil at the start, and the characters in this movie pick up on it pretty quickly. Except for Flint, but that makes sense because he's blinded by his hero worship. And honestly, the villain is just super fun, better than the mayor in the original. I was initially skeptical about this Norm of the North ass animation of his super noodly limbs, but it ended up winning me over. He's just a blast to watch. I like the scene where Flint's dad teaches the Pickles how to fish. That was very wholesome. And yeah, I don't know. Overall, I had a good time with this movie. If you love the first one and haven't checked it out yet, I'd recommend it, as long as you don't expect something that'll live up to the first one. It's pretty good, and I immediately started playing Bugsnax again after it was over. Bugsnax is a fucking banger. You guys have no idea.
Pardon me, are you Aaron? Sir?
I already reviewed Vivo a couple months back, so I'll keep this brief. I think it's sweet and enjoyable and definitely underrated. It's got a super strong beginning and ending with kind of a ho-hum forgettable middle. Like, I completely forgot these birds were in the movie, and they definitely spend way too much time in this swamp in general. I still don't like Lin-Manuel Miranda's voice in this, and I don't think the Kinkajou should have talked at all. See, look at that! Character development. I know Vivo isn't a monkey anymore. I did it, guys! The songs are perfectly decent, except for that one terrible one the girl sings. There's a couple really good recurring jokes that I wished recurred and got built on a little more, like the Girl Scouts shaming this one guy for doing bad stuff to the environment, or this bus driver that everyone applauds for whenever he does anything. I like these jokes, but both of them only come up twice, and they could have gone further. I'm probably just rambling at this point. I said basically everything that needs to be said about this movie already. It's good. I like it. Moving on. My Neighbor Totoro is the happiest movie of all time, probably. It is such an overwhelmingly happy film that I genuinely cannot imagine anyone hating it. Is there a single person out there that hates this movie? And if so, who hurt you? Now, with that said, I don't think this is quite one of Ghibli's all-time best films. It's a great one to vibe to and enjoy. I had a huge smile on my face when I watched it, but it kinda doesn't have a plot. And while there are a ton of movies where I can really appreciate that and just enjoy a laid-back slice-of-life film, I don't know if it entirely worked for me with this one. I didn't really want a conflict, I just wanted a little more whimsy and imagination. Totoro himself is barely in the film, and I really would have liked more of the film to focus on his interactions with these two girls. Either that or they encounter some other mystical creatures. I don't know. It was always enjoyable, but every time Totoro or something else magical wasn't happening on screen, I was kinda just waiting for those elements to come back. But overall, a great, super happy film. Also, not to imply unoriginality, but that cat bus does kind of remind me of Persona 5. Can't believe Ghibli copied Persona, SMH.
Is something burning?
My spinach pus.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together. The Emperor's New Groove sure is a comedic classic. I covered it all in its own dedicated video with the help of 24 Frames of Nick, and then again in the Disney 2000s ranking, so I'll keep this super brief. Fun-ass movie with some of the best comic energy out of Disney's entire catalog. Though it falls just short of being one of my all-time favorites, since it undercuts a lot of potentially good emotional moments. And the lack of songs is a real shame, because they would have fit the tone very well, and it feels a bit empty without them. But in addition to great humor, the characters are all fantastic, and Kuzco has the single best character arc out of every Disney protagonist. I'm not kidding. He essentially goes from a villain at the beginning of this movie to someone with genuine care for others by the end. It's absurd how good his arc is. And Yzma and Kronk are just so delightful. And I love Pacha and his family. Did you know his wife was voiced by Wendy Malick? I just found that out on this rewatch. Wild. Anyway, this movie is really great, and it's mind-blowing just how great it is when its insanely troubled history is taken into account. It's miraculously good, it's super funny, it's the Emperor's New Groove. Boom baby, indeed.
According to all known laws of aviation, there is no way a bee should be able to fly. Its wings are too small to get its fat little body off the ground. The bee, of course, flies anyway. Because bees don't care what humans think is impossible.
I genuinely can't believe I ranked this movie so high. I am gonna get so much hate for this. But fuck it. If Shark Tale solidified DreamWorks' reputation for making bad movies, and Shrek the Third solidified their completely unwarranted reputation for making bad sequels, then it was B-Movie that solidified their reputation for making bonkers movies. Much like Boss Baby, B-Movie is basically a shitpost that's trying to pass itself off as a feature film. But I will give B-Movie this. Unlike Boss Baby, it is a really good shitpost. This might actually be the funniest movie DreamWorks has made. I'm not joking. The story is scattershot and not well put together at all, but when the movie is making me laugh this hard, I could honestly care less. Every character in this film cracks me up, from Jerry Seinfeld B, to Renee Zellweger lady, to John Goodman lawyer, to Patrick Warburton Ken. You can tell that the voice actors just had an absolute blast with this movie. Every nonsensical plot point is completely justified on account of the insane comedic potential they provide. The only part of this movie I don't like is the last 30 minutes or so, where it tries to take its ridiculous plot seriously and the jokes start to slow down. But other than that, this movie is comedy gold. I have an ironic enjoyment of the story and a genuine enjoyment of the humor, and I don't see why people dislike it so much. It's just that fun. After my opinions on the Madagascar movies changed so drastically on rewatch, I was really hoping the same thing would happen with How to Train Your Dragon 2. I really wanted everything to finally click so I could just fall in love with this movie like everyone else. And my opinion did change on rewatch. The movie got a little worse.
Say what?
I'm sorry, y'all, but to me, this is the biggest disappointment out of all the DreamWorks movies. Obviously, it's still really good, but for a franchise this special, really good just doesn't cut it. And it's so frustrating because the outline of the story is perfect. It's just all these little details that pile up and bring down the entire experience. I already made a video covering all my problems with the movie, so check that out for more details. But yeah, this rewatch made a couple of those problems worse. The side characters annoyed me more this time. The villain was way more embarrassing than I remember. And the weird pacing made it feel like nothing really happened by the end, which is crazy. A ton of stuff happened in this movie. A ton of really great emotional stuff. But it didn't register for me because the connective tissue between the handful of phenomenal scenes just wasn't that good. It's still a good movie. I still enjoyed myself, but it frustrates me beyond all reason because I can so easily visualize the masterpiece it was so close to being. Again, watch my video if you want the deets. All I can say here is Stan Gobber, because he's the best character in this trilogy. Okay, moving on.
Let's go! Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
When Marnie Was There is the third straight Ghibli movie in a row that deserved the Best Animated Feature Oscar over whatever Disney put out that year. Actually, no, Anomalisa deserved it in 2015. Whatever. The point is, this movie is amazing. The main character, Anna, embodies depression and loneliness incredibly well, and it's so beautiful to see her spark up and start enjoying life again after meeting Marnie. The bond the two of them share is just so beautiful and intriguing, and the imagery of this movie is so striking and gorgeous, even more so than the typical Ghibli movie. It's just such a touching, dreamlike experience that really sucked me in from beginning to end. Some of the plot threads could get a little messy at times, and the reveal as to who Marnie really was definitely disappointed me a little bit. It's a neat twist and it makes for a compelling aspect of the story, but at the same time, come on, you know there was another direction this story seemed to be heading in. It all seems pretty explicit, and then no. Oh well, I don't consider it to be malicious queerbait like some other pieces of media. I mean, Anna is still definitely gay, like there's no debate, right? She'll find a nice girl someday. And besides, in the end, the impact Marnie leaves on Anna's life is just beautiful. Even though this movie has problems, it's an incredibly emotionally investing experience that I still highly recommend.
Hey there, welcome to the hair.
Tangled is such an easy film to love. It's one of the simplest Disney princess films, but I don't think that's a detriment. It's a refreshing blast from the past, and really, the last true romance-centric Disney film we ever got. I do really miss them, but this was an amazing one to go out with. You really buy Rapunzel and Eugene's love for each other, especially in both I See the Light and the climax. Plus, they're both great entertaining characters on their own. Gothel's a great villain too, essentially a more actively evil version of Lady Tremaine, with a bit of Frollo tossed in there for good measure. Or bad measure, I guess I should say. Maximus is incredible, obviously. The pub thugs are a ton of fun. It's funny, it's emotional. It's just all around a great time. Maybe takes a bit too long for the adventure to get started. I wish some of the songs were more memorable. And like, horrible as it is to say, I think I'd like it better if it was 2D animated. The animation hasn't aged all that poorly, but it's just not nearly as vibrant as, say, The Princess and the Frog that came out the year before. And I feel like Disney only really hit their stride with 3D animation with Frozen onward. Its environments and art design are still gorgeous to this day, whereas Tangled looks a little washed out in comparison. I don't know, this is basically the only Disney princess film that isn't really a looker animation-wise, outside of some beautiful sequences like I See the Light. Plus, I feel like this problem is more prominent because of how used to the art style of Tangled the series I got. I think that art style is just inherently nicer looking, even though it wasn't even meant for a theatrical movie. But none of this really matters all that much. Tangled is still great and well worth your time. I know it's not a competition, but it makes Frozen look like a joke in comparison. LMAO, seriously. Why did people not latch onto this one as much when it's so much better? I don't get it.
Boo! Haunted house.
I'm honestly really shocked that I liked the first Goosebumps movie as much as I did. Like, it's honestly really fun, and it does what it sets out to do perfectly. Much like Detective Pikachu, it's another movie from Mr. Sharktail director that I'm surprised I enjoyed. I mean, I did grow up reading Goosebumps books, but not many of those stories actually factor into the plot of this movie. This is more of a meta take on the existence of the Goosebumps books themselves, where some kids find the stories that Goosebumps author R.L. Stine wrote, and they end up coming to life. So they have to team up with Stine himself, played by Jack Black. And yeah, he's obviously the best part of the movie. I think his delivery and a ton of his jokes are hilarious. In fact, this movie in general just has a lot of shockingly good jokes. I laughed at numerous occasions, not just the Jack Black scenes.
Surround sound. I didn't know being an audiophile was a crime.
What a file?
And there's none of that lowest common denominator Sony humor either. I don't remember any fart or poop jokes. There are your typical cliche plot points and reveals and pseudo-dramatic stuff that isn't anything special, but isn't really annoying, just kinda there. Overall, a solid, spooky, well-paced, fun time. The difference between this and the live-action Smurf movies is astounding. This feels like it has a lot of passion behind it and everyone making it is having fun. Those feel like a colonoscopy. It's truly admirable that Sony Animation looked at those movies and said, what if we made another animation live-action hybrid based on a beloved nostalgic franchise, but didn't make it terrible this time? Well, that's what they did. Character development. Hell yeah. Let me tell you, even though I already watched this movie recently for my video on it, I was still excited to watch it again. Over the Hedge is such a fun time. The visuals are great, the cast of characters is so endearing, it tells its story surprisingly well, it has the Verminator come on! It's just such an easy movie to like. DreamWorks has made its fair share of hateable garbage, and this movie is nowhere near that level. It's a delight. I love jamming out to the Ben Folds music or laughing at the spectacular voice cast. It's just a jam. Over the Hedge is a jam of a movie, and I'm sorry if you can't see that, society. Anyway, though, I've talked about it a lot, so watch the video on it if you want more elaboration. Okay, bye!
Hey, you guys are watching Bird Up, the worst show on television.
Okay, so the Angry Birds movie 2 is listed as a Sony film, but I guess the first one wasn't made by Sony Pictures Animation, it was just released by them. So for the purposes of this ranking, I'm not required to watch the first film, only the second one. I've never seen the first Angry Birds film before, but that's okay, because I heard it was really bad anyway. And I don't know if you guys are ready to hear this, but the Angry Birds movie 2 is actually really good. Like, genuinely a really good, fun, entertaining movie. It was directed by the guy who made Flapjack, and I think his flair for zany humor really came through in this movie. There's a ton of genuinely funny visual gags, plus the actual jokes they wrote are mostly pretty strong. I actually laughed quite a bit during this movie, it just kept the wacky, inventive humor coming. Maybe it got a little too structureless and random XD during the third act of this movie, and while I can excuse most hip trend things like dabbing, I absolutely must draw the line at Baby Shark, which had absolutely no business being in this film. Like, what the actual shit. It's got quite a few pointless characters as well, plus the main character is pretty obnoxiously arrogant for a good portion of the film. It feels like his only motivation is wanting to be loved by everyone rather than saving their lives. That's not likable, boo! But overall, I'm just shocked at how funny this movie is, and I feel like more people will be talking about it if it was anything other than a sequel to the Angry Birds movie. It doesn't even really resemble the games anymore. You can just view it as a heist movie in a universe filled with birds and pigs, because that's all it really is. Its relationship to the actual games is extremely tenuous here, and while that means it's not exactly a good video game adaptation, it is nonetheless a good movie that happens to be adapted from a video game, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. This is leaps and bounds ahead of Sony's usual output, and I would highly recommend checking it out. You don't even need to watch the first movie to enjoy it. I certainly didn't. It's pretty good, even if I did have to take off points for Baby Shark. Guys, I'm gonna be real with you. There was never any other real contender for number one. Even if I ended up liking one of these other movies I had never seen before better, I'm physically incapable of ranking them higher than the film that was predestined to be number one. After all the garbage this ranking put me through, I deserve an unquestioned, self-indulgent number one pick. It's a Disney sequel ranking. I already lost the moment I chose to watch all these films. I will have gained nothing from this ranking unless I choose to embroider the top spot of my list with the one film that means more to me than all the rest of these movies combined. Lilo and Stitch 2 and 101 Dalmatians 2 are probably better movies than this film, so I want them to take a good look at the coveted number one spot. This glorious position as the top dog of this ranking video. This status as the number one Disney sequel of all time belongs to someone else. Number one is The Lion King 1.5. Fuck you. It wins because nostalgia, which normally isn't something I indulge in, but I feel like we all have that one film that, even though we say we're not influenced by nostalgia, we nonetheless can't bring ourselves to criticize it because it was one of our most formative memories as a child. This is that movie for me. The more I think about it, the more I realize that as a child, Timon was kind of my hero. Something about this theater kid with huge ambitions beyond the life he had really resonated with me. I don't really know how else to describe it. I was just always inspired by this gay little meerkat choosing to take life by the horns and find something greater for himself out there. But more so than my own personal adoration for it in my youth, I just feel like this is a movie that pretty much accomplishes everything it sets out to do. It's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, but with Simba's gay dads. It integrates Timon and Pumbaa into the existing Lion King film pretty seamlessly. Like, okay, Timon not knowing who Rafiki was in the original doesn't really make sense since he meets him earlier in this movie. But like, otherwise, I weirdly have no trouble believing this is a part of the story. Even more so than Lion King 2, which invented a whole new pride of scar-loving lions that came out of nowhere. Here, sure, this is happening in the background. Why not? Hell, you know how I said some sociopath out there should edit together a cut of all three Beauty and the Beast films? Well, why don't you just edit this movie together with the original Lion King? At least the animation will be consistent. I'm sure the movie itself wouldn't be as good, and the pacing would definitely be off if you inserted all the 1.5 content into the original. But fucking, I want to see it. It's the Snyder cut of the Lion King cinematic universe. Make it happen, rogue editor out there. For real though, even though I don't want these scenes inserted into the original film for pacing reasons, I feel like this movie does legitimately give me more of an appreciation for Timon and Pumbaa raising Simba. Snail slurping is kinda gross, sure, but there's something so novel and heartfelt about the extent these two went through to keep him out of danger during his youth, as well as that random ass sunrise sunset scene. Watching this movie as a kid was actually the first time I experienced that song, to the point where I watched Fiddler on the Roof for the first time and turned into that Leo pointing meme. Speaking of that scene, it's really funny. And you know what else is really funny? The rest of the damn movie. Not every joke is a winner, but the stuff in this that makes me laugh hard. When Pumbaa sits on the remote and changes the movie to the shopping network. When Timon tries to distract Shenzi by proposing to her. The hilarious way Timon was responsible for ruining the I Can't Wait to Be King song. Pretty much Uncle Max's entire character. They got Jerry Stiller for this motherfucker. That's awesome. Plus Julie Kavner, Marge Simpson herself, as Timon's mom. She's really funny and kind of heartfelt in this role. I genuinely believe the connection Timon and his mom have, and their reconciliation towards the end is honestly really sweet. I like the montage where Timon and Pumbaa try to break up Simba and Nala but ultimately fail. They're literally doing the exact same thing as Mushu in Mulan 2, except here it's played entirely for comedy and not the crux of the fucking story. What else? Oh yeah, so obviously you can tell at a glance that the animation is legitimately up to snuff with the original film, which is hilarious considering how inconsequential and non-pretentious this movie's story is. But you know what else is up to snuff with the original film? The music. Oh man, the music! It mostly becomes licensed songs and repeats from the original film by the second half, all of which are pretty good and fitting in terms of tone. But holy shit, the original songs in this movie are bops. Everyone remembers how catchy Digatana is, and yeah, it is. Like there was no reason to go that hard on it. But the same absolutely applies to Timon's I Want song. That's all I need. I fucking love this song. I made an AMV of it on my second channel with Reagan from Mob Psycho 100 singing it. It's such an unexpected gem. The melody is largely lifted from a cut song from the original film, Warthog Rhapsody. And honestly, that's a bop too. I like it better than Hakuna Matata, to be frank. I wish the entirety of That's All I Need got to be animated, but I guess they didn't have the budget for all that. And that's what my Reagan AMV is for, baby. I could probably go on about this film and how much it means to me, and how much the Virtual Safari is the greatest DVD extra of all time, but I suppose maybe an entire video dedicated to this film would suffice. I guess the bottom line I want to get across is, regardless of my nostalgia propping it up higher than it probably deserves, I just think it's genuinely, and rather unexpectedly, a good fucking movie. Like, a fun, endearing, worthy companion piece to the original. For having a premise that essentially just boils down to a series of cute little gags following the original film's comic relief, I think it genuinely has a great heart to it, which you can feel in the animation, music, voice acting, everything really. It feels like everyone making this was just really passionate and had a lot of fun with it. And that energy is infectious. This is without a doubt my favorite of the Disney sequels. And the fact that Timon has always been one of my favorite Disney characters probably plays a large part in that. But I can't help it, man. I wouldn't call this a great movie or anything, but I nonetheless love it with all my heart and could probably watch it over and over without ever getting tired of it. What else can I say? Hakuna Matata. Good night, Tri-State area.
No, you're not a gamer. No. You are not a gamer!
It's honestly really cool how good Wreck-It Ralph is. Like, we did it, gamers. Our favorite hobby and all these video game characters we grew up loving are now part of a really strong Disney movie that doesn't rely on these cameos and references as the main appeal, since it just so happens to have a clever story, awesome world, and endearing characters. It's nice that Bowser got to appear in one of the best Disney movies, and also probably one of the best Illumination movies?
Thanks, Satan.
I mean, it's not exactly a high bar to clear, so I would hope that it's at least a 7 out of 10, but I digress. I really love Wreck-It Ralph, and it's amazing just how timeless it still proves to be, even after 10 years. It's like Disney's version of Toy Story, developing such a cool hidden world for video game characters to exist in, and putting a lot of thought into how these video game concepts translate into an excellent story. Everything flows really well, and you get invested in the emotions of these characters, not just the spectacle of a bunch of video game characters coming together. Imagine if this movie relied on on just seeing popular brands and shoving popular characters down your throat with no rhyme or reason and not putting any thought into how the main characters should act. Yeah, that would really suck, right? Good thing that never happened to the Wreck-It Ralph franchise. Anyway, yeah, great protagonists, strong emotion, the last good Disney villain who appears in the movie for longer than 10 minutes. It's a great time that continues to offer tons of replayability to this day. I hope they never make a sequel.
Go on, bud. Lead them to the hidden world.
Alright, look you guys. I've been hearing a lot of criticism towards a certain DreamWorks Part 3. Y'all are telling me that it's too kiddified, that it drops the emotional impact of the first two films for safe gags that really mess with the tone. And all of this contributes to a movie that's just not nearly as good as the first two. I've thought all this criticism over, and you're right. Kung Fu Panda 3 is easily the weakest one. Like, it's a good movie on its own, but coming off the first two, yeah, it's noticeably weaker. Kai in particular is emblematic of how this movie just isn't really trying quite as hard. Despite an excellent musical theme and some great J.K. Simmons voice acting, Kai just doesn't have the same compelling backstory or intimidating presence as Tai Lung and Shen. He's a decent villain, but not nearly as good as what came before. Speaking of which, yeah, this film gives off hardcore Return of the Jedi Ewok Village vibes. After such a dark, intense second chapter, the third one has us vibing in this panda village and there's not as much tension as there should be until the final battle. The film does have a great message about being yourself and using your own strengths. In fact, it arguably portrays this message stronger than the first film did. Plus, the stuff with both opposed dads is strong, the humor is good, and the spirit world battles are fantastic. The emotional moments still hit, the action is still really good, it's still a Kung Fu Panda movie at the end of the day. Despite being the weakest in the trilogy, it's really, really good, and it stuck the landing for the series exceptionally well. I'm so relieved it turned out so good, considering the fact that the DreamWorks films released around the same time were less than stellar. Princess Mononoke is so cool, man. This is easily the most epic and sprawling Ghibli movie of them all, showcasing such a large-scale conflict while keeping it immensely grounded and focused on a handful of characters. I got super invested in the battles between all these factions because the movie takes the time to build all of them up before knocking them down in this breathtaking mega climax. The fact that this movie casts any pretense of it being for kids aside by showing bloody decapitations and earning its PG-13 rating is a welcome touch as well. I wouldn't say the gore adds as much to the story as it does in something like Invincible, but it's still a good touch that makes the story feel way more visceral. The characters in this one are all very memorable and distinct, both in general and when compared to other Ghibli characters. The one that sticks out the most to me is Lady Eboshi, who's easily one of the best Ghibli antagonists. I love how ultra capable she is, and how there's still plenty of humanity and empathy within her despite her cold actions and demeanor. She feels like a real person and not just a power-hungry lunatic. The film also handles its environmental message in a very clever and nuanced way, plus it got me super invested in Ashitaka and San's struggles and interactions. I also loved watching this and seeing how much Breath of the Wild was inspired by it, both in terms of the visuals, but also the overall tone and feel of both pieces of art. Like, I could easily picture Link stumbling into Irontown during his journey. Not to mention how eerily similar the forest spirits in this movie are to the Koroks. And now we got this sequel where Link has a cursed arm from touching a demonic force. I mean, come on, it's not even subtle anymore. Speaking of cursed arms, one of my few complaints with this movie is how Ashitaka's curse is gonna kill him, adding a sense of urgency to the proceedings, and yet he still takes the time to help out the women in Irontown with their work. Kinda takes me out of the urgency of this plot point a little bit. Also, I feel kinda gypped that we never got to see the Boar Clan battle that heavily wounded Otako and killed all his troops. I just kinda feel like that small stretch of the climax was a little messy and didn't focus on the most compelling events that were going on at the time. But these are kind of nitpicks. This movie is absolutely stunning and well worth checking out just to see how mature, profound, humorous, and exciting the studio can be all at once. Definitely give it a watch. Out of all the old-ass Disney movies, the one that I consider to be the best by far is Alice in Wonderland. It brings the original story to life beautifully with unbridled creativity in the animation, and it's just a wonderfully fun and chaotic journey throughout. Alice is such a likable protagonist to view this world through the lens of. Her voice acting is incredibly expressive and complements her animation and writing very nicely. But obviously, the main appeal of the film is the seemingly never-ending gaggle of wacky side characters she comes across. The Mad Hatter, the March Hare, the Queen of Hearts, the Cheshire Cat, the motherfucking Cheshire Cat? Come on! Bang your character! I might be biased because I played him in the stage version of this show during my youth, but I mean, he's awesome, what can I say? Yeah, the film is very episodic, and not everything flows together that naturally, but like, that's kind of the point, right? It suits the literal dreamlike nature of the film to just have all this chaotic, seemingly disconnected stuff happen one after the other. This legitimately feels like a wild and crazy dream. The kind that you never want to wake up from, because you just want to see what nonsensical shit is gonna happen next. I guess some parts go on a bit too long, and conversely, there are some characters that I wanted to see even more of, like the Cheshire Cat, but those are my only real complaints. Overall, a banger film that you should definitely check out if you haven't already. I mean, the Walrus and the Carpenter segment alone is better than some entire Disney films. And that's just a side story in this magnificently charming, wacky, iconic, off-the-wall film. Friends, I have talked a lot of shit about Ice Age today. Can you blame me? It's an absolutely asinine franchise that poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague onto our houses. But with that said, honestly, the first one's kind of good. Like, yeah, the animation is ugly. It definitely has that studio's first CG movie syndrome. And there's your usual poop and pee jokes that suck as usual. But I think as a whole,
Get it?
this is a movie with some pretty smart character arcs and an engaging enough story. Manny and Sid in this are just blatantly Shrek and Donkey, but without the nuance that made that relationship so compelling and special. But Sid in this is perfectly fine, and Manny is actually kind of interesting. In this one really powerful scene, they explain without words that he lost his family to hunters, and it becomes evident that he sees Ice Age Baby as someone he needs to protect in order to make up for his loss. I really like the wordless storytelling here. He never even mentions his family by name, but his pain and remorse is still made explicitly clear. It's really neat. The star of the show here, however, is surprisingly enough, Diego. I say surprisingly enough because he never has any compelling characterization in any of the 4 sequels that followed this movie. But here, he legitimately goes from a villain trying to lead Manny, Sid, and Ice Age Baby to their death, to someone who genuinely learns to care for them and ends up saving their lives. It's incredibly well paced and believable. Plus, when he reveals he was lying to them, they don't mope about it and kick him out of the herd. They end up believing that he wants to help since he has nothing to gain from admitting to them that he lied. It's a pretty refreshing subversion of the liar reveal trope, made all the more potent by the fact that he legitimately went from a villain to a hero over the course of the film. The other villainous saber-toothed tigers are just kinda whatever, as is the climax, which is a little awkwardly staged for some reason. But I really like the other set pieces in this movie. The sliding scene is fun, and the dodo bird encounter is really funny. Which is not something I could say about almost every other scene in the other Ice Age movies. I don't know, man, this one's kinda neat. Not amazing, but honestly a pretty good first movie for a studio to make. Oh, also, I never got why everyone hated the Ice Age Baby a couple years back, but yeah, f that baby, am I right?
I am an ace detective. A celebrity!
I always heard that The Great Mouse Detective was good, but damn, this good? Honestly, how come none of y'all never told me? I adore just about everything in this film. The protagonist Basil is so much fun. He's incredibly smart and witty, but he's also kind of an asshole to this little girl he's helping, which is genuinely hilarious. The mouse world they showcase here is super creative and well developed. The songs are delightful, the pacing is great, the action is well choreographed, the story is pretty intriguing. I'm just stalling at this point. I need to talk about the greatest thing about this movie already, and that's Ratigan. I cannot stress enough how this motherfucker is one of the greatest Disney villains of all time. Voiced to perfection by Vincent Price, while also toting incredibly expressive animation and equally impeccable writing. This sleazy gay rat dude is one of the most delightful creations to ever come out of the studio. He's so extra that not only did he set up the most delightfully excessive death trap ever conceived for Basil, but he set it up to only activate when a record is done playing. And what song is playing on that record, you may ask? It's a personalized diss track that he recorded for Basil, intended to be the last thing Basil hears before his death. That's genuinely one of the funniest things any Disney villain has ever done. I just can't get enough of this dude. I was already sold on him before the ending climax, but then that final battle at the clock tower went so unnecessarily hard, and it's like, damn, how is no one talking about this movie? It's just tremendously entertaining from beginning to end. There was never a dull moment, and it just makes perfect use of its tight 74-minute runtime. Musker and Clements really came out swinging in their directorial debut, illustrating yet another reason why they're the best storytellers to ever come out of Walt Disney Animation Studios. I love this movie. It's easily the best pre-Renaissance Disney film, and you really owe it to yourself to check it out if you haven't already.
Time travel. I see this as an absolute win.
How in the halibut is Mr. Peabody and Sherman this good? Like, this is honestly one of the biggest surprises on this entire list. I saw it in art class during high school one day and I thought it was decent, but even then, I didn't give it enough credit. This movie slaps. It's so funny and exciting and heartwarming, and it's a cute little history lesson. And seriously, have I mentioned how shocked I am that I kind of love this movie? I care about the relationship between this boy and his dog dad. I live for all these historical references and all these time travel shenanigans. The voice cast is great. The premise makes for so much wacky fun. The animation has a great style to it. They make an Oedipus joke at one point. Like, come on. This is just such a hard movie to hate. It's not deep, it doesn't have any super strong themes or life lessons, but it's just fun. Pure, unadulterated fun that I highly recommend.
Was that the bite of 87?
He fucked a fish.
He did not fuck a fish.
He wanted to fuck a fish.
The Little Mermaid is my second favorite Disney movie where the best character in it is a talking crab. It's crazy how this is like the most influential film in the entire Disney catalog, outside of obviously Snow White. Like, it's a little bit quaint in comparison to how grand and mature and epic a lot of the other Disney Renaissance films are, but it's also important to remember that we wouldn't have those films without the runaway success of The Little Mermaid that could. It was such a bold choice at the time to essentially make an animated Broadway musical, and yet now that's the exact kind of film that most people associate the name Disney with. Yeah, previous Disney films had songs, obviously, but nothing quite on the same level as this. They never before relied on their songs so heavily in order to tell the story and support the structure of the film. And I'm just still in awe of how their first attempt at such a grand musical resulted in something so fully formed and magical right out of the gate. When you listen to Part of Your World, you can feel the culmination of decades of musical theater that Alan Menken and Howard Ashman were inspired by and pulled from, resulting in a moment more gorgeous and show-stopping than nearly everything that came before it in previous Disney films. And it doesn't stop there. Poor Unfortunate Souls is such an immensely satisfying villain song. Under the Sea is a bop that did not need to go so hard, considering how little it actually affects the story. Kiss the Girl is absolutely stellar, not only musically, but visually. That one shot where the camera splashes out of the water and slowly steadies itself, like, oh, so good! It's just such an impeccable, well-realized, well-paced, well-directed film. One that still manages to hold up and remains consistently entertaining throughout its entire runtime. In the Renaissance ranking video, I already offered my defenses of the perceived story and character issues a lot of people have with this film, so check that out if you want to hear more about them. But we got a lot more films to get to, so I won't reiterate them here. Bottom line is, this film's amazing, and I don't think I'll ever get tired of it. Anyway, can't wait to see realistic ugly fish singing Under the Sea next year. Thanks, Disney, you're the best!
My guy's pretty like a girl, and he got 5 stories to tell. I see both sides like Chanel, see on both sides like Chanel.
What the fuck did you do to the Mindscape?
For some reason, Inside Out is the Pixar movie that seems to have the most bad faith criticism attached to it. Like, there's people who revel in the idea that this movie is bad because, well, actually, Joy is the villain of the movie because she's too controlling and restrictive of the other emotions, and that's a bad thing. Well, no shit, that's a bad thing. The entire point of the movie is that Joy realizes she was wrong by acting that way, and by the end of the movie, she lets the other emotions take charge when necessary. She's a flawed individual who goes through through a strong, tangible character arc. But I guess that makes her a villain to you people. Wow, I guess Woody's the villain in Toy Story 1 then, right? He's an asshole who drives the conflict and knocks Buzz out the window, so I guess he's evil. Never mind the entire second half of the movie where he realizes he was wrong and grows to befriend Buzz. Nope, that doesn't happen. Marlin never grew out of his antagonistic, overprotective father phase. Mr. Incredible never learned to appreciate his family above his work. Lightning McQueen never befriended a single person. Not one. They are the villains of their stories, cause that's how it works. There's a lot of things you can critique with Inside Out, but if you genuinely think Joy being this malicious antagonist is a valid criticism, then these children's films are probably a little too advanced for you. Anyway, the reason Joy's character arc works for me more than Woody's in Toy Story 1 is because even though Joy is wrong to shun sadness and control the whole mindscape herself, she manages not to be an unpleasant character, at least for me. She's charming and fun, and it's clear that she means well. She genuinely thinks shunning all other emotions and trying to keep Riley happy 24/7 is the best thing for her. And it's really compelling to watch Joy realize that her way of thinking is fundamentally flawed. I especially love how the movie doesn't portray its message through dialogue that much. It opts to show us the value of sadness rather than outright explaining it. The climax is an absolutely stunning example of this. It's just an unbelievably amazing scene. I like how more of the Finding Nemo-esque vignettes found in this movie's journey are actually about furthering the movie's message about the value of sadness. And if they aren't about that, they're just wildly creative and fun, like that weird-ass trip to the second dimension. Also, another thing this movie doesn't get enough credit for, it's hysterical. Like, I laughed way harder and more frequently at this than most of the other Pixar movies. The physical comedy, writing, and voice acting are all equally sharp, making for a riot of an experience. In spite of a few bizarre plot holes here and there, this movie is simply great. And when it first came out, it was more than great. It was the first Pixar movie in 5 years that was up to the same level of quality as their 2000s movies. After Cars 2 and Brave, I thought Pixar was dead, and Monsters University didn't exactly fix things, so thank God this movie came out when it did.
It's a waterlogged city of Atlantis.
I might just be the biggest defender of this movie out there, but that's okay. I'll stand alone in my belief that Atlantis: The Lost Empire is one of Disney's greatest artistic achievements. It's just so solid. With a compelling mystery, incredible characters, a mature tone, multiple sequences that feel abstract and avant-garde in their execution while also suiting the narrative. This is just a really, really strong, pulpy adventure film, brought to life with gorgeous, unique, expressive animation. I love how diverse the eccentric supporting cast is, not just in terms of their ethnicities, but their ages and personalities and aspirations. They actually take time for character work in this movie, and flesh these peeps out and explain how they all got here, and it's just so cool. It makes the universe of this film feel lived in and authentic. Plus, the villain has realistic motivations for why he's such an asshole. Yeah, it boils down to him just doing it for money, but like...
Mercenary. I prefer the term adventure capitalist. Think about it. If you gave back every stolen artifact from a museum, you'd be left with an empty building.
Damn, okay Disney, I see you. Keep in mind that this movie came out in 2001, so corporate Disney wasn't even doing this to get woke points. The creative team behind this movie just wanted to play it real with this guy, and give him the sort of nefarious, self-serving motivations you'd see in the real world. Also keep in mind that they're the same creative team behind Beauty and the Beast and Hunchback, two movies that also had strikingly realistic villains in comparison to Disney's other work. God, I miss Gary and Kirk so much, it's just not fair. Anyway, yeah, Rourke is a banger twist villain. Basically Radcliffe from Pocahontas, but done correctly. I also love Milo and Kita's interactions and chemistry, plus the action is fantastic, and the comic book style the animation has is so cool, and I could seriously go on about this movie. Maybe we'll throw this on the list of Disney films I'll make a full video about by like 2027 or something. Yeah, it's a banger, what can I say? Please watch it if you haven't already. I will sit here patiently and wait for you all to be enlightened by its greatness. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. On a completely unrelated note, Despicable Me 1! Out of Illumination's entire filmography, this one sticks out the most for one simple fact. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, even after all these years, I still really like it. And I cannot stress enough how seriously bizarre it is to watch this film in close proximity to the rest of this garbage studio's catalog. It's like I'm watching a movie with an actual tight plot, where each scene actually furthers the story along in some way, and there are character arcs and emotional moments that land, and it's pretty funny, and overall a good time? Seriously, who the hell made this movie? Because it sure wasn't Illumination. Well, my personal theory that I expressed in my Megamind video that came out over 3 years ago, holy fuck, was that since this was Illumination's very first movie, they weren't aware of the fact that they didn't need to try in order to make a profit. So they developed the movie's story in a similar manner to a Pixar or top-tier DreamWorks film, focusing on giving the story a strong emotional core and making the characters likable and funny. It wasn't until after the movie came out and Minions took over the entire world that they realized, hey, we don't need to waste all that energy that we put into this first movie trying to make these stories emotionally resonant or funny for anyone over the age of 5. We can just do Minion shenanigans, gobbledygook, look at us, we're so quirky, ooh-woo.
What?
But yeah, rather than focus on the plague this movie inadvertently inflicted on cinema in the long run, let's just talk about the movie as is and why it's pretty good. First of all, I just really like Gru. He's such a fun protagonist and I love the voice Steve Carell puts on for him. It's become pretty iconic over the years. And not only is Gru really funny, but he has a legitimately really good character arc in this movie as he lets go of his villainy through his love for the Goyles. These 3 girls are so charming as well. I love the know-it-all one voiced by iCarly and the sassy lost child and the lovable Scrimblow Bimblow. It's just nice to see them all bond, even when the girls didn't expect to like Gru, and Gru didn't expect to like the girls. Ooh, I love the found family trope. The Minions are perfectly fine in this one. They're just charming background characters who don't take focus away from the main ones. There's only one scene with them in this movie that's a little too hyperactively focused on Minion shenanigans. And that's when they go to the store to get a new unicorn toy. And this scene right here is the blueprint. This is ground zero for what would become the tone of every Illumination movie to follow this one. It's genuinely chilling to stare into the eye of the beast and remember that this is the exact point where it all went wrong. But enough about that shit. Let's talk about the most amazing character of all time. Vector! I have no idea why, but Vector's existence just makes me lose it. I mean, he's Vector, committing crimes with both direction and magnitude. I have severe brain rot when it comes to this goofy villain dude. Because whenever I see a meme involving him, or see him activate his flight suit, or see him activate his flight suit, I just burst out into a massive fit of laughter. I mean, it's Vector! Honestly though, he's unironically a pretty good villain for this movie. He doesn't need to be a massive threat, he just needs to be funny and constantly able to one-up Gru, which he does since he's far younger and stuff. Now, I'm sure all you gentle minions in the audience must be saying, hey, wait a minute. In Minions: The Rise of Gru, they show in a photograph that he's a kid around the same time as Gru. How come the funny bank guy keeps saying Vector is younger than him in this movie? And how come he just generally looks much younger than him? Is Illumination really that dumb that they didn't go back to watch the first Despicable Me before making this prequel, and they just forgot how old Vector's supposed to be?
Well, Danny kind of forgot about...
Well, to that I say, Balderdash! I completely trust the integrity of the studio that brought us Hop, and The Secret Life of Pets 2, and the Emoji Movie. Wait, that wasn't them. Could have fooled me. Obviously, these visionaries would never make such a careless error, which is why I am hereby proposing the Vector Grimwalker theory. You see, Mr. Perkins has clearly been cloning Vector and killing off each clone when they don't live up to his standards. The Vector we see in Despicable Me is completely different from the one pictured in Rise of Gru. But hey, that's just an objective fact, because there's no other explanation.
He kind of forgot about...
Whatever, this one's pretty fun. It's not amazing or super deep or anything, and it has some lame childish humor here and there. But by Illumination standards, it's downright miraculous. Megamind is still better, obviously, but you know, I'll take what I can get.
You're guardians of the galaxy!
Out of all the DreamWorks movies that weren't really successful when they really should have been, Rise of the Guardians is perhaps the one that stings the most. Not only is it really great, but it's practically begging for a franchise with how unique and enticing its world is. More creative interpretations of holiday-themed icons, please. Less trolls. Less of this troll shit, DreamWorks. Some elements of this movie fall a little flat, like the villain, who's a good rising threat, but a really boring character with a generic motivation and super lame design. Also, the design of these kids isn't great. They kind of look like slightly better versions of the kids from Monster House, but only slightly. Still, I like these holiday heroes and the rapport they have with each other. What really makes the movie though is Jack Frost and his identity crisis. I found it really intriguing and I really wanted him to find out who he was and be seen by people. It got me super emotionally invested. Aside from that, the creative concepts are great, the characters are enjoyable, the stakes are high, and it's just a really enjoyable, wholesome film. Maybe it would have done better at the box office if the title wasn't so generic and people didn't get it confused with that stupid ass owl movie, but whatever. It's surprisingly great and deserved better than what it got.
Oh, that's sad. That's the saddest thing I ever heard.
I don't have any jokes for this one. I don't even know if I have anything I can really say at all. Grave of the Fireflies eviscerated my heart in a way that no other movie has done before. It starts off moderately slow, but it sinks its hooks in you as it goes along, culminating in some absolutely soul-crushing moments and sequences. I don't want to spoil a thing about it if you haven't seen it yet, since I went into it completely blind, and I think that was for the best. Just know that it's a tremendously well-made film, even though I never want to feel the way it made me feel when watching it again.
Alien hunting! Alien hunting!
Lilo and Stitch is kind of miraculously good. Like, you just look at the poster and the early trailers which show all the other Disney characters being annoyed by Stitch, and it just screams, uh-oh, this ain't your granddad's Disney film. This one's gonna be way naughtier and edgier and cooler and all that rad shiz. Nowadays, watching these official crossover teaser trailers is kinda cool, but as a way to market a movie, I was too young to remember these ads, but I feel like even Babby me would have thought these were lame and trying too hard. The promotional materials didn't make this look great. And then you actually watch the movie and it's one of the most heartfelt and powerful things Disney has ever made. What the fuck? I can't believe just how emotionally effective this movie is. Like, you'd think the alien stuff would be a huge detriment and detract from the touching story about two sisters trying to cope with the loss of their parents and having no one but each other. But no, the alien stuff surprisingly fits in really well. They subtly show you the parallels between Lilo and Stitch, like how they both bite someone who then asks if their bite is infected. Both Lilo and Stitch are chaotic and out of control, and yet they understand each other. When Lilo asks Stitch if he also lost family since she hears him cry at night, and that she knows that's why he acts out and wrecks things. Like, dude, that's such a profound understanding for such a young character to come to, and yet it feels authentic. Everything about Lilo feels so authentic. She's probably one of the most well-realized and realistic child characters I've ever seen. And her relationships with both Stitch and Nani are filled with such raw emotion, and they're so heartwarming yet heartbreaking at the same time. Throw this one on the pile of movies I want to make a full video on as well. There's just so much to say about Lilo and Stitch and what makes it so magnificent. It's funny, it's beautifully animated, it's got great characters, it's easily one of Disney's all-time greatest films.
Surfing on this sand here, surfing in a circle.
I have never seen an animated film with a more unique premise than Surf's Up. A mockumentary all about surfing penguins at a worldwide sports competition is an awesome idea that this movie just rolls with. The slight shaky cam, the talking head interviews, the way everything's presented, it all just comes together beautifully and makes the story and characters way more engaging and funny. I don't know who came up with this idea, but honestly, bravo. And that's not even the only good element about this film. The soundtrack is loaded with bangers, the animation holds up really well and showcases how awesome surfing looks. The characters are endearing, there's a strong emotional core. I love Chicken Joe's misadventures with a random tribe of penguins, or how the villain wants to have sexual intercourse with his trophies. Big Z is a really interesting and cool character, and his story reminded me a lot of Luke in Last Jedi. Except done better, don't at me. Sometimes the film can be a little slow during these training sessions with Cody and Big Z, and sometimes there's some poop and pee jokes that are not good, as you'd expect with a Sony animation film.
Time to take a piss.
But for the most part, this film is great, and it honestly doesn't even feel like Sony. I don't mean that in the sense that, oh, Sony makes bad movies and this movie is good, so it doesn't feel like they made it, because there's tons of really great movies that feel like Sony in terms of their humor and animation style, like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs or Mitchell's vs. the Machines. I just mean that this movie gives off a way different vibe and tone compared to anything else Sony Animation has made. In fact, it doesn't really feel like any other animated movie I've ever seen. I can't imagine DreamWorks, Pixar, Disney, etc. making anything quite like this film. And it doesn't even really fit in with the rest of Sony's catalog either. And I think that's really awesome. It showcases how even at their very inception, Sony Pictures Animation was interested in pushing the envelope in terms of what an animated film could be. They just had some talented filmmakers make a really cool movie based on a really cool idea, regardless of whether anything like it had been done before. Which is definitely something you can also say about the best Sony animation movies, so maybe this was kind of a precursor to that in a weird way. I'm kind of just rambling at this point. Bottom line is, Surf's Up is a banger, and well worth checking out. Especially compared to that piece of shit Happy Feet. I can't believe I liked both of those movies equally as a kid. What the hell was I on?
I want peanuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to hate the Peanuts movie. This is consistently ranked as one of Blue Sky's best, if not the best film from them, and it's easy to see why. I think this film mostly deserves credit not for what it does, but for what it doesn't do. It doesn't try to modernize it or throw these peeps into the real world. It doesn't cast terrible, overpaid celebrities as iconic, beloved characters, completely bastardizing them in the process. It doesn't turn this property into a weird superhero crossover thing that has nothing to do with the original story. Seriously, what the fuck was Scoob? It deadass just is a classic feeling Peanut story brought to life with 3D animation. I don't know why it's so hard for studios to understand and adapt the appeal of classic properties, but this is an actual example of that sort of thing done right. I really like this movie, but I feel like its praise can be a bit overblown sometimes, mainly because the rest of Blue Sky's tepid filmography makes it look a shit ton better by comparison. Like, I saw a comment once that said that this is Blue Sky's Spider-Verse. Has that person even seen Spider-Verse? Like, what? This is a very sweet and cozy film, but it's definitely not perfect. They do sneak in one weird, out-of-place pop song during the movie, which really took me out of what otherwise felt like an authentic Peanut story. I did want more of some characters, like Peppermint Patty and Marcy. Even Linus gets sidelines pretty hard, which is surprising. And I'ma keep it real with you, Chief. I could not give less of a shit about Snoopy's Red Baron dream sequences. They start off cute, but they just go on, and there's so many of them during the second half that it's ridiculous. I know this is an imaginary story, guys. There's no tension here. Can we cut back to Charlie Brown? That's the part I'm actually interested in. But yeah, the Charlie Brown story is good and really compelling. You just really want him to catch a break and impress the little red-haired girl. And while it's sad to see all his missteps, it's nice that most of them happen because he does the right thing and helps his friends. Charlie Brown is just such an honest, pure character, and this movie really gets that. Like, there's a scene where everyone's praising Charlie Brown at this assembly because he got a perfect score on his test, but it turns out he accidentally put his name on the wrong one, and this is actually Peppermint Patty's. So what does he do? He comes clean about it right then and there when he realizes it. Whereas every other shitty-ass kids movie would have him lie because he likes the attention, and then eventually the liar will be revealed and everyone will hate him, and then he'll realize he was wrong. No, none of that bullshit in Peanuts, thankfully. This isn't Dear Evan Hansen. Yeah, I mean, it's the Peanuts movie. What else is there to say? It's cute, it's sweet, it's wholesome as heck. I loved all the little references to other Peanut stories they put in there. It's just a very nice movie. The story does feel a bit stretched out and not all of it works, but the stuff that does is very charming. Definitely worth a watch.
In yesterday.
Only Yesterday is the exact kind of movie I wish Pixar would make. Just an emotionally resonant and adult film about living life and trying to figure yourself out. It reminds me a lot of films like Lady Bird and Frances Ha, two films I adore and really needed at different points in my life. Only Yesterday is no different. It's an incredibly valuable film for anyone in their 20s still trying to come to grips with who they are exactly. It beautifully contrasts Taiko's childhood with her adulthood by presenting the childhood sequences in this sketchy, hazy art style, indicating that these are memories she's reflecting on but doesn't quite remember every detail of. It's genius. The little childhood vignettes in this story are so simple, yet so endearing and engaging. And I love watching adult Taiko reflect on them and inspire the people around her by telling these stories. This is a movie that on a basic structural level shouldn't work and should feel haphazard, but it all ties together so beautifully. By the end, I was really choked up, not because it's a sad ending at all, but because the theme of self-actualization in this film is so strong and so gripping that I was just that engaged by Taiko's personal journey. Not all of it is perfect, like I could honestly care less about this Terry Bogard hat-wearing guy talking about organic farming, and I feel like the last story about the poor kid could have benefited from including him in the film earlier, but for the most part, I love this film, man. It means a lot to me. It's the exact kind of compelling adult slice of life story I want to see in animation, and it's the kind of movie Western animation studios are too afraid to make for the risk of alienating kids. Well, fuck them kids. Animation is for everyone, and I couldn't be happier that Ghibli gets this. This is such a masterpiece, and it's well worth checking out. Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck? Please forgive me, Lord, for I have sinned. But I just really liked the Will Smith Pigeon movie. I remember when the trailer for this thing dropped and everyone was so blown away by how cool all the spy stuff looked, myself included. And then he turns himself into a pigeon. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, talked about a movie that looked like it had so much potential only to flush all that down the drain with such a dumb premise. So I didn't check it out until I had to make this list, and I am deeply beyond shocked to report that this was kinda good, actually. Obviously, the best part is the very beginning when it does feel like a legit spy film. Like, this shit is really well animated and choreographed and exciting. It feels nothing like anything Blue Sky's ever made before, and it's pretty wild tonally. Like, did you ever expect to hear the Yakuza mentioned in a kid's film? Because they sure do mention them here. This shit is actually great, and Will Smith is a pretty charismatic spy guy. Then, of course, we gotta get to the pigeon shit, and this is where I expected the movie to go downhill hard. But, I don't know, man. It's not nearly as good, but it's still pretty fun. Like, the dynamic between Will Smith and Tom Holland is charming, and I like how they have to rely on each other while also trying to come together and understand each other's perspectives. How Tom Holland is a pacifist who likes to rely on goofy weapons, while Will Smith just wants to kill people. Yeah, this movie has no problem killing people and mentioning how many people Will Smith killed. It's kinda cool, actually. We do have typical poop and pee and shit and gross jokes, because of course we do, and those suck as always. But I feel like it could have been way worse. Like, there's these pigeons who bond with Will Smith Pigeon and help him out, and thankfully, they don't talk. I feel like this was the perfect opportunity for Blue Sky to add in more shitty, annoying celebrities, but I guess they just figured the two charming ones they had were enough. So these sidebirds are completely silent, which is perfect. Silence is bliss. Shut the fuck up, Slug from Epic. You're so annoying. Oh my god. The villain isn't great, unfortunately. They definitely could have developed his backstory a little bit more, and the ideological conflict he presents doesn't really feel earned. Also, he frequently disguises himself as Will Smith, which...
Is that fucking blackface, dude?
I also feel like while the action set pieces are mostly pretty great throughout the whole movie, the last one during the climax is a little muddled and all over the place, but it's not bad. Aside from the terrible lowest common denominator humor, a lot of the jokes in this were actually kind of funny and made me laugh. Tom Holland's character is kind of a big screw up, but he's not frustrating to watch. They actually execute that archetype in an engaging way that makes you kind of feel for him. That whole pigeon shtick isn't too bad, honestly, and they resolve it before the third act, so we actually get to see Will Smith as a human again. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Spies in Disguise is indeed a good movie in spite of its faults. And I extremely can't believe I'm saying this, but I consider it to be the best Blue Sky movie. It's a 7 out of 10.
I can't let you throw yourself away.
Much like how to Train Your Dragon 3 would have made for a perfect series finale to DreamWorks as a studio, I personally think Toy Story 4 would make for an excellent series finale for Pixar. I mean, Toy Story 3 would be a better series finale, especially considering how rapidly things went downhill for Pixar right afterwards, but regardless, here we are in the future, and I'm filled with emotions over how surprisingly great and conclusive Toy Story 4 really is. It seemed like the dumbest idea ever, right? Why continue a franchise that ended on such a perfect note? Toy Story 4 is already pretty bold for even existing, but what makes it the boldest Pixar movie to date is the fact that it is, as my brother put it, the anti-Toy Story movie. It runs so counter to the themes of the first 3 movies, basically saying, you know all that stuff Woody learned about what it means to be a toy? Well, throw it in the garbage. None of that applies to him anymore. And the insane thing is that the seemingly scathing statement about Toy Story 4 is exactly what makes it such an amazing, worthwhile conclusion for the franchise. All 3 had to do was stick the landing and carry out the natural progression of 2's narrative and themes. In both of these movies, Woody almost leaves his friends behind because he believes there's something more important than making a child happy. He could go to the museum and be preserved forever as a collectible that children admire from afar. He could go with Andy to college and live on as a keepsake, a memento of Andy's childhood. But he doesn't go through with either of these paths because as a toy, he values the love of a child above all else. This is what it's all about, to make a child happy. Except it's not. There's more to life for a toy than what they were made for. And by thrusting Woody into a position where he doesn't receive love from a child anymore, we get to watch him struggle to find meaning in his life, not as a plaything, but as his own person. This movie is all about breaking down the idea that toys only have value if a child loves them. With Bo's help, Woody is able to find new purpose by becoming a lost toy and helping other toys find owners. He's dedicating his life to a noble cause instead of collecting dust in a museum shelf or a college dorm or in Bonnie's closet. This is what makes his farewell in this movie so impactful and necessary. His mission with Andy's complete, and Bonnie will be okay without him. It's time for him to live his own life and not the life his kids make up for him. The first 3 movies all open with fantasy sequences involving the toys, because that's what those movies were about. How important toys are as children's playthings. The 4th movie opens with a real-life toy rescue mission, because that's what this movie is about. How important toys are as their own people. Toy Story 4 is just thematically genius, on top of being hilarious, exciting, powerful, and an all-around great time. Yeah, it has problems. Buzz's inner voice thing is ludicrous, but Pixar has honestly been kind of bad at writing him as a character for a while now. The pacing is a little slow sometimes, the getting the RV to the merry-go-round scene is flat out ridiculous, and a little more Forky would have been nice since he's fantastic. This movie is flawed for sure, and it's not quite as good as 2 or 3, but I love it nonetheless for taking a bold storytelling risk that paid off beautifully. I thought it was a good, solid 7 out of 10 when I reviewed it at Target way back when. But now it's a great 8 out of 10, y'all. I feel like it's another Pixar movie I should dedicate an entire video to, since it's easily the most overhated film in Pixar's entire library. But I love it, fam. It's a miraculously good conclusion to an amazing franchise. But for the love of God, don't make any more. There's nowhere left to go for real this time. Please stop here. Thank you.
Was the night where dust on the tired thunder through tired.
The Hunchback of Notre Dame remains as flawed as ever on rewatch. Tonally, it's a disaster, with so much of the slapstick and goofy sound effects played up to insanely excessive amounts, in what seems to be the filmmaker's way of compensating for how rich and adult other parts of the film are. It's a little underwhelming coming back to this film after watching studios like Ghibli make films that, despite the studio's cutesy reputation, explicitly cater to teens and adults, while leaving younger children in the dust entirely. It's evident that Disney never really had the courage to lean as far into the adult audience as they wanted to with this film, because how could they make something that wasn't marketable to young kids? Nah, we gotta add painfully unfunny jokes for the George Costanza gargoyle to say, and this horrible cringe tone-killing song with some of the worst lyrics ever that isn't even catchy. Fucking hell, this movie tries my patience so much. And yet, for all of its flaws and cringeworthy elements, it's incredibly evident watching it that no Disney movie has ever before or will ever again go as hard as this one. You really get the sense that the studio artistically peaked with some of the sequences in this film. From the stunning Bells of Notre Dame, which I believe to be the best opening to a Disney film, even outdoing Circle of Life, to Hellfire, which easily remains my pick for the greatest villain song in all of fiction, to the moment Quasimodo rescues Esmeralda and declares sanctuary. The glorious chanting, the sweeping camera angles, the deep colors, the incredible melding of 2D and 3D animation. I can't believe this is real. How did they make something so profound and mature and striking, with this much to say about the kind of evil that legitimately exists in the real world, all under the restrictive umbrella of corporate Disney? This is the kind of movie I can never see the studio making again, for obvious reasons. But I'm so glad it exists. The music is stellar, mostly. The animation is insane. The protagonists are incredibly sympathetic. Frollo stands as the most evil character in the entire Disney canon by a landslide, putting most other Disney villains to shame. It's a movie that just has to be seen to be believed. Not just in the sense of how did they get away with this, but also how is this so phenomenal? Is it perfect? Obviously not, and I do think the musical adaptation is a technically better and more consistent piece of art. But man, there's some aspects of this original movie that just can't be topped. I can stomach its flaws because even in spite of those, it still remains one of Disney's greatest artistic achievements. But what the f*** is going on with the capitalization on the Disney Plus subtitles? My girlfriend and I tried watching this movie there, and it's insane how bad a job the subtitle department did. There's so many words that shouldn't be capitalized but are, and so many names that should be capitalized but aren't. None of the other Disney movies we watched on Disney Plus had this problem, so seriously, what the f*** happened here? Oh well, good ass movie. Holy Shrek. I love shit. Holy shit, I love Shrek. I'm literally the real-life version of Will Smith from I Am Legend. I can quote this movie verbatim like it's nobody's business. And that's exactly what I did on my most recent watch through. The reason I've been procrastinating so much on my Shrek 1 analysis is because this movie is such a huge, talked about phenomenon that I really don't know what angle to approach it at. I guess a good angle for this video would be how audacious and daring it was, especially when looking at it as a piece of the overall DreamWorks puzzle. It completely subverted the Disney style of musical storytelling that most animation studios at the time, DreamWorks included, adhered to. It really changed the game not only for animation, but parody as well. I've talked about it before and I'll talk about it much more later. It's Shrek, man. It's funny, it's down to earth, it's endlessly rewatchable. If it wasn't for the whole forced, lame, misunderstanding trope, it would easily be in my top 5 favorite animes. But as is, it's still a great anime to check out.
It's hideous. You know, that hurts my feelings. I've tried going on a date, you know.
We don't deliver, but you do.
Kiki's Delivery Service is one of only 2 Ghibli movies that I already saw before making this ranking, and I sure picked a good one to already see beforehand. This movie has all the charm and whimsy of something like Totoro, but with an actual story for us to follow and get invested in. Well, maybe story isn't the best word. This movie isn't particularly plot-driven so much as it is character-driven. It's all about the burnout you can experience from doing something you love too much because you try to make it your job. Kiki's struggle in this movie to rediscover what she loved about flying in the first place is such a relatable conflict, and I connected with it immensely. Same with going out into the world on your own and trying to make it. It's a movie that's great for kids, but I think it hits even harder for young adults who maybe don't quite know their place in the world yet. On top of how identifiable of a movie it is, it's just fun. It's funny, it's whimsical, it's magical, the characters are all memorable and enjoyable. I mean, aside from Tambo, he's kind of weird and creepy. But otherwise, this movie is amazing. It's one of the first things I think about when the name Ghibli comes up, because it represents so many of the studio's best qualities. It's delightful and great for kids, while also being really valuable for older people. It's got so many memorable moments and sequences. I think Kiki and Ursula's relationship is one of the best in all of Ghibli. Part of me feels like this movie didn't need a big epic blimp crash climax, but it still fits in pretty well, I think, and it's a good conclusion. In case you couldn't tell, I adore this movie, and I highly recommend it.
And it's true what they say.
Holy shit, Shrek Forever After is great. It's good as hell. And like, yeah, obviously, this shouldn't be a revelation to the guy who talked about how good this movie is for 42 minutes straight before. But watching this movie right after Shrek the Third is such a fucking shock to the system that it's unbelievable. The quality of the writing just shoots straight through the roof. Even now, there's little details I never picked up on. Like at the beginning, when Shrek is in his bed, discontent. He brushes past the handkerchief Fiona gave him in the first movie without a second thought while he's grabbing the wanted poster from his ogre days. That's just an amazing touch that subtly shows how discontent he's become with his marriage and his life. And it's just fantastic to watch his character arc where he realizes what's truly important in life. And the villain is great, and the jokes are mostly funny, and the emotional moments hit. Oh my God, it's so great. I've talked about this movie the longest out of any DreamWorks animated movie ever, so I won't go on any longer here. Just Wow, what a perfect conclusion to the Shrek trilogy. The only bad thing that just popped up on my most recent viewing is that I can't look at Fat Puss the same way again, because now he gives me war flashbacks to Rebel Wilson and Cats. I just can't watch. I want to be free of this pain.
I'm Blind Beard the Pirate. Oop.
The Pirates, Band of Misfits. Oh, wait, no, I mean the Pirates in an adventure with science. Oh, wait, no, I mean the Pirates who don't do anything. Yeah, there we go. That's the right title. Anyway, this movie's a banger. I am shocked that nobody talks about this movie outside of that one meme line, which, by the way, isn't even in this movie. I was excited to see the actual context behind, well, yes, but actually no, going into the movie. But it's like the film itself told me, well, yes, but actually no, because it doesn't actually appear in the film.
You just got coconut mold.
I feel robbed and betrayed in that one regard. But otherwise, the movie's awesome. Aardman is kinda hit or miss for me. Their features are always stunning visually, but I never really connected with any of them outside of anything Wallace and Gromit related. But I think this movie is definitely one of their hits. It's a wacky adventure about a kooky group of pirates who pretend to be scientists in order to get money because they didn't realize their pet parrot was actually a dodo bird. They needed to learn that from Charles Darwin, who is the biggest incel I've ever seen in a children's film. Also, Queen Victoria is a maniac and she really wants to get their bird for reasons I won't spoil. I really love how unconventional and wacky this movie's plot is, and the same applies to the characters as well. I love the fact that they don't have any actual names. They're just Pirate Captain and Pirate with a Scarf and Surprisingly Curvaceous Pirate, which is also so funny. I love that one of these pirates is very obviously a woman in disguise, and yet that never actually gets addressed within the plot. It's just there as a kooky side gag. Bro, the monkey with his different flip cards that he uses to communicate? Bro, come on. How are you not watching this movie right now? I guess if I had any problems, I feel like maybe the pirate captain doesn't quite learn his lesson and never really grows out of his self-centered nature. And maybe the movie could have been a little funnier and had maybe one more action sequence, considering how great the two that they had were. But yeah, overall, banger movie. Even if it feels 100% like Aardman's handiwork and barely anything like Sony's. Depending on who you are, that might be a good thing. Also, The Pirates in an Adventure with Scientists is a much better title. What is this Band of Misfits thing? That could be the title to any movie. Why did you do this, America?
No crack, Gromit. We've forgotten the crack.
I've already talked about Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit before. It's still very fun, very charming, very cheeky, and totally delightful. But none of that matters because I've come to a stunning revelation about this movie. Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit is a prequel to Over the Hedge.
Oh, come now. I do believe the vicar's been to the communion wine again.
Exhibit A.
I believe someone phoned about an animal problem. The solution is standing.
Exhibit 2. Exhibit Gamma.
Get your hairy mitts off my waifu.
Okay, I don't actually know what that last thing had to do with Over the Hedge, but you get the idea. DreamWorks was so impressed with Aardman's subliminal hedge messaging that they adapted said messaging into their own feature film less than a year later.
Good for your soul.
Upon rewatch, I think I found Soul to be slightly better than Inside Out, yet still slightly beneath Coco. It's just kind of a lot to take in for a Pixar movie, providing some really poignant life lessons that'll hit adults way more than kids. It's a really smart and clever movie all about how you don't have to do great things to live a great life. It plays with the structure of a typical Pixar movie and goes to many unexpected places. Despite the overlap of ideas with movies like Inside Out and Coco, Soul is definitely its own distinct entity and it really sticks out amongst Pixar's catalog. I think Soul is the best directed Pixar movie. Not only does the Soul world have this tremendously intriguing and ethereal feel, but the movie portrays the simple pleasures of life and the emotions of the characters in really clever and nuanced ways. Like in the scene where Joe is telling his mom why he wants to live his life the way he does. His mom is bathed in this harsh yellow light throughout most of the scene, in contrast with Joe's blue light, the same color as people's souls. And when he finally confesses to her that he's afraid his death would have meant that he amounted to nothing, she's touched by this and she walks into the blue light, showing that she finally understands what's at the core of his soul. I adore the way the lighting tells the story here. It's so good. Soul is sometimes a bit clunky in the script department, but for the most part, it's a genuine triumph. Definitely one of the best Pixar films in recent years, and well worth checking out if you haven't already.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine.
I thought for damn sure I was gonna make it through this Pixar marathon without crying once. I cleared the opening of Finding Nemo, the opening of Up, the end of Toy Story 3, the end of Inside Out. Literally nothing was gonna make me cry. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, no, this movie's impossible to clear without crying. Just can't be done. So, I don't think it's controversial to say that Coco is the best Pixar movie to come out during the 2010s. And it's still only an 8 out of 10 for me. It's the best one, and it's an 8 out of 10. That's just a little bit sad. Yeah, this movie has a fair bit holding it back. It's not all that funny, the pacing kind of stalls in a few areas, the final battle is kind of lame. I mean, good god, Ernesto, just tear up the photo! Why did you keep it in your pocket? I don't get you! But in spite of all of this, Coco is astoundingly great. It's such a rich, powerful story that fully embraces the culture it portrays in ways that plain old Disney movies rarely do. Additionally, it has endearing characters, a breathtaking world, strong themes, an actual good twist villain, and just this sense of warmth that very few movies can fully capture. Coco just sucks me in every time I rewatch it. I'm so in awe of everything it manages to accomplish in such a short amount of time. And on top of all of its other strengths, the emotional climax and the actual ending are straight up the best out of any Pixar movie. It can't be overstated how flawlessly this movie comes to a close. It's just absolutely remarkable. I've talked about Coco many times before. I just love it. It is truly epic. But not quite as epic as Boss Baby! I'm sorry. I can now officially confirm that Boss Baby deserved the Oscar in 2017. But the Academy could rectify their mistake by giving the 2021 Oscar for Best Picture to the Boss Baby 2, Family Business. I will not sleep until this injustice is corrected.
You tell Arthur Reed that he'll never eat lunch in this town again.
Arthur Christmas is the only kids movie I've ever seen that references the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that's how you know it's good. This might just be my favorite Aardman film out of all of them. It's a really creative, funny, and heartwarming take on Santa Claus lore. I think it's really neat how this movie establishes that the title of Santa is passed down from father to son over generations, starting with the original Saint Nick. I like how the different Santas have conflicts over tradition versus new technology, and what the best way to deliver presents is. I love how the current Santa isn't portrayed as perfect. They don't shy away from his character flaws, and it's great to see him overcome them. I really love how the brother in this movie seems poised to be a twist villain who wants to forcibly take the role of Santa for himself. And then he isn't that. He's just a real person with a real internal conflict who goes through a character arc and realizes he doesn't deserve the title he aspired to get for so long as much as Arthur does. Wait a minute, that's literally just what I said Prince Charming's arc should have been in Shrek the Third. Like they're both named Arthur. What? Huh. Wow, I guess Aardman do what DreamWorks don't. Ironic. Overall, this is a really strong, touching, clever holiday film. It's got good emotional moments, well-realized characters with strong arcs, a pretty good animation style is very distinct from Aardman's other works, and a ton of incredibly strong jokes that really caught me off guard. Not every joke in this lands, but the ones that do really land. This is a great underrated movie that you should definitely check out this holiday season. What are you really gonna get out of a 37th rewatch of Rudolph when you got gems like this going completely unnoticed? Check it out, baby.
3, 2, 1.
Got a blast!
Every time I rewatch WALL-E, I am just in awe of it. What a bold, stunning idea for a feature film. What a tremendous first act. What a fun space adventure. What an excellent environmental message. What a breathtaking love story. What a phenomenal movie. But damn it, that stupid wheel pisses me off. Otto is a passable twist villain and a pretty good obstacle for the heroes to overcome, but damn it! For a movie with such complex and layered robots as its protagonists, they really dropped the ball with the wheel. I feel like this movie begs for a villain with a counter ideology to the idea that Earth is sustainable. The humans from 700 years ago believed the Earth was beyond saving. The captain points out that the plant is living proof they were wrong. What is Otto's rebuttal to that?
Irrelevant, Captain.
What? Oh, okay, he doesn't really have a rebuttal. He's just boringly following his programming. Damn it, why can't he have an interesting motivation? Why can't he formulate his own opinion about Earth or humanity? Tell the captain why he thinks they're beyond salvaging. Illustrate what makes him his own character rather than just a boring computer that does what he's told. Rogue AIs that independently think for themselves make for such interesting villains, and when literally every other robot in this story has their own personality and motivations independent of what they were programmed for, why did you stop with the fucking villain? Sorry, I'm really digging deep into this point because it is legitimately the only thing wrong with WALL-E. An amazing villain would have shot this movie into the top 3, honestly, but this spot is nothing to sneeze at. that. WALL-E is a masterpiece, and I totally understand why a ton of people rank it as the best Pixar movie. It's arguably their most audacious film to date, shining a light on the slow decay of our planet and the plague of megacorporations monopolizing every aspect of our lives. I'm shocked that real life by and large was okay with Pixar making this film. But above all else, WALL-E is a profound commentary on the nature of true love, as portrayed by nearly voiceless machines. And it miraculously works. No, it doesn't just work, it soars. This is an absolutely magnificent piece of art that everyone should experience at some point. God, just go watch WALL-E, fam. You won't regret it.
I have eyes that can see right through lead.
Chances are, you already know how I feel about Megamind. This film is really something special. Like, watching it in quick succession with a lot of other merely good DreamWorks movies really made it hit me just how above and beyond Megamind goes to tell a rich, well-developed, well-paced, exceedingly funny story. I'm so happy it's gotten so much belated attention over the years because it truly deserves it. Again though, this video is getting real long and I think I covered everything I wanted to say about the movie in my original video. It's just a work of genius. Hilarious, profound, undeniable genius. I can't wait for more and more people to rediscover it and see how great it truly is.
So here's this giant enemy crab.
Now, it actually took me a few days of self-reflection before I could write this part, but now I'm finally ready to say that I don't think Moana is quite my favorite Disney movie anymore. Watching it in quick succession to some of the Disney Renaissance movies made me realize that this is a pretty standard one in terms of its story and world, which is ordinarily what I like about it in comparison to some of the overly complex 2010s Disney movies that think they're smarter than they are. By the standards of 2010s Disney, it's a miraculous throwback. But when weighed against Disney's entire output, I don't think I can quite say this is my absolute favorite. Some of the jokes just aren't funny. Some of the attempts to be meta aren't Frozen levels of lame, but are still kinda lame. Maui coming back for no on-screen reason after the typical cliche third act breakup is kinda dumb, even if said third act breakup wasn't the worst use of this trope in the world. Him getting his hook back after giving one of the most pitiful apologies ever is a little silly. I don't know, I guess that's all my bad stuff. I still adore this movie in spite of its problems. It's tremendously catchy and memorable songs, it's genuinely great action scenes, it's gorgeous visuals. Plus, if I'm being honest, Moana is not only my favorite Disney princess, but my favorite Disney protagonist. I know I said Kuzco is the protagonist with the best arc, but Moana is nonetheless my favorite. Witty, entertaining, likable, with a legitimately amazing journey of self-discovery along the way. The fact that she starts out so incapable at sailing before growing into a legitimate wayfinding hero who wins the day through her unwavering compassion, man, is it so good. And Maui's arc and growth throughout the story are so strong. And the chicken is funny. And also, the crab is pretty epic. I don't know if you could tell, but I actually really like the crab in this movie. I may or may not have made the crab my entire personality and then done a feature-length analysis video on him. You honestly really gotta respect Musker and Clements for saying, oh, our movie doesn't have a traditional villain? Fuck it, we're putting a villain song in anyway. Great stuff. I really love Moana, and I don't think that's ever gonna change. Sure, it's a bit standard and a bit flawed, but any issues I have with it are absolutely decimated by its strengths. Like, you guys don't understand, I really fucking love the crab in this movie.
Fuck you! You fucking dick! Always.
God, now this is how you do a sequel. Kung Fu Panda 2 isn't quite as amazing as the first, in my opinion. It's a little bit slower paced, a little less funny, the action is a little weaker, and the villain is just a smidge less intimidating. But oh my god, for every one misstep, this movie gets 3 other things right. This movie is an emotional tour de force. It tells such a shockingly powerful story about grief and abandonment and emotional turmoil, and oh god, it's so well done. The scene where Po finds inner peace is one of the best sequences DreamWorks has ever made. Watching him learn to process his trauma so he can heal and acknowledge that it doesn't define who he is now is such a fucking phenomenal message. As I've said before, Shen is the most evil villain DreamWorks has ever made, and I love what a personal threat he poses to Po. Like, Tai Lung was Shifu's burden to bear, and Kai was Oogway's burden, but this is the only time in the trilogy where Po's connection to the main villain is the focus of the story, and it all all builds to a sensational climax. The colors in this one also just pop, more so than the first film. It's visually striking, it tells a great story, it's funny, it's thrilling, it's emotional, it's everything you could possibly want in a sequel, and more. God, I should really talk about these movies sometime, shouldn't I?
You create...
Like I said earlier, Toy Story 3 is kind of the perfect series finale for Pixar. I'm glad the studio kept going, if only because of Coco, Inside Out, and Toy Story 4, but regardless, this would have been an excellent place to stop. Andy represents all of us growing up and driving away from the studio and the franchise that gave us so many fun times and emotional moments. But the thing is, this isn't the Pixar series finale, and it isn't even the Toy Story series finale anymore either. As I've said before, most people tend to judge this film exclusively on the power of its conclusion. But if you strip the movie of its conclusive weight by making another Toy Story movie, what exactly does this movie have? Simple. Hilarious new characters, intense drama, a perfect continuation of Two's themes and narratives, and an expertly constructed, wildly creative Prison Break. I love Prison Break movies so much, y'all, so it's no wonder this movie just does it for me. But on top of that, there's very little actually wrong with this movie. The only big problem for me is how the toys don't believe Woody when he claims they were being put in the attic, but even then, I can understand how they would assume the worst after Andy called them junk. It's kinda justified, but still a little weird they don't trust Woody after all these years. Aside from that, this movie is simply phenomenal. I love how the toys all get a chance to shine as a group. I think the jokes are really strong. I dig the darker tones so much, and I think Lotso makes for one of the best villains in any animated movie. It's a film I just never get tired of, and I think it works just as well as a penultimate installment in the series as it does a series finale. Hell, in terms of Woody's arc, I think it actually works better as the penultimate installment, like I said earlier. It's amazing, you know it's amazing, it's Toy Story 3, baby. It doesn't get better than this. Except when it did before, but we'll get to that. Spirit Stallion of the Cinnamon is so damn great! How come none of y'all never told me? Well, okay, mostly great. I'll address the only two problems with this film right here and now. The songs are hilariously bad, and I wouldn't mind so much if they didn't cram 4 of them in a row during the first 20 minutes. I got secondhand embarrassment from these stupid ass songs, but fortunately the movie really toned the frequency down as it went along, so that was nice. And then there's Matt Damon narrating the horse's thoughts. Talk about a buzzkill. This is legitimately what's holding me back from giving this movie a 9 or maybe even 10 out of 10 because it's so jarring and doesn't fit the tone whatsoever, and worst of all, it adds absolutely nothing. 90% of the time, Matt Damon is saying something that's blatantly obvious based on the horse's expressions or another aspect of the visuals. It almost feels like they went back and added him in post, like, oh, this movie is too mature and artistic. We need to dumb it down so kids don't get confused by the things that are blatantly shown through the visuals. I get that Matt Damon needed to practice playing an animal for his dramatic turn as an aardvark version of himself on Arthur a few years later, but this is just too much, man. So yeah, those two blemishes are what's holding this movie back from perfection, because honestly, everything else in this movie is perfect. It's like everything Good Dinosaur should have been. The fact that the horses don't talk is wonderful. Sometimes I don't want to hear celebrity voices telling obnoxious jokes out of an animated animal's mouth. I just want to see a beautiful, uplifting story about a horse trying to get home. I got so invested in his romance with Lady Horse and his friendship with Little Creek. The movie takes its time and makes these relationships feel so natural, and it earns every dramatic beat to the point where I may or may not have actually cried at what is essentially a fake out death. But that's how well it's done. The beautiful melding of 2D characters and 3D environments, first seen in Prince of Egypt and Road to El Dorado, continues to evolve, making for such stunning action sequences. The colors are absolutely magnificent, and the score, holy shit, the score! It's so unique and varied and fits the mood of every scene so well. I really can't gush about this movie enough, so we'll put a pin in this conversation and talk about it more in its own separate video. Just great job, DreamWorks. You really nailed it with this one.
What the hell is wrong with you? We're a family!
Hey guys, I know this might sound crazy, but I think Encanto might be a good movie.
You know how I just said I took a ton of self-reflection before I could write the Moana part? The same applies to this movie. I really had to dig down deep and ask myself if I could admit this, given how much I've propped Moana up as modern Disney's greatest achievement to date. But I've come to a new conclusion, and I really can't believe I'm saying this, but Encanto is better. You'd think after an entire year with this movie, the hype would wear down and I consider it more flawed than I previously did. But no, honestly, I just love this movie more and more the more times I watch it. Yes, it is indeed flawed. I constantly think about tweeting, if Encanto's so good, why is Bruno's rap part so bad? Before stopping myself from tweeting that, since some people might not think it's a joke and that I don't like the movie. But seriously though, not only is Bruno's rap part bad, but like, why does nobody apologize to him? Why the fuck did Dolores not say anything about him still being there? And also, maybe some of the characters could be better fleshed out. Like you could explore Isabella more, or have more negative interactions between Alma and Mirabel to strengthen the main conflict of the story. I don't know, parts of it could be better, sure. But honestly, I don't even care. I don't care. This movie is just so legitimately excellent in so many ways. The songs are consistently fantastic, except for the opening one. I don't really care for that one that much still. But the others are so good. Not just incredibly catchy and effective musically, but they advance the story and characters, and they easily have the most creative presentation out of any of the 3D Disney musicals. Moana started to get there with You're Welcome and Shiny, before Encanto ran wild with the creativity of how it animated and presented its songs. Absolutely incredible. It's also consistently funny with a ton of memorable characters, both inside the family and out. I swear to God, Fish Lady has more personality than every single character in Pocahontas. And the way the story is more so an excuse for character revelation, for Mirabel to discover the cracks in her family and how to fix them. To me, that's so much more interesting than having her go on some physical grand journey. It's strikingly different for a Disney film, but it makes for such an effective and nuanced conflict. Alma isn't some nefarious villain, but she is legitimately harmful to her family's well-being, and the film acknowledges that. Her reconciliation with Mirabel is so powerful, and one of my favorite scenes in any Disney film. Again, I have an analysis video on why it works, and why the reconciliation in Raya doesn't at all. Speaking of which, I have spoken in the past on wanting to make a ton of analysis videos on this film, or perhaps just making one big one in the same vein as my Ratatouille video. However, I kinda lost motivation for it in the wake of corporate Disney's blatant homophobia in early 2022. Much like Dana Terrace said in a tweet, I wasn't really in the mood to make Disney look good. Plus, the way the Best Animated Feature Oscar felt so rigged in Encanto's favor didn't really encourage me to want to heap further praise on it. But I think I'm almost ready to revisit the idea of giving this movie and its beautiful themes, messages, and characters the long-ass analysis vid they deserve. I don't know, it still might take me a while, because my first huge project of next year should probably be the long-awaited autopsy on the Dear Evan Hansen movie I keep putting off. So I will talk about Encanto more later. Plus, I've already talked about it in the past if you want to watch those videos. Bottom line is, my third eye is opened, and I accept how thoroughly this movie slaps. Feel free to call it mid-Canto all you want, but my opinion will not change. This is genuinely the best Disney film since the Disney Renaissance, and I hope we get more like it in the future.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Most projects that Lord and Miller have had a heavy hand in, from Clone High to the Lego Movie, have gone down as instant classics that constantly get talked about. But weirdly enough, I don't think the same thing has quite happened with Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, their first ever feature film. It's very well liked, no doubt, and it's not like it's been forgotten or anything, it's still fairly talked about. Just not nearly talked about enough when you consider it's the feature film debut of two of the most respected and beloved writer-directors in the animation industry. This is a really great movie. It's constantly hilarious, visually inventive, and tons of fun. Every time I rewatch it, there's always some new detail I never noticed before, and there's so many jokes that I still laugh out loud at even after my 5th or 6th viewing. My personal favorite, the one that my brother and I quote all the time, has to be this.
It's your choice. Choice.
Like, look at the mayor's face, man. This movie is top tier in the comedy department. And it's also really strong emotionally. How are you not gonna feel for Flint growing increasingly disappointed that nothing he does seems to get his father's approval? Or Sam being forced to hide her interest in science in order to fit in? Still, if she really didn't want to wear glasses but still wanted to see, she could have gotten a contact lens, which represents you! And my eye represents my eye! I've got my eye on you. This movie is so fucking quotable. Oh my god. I don't love everything about this movie. Like, I think the climax drags out a bit too long, and I was kind of ready for it to start wrapping up 15 minutes before it actually did. I don't really like Steve. He kind of seems like a byproduct of random XD 2009 humor, and that's the only thing that really dates this movie. I really like Flint for the most part, but there were a few moments where he acted a bit douchey, especially towards Sam, and that was weird. And I could complain about the character design being not the best, but then again, look at Flint's father. Look at him. This is peak character design right here. Overall, a great movie, and a more than worthy adaptation of the book. Yes, I actually read the book as a kid before this movie came out, and I loved both of them. Go figure. I would highly recommend this one if you've skipped out on it. Even though Flint makes it rain ice cream, which is basically just acid rain for people who are lactose intolerant. F you, Flint Lockwood, for not taking food allergies seriously.
I am the Night Fury Killer.
This ranking was hard as shit to get through at times. The 2010s especially were loaded with so many terrible films that beat me down and made me question whether or not this marathon was even worth finishing. But damn it, I stuck it out. Not only because I had come so far already, but because I knew this masterpiece was waiting for me at the end of the tunnel. How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World is phenomenal. It takes a similar approach as Shrek Forever After and recenters the narrative on the series' most important relationship, Hiccup and Toothless. It realizes that after all these years of the two codepending on each other, it's finally time to examine both of them as individuals. And this makes for a gripping story where both of them discover their own identities, ultimately realizing that despite how much they care for each other, they need to go their separate ways in order to survive and lead their respective tribes. It's such a profound story about love and loss, and it astounds me that DreamWorks went for such a bittersweet, yet ultimately perfect conclusion to this thematically rich, emotionally charged trilogy. I previously called this the best film in the series, but on rewatch, it's definitely got some stuff holding it back from topping the first one. The annoying side characters are still annoying, the middle of the story is a bit clunky, and yeah, Grimble did chain Toothless and the Light Fury up way too quickly, for sure. But for the most part, this movie is a huge improvement over the second in nearly every way. The villain is far more intimidating. The gorgeous flying sequences carried solely by the score are back. The focus is on the relationships that matter the most to the story. Toothless feels like more of his own character than he ever has before. The climax is far more enticing, the emotional beats are even stronger, and the ending is honestly the best out of any DreamWorks movie. I know the studio is still going, but honestly, I'm totally content with considering this the series finale of DreamWorks. Like how Endgame is a great series finale for the MCU. It really does feel like this is the swan song for the entire studio, where they pulled out all the stops and delivered one last tour de force emotional masterpiece. It's been quite a rocky road to get to this point, but it was all worth it for films like this. I'll review it soon, I promise.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
I've somehow gone this long on this channel without ever diving into Monsters, Inc., and why I absolutely adore it. This movie just has it all. It's arguably the funniest Pixar movie ever made, giving us tons of great physical comedy moments and hilarious running jokes. It has some of the most iconic characters Pixar has ever made, from the main cast to the side peeps. If you showed me this picture, I would immediately recognize him as the 2319 guy. This movie's characters and running gags are burned into my brain because they're so great. And the dynamic between the main characters is even better. It's cool to get a movie for once where we don't have to focus on an unlikely duo learning to become friends. We could just start things off with their great dynamic and focus on the plot and world building instead. Mike and Sully are one of the best Pixar duos ever, and I appreciate the fact that their friendship gets tested in a believable way. Every kids movie seems to indulge themselves in that whole main characters split up before coming back together in the climax shtick, but Monsters, Inc. is one of those movies where it feels earned. The scene where they split up really chokes me up to this day, and honestly, thinking back, this might have been the first time in my life when a movie ever made me feel sad. I must have been 3 or 4 at the time, but I can vaguely remember watching this scene and getting emotionally invested in something for the first time in my life. It's crazy to think about that. Anyway, speaking of usually overdone tropes that the movie earns, Waternoose is such a fantastic twist villain. Randall is intimidating and fun enough, but when you add on a second villain whose motivations line up and parallel real-world corrupt CEOs, that's some good shit. And the relationship between Sully and Boo is just the most wholesome thing in the whole universe. It's just perfectly paced. He grows to like her at the perfect time. He gives her a nickname at the perfect time. Their interactions are just so beautiful, and I wouldn't change a thing about them. Truth be told, I could go on for days about how great Monsters Inc. is. Everything comes together, from the humor, to the world building, to the villains, to the score, to the climax, to that powerhouse of a final scene. If I had any complaints, it would probably be a bit of messiness with the story towards the middle, but otherwise, I can't get enough of this one. It should have beat Shrek for the first animated feature Oscar ever, but considering how many Oscars Pixar has now compared to DreamWorks, I think it's okay to let this one slide.
Whoa, didn't see that coming.
Going into this ranking, I kind of felt like the #1 spot was a foregone conclusion, and I was more so looking forward to figuring out which movie would get ranked at #2. Because Spirited Away had the top spot in the bag. There's no way it would ever get ranked at #2, and I was absolutely right about that. #3 is Spirited Away.
What?
I know, I'm shocked too. After years and years of having this be the only Ghibli movie I'd ever seen, before checking out Kiki in 2020 and the rest of these in 2021, I just assumed that it was the best, since that's what everyone says. Which is why I was especially shocked to find that there was one movie that was even better, and 2 movies that I liked better. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you right now, I think the #2 movie on this list is the best Ghibli movie, but the #1 film is my favorite, even if critically, I don't think it's as strong as Spirited Away and the #2 film. I just had to rank it in the #1 spot because this is my list, and if I don't rank it #1, who will? Every other list has Spirited Away at #1. I prefer to be honest with myself about the movie that means the most to me personally. Okay, that was a lot of rambling about not Spirited Away, so let's ramble about Spirited Away now. It's just as good as everyone says it is, to the point where I don't know if there's anything left to add, honestly. I talked about it before in the best animated feature ranking video, and I'd still rank it at #1 on that list. It's just such a beautifully realized film, taking all of Ghibli's best attributes and magnifying them to an insane degree. It's the most vivid and whimsical Ghibli world ever created. It's magical and welcoming, but also dark and sinister when it needs to be. Every single character is memorable in their own right, and the main character's growth is astonishing. It's a movie that simultaneously has an incredibly compelling overarching plot, while also being a great episodic film to just vibe to. I almost wish it could be like 10 hours longer. Honestly, a TV show featuring all these characters would probably slap. Everyone has said every possible good thing about this movie. It's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. I'm so glad it was my introduction to Ghibli, and it should probably be everyone's introduction to the studio. It's Hayao Miyazaki's best film, it's his magnum opus, and it's also the magnum opus of Studio Ghibli as a whole. It's goddamn Spirited Away. What the hell else needs to be said?
I'm gonna kick your ass!
Kung Fu Panda is awesomeness incarnate. It is so much awesomeness crammed into a single movie. I honestly can't believe how well it works. It's a really great depiction of imposter syndrome and trying to live up to impossible standards imposed upon you. But at the same time, it's remarkable to watch Poe's perseverance and passion shine through, in spite of everyone telling him to quit. The philosophies offered by Master Oogway are really thought-provoking and interesting. The internal conflict Shifu grapples with over whether to trust his master's judgment or not is great. The pain Tai Lung had to endure after being told he was destined for greatness is really compelling. All the characters are instantly relatable and identifiable, which makes the drama in this film surprisingly strong. And that drama is channeled into some truly breathtaking, intense, well-choreographed, amazingly done fight sequences. From the prison escape to the bridge battle to Tai Lung and Shifu's climactic final duel, every new action sequence ups the intensity and dramatic stakes considerably, culminating in a more laid-back and humorous final battle that beautifully illustrates Poe's unorthodox fighting style. Tai Lung probably could have beaten Poe if they turned stage hazards and items off, but the fact that it's believable that a novice like Poe can defeat Tai Lung using the attributes and abilities that make him special, rather than by trying to be someone he's not, is a really powerful message. It's stunning how a movie this conceptually goofy can tell such a profound, exciting story that adheres to Chinese philosophies and culture so well. It's simply amazing. Yeah, I really do need to make videos on these movies, don't I?
Was Hercules ever like, yo, I don't wanna fight
Hades! I will not apologize for how obscenely high I have ranked Hercules. I cannot think of any logical justifications for ranking it above many of the movies I ranked it above. All I know is, out of all 61 Disney movies, this is the one I have the most fun watching. and the one I'm least likely to get tired of, even if I were to watch it every single day. Yes, it has so many plot holes and things that don't add up if you think about them for longer than a minute, and I could rattle some of them off here to give the illusion that I'm giving this movie a fair critical shake, but I'm not gonna do that. This is my list, and I say Hercules is too consistently fun the whole way through for any plot holes to dampen my enjoyment of it. The animation style brought to us by Gerald Scarfe is so unique and expressive, and it really sticks out compared to other Disney movies. The voice cast is uniformly excellent across the board, one of the most solid in Disney history. Danny DeVito is utilized to his fullest potential, Susan Egan is so delightfully snarky, and they even got actual Satan to play Hades. Look, Disney, all I'm saying is, if you ever want to recast James Woods when you bring Hades back for Kingdom Hearts 7 billion over -0, final ending mix 69.420, all you have to do is cast Bob Odenkirk. Like, seriously, it's a match made in heaven. Or hell, I guess.
Paging Dr. Phil. My daddy's a drug dealer, and my mommy turned him in.
I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
The music. Oh my god, the music. Imagine coming out of this movie not thinking the songs are top tier. Come on. Go the Distance, Zero to Hero, I Won't Say I'm in Love, the Danny DeVito song. Everything in this movie's a bop, and I have no idea how anyone could think otherwise. I feel like not enough people give this movie credit for its overall direction, and all the little details that are added in as both jokes and compliments to both the story and characters. Like when Meg gets pricked by a statue of Cupid's arrow when on a date with Hercules, or when Hades visits her by melting and splitting apart a statue of two lovers. And that Oedipus joke, woof, that slays me every time. Plus, I think the anachronistic jokes really enhance the screwball comedy at play here. It's like Musker and Clements took the genie's modern references and pop culture jokes and said, what if we applied that to the entire universe of the film? And weirdly enough, it works! The goofy tone complements the witty voice acting and the slightly off-kilter art design to make for a Disney film unlike any other. Like, yeah, it's got a traditional Disney story and songs and all that. It's still very Disney, but it nonetheless manages to stick out amongst its contemporaries, thanks in no small part to how much it commits to its delightful, zany tone, while executing said tone absolutely perfectly. This might be another one to throw on the pile of potential subjects of a full video later in the future, because I really could go on about how fucking amazing this film is. Yes, its dramatic elements do ultimately suffer a bit as a result of how much it plays up the comedy, but I still think it never really loses sight of its emotional core, which is the most important thing at the end of the day. Like, as dumb as I think Hercules' contribution to the final fight against the Titans is, I don't really care because I still find myself in awe of him finally proving himself a true hero, as well as still getting choked up when I hear, "That's Phil's boy," in the end. I'm sorry, I adore this film and I'm never gonna stop adoring it. It's just godlike. God, I love The Mitchells vs. the Machines. If anything, I think I like it a little better on rewatch than I did initially. It's just got so much great attention to detail, and the characters are all so likable and entertaining that it's an absolute blast from start to finish. This movie has such a strong grasp on how complex and messy family dynamics can be, and you can so easily understand where both Katie and her dad are coming from. Rick's actions can be pretty insufferable at times, but you know they're coming from a place of genuine care and concern, and a desire to connect with Katie even though he has no idea how. It's so easy to identify with Katie and her desire to get away from such a stifling environment, but it's also incredibly satisfying to see her discover how her father's heart is in the right place, even if he can go a bit far when showing this. It's such a great central dynamic to anchor the film on, and it blends surprisingly well with the robot apocalypse storyline, which is consistently exciting and very funny. The big-ass Furby still makes me laugh out loud. It's just too good. I still have all those same problems with it that I mentioned in my initial review, like some of the humor being a little cringe and dated, as well as the climax just going on a little too long. But those issues didn't really bother me as much on a second viewing, and the good stuff stuck out to me even more. This is undoubtedly the funniest Sony movie, and it's a close second for having the best animation style and most distinct character design. There's so much visual flair that they didn't need to add, but went ahead and did anyway, and it's so unbelievably welcome. I could go on about this movie, even though I've already reviewed it, but it's just so great. Sony really knocked this one out of the park, and I can't wait for the Academy to not give it a Best Animated Feature Oscar, and instead give it to something stupid like Raya and the Last Dragon or something. I really hope that sentence ages poorly, but even if it doesn't, this is still the best animated feature in my heart.
Dragon!
In some ways, How to Train Your Dragon is kind of the anti-DreamWorks movie. Not trying to insult DreamWorks here, I'm just saying that at this stage in the game, we all knew their brand. Celebrity voice cast, somewhat raunchy humor, the whole shebang. Vanessa! Even their best movies like Shrek and Kung Fu Panda adhere to this formula while also being really excellent in their own rights.
The scroll has given him power!
The first How to Train Your Dragon, however, feels the most like a classic Disney film. It has the sweeping, emotional score. It has the bond between a quirky loner and his lovable animal sidekick. It doesn't have a lot of raunchy humor outside of some lines from the annoying celebrity voice cast side characters, who admittedly are much less annoying in this movie compared to the sequels. Overall, this movie just captures a certain magic that isn't present in most DreamWorks movies, even many of the great ones. I guess it is that sense of Disney magic, which makes sense since this movie's directors are the same duo behind Lilo and Stitch. They probably picked up a thing or two working for Disney Animation. And yet, I don't want to sell DreamWorks short here because this movie simply would not be the same if it came straight from Disney. DreamWorks are the masters of enthralling, tense, breathtaking sequences, from the finale of Shrek 2 to the insane fights in Kung Fu Panda. And with this movie, they craft some of the most gorgeous, uplifting flying sequences in any animated film ever. And these amazing sequences enhance such a well-paced, well-told, emotionally rich story that takes my breath away every time I rewatch it. I am so happy this film exists. I feel like it's the one DreamWorks movie that anyone can enjoy, even if they hate DreamWorks' usual output. It's just impossible to deny what a monumental achievement this film and this franchise truly is.
Alex the Lion, what the hell are you doing in my car?
I don't even know where to start, man. The Lion King is just miraculously good. They nailed everything here. Gorgeous animation that I'd argue is noticeably better and more breathtaking than the rest of the already incredibly animated Disney Renaissance. A perfect tone that straddles the line between great comedy and intense drama insanely well. Some of the most lovable and iconic characters in the entire Disney pantheon. Some of the greatest songs that Disney has ever put out. The single greatest musical score of the entire studio. And maybe my favorite film score of all time. I don't think I've ever seen an animated movie as confident in what it is as this one. Right from the iconic first shot of the sun, all the way to the dramatic thud of the title drop, you already get the sense from this opening alone that this is one of the great defining pieces of art to come out of the medium of animation. If you were recommending Disney movies to someone who's inexplicably never seen any, I almost wouldn't recommend this as their first one because every subsequent Disney movie they watch afterwards is just gonna feel lame by comparison. And this was the film that the artists working on didn't have confidence in. They thought Pocahontas was gonna be the timeless, revered work of art between these two movies. What a sick joke! If this is where Disney animation was headed, county out! There's so many more things I could talk about, like how Scar is one of the great film villains, not only because he actually accomplishes his plan, but because he has a banger villain song and every line delivery and facial expression of his just oozes personality. Or I could talk about how Rafiki has echoes of Yoda in the way he brilliantly uses silliness to teach profound, life-altering lessons. Or how Timon has all the makings of a Tumblr sexy man, and I'm surprised that hasn't happened already. Like, he would seriously be a perfect fit for that. But you either know all that already, or in the case of that last thing, you're just now considering it and are furious with how right I am. So I should probably wrap this up. This movie is magnificent, and undeniably the magnum opus of Walt Disney Animation Studios. Easily their most significant and revered work in the entire century of their existence.
Hit it!
I cannot stress enough how much of a fucking miracle this movie is. I almost want to make a second video about it because I feel like I didn't cover nearly everything that's amazing about Shrek 2. I love every single scene in this movie. Every single aspect of it works. Not only is it consistently funny, not only is it a perfect extension of the first movie's world, not only is it tightly written to the point where there's barely any filler, not only does the entire soundtrack slap, not only is the story deeply emotionally driven and really heartwarming, not only is the entire cast amazing in their roles, not only does it have the best DreamWorks villain ever, not only is the climax unbelievably phenomenal beyond all reason, But this movie gave us Doris, voiced by Larry King, a true cinematic icon. I could go on and on about this movie, but I think you already know why it's a masterpiece. What a godsend of a feature film. I truly never expected Shrek 2 to be more important to my adulthood than my childhood, but I think it's just a testament to its staying power as an integral cornerstone of both pop culture and my generation. It's one of only 2 DreamWorks films that I would give that rare, elusive 10 out of 10 score to.
No, officer, I swear.
Now this is what I'm talking about. Toy Story 2 is a masterpiece and a huge improvement over the original in nearly every way. It's like a tiny bit less funny than the first movie, and let me emphasize that, a tiny bit. This movie is still an absolute comedic riot. It made me laugh again and again. It's so smart and tightly written and adventurous and fun, and as close to perfection as Toy Story has ever gotten. As I've said before, this is the Toy Story that feels the most like an indie film, specifically with the Woody stuff. It's very introspective and compelling, and there are some parts where I start to think he might actually be better off at the museum. It's genuinely fantastic stuff, and it sets the stage perfectly for the rest of the films in the franchise to expand on this one's themes. Because Toy Story 2 is such a thematically rich film. It's a story about abandonment, grief, legacy, found family versus blood family, and so much more. It deals with such heavy concepts while managing to remain entirely lighthearted and fun throughout. The Buzz storyline is a hysterical romp with some of the first movie's most iconic side characters. The Woody storyline is a powerful, deconstructive look at what it means to be a toy, and whether it's worth subjecting yourself to all the wear and tear and eventual heartbreak once your kid grows up. Ultimately, it's beautiful to see Woody decide that it's worth it to stick by Andy and give Jessie another chance to be loved by a kid again. They know it'll all end one day, but at least they'll have each other for infinity and beyond. Even when they're miles apart, living out different lives and doing different things, they'll always have each other. I'm not even sure what else there is to say. Toy Story 2 is just one of the best sequels ever made. It expands the Toy Story universe so thoroughly and tells us way more about Woody and Buzz. It continues the story in a bold new direction. It introduces incredible new themes that build off of the original movie's foundation perfectly, and it leaves a huge impact on the remainder of the franchise. It's probably the best animated sequel of all time. I don't know if it's my favorite though, don't make me choose. And it's absolutely insane to think about how magnificent this film turned out when you take its insanely troubled production history into account. Like, the fact that the film turned out this incredible given its insane time constraints is one of the biggest success stories in the history of film, honestly. It's a near perfect masterpiece and the pinnacle of the most iconic and acclaimed animated franchise ever. But there's still 2 movies that are even better. And if you've watched a certain ranking video or a certain 1-hour analysis, you know exactly what those movies are.
Oh, shit! A rat!
I've never really talked about it before, but I really like Ratatouille. That was a joke, actually. I have talked about it for a long time before. Yeah, there's not a whole lot I can really say about Pixar's magnum opus that I haven't already covered recently. It is just leaps and bounds ahead of most of the studio's output. It almost feels too sophisticated for them, which is crazy since their movies are already really smart and clever and witty and mature and emotional. But this one just cranks all of those attributes up to 12. It is a tour de force in the realm of animation. But again, I have an hour-long video about this film that you can check out at your leisure. Literally, what more could you possibly want out of a movie? The Incredibles is as close to perfection as Pixar has ever gotten. I genuinely can't think of a single thing wrong with this movie outside of its dated animation on the background humans. Like, yikes, bruh. Otherwise, this is Pixar and Brad Bird at the top of their game, delivering a shockingly mature and adult script with a hefty dose of subtext to pick up on. From the domestic turmoil to the critique of insurance company practices to the unflinching amount of death that gets the dramatic weight it deserves, The Incredibles does not let up with its explicitly adult themes and story. It provides a bleak yet ultimately captivating look at a man trapped in a state of perpetual mediocrity, longing to break free and recapture the glory and acclaim of his youth, until he finally learns to live in the present and appreciate his amazing, supportive family. Oh, and they're all superheroes. That's just the icing on the deepest, richest, most delicious cake you'll ever eat and Pixar will ever bake. The way this movie transforms from a compelling, committed character drama in its first act to a gripping superhero adventure in its second and third is simply mind-blowing. Like, it's not enough that this animated movie released by Disney is a legit amazing character drama, but it also happens to be the best superhero movie ever. Don't debate me on that, you know it's true. The Incredibles is the absolute gold standard for the medium of animation, and while I think Ratatouille pushed its artistic boundaries a little further and deserves the title of Pixar's magnum opus, The Incredibles is nonetheless my pick for Pixar's best film. I don't know how Brad Bird does it, but there's no adult-oriented Pixar films before he joins the studio, and after he joins, there's 2. Coincidence? I think not! Also, isn't it wild that this is kind of a spy movie, and Cars 2 is attempting to be that? It's interesting, like, Pixar can only make the worst spy movie of all time, or the best spy movie of all time. There's literally no in-between whatsoever. Huh, weird. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of inevitable. In my mind, nothing will ever unseat Beauty and the Beast as the absolute peak of the Disney brand. It's just everything amazing about Disney films wrapped up in this absolutely perfect package. I adore everything about it, and I have no real issues with it. In fact, I'd like to take that a step further and talk about the Stockholm Syndrome bullshit that everybody claims is in this movie. Oh, it's terrible that she falls in love with her captor. Did you guys miss the part where she left the castle in the middle? Nobody in this movie was taking this whole Belle being a prisoner thing seriously. Not the Beast, not the servants, not even her. She wasn't locked up, no one was guarding her. She described staying at the castle as a promise she made, rather than an imprisonment sentence. And when the Beast saves her life from the wolves and then collapses, she could have left him to die and continued escaping. But no, she willingly chose to go back in order to save his life because he saved hers, which is what causes them to grow to care for each other, which eventually results in him officially giving her his blessing to leave. What about this are you not getting? Go pick on something actually problematic like Pocahontas instead of trying to contort this movie's story to fit your poorly thought out BuzzFeed clickbait critiques. Anyway, yeah, I adore just about everything in this movie. The story is incredibly well paced and beautiful. The animation is so crisp and vibrant and gorgeous. The characters are lovable and endearing, including the greatest bisexual sentient candle ever included in a film. Plus, this movie has Gaston, who's all kinds of epic. I love how he starts out as a haha goofy joke villain you enjoy laughing at, until you realize as the movie goes on that, wait, someone this boneheaded and backwards thinking having influence over an entire town is actually a really scary and menacing concept. Just a perfect villain for this story thematically. And then there's the songs, which are genuinely perfect. Not a single bad track. As long as you're not watching the shitty Human Again version of the movie. Belle is the sort of incredible opening number that every musical should aspire towards, establishing the setting, the main character, and the villain all in one gorgeous 5-minute song. Gaston is an absolutely delightful comedic villain song. Be Our Guest is insanely energetic and fun. The mob song is really chilling and sad, especially when you consider the world Howard Ashman was living in when he wrote it. And then there's the title song, which I don't think any Disney film has topped in terms of sheer beauty. It's not my favorite Disney song, but I think it might be the most magical, breathtaking moment in any of their films. From the vocals, to that camera pan, to the angels looking down from all high. Like I said before, whenever I watch this scene, I sort of forget I'm watching a movie. I don't know, man. I just love Beauty and the Beast with all my heart, and that's never gonna change. It always felt special to me from a very young age, but even if I were to remove nostalgia from the equation entirely, it still holds up as the single greatest achievement of Walt Disney Animation Studios. On my most recent viewing of this film, it finally hit me. The Prince of Egypt might actually be the best animated film ever made. It's honestly impossible to do such an unexpectedly majestic work of genius justice with words, but I'll try. This is the only DreamWorks film that feels like a completely uncompromised vision. A movie that tells the exact story it wants to tell without any executive interference. There's a large celebrity voice cast and there's some comedic relief, yet neither of these detract from such a profound and sufficiently mature retelling of the story of Moses. Nothing is sugar-coated, nothing is dumbed down or softened. It really is the best possible adaptation of this story. This movie uses the rich language of cinema to convey ideas and themes just through the visuals alone. It's tremendously profound for a movie intended for younger audiences. The songs range from great to phenomenal, not a single bad track to be found. They contribute so much to the size and scope of the story, taking full advantage of the medium of animation in the process. Even the weakest song in the movie made my top 30 villain songs list, though to be fair, it'd probably get kicked off by Kick It Up a Notch from Starship now that I've seen that, but I digress. The characters are fantastic, with the growing rift between Moses and Ramses coming across as being so heartbreakingly genuine. The sequences and set pieces this movie shows us, from Passover to the parting of the Red Sea to everything in between, do such an amazing job of immersing us in this grand, tragic, and profoundly human story. The true miracle of this movie is how accessible it is to people of all faiths. I've seen so many people say that they adore this movie despite being atheist, and as a Christian who thinks 90% of Christian media is garbage, it's absolutely wonderful to see a movie tell a biblical story with such respect, finesse, and faithfulness to the core of what made the original story so impactful. There's so much to be said about this film, and I could never say it all. The Prince of Egypt is easily the greatest DreamWorks movie of all time. It isn't even close. Nothing will ever top this bold, risky, beautifully animated, artistically driven magnum opus of an amazing studio. Nothing except the Madagascar Penguins and A Christmas Carol, baby! Okay, so what movie could have possibly topped Spirited Away and taken the title of the best Ghibli movie, in my opinion? Because that just seems too far-fetched to be true. A movie better than Spirited Away would have to be utterly transcendent. It would have to be inhumanly spectacular. A movie that feels less like it was crafted by actual people and more like something that was gifted to us from the heavens. I was pretty confident going in that no such movie existed. And I was dead fucking wrong. The Tale of the Princess Kaguya is one of the best movies I have ever seen in my life. It doesn't feel real. I honestly didn't know movies could be this good, and I'm struggling to think of a single thing wrong with it. This is the film that Takahata's entire career was building towards. The masterpiece he was always destined to make. He is without a doubt my favorite Ghibli director. Even though I didn't love Pompoko and My Neighbors the Yamadas, he did such a tremendously amazing job at developing the profoundly human stories at the heart of Grave of the Fireflies and Only Yesterday. He's just so amazing at showcasing the complex range of human emotions. Better than Miyazaki, in fact, who's still obviously great at it, but tends to focus more on the magical fantasy worlds he's created. But with Takahata, you feel every character's emotion right alongside them. And that's how I describe the Tale of the Princess Kaguya. I felt every conceivable emotion known to man. I was unbelievably charmed and laughing during the opening act. I felt tremendous irritation and anger as Kaguya's father got consumed by his greed. I experienced such profound sorrow every time Kaguya's life and happiness got ripped away from her piece by piece. Sorrow might be an understatement, actually. I don't think any piece of media has made me cry as much as this one has. Not just at the end, but throughout the entire film. It just puts you so perfectly in the depressing headspace of this character, to the point where you feel every single emotion she feels. But at the same time, this movie isn't dull or lifeless. It's literally the opposite. Not only is there still the typical Ghibli lighthearted and humorous moments, but the art style is absolutely stunning and evokes ancient Japanese folklore so perfectly. It's a film as beautiful to look at as it is to immerse yourself within the story, which expertly portrays so many profound themes. That of depression, women being restricted in society, unrealistic standards of beauty and elegance, whether it's worth it to suffer just for the sake of living an authentic life, and so much more. The emotional depth of this movie is astounding in how limitless it feels. I could talk about it for hours and never come close to saying everything there is to say about it. Spirited Away remains remains Ghibli's magnum opus, their most important and unforgettable film. But I personally believe The Tale of the Princess Kaguya is the best Ghibli film. One that should be revered as such for generations to come. Much like how I once said Ratatouille felt too mature and profound even for the already excellent Pixar, the same sentiment absolutely applies to this movie. It feels too amazing to be a Ghibli movie. Let that one sink in. I've been hemming and hawing over what I consider to be the best animated film ever made is. Between Spirited Away, The Prince of Egypt, The Incredibles, all that jazz. But I finally figured it out. It's this. I have never seen an animated movie so flawlessly told, so magnificently realized, and so overwhelmingly powerful until I saw The Tale of the Princess Kaguya. It really wasn't even close. Mitchell's is a high 8 out of 10, bordering on a 9, and Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse is a solid 12 out of 10, bordering on 13. This movie is everything. It's the single best superhero movie to come out of the 2010s. It's got the coolest 3D animation style out of every movie I've ever seen. The jokes consistently get a laugh out of me even after my 20th viewing. The action is insanely fluid, exciting, and visceral. The characters feel so real through their emotional baggage and their little quirks. The background details in this movie keep piling up to an insane degree. The score sells everything. The danger, the heroism, the sheer euphoria of it all. I mean, fuck, man. He took a bagel. What else is there to say? Movies like this just don't happen. A film where every possible element is cranked up to 12 on the quality scale, and they all manage to blend together perfectly into something greater than the sum of its already excellent parts. And it's a fucking Spider-Man movie. Not some obscure indie art house film where the creator could tell the story they wanted to, free of a huge studio's influence. No, man. This came from Sony, the studio that brought you the Emoji Movie, and the conglomerate that's probably extremely protective of the Spider-Man brand.
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man.
And they just let some talented people go off and weave this absolutely phenomenal tale, free of all the usual tropes and trappings that bog Sony's other films down. It all just seems way too good to be true, and yet here it is. An instant classic that we're still gonna be talking about 50 years from now. The undisputed magnum opus of Sony Pictures Animation. If this is an indication of what the future holds for the studio, then I, for one, can't wait to see more. Seriously though, please don't fuck up the sequel. Good night, Tri-State Spider-Verse. Where do I even begin? Whisper of the Heart hit me so insanely hard in so many ways. It made me feel seen in a way so few movies ever do. The last time I felt this way watching something was when I first saw Lady Bird 4 years ago, so it's been a while. But wow, special doesn't begin to describe how I feel about this movie. I didn't know anything about it going in, and when it opens up with country roads, I was like, okay, what the fuck is this? The main character in this movie constantly rewrites the lyrics to Country Roads in her spare time. That sounds like a joke, but the movie genuinely gets me super invested in these variations on this song as it goes along, displaying Shizuku's blossoming writing prowess despite her lack of faith in herself. My favorite scene in the whole movie, my favorite scene in all of Ghibli is just her and Seiji performing the song together, only for his grandfather and his friends to walk in and start performing with them. It's just a magical moment that's well built up to, and a beautiful way for the two leads to come together. Shizuku and Seiji's chemistry over the course of the film is incredibly natural, and the way they continually inspire each other to become great artists is so beautiful. And that's really what's at the core of this film. The struggle to create something, to be an artist, despite believing that you're not good enough. Shizuku grapples so hard with so many immensely relatable struggles regarding her writing, constantly having to ask herself, is it good enough to show others? Is it worth it to keep pursuing this? Am I good enough to be with someone who seems to have everything put together while I have no idea what I want to do with my life? I'm in this movie and I don't like it. I'll fully admit that I probably connected to this film so much because of how much I saw my own struggles with writing in Shizuku. But regardless, I feel like this is the kind of film anyone can relate to and see themselves in. Anyone who's anxious about their life and what the future holds will probably derive a ton of value from this film. And even besides that, it's just a really charming slice of life story. The romance is sweet and endearing, the characters are all enjoyable, the animation and score really stick out and create such beautiful moments, even by Ghibli standards. The plot is very simple, especially during the first half, but it's never aimless. It all still feels purposeful. And yeah, at the end of the day, this is an incredibly well realized and beautiful depiction of someone who's just trying to figure out their place in the world and discover their self-worth through their art. I cried multiple times throughout the course of the story, even at parts that I doubt were intended to be sad, simply because I felt them deep down in my soul. It's just beautiful. Not just my favorite Ghibli movie of all time, not just my favorite animated movie of all time, but one of my top 5 favorite movies ever made. I don't think it's as good as Kaguya or Spirited Away, but it honestly means more to me than both of those movies combined. And after what I just said about both of those movies, that's some inconceivably high praise. It broke my heart to learn that this was the only movie that Yoshifumi Kondo got to direct before his untimely death. He was apparently expected to be Miyazaki and Takahata's eventual successor, and looking at how incredible this film turned out, it's easy to see why. I really hope all of you immediately watch this movie. It would genuinely mean the world to me if more people got to experience it and fall in love with it the way I did. I can't believe I unironically love Country Roads now. What the hell did you do to me, movie?
Huh. You know, that doesn't sound right. There's gotta be something even better than funny Will Smith pigeon movie, right? Oh yeah, of course. I completely forgot the true greatest blue sky movie of all time. Rio 2 is the greatest film I've ever seen in my life. And I didn't even like it the first time I watched it. But to be honest, it was only after you guys left so many passionate comments about it that I started to reconsider my position on it. I mean, you guys really have strong feelings on this movie. And you know what? You successfully changed my heart. I now consider Rio 2 to be the best movie of all time. When I saw Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, this is the movie I thought I was gonna get. So let's talk about the absolute best aspect of the film, the story. Will Smith Bird is a lion. But then they find out that the rainforest is being closed down. So the lions figure that if they bring Jermaine Clement Bird to justice and get the reward money, they can use that to save the Jewish people. All throughout this introduction, I was shouting, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant! This is a fantastic setup! And on top of that, the setup for the rest of the story is actually pretty good too. Jermaine Clement has a deal with the underworld so that he can take control of Rio. But Lord Big Boss, the ruler of the underworld, not to be confused with the guy from Metal Gear Solid. That's just actually the name of the villain from Rio 2. Trust me, Kojima wishes he could write something as good as Rio 2. Stupid hack. Anyway, Big Boss has a particular interest in wiping out all the trees. Why? Because the prophecy foretold that a tree is the only thing that can destroy him. So he sends his soldiers to perform mass genocide. But one family wants their tree baby to live, puts him in a basket and sends him floating down the river, where, oddly enough, the basket comes across the comic relief birds from the first movie. They tell him that it's okay to run away from your problems and shut up and eat his garbage. Years later, Mark Zuckerberg as a bird grows up and realizes that the rainforest is being closed down. He leaves his family behind and makes a deal with Will Smith Bird. They'll make it look like Will Smith Bird kills Chris Rock Zebra, and thus he can disguise himself as Shrek and start a new life over. But that doesn't last for long, as God himself, played by Bruno Mars, yeah, wasn't that fitting casting, comes down and tells Will Smith Bird that he is to be the deliverer of the Jews. So the journey is on to fight off tree frogs, soccer birds, and rescue Anne Hathaway Bird, played by Eddie Murphy. Let's talk about the good stuff, cause honestly, there's a lot. Let's talk about what everybody remembers, the epic musical number in the middle of the film. As you can see, they used real lions and animals to film the movie, but the environments are all CG. So the movie was literally made with lions and birds and shit, plopped into a big green screen room. Amazingly, this did not affect the lion's ability to act because Will Smith is a professional, thank you very much. Anyway, the musical number here is completely original and it even won the Oscar for Best Original Song. It's honestly so good that I'm just gonna sing it to you. Here's my epic cover. Okay, so that's Will Smith Lion, he's voiced by me, and that's Jesse Eisenberg, also voiced by me. And finally, we have Anne Hathaway Lion Bird, played by Eddie Murphy in the movie. But for the purposes of this cover, she's voiced by Diana DeGarmo! Also, I'm only gonna use the highest quality mic for this cover. Ahem. Alright, here we go, baby. Also, I'm recovering from a cold while I record this, so it's gonna sound amazing. Will Smith bird, no, Jesse Eisenberg, I'm Will Smith, all that's hot, you suck, I'm not going to Rio, you can't make me. Simba, Will Smith bird, Will Smith Lion, you gotta go to Brazil, you gotta come with me. No, I don't want to go to Brazil, because I'm Will Smith, all that's hot, keep my lion's name out of your mouth. Hey, I'm Jesse Eisenberg, and I say to Facebook, I'm gonna be a mighty king of Rio 2, because it's based. Well, I've never seen The King of Rio 2, because it's a good movie. I'm gonna be the main event, and in Rio 3, I'm brushing up on Rio 1, I'm working on Rio 4. Thus far, a rather fucking terrible thing. Oh, I just can't wait for Rio 12. Whoa, we can't even get to that yet. We gotta make Rio 3 first. No one's saying do this. Now when I said that, no one's saying be there. Not zebras. Now you're saying, hey, wait, there's no zebras in the rainforest. See here. Now see here. Free to run around all day. Free to do it all my way. Alright, shut up. I think it's time that you and I arranged a heart-to-heart. Fuck you. Kings don't need advice from stupid fucking idiots. If this is where the Rio franchise is headed, county out. Out of service, out of Rio 5, I can't even be in Rio 6, because my character got killed off in Rio 4. Oh, I just can't wait for Rio, more Rio. Oh god, I love Rio. Oh my god, Rio 2 is the best movie. Everybody look oh wait, no, I don't think it's the time for that yet. Hey, it's the giraffes. Everybody look at the giraffes. Standing giraffes light. I'm Will Smith. Jesse Eisenberg. I'm Jesse Eisenberg. Haha. I'm Heisenberg. Yeah. Jesse Heisenberg. Oh, how has nobody made that joke before? Holy shit. Okay, everybody look left. Everybody look right. Everywhere you look, I'm staying in the spotlight. Fuck you. Let every creature go for broke and sing. Oh, wait, no. Now, okay, yeah. Okay, now. Let every creature go to sing. Let's hear on the wing. It's gonna be King Koopa's fine best fling. Oh, I just can't wait for the crossover between Rio and Sing. Oh, I just can't wait for the epic thing. Oh, I just can't wait for Rio 2, the Snyder Cut. Okay, I think that was good. That's my cover. Thank you for coming. Did you notice how the last shot of the song is of a blue sky? Mic drop. Well, I think I made my point. Rio 2 is the greatest movie of all time, and I want to thank every single one of its fans for helping me realize this. I never would have thought about this movie again if you guys didn't leave all those comments about it. I previously had no strong opinions on it whatsoever. But you know what? You guys are right. I should have passionate feelings about Rio 2. And now I do. So thank you all for helping me realize that. It's the most perfect sequel ever made, And I, for one, can't wait for Rio 47.